What's going on, everybody?
Whores in this house. There's some whores in this house.
I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. We are live. Actually, it's not even sunny. I'm lying.
His name is Hassan.
Started off with a lie. It's partly cloudy, California, Los Angeles, and I am live and alive. It is Thursday, October 22nd, 2020, 11:41 a.m. and I am very late, and I apologize. Folks, I apologize for my digression. I apologize profusely for being late.
His name is Hassan.
For good reason, folks. Boys, girls, MBs, it's for good-ass reason. Now, I just showered. I literally just stepped out of the shower, as you can probably tell from how crazy my hair is. I ran over here. I mean, I hit the go live button. I hopped in the shower. You know, threw some baby powder on myself. You know what I'm saying? You know, smelling good. Deodorized my body after it. And I'm ready to go. I'm fucking ready to go, dude. There's a lot of news to cover today. Obviously, it's the birthday. Most people don't even know, including my cousin, who texted me when he saw that I went live and was like, all the way from Turkey, was like, what the fuck? There's a debate today?
This is a deranged.
So, who knows what will happen? Getting laid because I was late? No, I was not getting laid because I was late. I was actually, as a matter of fact, going to the P.O. box because you guys keep sending me a million different packages. So, I went to the P.O. box this morning. I also had a big business call. I did a business deal. Folks, believe me, I'm doing business deals. I'm doing so many. So many business deals, folks. Believe me, art of the deal. And of course,
whores in this house.
Part of what I'm going to do for this business deal with China, part of what I was doing is for the Borat watch party tomorrow. I hope you guys are excited for that. I certainly am. Borat subsequent movie film. The second Borat movie is going to be out tomorrow. I have some good news on that as well. More on that later, but for everybody who does not have a Amazon Prime connected to their Twitch Prime, like an Amazon Prime account connected to their Twitch, sorry, you will not be able to watch this movie premiere on my broadcast. But tomorrow, from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m., I will be watching the new Borat movie, which I'm very excited to watch. Everyone keeps saying it's incredible. And Borat, Sacha Baron Cohen, might have done it again. He might have personally disrupted the American election cycle with his bombshell video on Rudy Giuliani. Now, having said that, you don't need a USA account. As far as I understand, I believe as long as you have Amazon Prime, there is an international launch. So, if you are a Eurocuck and you wanted to watch it, all you need is a motherfucking Amazon Prime, ladies and gentlemen. That's all you need. For all the Turks in the chat who want to see pee-pee and poo-poo, okay, it's not pornography. I apologize. I know some of you are probably excited, but you will be able to see it. It's a global launch. And all you need to do is link your Twitch and Prime accounts. And for that, you need to go to Amazon site if you haven't done that yet. Gaming.amazon.com and link both of your accounts that way. Like, even if you have Twitch Prime, like I have Twitch Prime, I wasn't even able to link. I didn't even recognize that I wasn't linked.
Isn't that just darling?
Even if it's a free trial? I think so. Probably. Yeah. What are you drinking? Coffee, as always. I'm drinking coffee, as I usually do around this time. So nothing has changed on that end, of course. Anyway, folks. Yes, I am at the precipice of 400,000 Twitter followers, which is pretty poggers. I've also reached 400,000 followers on... I reached 400,000 followers on Instagram, 600,000 followers on Twitch. It's been one hell of a month, ladies and gentlemen. And goddamn, goddamn, I'm just so excited that this community grows ever still. This community keeps growing. Now,
Oh,
hold
you're
on,
such a
folks.
big man, Hassan.
Let me tell you something, folks. There's so much content. So much mother effing content, ladies and gentlemen. Avelina with the...
Oh, you're
Jesus
such a
Christ, how
big
many fucking
man,
subs?
Hassan.
50. Holy shit, Avelina. Avelina with the 50 tier 1 gift subs. Thank you, Avelina. Might good to let people know students get 6 months of free Amazon Prime. Yes, if you are a student, which most of you are, you get 6 months of free Amazon Prime if you connect your Amazon Prime. Anyway.
Oh, you're such a big man, Hassan.
Regardless, folks. Exciting stuff overall. Tomorrow we will be watching the Borat movie in a hashtag ad.
Man, Hassan.
So I just wanted to talk about that. No, it is not only in the US, Fizz. You are wrong. Wrong. You are wrong. Borat is a global launch.
Oh, you're such a
Believe me.
man, Hassan.
Borat is a global launch. Oh, the student prime. Oh, okay. Well, I don't know about the student prime thing. Sorry. Borat is a global launch. So as long as you have Amazon Prime, I think you can like sign up for a free account too.
This is a deranged.
But as long as you sign up for Amazon Prime, and while you're at it, you know, throw that fucking Amazon Prime sub my way.
This is a deranged pervert.
If you go to gaming.amazon.com, you can connect your Amazon account, your Amazon Prime account, to your Twitch account, making it a Amazon Gaming or whatever the fuck the new thing is called. But
his name is Hassan.
So, for those of you who don't know how watch parties work, I will do that as well. I will do that. I will describe to you how the watch parties work. It's pretty simple. I just click on start a watch party, and then if you have a Prime, you click on it, you click in, and you watch it with me. If you don't have a Prime, then sorry, you're gonna unfortunately be.
This is a deranged.
Unfortunately, you're gonna be pushed out of the equation there. I apologize. This is one of the few instances where I have a paywall like this. But I am very excited because this is
a deranged
fucking
pervert
campaign that I am on board with, that I'm excited for. I rarely do I ever get an opportunity to. Rarely do I ever get an opportunity to be a good company man. And this is certainly one of those circumstances where I can be a good company man, because this is a show that I am very excited about. So I'm going to be in the corner. Oh, one final thing before I get started with the news, and I say that I'm getting started with the news. Last thing I must mention. Daily Show did a segment on the AOC Twitch stream. Wait, really?
This is a deranged pervert.
Did this guy fucking block me? What the fuck? I can't even see it. I'm blocked from seeing that person. Oh, that's you. Motherfucker, you just sent me your... Bro, listen, look at this big brain. All right, we're starting early today, boys. Look at this. Whoa, what did I just do? Look at this big brain, dude. Look at this. Look at the big brain on this guy. Did you see the Daily Show did a segment on AOC Twitch stream? And then he links me his own tweet. I didn't even realize. I click on it. This account owner limits who they can view their tweets. I go incognito. I still can't see it. If you want to promote yourself, then why don't you unprivate your fucking Twitter, dog? Have you thought about that?
His name is Hassan.
Hey, before we get all political, how do you feel about the creative director of Stadia thinks you should pay companies for every single game you play on stream?
His name is Hassan.
I think it might get to that point eventually. I mean, technically under DMCA, they could DMCA you for playing a video game. Now, it doesn't really matter for me because
this is a deranged
I just swallowed my spit. I don't really play video games on the stream. So it doesn't really matter to me.
His name is Hassan.
What are your opinions on cloud gaming services like Stadia or Shadow? Oh, it's a fucking... Oh, it's cloud gaming. That's why they want to make sure that like every game you got to pay for. Yeah, fuck off, dude. How about you suck my dick, okay? Fuck you. Don't ruin this. And I say this as someone who doesn't even fucking play... I say this as someone who doesn't even fucking play video games, okay? Suck my fucking cloudy ass dick. How about that? Wait, is that an Amazon property? Oh, fuck. Amazon's cloud gaming software is great. Please don't fire me.
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
It's fucking bullshit, dude. Speaking of cloudy and penises, if your piss is cloudy, it's a sign that you might have gonorrhea. Just letting you know. Stadia is Google? Okay, fuck Stadia. All my homies hate Stadia. Fuck Stadia, dude. Then, okay, there it is.
His name is Hasan.
Anyway, yeah, perhaps Stadia should focus on their own fucking damn business instead of trying to fuck over streamers or some shit. You know, how about that?
Excuse me.
Oh, Alex Hutchinson said that. Yeah, they're right. He's right. Okay, he didn't say they should do it. He didn't say they should do it. He said streamers worried about getting their content pulled because of used music they didn't pay for should be worried about the fact that they're streaming games they didn't pay for as well. It's all is gone as soon as publishers decide to enforce it. I've said this a million times. You guys know that, right? Like, this isn't the first... If you've been watching me for long enough... If you've been watching me for long enough, you know that I've said this a million times. Whenever people say like, oh, DMCA gate, or whenever people are like, oh, you know, streamers, all they do is just fucking watch videos, and that's bullshit. Like, you didn't make that own video. Well, yeah, no shit, but you didn't make your own fucking video game either, and that's technically still applicable to DMCA violations. The real truth is the streamers should be paying the developers and publishers of the game they stream. They should be buying a license like any real business and paying for the content they use. Oh yeah, fuck this guy. Hey, man. Hey, Alex. Hey, fuck you, dude. Okay? How about you fucking worry about your own damn business, bitch? Oh, you can just get a Stadia. You can just, you know, get a Stadia license, and that would be cool. Like, motherfucker works for Google, and he's like comparing Google.
His name
He's
is
comparing
Hasan.
fucking Google to shit-ass fucking YouTubers and streamers on Twitch. Like, oh, well, we have to pay for licensing. Like, fuck you, dude. Yeah, no shit you have to pay for licensing, you stupid fuck. How are you a fucking executive at a company and you fucking let out idiotic takes like this? Like, how do you let things like this slide, dude?
His name is Hasan.
He's right. Hopefully fucking gaming, hopefully publishers never do that, because this is an ecosystem that benefits them ultimately in the long run, just like most artists, if you were to ask them, would absolutely clear you and let you play music. It's the fucking mega corporations that are like, fuck you. Oh, you played 21 Savage? Fuck yourself. You're DMCA'd. You have to pay for that. If you ask 21 Savage, like Trainwrecks literally did, they're like, of course you can play my fucking music. I don't give a shit. I get like a cent off of that anyway. And half the time, I'm already locked up with my own fucking... I'm already locked up with my shit-ass agreement with that same massive multinational music fucking conglomerate that's already stealing all my earnings anyway. Fucking assholes, dude. Yeah, fuck you, dude.
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
They're not promoting the game. They're running a business. It may also sometimes promote the game, but that's not their business. First of all, that's literally untrue. How the fuck can the creative director of Google Stadia fundamentally misunderstand the ecosystem that he is trying to penetrate? A person who has what, like worked on Far Cry 4, Assassin's Creed 3, Spore, Sims 2, and what, Savage Planet, does not comprehend how this fucking ecosystem works, dude? Really? Then why the fuck do you pay us to play your fucking games, dude?
Man, Hasan.
Hey, how about you fucking pay me going forward to use Google? Like, what an idiotic fucking take. once companies get to a certain size, I see that they're like, well, we already have a near monopoly on the fucking product, so it doesn't matter if they fucking use it, promote it, doesn't really matter. Not anyone else can come into the competition anyway, so fuck everybody else.
Pervert.
I already hate IP, okay? I despise IP. Do you understand? I already fucking think it's ridiculous. It's stupid. It fosters innovation. It fosters, not fosters, sorry. It inhibits innovation. It inhibits growth. I think it's fucking idiotic. Get your noise gate in check. You sound awful, really?
God, those communists are amazing.
I cannot wait for the Trump 60 minutes that got... Anyway, hold on. I'm gonna promote that I'm live on Twitter. Dude, this guy fucking sucks, dude. Doesn't he recognize that as the creative director for Google Stadia, you literally make yourself look like shit?
Except that Moon isn't coming on Moon 2 PH Hassle.
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
You think IP slows innovation? I think a collaborative effort demonstrably is better at finding quick solutions to problems, and an approach that does not center around maximizing profits might reduce short-term gains, okay, or short-term innovation, but ultimately, demonstrably, every single fucking piece of technological innovation that has pushed us into the next millennia throughout time has come as a consequence completely ridden of the profit motive. The internet is the best example I can give you of this. There was no profit motive on the internet. Open source broadcast and open source software is the fucking future, okay? A techno-communist utopia could be achieved if people stopped having this kind of idiotic take and people were making video games, one, to of course feed themselves and their families and shit and put a roof over their heads, but ultimately to pursue their artistic expression. Fucking bullshit.
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
They talked about your stream with AOC on local Xfinity radio station today. They made it seem like you said deserve 9/11 line during the broadcast with AOC. Of course they're gonna lie about it. Anyway, fuck them. Yes, we will be watching the leaked 60 minutes video.
His name is Hasan.
It's fucking hilarious that he made a literal NFL example when the NFL pays Twitch streamers and partners with them to literally commentate NFL games whilst profiting off of it with subs. Yeah, I don't understand.
His name is Hasan.
Like, that's so fucking dumb. Same with video games. Like, these creators, these publishers pay us.
His name is Hasan.
These publishers pay us to play their games half the time. It's so fucking stupid.
His name is Hasan.
Google exists exclusively because they successfully expropriate content that isn't theirs. Yeah, I mean,
Man, Hasan.
it's nuts. I mean, it's of course understandable for a place like Google. Here's what they should do, okay? The government should come in with their fucking hard throbbing dick, okay? It's never gonna happen. And just fucking slam it onto Google's head over and over again until all the ABC, the alphabet, whatever the fuck it is, turns into a 1A, 1B, and 1C that is totally separate from one another. And then we can fucking have another conversation about licensing and whatnot, okay? That's what the government should do. But the government's never going to do that because, of course, they're bought and sold by those very same corporations, including Google, no matter how much Donald Trump tries to make it seem like Google and Amazon are a bunch of libtards or whatever the fuck he says. But I just dream of just the fucking the fat cock of antitrust law to just fucking go boom, boom, boom. Oh, Google, really? You want to monopolize search engine optimization? You want to monopolize the ad space with your fucking search engine that you created? Thank you for the innovation, Google. Boom. And then we can have a separate conversation about licensing agreements. fucking
This is a deranged.
Stadia literally has a streaming built into the platform. So what is he chirping about? He's chirping because he is saying this for that purpose. The reason why he's saying this is because he wants to compete against, he probably wants to compete against Twitch if there is a streaming service on it. And the platform itself literally buys, the platform can't, Stadia can't just fucking stream your games for free for people to purchase. So that's why he's fucking chirping. That's why he's pissed. That's why he's upset. He's like, as a Stadia executive working at Google, we have to pay licensing so that we can sell or basically make a profit off of helping other people stream your games. Why can't Twitch streamers do the same as a $1 trillion company?
This is a deranged pervert.
Anyway, at the heart of it, though, he is correct. If publishers wanted to do this, if they were such gross scumbags like this guy, who otherwise I'm sure is a nice person, he's Australian, so I'm assuming Tory, okay? But this is some real scummy, hyper-capitalistic shit. Okay? Big day. We got Ghislaine Maxwell shit coming in. We got the leaked 60 minutes. There's just so much going on.
This is a deranged pervert.
I got the documents.
This is a deranged pervert. This is a deranged pervert.
Biden 2020 poggers.
Too much content. Nintendo constantly filed claims on YouTube is a fucking nightmare. Yeah, they have done it. I've talked about this before.
Oh, you're such a
I have talked about this before. I have personally said exactly the first thing that Alex Hutchinson has said when talking about the technical law like that they could apply to streamers playing video games. But you're basically a spoiler ass bitch when you fucking say shit like this, and you're a spoiler Andy because you want to put up a competing software, a competing platform where people have to get your copyright. Like people have to get licenses through you so you can fucking turn profit. That's literally what this motherfucker is doing. So either you bend the knee and work with Stadia as a streamer if they're developing a streaming software. Okay, either you bend the fucking knee and you stream with them so you can play whatever game you want without the scrutiny, without legal scrutiny, the fear that you might get fucking clapped.
Now I feel hassle.
Or you have to buy licensing from them, most likely, to have access to their content library that they have paid licensing for. That licensing fee that they get a tidy profit off of course. And that's precisely why he's making this take.
Whores in this house. There's some whores in this house. There's some whores in this house.
His name is Hasan. Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan. Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
Or they simply turn profit by... It's too long, isn't it?
His name is Hasan. This is a deranged pervert.
Actually, this isn't even the tweet that I'm annoyed by.
His name is Hasan.
This is the tweet that I'm fucking annoyed by.
This is a deranged pervert.
No way you just do that petty as fuck. I love it.
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
It's so dumb. It's such a fucking dumb, like, that. It's so obvious. It's so transparent what he's fucking complaining about here. God damn, dude.
Oh, you're such
Fucking
a big man,
I'm sitting
Hasan.
down. Fuck this. I'm sitting down, dude.
Whores in this house. There's some whores in this house. There's some whores in this house.
Hugs from me and Puppers. Enjoy channel.
Banned from Stadia?
Can't
Yeah,
wait for
sure.
tonight.
He's doubling down on his takes against other developers.
This is a
I'm
deranged
sure, especially indie developers would fucking hate this. Like, I can already imagine the biz dev. I can already imagine the back-end combos that people are having, okay? Like, biz dev is trying to find ways, like, with their mouth watering.
Giuliani fucks
Biz dev is trying to find
15-year-olds.
ways of looping in small developers, okay? Like indie publishers, indie devs, to be like, you're gonna turn more profit by getting on Stadia, okay?
Can I have some
And like,
birthday
we'll pay you for your
kisses?
licensing, and then we can sell additional licensing to other streamers. And then that way you'll get a single dollar from every time a fucking streamer plays your video game. Of course,
This is a deranged
it will greatly limit your
Yeah,
reach.
you're not gonna lie at
It will
HasanAbi.
greatly limit your reach. It will greatly fucking hinder your growth or any sense of community building, as is evidenced by the fact that anytime a fucking video
This is a
game is
deranged
released for fucking free, it does insanely well. If massive franchise blockbuster AAA title creators like Infinity Ward
His
already are
name
creating
is
free products,
Hasan.
then I think
Heck,
people
white.
understand that there's more profit to make when you fucking put out a free product for streamers to play. Okay?
Whores in this house.
The
There's some whores
quickest
in this
way,
house. There's some
the
whores in
quickest
this house.
way to irrelevancy is by paywalling your product this way. That's just the reality. The quickest way to irrelevance is by paywalling your
This is a
product.
deranged pervert.
Literally, streaming is free advertising. What the fuck are they so bent out of shape about? It's actually free marketing and they're complaining. Yeah, I know.
Wet ass P word. Make that pullout game weak.
I don't know. Maybe you're getting flack because... Oh, that's exactly my point. Yes. I don't know. Maybe you're getting
I
flack
love
because
the
you're picking this
system. I can
particular
now
battle in a
remove
world where
tinfoil hat.
C-suite executives
That
make
will
$30 million
when
a
you
year
work at Google, but
and
blah,
devs
blah,
don't
blah.
get royalties, so they never see any of that streaming money in the first place. Yeah, for him to say this, not as a developer, but as Stadia,
The American people
is entirely different than a fucking developer being like, and not a AAA developer, but like an indie developer being like, I wish we could make more money by like, selling licensing fees to streamers.
deranged
Except you would never, ever in a million years hear an independent developer do that. Nintendo can do that for different reasons, but an indie developer would never do that because they understand that this is the way to make your game fucking blow up. Look at Among Us.
Hasan.
Look at the explosive growth of Among Us. And shut the fuck up. That's a beautiful
This is a
collaborative
deranged
effort.
pervert.
Okay?
Debate time.
Certainly there are people making money along the way, but it's a perfect example. Like, you can turn around and be like, Hasan, you're saying this because you want to make profit. You want to hold on to all the profit. Like, you should pay for licensing. Dog, without that, you think Soda Poppin' and Pluto are going to be like, well, let's
His
take a
name
gamble and
is
like pay the
Hasan.
licensing fee to play Among Us. Okay? And then on top of that, Soda's like, hey, we got to get 10 streamers together. Soda hits me up, says, hey, Hasan, we're about to play Among Us. You want to come into the lobby? Oh,
His
also, you need to pay
name is
$100,
Hasan.
or not even 100, $1,000 to stream this game that nobody's ever fucking heard of before. So here, please play it. Please, if you want to play this game with me, you're gonna have to pay $1,000 fucking dollars to this company of a game you've never heard before. Okay? So then he has to get 10 people to do that. And then we build that lobby together. And then for the explosive growth to happen for something like Among Us, then 1,000 other people have to do that. And then XQC does it, and everyone else does it, and Trainwrecks does it. Like, everyone has to pay for it. You would never, ever in a million years get that same kind of growth and collaboration. It would just never happen. We would never get to a point where fucking Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is playing Among Us with Ilhan Omar, with people like myself and others.
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
It's so dumb.
This is a deranged pervert.
Anyway, regardless though, it is a frustrating take, especially for the reasons that that Forbes guy, Jason Schreier or whatever, that his take is correct. The real reason why someone like the creative director of Google Stadia is putting out this horrid take the reason why they're fucking saying this is something I already mentioned. They're literally trying to do that. They are trying to be the middleman who maximizes profit for indie devs. It's fucking bullshit.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. I'm out of control. I apologize.
And then Twitch and streamers can do their biz dev and charge for playing a game every hour, make a subscription marketing place. Yeah, it's fucking disgusting.
Americans, lol.
His name is Hasan.
Hassle.
What? This is not real, is this? Are you serious?
This is a deranged pervert.
You know what this is like? This is like Zephyr and all of these third-party content claimers, okay, content processors, content farms, basically, building out new business teams so that like every time a video goes fucking viral, they're like, hey, you want to make $1,000 from this video that went viral? And the guy's like, yeah, sure. And he's like, all right, it's my license now. Thank you. And then they go all around the fucking internet utilizing pre-existing content ID software that they're banking on top of, like goddamn vultures flying in to be like, oh, you used it in a video, boom, claimed. You used this in a video, boom, claimed. It's like, how much money does the viral tweet guy get? How much money does the viral tweet guy get? Oh, nothing. Like $300. How much money does Zephyr make every fucking year from using this? Every fucking year with this kind of attitude? Millions. You are creating an insane barrier of entry for new streamers as well. It's kind of funny. It's like, it literally does not matter to me because I don't even play video games and I'm so bent out of shape. We had this argument like 6 years ago. Nintendo tried to take a huge cut for making content and got absolutely blasted for it. If Nintendo can't do it, it's not feasible.
This is a deranged pervert.
Yeah, imagine if Among Us charged streamers to play it on stream. It's like fucking insane, dude. Fortnite would have never happened. Among Us would have never happened. I can see big like AAA title creating like big publishers absolutely pushing for this exclusively so they can fucking destroy indie devs that way, because indie devs will never see the light of fucking day ever again. We will only fucking play Apex clones over and over again for the rest of our lives, because those are the only guys who are gonna fucking those are the only guys who are gonna pay for the marketing. Those are the only guys who are gonna say fuck it, you know, we're doing a deal with Amazon. And indie devs would get pushed to the fucking sidelines, and they would not be able to subvert the DMCA restrictions, and no one would want to play an indie game with the fear that like they might get clapped up with the DMCA.
Bruh.
So I could see big, you know what? Fuck that, actually. As long as they don't consolidate power, as long as they don't collectively decide to do this, Even big developers wouldn't do this, as Jericho points out correctly that when Nintendo tried to do it, they got fucking ass blasted. Once again, the ambitious and creatives curate a brand new product and market. Big investment swoops in and tries to slam the door behind them. Right now will be considered the Wild West of streaming. Oh, for sure. I know that. We are in the Wild West of streaming. Actually, the Wild West of streaming, the true Wild West of streaming is like Ice Poseidon days. Okay? That's the true... That is the true Ice Poseidon days of streaming. Like when it was really just no holds barred.
Poop.
Anyway, yeah. Oh, people are fucking blasting this dude. Why did he do this? What a fucking dumb thing to say. What a horrific take to demonstrate on the timeline as my dude's about to get fucking like milkshake ducked or whatever the fuck that thing was called. Like he's about to get fired or some shit for this idiotic take, which I don't think he should be fired for the record. Like, but this is such a bad take that like at a time when your cloud gaming like platform is already not doing so well and people are understandably apprehensive and the tech side is not even all there yet, and you're out here blasting horrible takes on the timeline like this, and people are gonna inevitably blast back on you and pull back all the shit that you've said, all the bad things that you've said in the past.
Oh, you're such a big
Streamer's like a painter. He transforms and creates through the genre, through the game. Like a painter being charged fees to expose their work by the paint company. The fact that this guy works for the industry is insane.
His name is Hasan.
Legally, he's right because copyright laws are bad. I know. The original take that he has about the legality of big publishers potentially pursuing people with DMCAs is a take that I've had many times. It's a take that I've brought up that most of you looked at me like I was an idiot. When the original DMCA stuff was coming out, what did I tell you? When the original... Listen. What? This is what I want, Google Stadia. I want a full apology from him to the gaming community or Alex Hutchinson terminated. We spent years building this gaming community and his ideas are a clear threat to our industry as a whole. Okay, that's psychotic. He should not be terminated. And Keemstar's out of his fucking mind. And also doing cancel culture. You've spent more time on this than the total number of hours people have spent gaming on Stadia. He loves streamers? Yeah, yeah, whatever, dude. Make it happen so these corporations don't eat us, please. Yeah, good luck. Everything you know and love gets bastardized by the long dick of capitalism. Do you understand? The reason why you don't have 7-year projects that end up with a beautifully created story, a single player game that truly changes the way you look at the world, art that you genuinely consume. The reason why all of that is less and less frequent. The reason though even Rockstar, which is known for making incredible fucking content, like making incredible masterpieces, now is just cashing in, literally selling you the same fucking game. Not even a reskin, not even a remaster, just this, not even a DLC, just the same game on like 11 different fucking platforms.
His name is Hasan.
He's because it's just profitable. It's far too profitable. It is too expensive to fucking bunker down and make a new fucking video game. Okay?
Man,
you put
Hasan.
too much at risk. You might lose money. You're beholden to your board. You're beholden to your shareholders. So when that happens, the
you're
product
such a
that you get
big
is the exact
man,
same over and over again. That's why we get COD reskins year after year. That's why every fucking game has turned into FIFA. Back in the day, we used to make fun of FIFA. I'm an old man. I'm a boomer, okay? Most of you don't even know I used to play video games, but I'm a fucking boomer, okay? We used to make fun of FIFA. Like, lol, this game is exactly the same. Why the fuck won't they even change the stadium?
This is a deranged pervert.
Like,
Very
all of the
excited for
fucking
this
crowd
game
is
to
always
go
like
good.
paper, basically. Kind of ironic now that, like, in the real world, it's like FIFA 98 crowds, but this time in the NBA, inside of the bubble.
Oh, you're such a
So I
big
guess
man, Hasan.
I guess FIFA and NBA was actually ahead of the game with the way that they made fake audiences out of cardboard. But we used to make fun of that shit, that every game is a carbon copy of one another. And it's just
This is a
dog shit.
deranged pervert.
10 months.
And it was
can I get a
exclusive
buck in the
to
chat?
EA. And then EA bought everything. And now everything is EA. So what do you do? And then there was an alternative. A competitor came into the field. Against NBA came NBA 2K. Competitors from Japan made
This is
Winning
a
11,
deranged
or as you would know in Europe and America, Pro Evolution Soccer. Just to give you my fucking gaming bona fides, okay? I know what the fuck I'm talking about. I've been playing video games for longer than you've been alive, for the most part. You have an unresearched opinion of game options. There's a current renaissance regarding indie gaming. Okay, dude. Oh, also 6-second ad break. Top of the hour every hour. I forgot. So time to run a 6-second ad break. And also I'm gonna do a couple. I'm gonna do two. So I'm gonna do 2 minutes of ads, like leading
you're
up
such
to
a big
the
man,
debate, so that I
Hasan.
don't have to fucking run ad breaks in the middle of the debate. Okay.
His name is Hasan.
Sorry for not prime to you, father. Hope I'm still welcome in daycare. Yeah, no, you're out, dude. I'm kicking you out. You are no longer welcome. You are no longer... I'm just kidding, dude. What are you, crazy? Oh, my mom just sent me a message. Sorry. We're staying up until 3 a.m. to watch the debate here in Denmark. Denmark? I think so.
This is a deranged pervert.
Anyway, now that I'm done ripping... Now that I'm done lasering this fucking Google Stadia guy... Now that I'm done ripping into him, let's continue. Hey, can you play some VR chat soon? I'm watching old videos on YouTube of you playing, and it's fucking hilarious content. The Bachelor with you and XUC, yeah.
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
I officially told Jugmeat about XQC. He asked who he would want to play with, and I was like, I have a Quebecois friend who would be particularly
This
fun
is
to
a
play with.
deranged pervert.
I did.
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
Hope everyone is having an amazing day. Please remember to hydrate and feed yourself, Hasan and chat. You are all loved.
So now the leader of the NDP in Canada
Oh, you're
is
such a
aware
big
of
man, Hasan.
everyone's favorite Quebecois broadcaster, streamer. Though he can be a bitch sometimes.
You're such a big man, Hasan.
I make you mold, but I support your content. No band blaster.
What about Northern Lion? Dude, of course, he's the one who originally reached out to him. I don't know who he is, but of course he'll fucking... Him and whoever he wants to play with can, like, absolutely play. I'm not trying to fucking subvert that. That would be a total dick move. To come in and flex and be like, no, I'm the fucking politics guy. When he's the one who even reached out to the dude.
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
Anyway, so let's get back right into the news, folks. I haven't really done it. The Stadia dude was the one who said women would be harder to animate. Oh, I'm willing to bet all those fucking Gamergate chuds who probably loved him are now really upset at him. Thank you, Hasan. It's great to get Canadian streamers an excuse and have lots of influence. Jugme will spread a great message. Yeah, I think so. Okay, I'm gonna give you top level. Do you understand? The top level approach, ladies and gentlemen. Now that I'm out of the Stunlock Stadia status. Poke said hi just now. What up, Poke? Now that I'm out of the Stadia Stunlock,
we're gonna follow you right back.
Let's talk about what to talk about today. What are some of the top news? 60 minutes. Trump's 60 minutes interview has been leaked by Donald Trump, I believe.
Oh, you're such a big man.
So that's a big one that we're definitely going to watch. NPR public editor says that the reason as to why they are not covering the Hunter Biden story, which I find to be really idiotic. They should have absolutely covered the Hunter Biden story.
No ads at the top of the hour every hour.
Ghislaine Maxwell's court documents have also been unsealed. It low-key kind of absolves Bill Clinton from coming onto the island, according to Ghislaine's personal testimony. So there is that.
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
Sorry, I just got a text. Okay.
His name
Judicial Committee Dems boycotted the ACB vote because the Republicans weren't supposed to vote without two minority party. Members of the Republicans voted anyways, 12-0. Yeah, no, I think here's the problem, guys. You know how I always tell you the problem with policing doesn't start with like body cameras. The problem with policing, when you want to solve it, starts not with culture, not with anything else, but with accountability. When you allow the police to police the police, they're not going to police themselves. When there is no accountability built into the structure,
I'm out of control. I apologize.
They're going to do all types of horrible things. And the same goes for Congress. What we are failing to recognize is that most of our checks and balances that we weirdly tout as though it makes our democracy the greatest democracy in the world when we are far from it and never have been. Most of our checks and balances can be easily avoided by someone who's like, yeah, no, I'm not going to do that. Watch me. Like nearly all of them. Okay, which is why I always laugh at jurisprudence fetishists and annoying fucking people who are like, oh my god, why is Chapo Trap House in here? Is that Michael? I bet it's Michael. Why are you asking for subs, bro? Why are you asking for a free sub? Subscribe on your own, bitch. What is this shit? Because it's funny? No, I'm just kidding.
Pervert.
Wow, only a sub for 4 months? Chapo, really? Wow. 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 Fake friends.
His name is Hasan.
Fake friends. Classic socialists. You guys see that? Always looking for a handout, boys. Me, on the other hand, I'm a pro-capitalism streamer through and through, baby. Since day one, baby. Number one.
This is a deranged pervert.
Anyway. Trump's Twitter was accessed because they guessed. Oh, yeah, I know. We're going to talk about that too. Sorry. Trump's cybersecurity protocols are incredible.
His name is Hassan.
A white hat hacker, an ethical hacker who is a security researcher, alerted the Trump team recently after he guessed Trump's fucking password. And the lack of two-factor authorization or authentication.
Pervert.
His password literally was MAGA 2020 exclamation mark. How incredible.
This is a deranged pervert.
What an incredible sequence. What an incredible circumstance.
The American
Motherfucker guessed it, bro.
tired of women.
Hold on.
This is a deranged pervert.
Aussie, why your ball calling me a cracked out MGK LMAO? I don't fucking know. Who's my boy?
Oh, you're such a big man, Hassan.
Pretty sure someone hacked him back in 2016 and his password was "you're fired."
Whores in this house. There's some whores
Yeah,
in this
it's
house.
MAGA
There's some whores in this
2021 exclamation mark. All right, let's take a look at what this is about. MSNBC's Hallie Jackson
The president himself
cuts
has been
short an interview with Trump spokesperson Hogan Gidley after he peddled. What is this name, dude? Okay, look. I'm sorry, you got to change it. That's made up. There's no fucking way that's a real name, right? This is a joke, right?
Oh, you're such a
His name is Hogan
man,
Gidley.
Hassan.
Nothing burger stories for
Like, what did you?
disinformation schemes from
What
Russia.
happened? After he peddles conspiracy about widespread voter fraud and then deflects when asked if Trump has confidence in the FBI director. Nope. Okay, I guess you're not going to answer that
His
question then.
name is Hassan.
Let's take a look.
somebody that has spread misinformation and disinformation about voting security. Given this new information from Director Wray and the comments he's now reiterating, will the president back off on making those claims? Is that a conversation that you and the campaign are having with him?
You can't deny what you've seen on television in all of these local markets where people are finding ballots in trash cans. People are
there is
finding
no
ballots in
widespread
ditches in
evidence
the
of
back
voter
of
fraud,
trucks.
Hogan. You know that. I don't want to have to rehash this conversation. I'm asking if the president is going to back off those claims. If you can't answer that, that's fine. We can move on, but just answer the question.
I'm answering the question because the fact is it does occur. Listen, I received a ballot just the other day in my apartment
that is
from
inaccurate,
someone who
Hogan.
hasn't
There is
lived
not
there in
widespread
10
evidence
years.
of voter fraud. Okay, well, we're going to move on then because that is my other question is this. Before I let you go, Hogan,
Hallie, Hallie. Don't pretend like your local markets, NBC affiliates are reporting on this in all types of areas across this country.
The
this is
FBI
rampant.
director
Everyone
himself,
sees that.
specifically within the last 12 hours, said on national television across every network that there is no evidence of widespread voter fraud. Somebody who is a part of the Trump administration's own intelligence expert field, Hogan. That's not coming from me. That's coming from Wray. Does the president have confidence in his FBI director? Yes or no?
The president has confidence that the American people want a free and fair election. That's what he's been pushing for this entire time. That's why he set up the federal government to work with the states to get interference out of our election cycle. It was Barack Obama and Joe Biden who knew Russia was going to interfere and did nothing.
I guess there's no answer to that question then.
What do you mean? It's Republicans that are holding back bipartisan, election security measures for years now. Mitch McConnell has refused to let bipartisan election security measures touch the fucking floor of the Senate. There's like 4 of them. How can you say this? Anyway, look, here's the thing. To me, watching someone on MSNBC rip Aroni into a Trump spokesperson this way
make that pullout game
is a
Shit show like always, KW.
sign that the times are different now. Okay, that these sharks in the media, and they are sharks, probably fucking smell the blood in the water, and they smell the weakness off of the Trump team, and they're just fucking letting in. Before, they would allow them to continue with this fucking insane garbage that they post. Like, no matter how much they covered the Trump campaign amongst themselves, and no matter how much they had like TDS, Trump derangement syndrome, and to a degree they literally did. Okay.
Pervert.
Like this hyper obsession with Donald Trump was certainly a little delusional at certain points. But they wouldn't just like be like, no, you're fucking lying.
Pervert.
I guess, or maybe they were. I don't know. I feel like they weren't really doing that. So that's.
His name is Hasan.
That's a good thing, where they're no longer like, they're no longer taking things that the Trump campaign says as though it's even like,
oh, you're such a
as though there's any legitimacy to it whatsoever. You know what I mean? Back in the day, they would have like, I just remember 4 years ago, which seems like a lifetime ago, when they would have a Trump panel full, like a panel full of fucking charlatans who literally are working for the Trump campaign, like Corey Lewandowski being hired by CNN. Thank you, Analingus 9000 for the 41 gift subs. I don't know why you did that. Oh shit! Wait, does that mean I've? Oh fuck, Analingus 9000. We have officially hit 30K. This is insane. I have no idea how the fuck we got here, but
this is a deranged pervert.
I officially have 30,000 subscribers. It's fucking insane. Absolutely insane. You were here. I'm a 30K Andy. Dude, I don't even have 30K viewers.
House. There's some whores in this house. There's some whores in this house.
All that's going to change after the election, obviously, when all of you fucking fake fans are going to leave.
This is a deranged pervert.
But you know who will stay? The motherfucking gaming viewers, dude. That's who. When all is said and done,
whores in this
okay,
house. There's some whores in this
when
house.
everybody else leaves, when they're no longer, when they throw my stream like the Toy Story Woody character saying I no longer want to play with you anymore,
such a big man,
the guys that will stay are the fucking gaming fans.
Let's continue with this psychopathic worm. Here he is.
30K first stream from watching your YouTube clips. Love you, dude. Hell yeah. Anyway.
This is a deranged
I was here at 2K subs and now at 30. What a ride. Here's to another year and a half. Hell yeah, Mr. Marcellus. Anyway.
His name is Hasan.
So, what I was trying to say is they used to have these fucking assholes on. Like, Corey Lewandowski was literally hired by CNN when he was under contract, where he couldn't say anything bad about the Trump campaign. Like, how would you? Like, how can you do that and then call yourself like an outlet that has any sort of integrity
big man, Hasan,
in their coverage? Like, you are shameless. So anyway, now they are immediately like, nope, you're wrong.
Hasan.
And I think the reason why they're doing that is not because they are now brave all of a sudden, but because they smelled a weakness.
His name is Hasan.
If Biden flips Texas, which won't happen.
This is a deranged
but if
1 year of me watching you get better at video games.
Democrats flip Texas, I think Republicans would push for abolishing winner takes all in the Electoral College.
His name is Hasan.
It's not, you guys are being crazy when you say yes, it will happen. You're being insane. If they wanted to flip Texas, they'd hire Chuck Rocha.
Pervert.
Okay? And they haven't. As far as I'm aware of, they have not hired or made like inroads with the Hispanic population.
His name is Hasan.
I think that
This is a deranged pervert.
Trump aides have been telling people that the big surprise tonight is Tony Bobulinski.
The American
What?
people are tired of women.
What is that name, dude?
And now at 30.
What's going on today, dude? What?
This is a deranged pervert.
Trump aides have been telling people that the big surprise in store tonight is that he's bringing Tony Bobulinski. He's not even Italian. He's probably fucking Polish or some
His
shit.
name is Hasan.
17 months and I hate your gaming streams.
And of course, Poles are fucking Italian too, so makes sense.
His name is Hasan.
Tony Bobulinski, the former Hunter Biden business associate, as a guest tonight. They're hoping to spring this on Biden the way he brought Bill Clinton accused in 2016. Dog, the difference between Bill Clinton and Hunter Biden, and I keep fucking repeating myself, but the fucking difference between Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton and Hunter Biden and Joe Biden is that, like, Hunter Biden is never fucking...
Excuse me.
Like,
I'm sorry.
Hunter Biden's relationship with Joe Biden
for that.
is not the same as Bill Clinton's very public relationship with his wife, Hillary Clinton, who has also been a person at the forefront of politics for a very long time. Hunter Biden is a relatively unknown entity until like fucking last year. Okay? It's so strange.
This is a deranged pervert.
Metros in Texas are seeing good turnout. It could go blue. Okay. Poles are just Russian Italians. Oh my god.
Big man, Hasan.
That's funny. How many views tonight? Okay, I hate that straw bullshit. Changing winner takes all could fix the partisan toxicity. Would they want to abolish the Electoral College, though? They might consider it a one-time fluke of Dems managed to flip text and deem it easier to hold on than minority party favorite system. I mean, but if they lose Texas, and as trends look like they might lose Texas, they have to fucking... They have to do at least proportional representation in the Electoral College, because then you lose all the fucking Texas Electoral College votes. And that's too many fucking Electoral College votes for them to lose. They have to fucking do proportional if they were to change that. And then that way they pick up a significant amount of Electoral College votes from California and other populated states as well.
His name is Hasan.
The 4 biggest states are blue: Texas, Cali, Florida, and New York. Yeah, that's why I'm saying they would have to go to proportional. They would have to change winner takes all.
His name is Hasan.
Whores in this house. There's some whores in this house. There's some whores in this house.
Texas will be a swing state for at least 10 years. It will be like Florida, in my opinion.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. I'm out of control. I apologize for that.
It's probably more likely they go harder on vote suppression that risk giving the black vote in southern states more representation. That's true. That is true.
This is a deranged pervert.
I mean, we should change winner takes all regardless. It's fucking idiotic. We should just abolish the Electoral College in its entirety. It's a fundamentally flawed system created by motherfucking white slave-owning men who wanted like royalty, American oligarchs, to actually be the only people that have a say in this process.
Make that pullout game weak.
It's so stupid. It's so outdated. It's so antiquated. Americans are so fucking
His
dumb.
name is Hasan.
I mean, we are. We're the dumbest fucking country, dude. Like, it's religion. American civic nationalism is religion.
HasanAbi, I made a new
okay?
Halloween emote.
We hold on to these beliefs. The Constitution is 100% our Bible. And we hold on to the antiquated, like, dogmatic approach that even the motherfucking Pope no longer believes in. In the way that we, like, cling on to these ancient institutions and ancient rules that were set forth by people that thought women were fucking property and black people were extra property on top of that. Like, black people were super property and women were also the property of the husband.
Hasan.
Why the fuck are we listening to these dipshits? I mean, they had some good ideas. Don't get me wrong. But it is with religious fervor that Americans believe in their, like, civic nationalism.
20 months only because you're
Speaking of which, we are, of course, going to be talking about... we are, of course, going to be talking about the Pope as well. New Pope.
His name is Hasan.
New York Times. Holy shit. New York Times released another article just now. Breaking. U.S. administration officials have been watching Russia's FSB penetrate state and local systems in recent weeks and believe they have pieced together Russia's plan for election interference. So, the hilarity is... Tweet that you're live? I thought I did I not?
There's some whores in this house.
The hilarity of the FBI...
already? I love you,
the hilarity of the FBI...
His name is Hasan.
The hilarity of the FBI talking about election interference yesterday was that they brought up and gave very few specifics on Iranian hackers. They alleged that Iranian hackers had penetrated, like, Democratic voter rolls and had access to their information. And they started emailing Democrats claiming to be Proud Boys. They didn't even say that they were Democrats, but it was actually Democrats.
This is a deranged pervert.
The FBI didn't say that it was Democrats, but it was actually Democrats that were targeted. Now, there's a bunch of additional information the FBI did not mention. They unironically tried to pull a both sides on election interference at a time when even the fucking Iranian efforts targeted Democrats and literally urged Democrats to vote for Donald Trump. Or it wasn't the FBI director, Chris Wray. Sorry, it was the DNI. The director of national... Is it... DNI is what? Director of National Intelligence? Yeah, Ratcliffe. The fucking... the same dude who said... The same dude who... originally had said that that the Democrats were being partisan about the Hunter Biden laptops. I mean, he's a piece of shit. Like, he's a huge piece of shit. Anyway, so he went out and he said, like, there's both sides. You know, we found efforts of Iranians trying to subvert the American elections process. Okay, what were they doing? Oh, they had access to publicly available data that you can literally purchase? That's what they hacked? Publicly available data that they could have just purchased. You understand me, right? That's what they hacked. All the shit is publicly available as long as you pay for it. So they bought, or didn't buy, but they hacked and got publicly available data that targeted Democrats posing as Proud Boys, to tell Democrats to vote for Donald Trump or they're going to be threatened. Now, that's not even the funniest fucking part of this process. Okay? So why are they doing that? Why are they favoring Donald Trump? That doesn't make any sense. If it's actually Iran, why the fuck would they favor Donald Trump? But not only that, but then also, if you looked further into it, you recognize that 95% of those fucking emails didn't even make it through the spam filter that Google has. That was the big bombshell revelation? To do a both sides here? It's so weird. Biden's surprise tonight will be bringing out Sacha Baron Cohen, who will reveal he's been Melania all along. That'd be great.
This is a deranged pervert.
Your alerts are louder than you today, Hasuni. Really? Deal with it. It's so strange. And now we're finding out, according to the New York Times, that Trump or U.S. officials are saying that Russia posed a bigger election threat than Iran. They've actively targeted... Sorry. Wait, what? Oh, this is the live feed. Sorry. Senior Trump administration officials said this week that Iran has been actively interfering in the presidential election. Many intelligence officials say they remain far more concerned about Russia, which has in recent days hacked into state and local computer networks and breaches that could allow Moscow broader access to American voting infrastructure.
Wet ass P word. Make that pullout game weak.
The discovery of the hack came as American intelligence agencies infiltrating Russian networks themselves have pieced together details of what they believe are Russian plans to interfere in the presidential race in its final days or immediately after the election on November 3rd. Officials not make clear what Russia planned to do, but they said its operations will be intended to help President Trump, potentially by exacerbating disputes around the results, especially the races too close to call.
This is a deranged
I think both Iran and also Russia benefits greatly from having fucking Republicans in charge. Everyone does. Okay? That's how it works. If you hate America, and I say this all the time, if you hate America, vote Republican.
His name is
if you are an
Hasan.
enemy to America and you want the American empire to fall, vote Republican. It literally makes no sense because Democrats are more competent. They're absolutely going to be more competent doing coup d'etats. They're absolutely going to be more competent in like enforcing global hegemonic power. So if you are a foreign entity and you want the American empire to fall, just keep voting Republican and trying to ensure that Republicans win.
My city to guard a polling location.
In the short term, you absolutely might suffer immediate casualties like Iran might, okay? Especially because they're cannon fodder for Trump's racial agitation. But in the long term, you are accelerating America's downfall. What the fuck are you saying, dude? What I'm saying is what many people before me have said is that if you want America to fucking implode, then vote Republican. It's literally the best thing you can do. If your goal is for the death and destruction of American empire, vote Republican. Like, vote Republican extra hard. Cheat and vote Republican as a foreign actor. Because that is the only way you lock down the inevitable demise.
His name is Hasan.
And ultimate death and destruction of American empire. You certainly destroy any attempts that America, any last-ditch effort that America might make in securing hegemonic power that they've maintained for the longest time. There is, I mean, dude, George W. Bush, Ronald Reagan, Richard Nixon. What do you want to hear from me? George W.H. Bush.
His name is Hasan.
H.W. These are people. W.H. George H.W. Bush. These are people that absolutely devastated. These are people that absolutely devastated America with their policies. Now, that doesn't fucking absolve Bill motherfucking Clinton and Barack Obama, okay? They made some of the demise permanent, and they also were not a significant enough check against the death and destruction advocated for by Republicans as regular policy. And I mean, like, starving the beast, gigantic tax cuts for corporations of the wealthy, deregulation, refusing to enforce antitrust laws. Like, these are things that Republicans openly do, and then Democrats also concede to, or either or make permanent, for example. Or in the instance of the 1994 crime bill, literally push for it yourself as a Democrat. They are, of course, not as bad.
Is Hasan.
Obviously, you can't say Democrats are as bad as Republicans, because your criticism, or at least my criticism of the Democratic Party, is that they fucking concede to the Republicans. Their concessions, whether deliberate or
His name is
because of their
Hasan.
incompetence. Is a gigantic problem. Accelerationists should vote Republican. I never thought of it that way. I mean, if you want, if you're an accelerationist, but you're a fucking idiot if you're an accelerationist. In the absence of a worker mobilization, in the absence of like a workers' party, trade unions, any sort of mobilization, acceleration only goes one way. Accelerating towards fascism. So you, as the hyper-woke leftist, will have literally played a role in making this country a fascist one. And you will probably die in the process too. So good job. If you're an accelerationist, you just still fucking vote Democrat, because fascism is still inevitable under either party. Anyway.
His name is Hasan.
I think I'm selfish. I'm certainly selfish. If someone in the global south was like, Hasan, fuck you. Like, fuck you for, I don't know, fuck you for not voting for Donald Trump. Like, fuck you for voting for the Democrats. Like, you don't want American empire to crumble and fall. Like, you say that, you'd be kind of right. I am selfish. I don't want America to fucking implode. I don't. I live here.
I love the system. I can now remove the tinfoil hat.
I live here. I like living here. I think we can make life better for everyone.
Convo with John Kasich on her podcast. It
And
reminded me
I
that
don't
most
want
Twitter
fascism.
leftists
I don't want to
are actual
die.
Children, and I'm going to take your advice to talk to people at Walmart.
So,
We're going to follow you right back to mommy.
and there is no guarantee that, like,
Listen, pay attention now that you're making
if the American
over
empire
100K a
crumbles,
month.
you
What are
automatically
you gonna
build
do
an
with the money to
international
help the people
workers
dying in street?
movement
Heard you are using
out of
it
the
for
ashes.
yourself, you
So
are
that's
scum
not even a
pretending to
fucking
be
given
good.
either.
Unban him.
So I would rather try to work within the system that we have and exhaust all options. Okay? Before we get there.
Whores in this house. There's some whores in this house.
Having said that, top of the hour, every hour, it's ad time. So time to hit that button. 60-second ad break for you. And then after that, we're going to get to some more fun stuff. Six-second ad break for you. You want to avoid the odds? You can subscribe. Fox News confirms the guest. Right-wingers think this is huge, but 99% of America don't know or care about this guy. Maybe.
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
Breaking, John Roberts says Tony Bobulinski is going to be real Donald Trump's guest at tonight's debate.
This is a deranged pervert.
Didn't Republicans win more presidential elections than Dems since Nixon, even when they're worse? Is it just because the system is rigged, or is Dems just as bad as the political game? It's a bit of both.
Oh, you're such a
Democrats are really bad at the political game.
Hi for tonight, let's go.
And they just rely on how fucking horrible Republicans are to win. Tony Bobolinsky. We got Tony Bobolinsky here. See? No one cares.
This is a
pretty funny.
Pervert.
Ajan Pogo.
Remember what I said yesterday, guys? Remember what I said yesterday about how this is how what we are seeing, what we are basically watching right in front of our eyes is perhaps an experiment of how divided the media landscape is and how powerful the echo chambers are, like maybe even more powerful than 2016. If the internet bubbles that we exist in are even more divided than before in 2016, then Tony Bobolinsky is impactful. The Hunter Biden story is big. It's a big deal. People truly start questioning the narrative. People truly start
you're such a
saying,
man,
well, this is fucking bullshit. Like, why is the media not covering this incredibly important story? Because that's all you hear from Fox. That's all you hear from OAN. That's all you hear from Fox. That's all you hear from the right-wing outlets.
Hello, brother. I started watching more
and
series.
Not a single
now
one.
You easily hit 30,000 viewers. Really glad.
Not
to
a
see your
single
growth.
one of these.
Have a great stream, friend.
Liberal and mainstream media, otherwise like legitimate mainstream media outlets, are covering the story. Now, there's a lot of disinfo associated with the Hunter Biden story. Okay? And then there's some truth. But for some fucking reason, the outlets just refuse to cover it, which is, I don't know, I feel like it's kind of fucked up that they're not. Like, they should at least be like, this story, we looked into it, it's fucking fake. And just say that it's fucking fake. Instead of,
his name is Hasan.
like, here are the fake parts of it, here are the real parts of it, here's why it doesn't matter, is, in my opinion, a better approach than just being like, we're not even going to talk about it. And also, we are going to fucking ban you if you talk about it.
Pervert.
And we're going to limit the impact that the story has. We're going to diminish your reach in the algorithm if you try to talk about this story. That shit is not good.
The American people are tired.
You say Democrats will eventually lead us to fascism just slower than the Republicans, and that's the biggest bullshit ever? Yeah, dude, AOC's party totally gonna call for the extinction of minorities. The fuck do you spew sometimes? It's on Jesus Christ. Yeah, dude.
This is a
Hitler very famously was a social democrat, right? Like, Hitler was a part of the social democratic coalition, right? Or no, he was a communist, right? Oh, wait. No, he wasn't. It's not the Democrats that fucking... It's the Democrats that allow fascism to happen, you fucking idiot. Also, beyond that, AOC's party, are you fucking kidding me? You think establishment Democrats in positions of power like AOC? Go back and Google Nancy Pelosi AOC and just look at all the fucking articles that come out of how Nancy Pelosi is, like, regarded AOC. She also gave AOC and the squad decent committee positions, certainly, which was a good thing, because she thought that they would play ball, and they didn't. AOC's party. I fucking wish it was AOC's party. That's not a thing.
This is a deranged pervert.
What? No, he is criticizing you. It was sarcasm. You said Dems also lead to fascism. I said Dems lead to fascism, not with their own fucking hands. Dems make concessions to fascists. Hello. I'm not saying that the Democratic Party is going to be like, yeah, we need to advocate for the ethnic cleansing of minorities. That's not what I'm saying. Also, you know what? Fuck that. It is kind of what I'm saying, too. If you're so fucking butthurt about Donald Trump deporting hundreds of thousands of fucking immigrants every year, then holy shit, let's have a conversation about what Barack Obama did too. Okay? Oh, dude, come on. Democrats actually are drone striking, but also doing it in a green way. Is not exactly the fucking beautiful narrative that you can craft about American fascism that you think it does. Obama literally fucking won pound for pound, and I was even wrong on this. Pound for pound deported more fucking people every fucking year in his first year in office than Donald Trump did. Every year. It's not even close. His average in the first 4 years was around 500,000 annually. Donald Trump's is like around 210,000.
Man, Hasan.
We talk about this, and Donald Trump did unshackle ICE in a horrific capacity. But, like, it doesn't matter.
His name is Hasan.
Barack Obama did not keep families separate for a very long time, and he also gave protections to migrant children. He and Trump are not the same. That's not true.
In this house.
Barack
There's some
Obama
wars in this
expanded the
house.
surveillance state. Barack Obama also separated children from their fucking parents.
Community.
He didn't.
The good shit, bud.
He didn't go as far as Donald Trump did, but he expanded on prior administration's immigration policies. On the one hand, he did DACA, which is an incredible thing. Okay? Obviously, it's fucking awesome. But on the other, he constantly made concessions to the most reactionary elements in American society. It is true. You're absolutely wrong about separations. Oh, you're really going to sit here and fucking tell me that Barack Obama also did separate children? Not as a deterrence policy, he did not. Okay? I covered this for years. Okay? So shut the fuck up. Like, you literally don't know what you're talking about. I covered this when it was happening under the Obama administration, and I covered it certainly a lot more when it was happening under the Trump administration. But to act like Barack Obama didn't do that. Yeah, he didn't do that to the same degree, but he expanded on it. And then Donald Trump took over the expansion, the already expanded powers that the executive office has, or the normalization of this kind of behavior by either party, and went mass the fuck off. The biggest difference between Donald Trump and regular Republicans is the fact that Donald Trump does not hide the racial agitation, does not practice civility. That's the big problem. He gives the fucking game away. That's really good for the hogs who want to hear that from someone, and that's why they like him, because they want fascism, this kind of fascism. Okay? But as far as like, but as far as the horrific nature of American empire, Barack Obama greatly expanded on that. He drone strike more, not more than Donald Trump, but more than the previous administration. This is not like, you have the opportunity, if you're buying a car, if you're selling your car, you have the opportunity to sell a car that fucking works or run that goddamn car into the ground. Okay? You get a hand-me-down vehicle from your parents, and then you have the opportunity to run it into the fucking ground and then leave it off for the next person to fuck it up. Or you can leave a car that was kept well.
Oh, you're such
okay?
a big man.
Barack Obama absolutely continued the fucking demise of the car in that circumstance. Donald Trump just is literally veering off the fucking highway at this point.
The American people
so come on. Come on, guys. Come the fuck on. Like, I voted for Joe Biden. I did. I sucked it the fuck up and I voted for Joe Biden. So don't come into my chat and literally deny reality. It's idiotic. This does scare me a little bit. This mentality that you guys have, this willingness, this interest in like a return to normalcy that even a younger audience that I have, a leftist audience, a progressive audience that I have, this interest in trying to go back to normalcy from all of you and trying to fucking retcon Obama's legacy is genuinely fearful for someone. Like it's a cause for concern for someone like myself, because it feels like I'm probably Going to be very hated if Joe Biden wins by the very same people here that are in here right now thinking we're on the same fucking team. Because if you think I'm going to let Joe Biden get away with the shit that Donald Trump was doing, you're out of your fucking mind. Okay? So get ready. Get ready to fucking call me a Republican or whatever the fuck 4 years from now or 2 years from now if we are living comfortably under a Joe Biden administration for correctly calling out that Joe Biden will greatly, most likely expand this, the surveillance state that's already insane in this country, just like Obama did. Or not follow through on the actions that he said he was going to, not follow through on the actions he said he was going to take in regards to allowing unionization to happen at a higher rate.
His name is Hasan.
Mustard.
Cope all day. But the reality is, I'm not gonna fucking lie to you. Like I'm not gonna sit here and be like Obama was fucking, bread and roses. And you shouldn't. You shouldn't even have a brief moment of comfort. The work will always continue. You have to always pay attention. The moment you stop paying attention, look. Already. Motherfuckers already in here ready to do celebrations. But compared to Trump, yeah, no shit, dumbass. I'm saying I voted for Joe Biden. Okay? But that mentality is at the heart of why Democrats can get away with doing so little, and in a lot of instances, do the exact same kind of accelerationism that we fucking yell at Republicans over.
As a Trump supporter, I still appreciate what you do. You encourage people to vote and open up political.
You listen to one fucking Obama speech and you're all of a sudden like, oh, things were so good back then.
That doesn't surprise you. Still enjoy your content for the different view.
You have to remain vigilant. You have to fucking remain vigilant. It's insane to assume that like things are going to be better under a Joe Biden administration. And your willingness to live in that reality, as Kevin Roos was talking about last night, and he's a brilliant tech reporter. I really like him, even though I did call him out on it. Wait, what did the dono say? I don't know, Waldo. I wasn't paying attention. As a Trump supporter, I still appreciate what you do. You encourage people to vote and open up political topics to Gen Z. However, I disagree with your approach to Trump, but I guess that doesn't surprise you. Still enjoy your content for the different view. You enjoy my content because I call balls and strikes, okay? I can't believe I'm using sports terminology. But the reason why you enjoy my content is because I shit on the Democrats in the way that you wish Republicans would shit on the Democrats. Because Republicans shit on the Democrats in idiotic ways. If you're a Trump supporter with like 3.5 brain cells, it's just oxymoronic regardless. It doesn't really happen. It's like jumbo shrimp. But if you're a self-aware Trump supporter, you recognize that most of the people on your fucking team are literally like, most of the people on your team are psychotic. They're stupid as fuck. They say idiotic things like Nancy Pelosi's a socialist. What the fuck do you mean Nancy Pelosi's a socialist? If given unlimited power, I think Nancy Pelosi would be just as ruthless a fucking capitalist as Donald Trump is. But she put a nice little green or maybe like LGBT pride flag over the fucking proposals that she puts together. These guys are all fucking neoliberals, man. They are. They love the free market. They're like, oh, we need to restrain it a little bit. Oh, we can't. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, fuck. Oops, we deregulated again. Oh, fuck. Should we put some regulation? All right. I guess we'll put some like additional bureaucracy on top of like the financial instruments that we allowed literally in previous Democratic administrations to start existing as a consequence of like banks merging with one another. Oops. Now we'll just add like a little bit of bureaucracy onto it, trigger some fucking low-level analysts that have to work through and find new fucking loopholes around it. And then it's great. We did it. We won. Oh no, there's another fucking market crash. Oh fuck, I don't know. Oh no. All right, well, nothing we can do. We got to bail out these big corporations. Sorry, taxpayers, we're taking your money and giving it directly to fucking CEOs. Here's a parachute for you. Here's a golden parachute for you, sir. Here you go, Lloyd Blankfein. We're Democrats, by the way. If you're a Trump supporter and you make less than, I don't know, $250,000 a year, you're cucked. You're super cucked. At least Democrats, like, tell you that they care about you if you're poor when they don't, really. Rose-colored glassing Obama might be just as bad as rose-colored glassing Bush. No, that's not true. No. The Obama administration is not nearly as brutal to the world as the fucking Bush administration. Don't be fucking crazy. Just like the Trump administration is not nearly as brutal to the rest of the world as the Bush administration. George W. Bush's administration was completely just unimaginably insane. The things that they did around the world are so horrible. You cannot compare. You cannot compare.
His name is Hasan.
There is like no other contemporary. There is no other contemporary president as bad as George W. Bush. Okay? You got Ronald Reagan and Donald Trump, and they're pretty fucking bad.
People are tired of women.
And then Bill Clinton.
Wow, 11 months.
And then Obama. But George W. Bush is just like, no, we're talking like in the last
you're such a
couple of election cycles we're talking about. 4 more years of Trump be able to top GWB ever? I mean, he would literally have to start a war with Iran. If Donald Trump started a war with Iran, it would top GWB. Certainly. It would be worse. It would be worse than the Bush administration, but that's pretty much it. So funny. Apparently someone was... Oh shit, AOC just like my IGTV video. Apparently someone was... MMFA literally gets Clinton and Soros money, just saying.
I can now remove the tinfoil hat.
I don't give a fuck. I know the journalists there. Some of them are very good. Guys, if I were to operate at that, if I were to operate with that mentality, Pierre Omidyar is a fucking billionaire. I can't have The Intercept. Okay? I can't have any of the Intercept boys on here. Okay?
Excuse me.
I can't fucking talk to the New York Times. They literally allowed the Iraq war to happen. They lied to the public, along with everyone else, along with every other outlet. So fuck that. I can't talk to Charlie and Kevin like I did yesterday. I can't talk to anyone. Every media outlet that's not like independent and like firmly on the left has blood on their hands. With that mentality, I would never be able to be friends with anyone in the industry. And also on top of that, I would have to treat all of them as hostile entities and that's not the case.
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
Love the content, bro.
I'm also on an Amazon platform. My top boss, not exactly a good guy. Kind of a villain. Okay? Flavor of the month. Everyone seems to think this would be much worse than GWB, but no war Trump could have even conceivably started would be nearly as harmful as not finishing. Oh, fuck you. God damn it, dude. I was so ready to fucking rip you a new one if I were to be like, are you kidding me? If Donald Trump started a war with Iran, that would be infinitely worse. Starting a war with Iran would legitimately be worse than George W. Bush, and that's the only way that it would be worse.
Change regarding the left if they formed their own militia groups like the 3ers who showed up to protect union organizers or to protest with AR-15s against worker exploitation.
This is a deranged pervert.
More guns is not a solution. I hate that. Remdesivir receives FDA approval to treat hospitalized patients? Wait. Pope Francis fan cam. All right, let's talk about the motherfucking Pope, dude.
They see you. And if a bitch, and if you in a closet, shorty, you ain't gotta hide. Better make these bitches sick when they see you. And if a bitch won't beef, give a beef stew. Stripper right in front of me, I hope she wash her ass. She looking at my fan gates, but they don't wanna smash. Know they about to act a fool. Time is past due. Then the gays hop on stage, I got to shake my ass too. Fuck out my way when you see me. I'm rolling with the LGBT. Fuck out my way when you see me. I'm rolling with the LGBT. I'm rolling with the LGBT. I'm rolling with the LGBT. Looking like we belong on TV. I'm rolling with the LGBT. And if you in a closet, shorty, you ain't gotta hide. Better make these bitches sick when they see you. And if a bitch won't beef, give a beef stew. Stripper right in front of me, I hope she wash her ass. She looking at my fan gates, but they don't wanna smash. Know they about to act a fool. Time is past due. Then the gays hop on stage, I got to shake my ass too. Fuck out my way when you see me. I'm rolling with the LGBT. Fuck out my way when you see me. I'm rolling with the LGBT.
So, isn't it kind of fucked? How much should we celebrate a base Pope?
You're such a big
Yeah, I mean, no matter what, the Catholic Church is a completely evil enterprise. Like, I'm sorry. It's a little difficult for me to be like, oh, well, you know, it just goes back to the Dave Chappelle argument of like he rapes but he saves. You know how Dave Chappelle used to say that about Bill Cosby?
You said that
like it's like that, where it's like, okay, the Pope is good. He's like kind of based.
Say that about Democrat supporters.
You know, he's like a bit of a socialist, low key, from what I understand.
His name is Hasan.
But also at the same time, like what's up with all the little boys getting fucked? You know, what are we gonna do about that? Are we just stopping that altogether? It's kind of the thing that the Catholic Church does a lot, like nonstop, literally, very well documented. That wasn't about Bill Cosby, wasn't it? He rapes but he saves? No, that was about Bill Cosby. Yeah, it was. Dude, I'm the #1 Dave Chappelle simp, bitch. Get the fuck out of here. Don't ever test me. Yeah, don't ever fucking test me about Dave Chappelle knowledge, dude. What? It's fucking disgusting. International followers. The bodies of 800 children were found in a septic tank in Ireland. It was a Catholic church. There was an investigation. Our government has voted to keep the findings of the investigation hidden from the public view for 20 years. There's no fucking way. What? For 30 years, not even.
Oh, you're such a big
okay,
man,
we'll look at that in a second. Catholic Church can never live down the pedophilia, just like you can't live down not finishing DS3. Okay, come on. So, right, because the entire Catholic Church, every single person in it carrying out child rape, yeah, it's prevalent, but there are literally millions of Catholics in the world. Dude, are you fucking insane? At what point am I talking about every Catholic? Are you fucking nuts? That's why I said as an institution, the Catholic Church has absolutely fucking played a significant role in hiding pedophilia among their ranks. That has nothing to do with like regular Catholics, you fucking weirdo. It's like saying Wahhabi extremism is the leading cause of international Islamic terror. It's literally what they do. Wahhabi extremists in their madrasas radicalize people into going out and doing terror. The Catholic Church, within its institutions, within its ranks, cover up pedophilia.
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
What you called the Catholic Church evil? What do you think the regular Catholics think about that? I mean, I don't know what the regular Catholics think about that. I hope they're fucking mad. Look, I love ecumenical Marxists, okay? I do. I think that, like, religious Marxists are fucking dope. I think they're great. Liz Brunig has some ideas that I obviously don't agree with, or in the past has written some stuff that I don't agree with, but ultimately, I think she's great. Okay? But
this is a deranged.
Like, what? Pervert. You're not gonna get mad at, like, institutional power that completely hides something as horrific as children being raped?
I love the system.
That has nothing to do with, like, individual Catholics. I would just hope that individual Catholics, I would assume you'd be on my side on that.
This question. Would you like some juice?
But having said that, how much time do I fucking spend talking about how, like, religion, like, on the internet? I'm a fucking outspoken leftist. How many fucking outspoken leftists do you see on the internet that defend religious practices on a regular basis? Everyone is still trying to shed themselves of their fucking tip milady r/atheism takes about religion. I'm not a fucking religion abolitionist.
Whores in this house. There's some whores in this house. There's some whores in this house.
I completely understand the nature, I completely understand that it's all about interpretation, and religion can be a beautiful thing for so many fucking people. It is wrong to characterize Wahhabis as terrorists. Okay, they're fucking fundamentalists, and the wealthy ones do absolutely fucking support madrasas that radicalize people and go out and commit acts of terror.
We're gonna follow you right back to mommy. You get your meal.
Imagine caping for Liz, my parents are Trump supporters, Brunig. What am I gonna fucking yell at people whose parents are Trump supporters? Are you insane? Okay, half the chat is banished now. Sorry, you were born into the fucking wrong family. Like, what kind of take is that, dude? What is happening in my community right now? One, you want me to fucking... You act like I shit on all religion or some shit when I clearly don't and never have. And then two, you're like, get mad at people for something they literally cannot control about themselves. Like, if anything, it's a beautiful thing that they were able to find the goddamn light beyond their parents, even though their parents are fucking Trump supporters. What the fuck is wrong with you, dude? Are you insane?
America has hid rapes in the American army, so we got to get rid of the army.
His name is Hasan.
You've grown community by like 3 times in the past 4 months. This is what happened. He's right. I can feel it in my DNA. Sometimes I get irrationally mad at people speaking Spanish. Even my dad, who grew up in Bolivia. Wait, what? Pervert. I wish you were more of an atheist, Andy, like Kyle, but you're more entertaining than him. Dude, I'm never going to be a fucking atheist, Andy, okay? In my personal life, I don't practice any of the parts of fucking Islam. I don't, okay? But I'm never going to fucking combat religion. Like, I'm never going to be an anti-theist. Do you understand? And the reason for why is because maybe I was very fortunate, but while I also saw really fucking horribly fundamentalist and like really crazy religious psychopaths when I was growing up, I was also fortunate enough to know so many beautiful people who are just religious but keep to them fucking selves, okay? And in my mind, the overwhelming majority of religious people are just spiritual and religious, and that's what they believe in. Anytime those religious views, of course, get in the way of civil liberties, then fuck that. Unacceptable. Doesn't matter if you're Muslim, Pastafarian, or you know, Christian or Jewish, does not fucking matter. You don't get to dictate how other people live by using your, holy book as a reason for why you can, not serve gay people or some shit. That's bullshit.
His name is Hasan.
The Pope saying gay people should be able to have the rights of a civil union is different from him saying gay marriage is a good right. I mean, it's progress. He's basically taking a morally correct stance that gay people should have rights, but not also saying marriage is real marriage. Dude, I have to mention this. The reason why what the Pope did here is so fucking insane and so good and so consequential in a positive way is not for America. It's not for Ireland. It's not for the Western world. You forget that Catholicism ran rampant all around the planet, especially in the global south, and is still being weaponized to fuck over LGBT people in the other side of the planet. So him as the religious leader saying this completely fucking it just opens up a new realm of opportunity for the LGBT community worldwide. Okay? Like, I'm not even thinking about the impact of this in America. Who gives a fuck? Okay? Our homophobes are psychotic, and we know it already because, like, sucks to suck, bitch. Okay? Gay marriage is now legal. Okay? Your son is gonna consensually suck some cocks. Nothing you can do about it. All right? But but as far as the rest of the world, when you think about the Philippines, you think about so many different parts of the planet where religious leaders use religion to continuously oppress members of the LGBT community, making their lives hell for them. Latin American countries, especially. That's a huge deal. That, I think, will be really good. It'll have... What caused so many younger kids to be openly homophobic? Questioning their own sexuality, probably, and also social conditioning. I don't think it's as great as you think it is. As a gay man, I've had people tell me that I shouldn't want gay marriage legalized because we have civil unions and was told basically shut the fuck up by a homophobe. Dog. Again, I don't know if you live in America or not, but you sound really American right now. Okay? What you're talking about is like America in the 90s, which was a bad place for a gay person to live. But it's not like motherfucking Uganda in 2020, okay? America in the 90s would be good for Uganda in 2020. America in the 90s would be good for the Philippines in 2020 as far as like LGBT protections goes. So, sorry, but you're fucking out of your mind if you think that that's not enough. And it's not enough, but it's not a significant step.
Whores in this house. There's some whores in this house. There's some whores in this house.
Anyway, people who also, he didn't just say I support civil unions. He extrapolated that gay people deserve to have a family and they are children of God, which also is implying he thinks adopting children is okay. Yeah.
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
Pope Francis is trying to move the church further left. He can't come out and say economic policy, but he's putting leftist Catholics in high-ranking positions so that in the future, the church can be, as its founder intended, a church for all, not just wealthy clergymen. I mean, we'll see. That would be fucking dope. I would be... I don't know. I feel like they're so wealthy. Like, I feel like capitalism will override Catholicism any time. Like, any day of the week.
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
Ethan also got a lot of criticism for comment on the Catholic Church. It's obviously an institutional issue, what you're talking about. Is that what you're talking about? But many can't comprehend that. It's also a religious problem in general in many places of the world. Yeah. It's a giant leap forward to the church, and he's getting woke scolded by the chat for saying, oh, but he didn't say marriage. Dude, yeah, no. Chat's going to be chat, okay? Lefties are going to be lefties, all right? It's never enough. And they're right. It isn't enough. The struggle always continues, okay? Eliminating oppression in all forms is a biblical undertaking. It's very difficult. It's not going to happen. But also not recognizing that this is an insane step towards progress. While there's still so much more work to be done, but not recognizing that this is a hugely important thing for the rest of the world comes across as a little Western supremacist. I'm not going to lie. You are a little Western centric in your attitude. I'm serious. Big deal.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. I'm out of control. I apologize for that.
Thank you for being so great about this. My fellow physics STEM lords are mostly annoying atheist anti-debate lords, and their ignorance grinds my gears. Hassle.
We're going to follow you right back to mommy. You get your milk.
Capitalism overrode Christianity in America decades ago. The way American Christianity as a whole deviates so wildly from scripture.
Your research into Christian political ideology, things like distributionism is a leftist anti-capitalist ideology founded by the Church, Pope Leo, disseminated into Christian democratic parties in Europe. Yeah, that's why I said there is religious,
you're such a big
like Christian
man,
communism.
son.
I've also talked about how liberation theology is a big part of civil rights, the civil rights struggle in America, an ongoing effort, still to this day.
This is a deranged pervert.
So, yeah, no, I think that's why I always say that religion is just like any other ideology. It can be used for good and it can be used for bad.
We're going to follow you right back to mommy.
Everyone picks and chooses.
Bernie wants to
I wish people would pick the good
Andys.
parts and exclude the bad parts. Sorry to interrupt this very important religion rant, but can you please help me find Mario Judah? Also, how the fuck do they make Tom Holland Nate from Uncharted when Nathan Fillion literally exists? Wait, what? Oh, shit. Damn, so they're going with Soy Boy Nate, dude?
His name is Hasan.
Kind of looks babyface, dude. What is this, like Nathan Drake when he was a fucking 12-year-old? Like, the Pope trying to do economic populism is a type of feudal socialism undertaken by reactionary political and cultural leaders for fascism or socialism. Oh my God, I love you. Nathan Drake looks like every fucking like white guy with brown hair. So I don't know how they like figured a way to how they figured out someone who's like 12 years old to play him. Sully's being played by Mark Wahlberg. I mean, Mark Wahlberg is pretty old now, so. Raj and Miz talking about you?
Oh, okay. Is that true?
Dude, Hasan came to me like 7 months ago, and he's like, dude, can you give me advice on how to grow as a streamer?
Wait, this is like from such a long time ago, isn't it? He's had the... I've heard this before.
And I'm like, listen, dude, if you could just take that like pompous ass vibe that you give and maybe just take the fucking...
you're such a big man,
Wait.
Hasan.
Oh my God, he went... Motherfucker is still running with the same story. I leaked... Listen. I leaked the documents already. I leaked the DMs. Like, I read the DMs from when it was. I was talking about fucking... like, how to deal with harassment.
Dildo out of your ass and just stop acting like such a douchebag on the podcast. And he actually took that advice, and now he's a 30,000 viewer streamer. And if you could just take that like pompous ass vibe that you give and maybe just take the fucking dildo out of your ass and just stop acting like such a douchebag on the podcast. And he actually took that advice.
I literally did not change even remotely, you fucking egg. Okay?
And now he's at 30,000 viewers.
Like, I know he's memeing on Train.
Streamer. And we talk about...
Oh, Jesus. Out of context. Hey, Austin, you're fucking canceled, bitch. Oh, you wanted to come to the Democratic... You wanted to come to the debate night tonight? Oh, but then you go and you sleep with the opposition? You slut. Yeah. Just kidding. If I did that, my chat would literally riot. They would cancel the broadcast. They would get me banned off the platform if I did that. They would strike. Slut shaming. Of course Austin's in here. You were a lot less approachable before you started doing reality TV shit. I watched some of your early stuff and got turned off. Horny Mormy's arc was when I changed my opinion. No. It's because if I constantly was combative and like attacked your opinions personally, of course you're going to find me to be unapproachable. The reason why the Horny Mormy's stuff works is because I'm shitting on someone that you also think is kind of funny to shit on. So then you start liking me more, and then you start becoming more open-minded. You start becoming more open-minded to my takes. Because like I didn't stop being pompous. I'm still the same person. You just started liking it when I focused not exclusively on like your opinions or what you perceived to be the person I was attacking, and started celebrating me being pompous towards the people that you think should be pompous. It's so funny. My fucking boomer friends. They're such boomers now. Okay. Anyway. Have you seen this? Yeah, the Bernie reveal. We're going to do that in a little bit. Just because you look 10 years older than your actual age doesn't mean you should shame people who look their actual age.
His name
not what your mom
is
said.
Hasan.
Pogu.
Dude, at this rate, I'm never going to get to all the news stories. Oh, I was going to say one other thing about a Train and LSF before I move on to the news, but I got to mention this.
His name is
ease off
Hasan.
Train, everybody. The Hasan exposes Train for lying on Twitter. I talked to him personally, and I think there was a miscommunication.
Such a big
okay,
man,
as far as who invited who. I did ask the AOC team. They did not say that they had personally extended an invitation to anyone, but I think there was another person in the process that made it seem like Train had gotten a personal invite.
I love you guys.
Okay,
bisexual.
Maybe that's why he was really angry.
Pride.
Train pretty much controls that subreddit. That's not true, dude. I feel bad. Like I mean, I think he was fucking going off the rails, tweeting in a panic. But people really unload on him hardcore. Yeah, I don't think LSF likes Train all that much. There's actually a Buddhist monk living in Myanmar that regularly posts in your Discord and is in voice chat right now. Would you be interested in having on stream? No, I'm a little worried.
This is a deranged pervert.
Like, what the fuck? Train is acting entitled as fuck? Yeah, he is. He is acting entitled as fuck. But also, when you look through this shit, like, people fucking rip into him, dude. I don't know. I feel bad. Dude. HasanAbi updates. What are you doing? You keep telling people that you work for me when you don't, and then you fucking tweet insane shit. I'm going to unfollow you. Don't do that. You act entitled to, all streamers do? Yeah, I mean, I definitely do, for sure.
There's some whores in this house. There's some whores in this house.
Lived up behas boggies.
Raj is Jack now?
Says to the guy, he looks him straight in the face. He says, you know what? I got it. And Russell, I'm telling you a story.
Russell, he's in the middle of a story and you're just coming
literally mid-word. Oh my mid-word.
No, Austin, you know what? Say so.
Says to the guy, he looks him straight in the face. He says, you know what?
My mom's an incredibly picky when she's 62 years old and obese, but good to know you're fucking old whales. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Yo, I don't discriminate against your old whale mom, dude. I'm clapping her cheeks. I'm blowing her fucking back out. I'm smashing her cheeks to smithereens, baby. You understand me? I don't give a fuck that she's like 62 and obese. Anyway, we covered the Pope story. We covered the Trump Russia collusion story and how fucking stupid it is that the Trump administration is trying to fucking make this a real thing. But I also don't know. I also don't know if this is like actually stickier than we think it is. This is a conversation that we're going to be definitely having tonight with Ryan, who I'm a bit of a centrist on this issue where I kind of agree with Ryan. Actually, not even a centrist. I do agree with Ryan. I think that the media should be covering it. And I don't know why the media didn't cover it more, just to be like, this is dumb, here's why it's dumb, and just like fucking blow it out of the airlock, you know what I mean? But also I do see the other side of it, which is like covering it endlessly like they did with the Hillary Clinton email scandal truly had a lasting impact on Hillary's campaign. Did not help, that's for sure. So I feel like the liberal media, these institutions are trying to overcorrect for their past mistakes in the way that they played a role in legitimizing some of the Trump rhetoric. So we're done with that. Short clip of Don Jr. losing it on Fox. Okay, let's watch.
Money tied to human trafficking and prostitution rings in the other one. That's another big one. The Chinese money. Joe Biden is
the Chinese money. Dude, he's so
This is a deranged.
He's such a worm, dude. Does anyone else feel disgusted when you see Don Jr.? Like there's something about him, the way he like tries to talk like his dad, like there's such a nervous energy. He's so fucking, he's got that coke nose, I think, and he's like so weaselly and so grovelly, like, yeah, China. Like he's like trying to be like his dad a little bit. Like he's so pathetic, you know? He's so wormy and pathetic that like every time I see him, I have a visceral reaction where I'm like, ah!
Man,
Ah! That's what he makes me feel like. It's like, get away! Ugh! You're so greasy and so nasty. And we can tell that you don't have a chin. You tried to do a Ted Cruz, but you don't have a fucking chin. And it doesn't work, just like Ted Cruz. Everybody knows you're chinless. You fucking chin cell. Hi. What up, Miss Gift? They found hidden relief food in Nigeria. The monarch has fled the country. Oh, really? It's just, I don't know. I find him so pathetic and so disgusting. Like, he's hard to look at. And, of course, there's going to be people in the chat that say, like, oh, my God, like, I look like him. Fuck you. No, you don't, bitch. Okay? Because no one, and I mean no one, and I mean no one is just looking at you physically as an entity. I would not shit on Don Jr. if he wasn't fucking Don Jr. You get it? Like, your physical perception is, in my opinion at least, absolutely dependent on your approach to issues, your personality. What's inside changes, in my opinion at least, how you look like even on the outside. And Donald Trump Jr. is disgusting on the inside. He's a vile person. So no, don't fucking think that you look like Don Jr. and you know, you yourself don't have a fucking chin or something, and like that body shaming is bad or whatever. You absolutely look different to people than Don Jr. does, because Don Jr. has that fucking disgusting nervous energy that fucking permeates through all of his orifices. Okay, orify? I don't know. It's just like, ooh, it's like oozing out of him. I can't. I look at him and I'm like, you're disgusting.
This is a deranged pervert.
Just like I'm average as fuck. Okay, I'm an average looking dude. I'm maybe like above average in looks, but you probably find me to be more attractive than I actually am because you like what I have to say.
Here's the thing about Hasan. I honestly agree with Nick before when he said that people that have passion, and he clearly has so much passion for this.
So much.
Good for him. Good for him. I'm glad that he's doing well. I'm glad that he's able to make something for him. And you know what? Like, good for him. You know,
he's so hard.
Fuck you, Miss Kiff.
Working, and he's so passionate. Like, this guy never fucking stops. He just every day he's on at 11 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Sometimes a little bit late. He just doesn't stop. I mean, it's incredible. He deserves every last sub. He does. But I wish he'd come on the Royale every once.
Here's the thing about Hasan.
I wish you would what?
He does. But I wish he'd come on the Royale every once.
On the Royale every once in a while. That's funny. Do you see Texas allowing social workers to turn people away based on sexual orientation and gender? There's no fucking way.
Hey guys.
Yeah, this is it. This is a trigger warning, by the way. You are about to see the wormiest content that's ever been put out.
I hope you're doing well. Just watching my algorithms get crushed. I guess I did something to piss off the Instagram gods, so hopefully you're seeing this stuff anyway. We'll do what we can. Talk to you soon.
It's just like, it's so nasally. It's so fucking disgusting. You're a disgusting person. Just fucking move the camera away.
P-word.
Don't talk like that ever again. Your nervous divorced dad energy is just like, it's hitting me in the fucking face. What you're doing is a war crime. Your face is a war crime.
The American people are tired of women.
I hope you're doing well. Just watching my algorithms get crushed. I guess I did something to piss off the Instagram gods, so hopefully you're seeing this stuff anyway. We'll do what we can.
This is my message to the Instagram gods, crushing Don Jr.'s algorithm. Yeah, you've been caught. You think this actual 10-second clip of him attempting to face the camera toward him is worth only 250,000 views? How dare you? How dare you? Pictures of Don Jr. above my bed, and now every night I fall asleep with him in my head. I dream he takes me to the skate park and teaches me how to ride. I dream he let me do the monkey bars while holding on to my side. I dream that fell on my skateboard and he gave me a bandage. I dreamed I was hungry and he made me a sandwich. I dreamed we stayed up all night learning TikTok dances with Ron DeSantis. I dreamed we hunted Hunter Biden, shoved him in a locker, asked him how it felt to just be known for his famous father. Isn't it pathetic, oh, isn't it a shame to have no remnant of identity outside your father's name? When you look down at your hands, uncalloused and cold, can't you see all that you hold has been handed to you?
He's so disgusting. Just look, like, it's so... It's so bad.
And does that make you feel small, Hunter? Do you ever look back at your life and sob? 38 years in your younger sister's shadow, crying, Daddy, please love me. Daddy, please see me. Dad, won't you love me? Dad, can't you see me? Daddy, please love me. Daddy, please see me. Dad, won't you love me? Dad, can't you see me? We pulled him out of the locker and we gave him a swirly. My alarm went off and then I voted early, so should you.
Texas officials are facing backlash of deciding to allow social workers to turn away clients on the basis of their disability, sexual orientation. Oh, okay. I thought you meant like from the polls or something. Yeah, of course this is going to happen. This is literally what... Guys, this is what the Trump administration did. How many times have I fucking talked about this throughout this past year? Where, like, the Trump administration constantly used, like, attacking trans people when most of you were like, yeah, trans people are kind of weird, so I don't really care. They're also in the margins. Like, you know, they're too small of a group of people for me to care about. Where, like... You know, when you were feeling that way in the liberal circles, because not you guys specifically, but a lot of people do fucking feel that way. Okay, the overwhelming majority of Americans do say like, "Oh, trans rights," but they don't actually fucking mean it. Really, they don't say it with their chest enough. While that was happening, Trump took advantage of that, as fascists often do, or proto-fascists often do, and destroyed any protection for the LGBT community by saying, "Oh no, I'm just doing it to the trans people." So the idiotic fucking cis white gays could be like, oh no, oh no, sweaty, I'm gonna vote for Trump while also still being gay.
The American people are tired.
And same for the TERFs, and same for all the other fucking anti-trans people, even within the LGBT community. So, you know, good job to everybody. Now, the transphobic LGBT community members are not a big constituency in comparison to the actual transphobia that you see from pretty much every facet of culture and media.
There's some whores in this house. There's some whores in this house.
Has right
anti-trans and the LGBTQ, it's a huge, there's definitely a popular movement. There are TERFs, trans exclusionary radical feminists that are like lesbians who fucking think that like trans women aren't women and they're actually men trying to rape women or something. Like, nobody wants your crusty ass pussy, Karen. Chill the fuck out, okay? Anyway,
oh, you're such a bitch.
There's the fucking idiotic TERFs that say shit like that, and then there's the boomer gays, the usually heterosexual white gays that are like, now that I can get gay married legally, I can be a racist.
This is a deranged,
you know, that sort of thing. There's a lot of, did I say heterosexual white gays? Oh fuck, I meant cis white gays. Sorry.
There's some whores in this house.
I meant cis white gays, not fucking hetero gays. And then there's the heterosexual gays, like Lindsey Graham, allegedly. I feel sad that big corporations make business with people like this and ignore guys like you.
Congrats on the 30K,
dude,
you deserve it all.
are you fucking insane? Are you nuts, dude? Dude, I am the most fortunate person on the fucking planet. You understand me? I'm the luckiest motherfucker on the planet. I have 30,000 subs right now. I have 30,000 people in my fucking audience.
I can now remove the
Who gives a shit about a one-off that's gonna fucking crumble by a person who is having a good moment and was able to capitalize on it? Are you insane? I'm going for longevity. I'm going for security so that I can be able to talk my shit as best as I can. I am not even remotely upset. You know when I used to get jealous about stuff like this? When I wasn't comfortable. When I didn't feel like I was finally achieving my dreams overall of like being a content creator with a solid base of support.
His name is Hasan.
That's when I used to get upset at shit like this. I was like, why not me? I have so much promise. I'm showing so much. No one cares. Now, I don't give a fuck. Dude, I just played Among Us with AOC and Ilhan Omar, my fucking 2 favorite congresspersons. And executed a get out the vote measure in less than 24 hours that reached 500,000 concurrent viewers. You kidding me? You think I give a fuck about some fucking one-off Netflix deal that's gonna crumble because they wanted to capitalize on like a TikTok celebrity? Don't be nuts.
His name is
More
Hasan.
power to Sarah Cooper.
You love to see it.
More power to Sarah Cooper. Okay? It is not a meritocracy out there. So anybody, and I mean anybody that is able to break through and actually secure a Netflix deal for themselves or whatever the fuck, good for them. Who gives a shit? It's gonna suck dick. I'm not gonna watch it. Neither are you. And we're gonna move on.
Pervert.
I was shitting on her. Even 3 weeks ago when I was shitting on her, I was also still maintaining this position that like it doesn't matter ultimately. What frustrates me is losing out on content like the Patriot Act. Like Hasan Minhaj has really put together an incredible show. So that is deeply frustrating for me. Like that's a really good show. That was a show that probably was the furthest left show that took a satirical approach to news coverage. And Hasan Minhaj constantly impressed me. I thought he did a really, really good job. His writers were fucking incredible. It was a really good show. And I was happy that it existed. So ads at the top of the hour every hour. That's true. Daily Show, question mark. See the impact your AOC stream had? True. Michael Knowles called you out on the show today, by the way. Ah, kissies. Here's what I got to do. Hey, Michael. How you doing, Michael? That's what I got for you, baby. Now that the Pope thinks it's okay to be gay. That's all I got. Sarah Cooper is also anti-Bernie, so she's not one of the misguided young libs who are just stuck in the Overton window. She's actually just anti-progressive. Yeah, I know. Why the fuck do you think she got this fucking deal? Because it's the crusty boomer Netflix executives who don't have any fucking understanding of what the youth want. Okay? Or what is actually good content. They just see numbers and they're like, I don't know. I like this. She's a young brown woman. This will be good. She's doing numbers.
Oh, you're such a
My daughter
man,
says she likes this. And meanwhile, like the dude's daughter is also like 40. Okay? And like fucking in the K-Hive or something, LARPing as like a black woman on the internet, even though she's white as fuck. You know what I mean? Like That's the energy that they got in those circles, the professional managerial class that works in places like that. So no wonder people like this are going to get fucking opportunities. But ultimately, it doesn't really matter.
Pervert.
Senator Bernie Sanders is hoping to be a part of Joe Biden's potential administration, has expressed a particular interest in becoming labor secretary. Oh my fucking god. Okay, this. Wait, I'm not following Holly Otterbein. That's weird. Oh my god, that makes my pee-pee hard. Holy shit. That would be pretty good. Oh, fuck. Top of the hour, every hour. Ad time. Ad time. Top of the hour, top of the morning to you. 60-second ad break for you. Coming right at you. Ladies and gents, 6-second ad break.
Man, Hasan.
Thanks for the memes.
What is this? Watching ads to save the country. If you had the opportunity, would you make a Netflix show of your choice even if you had to stop streaming during that time? I don't know. Trump's campaign is taping voters at drop-offs? What? Okay. Hit me. I want to watch the Trump 60 Minutes. Am I allowed to, or will I get DMCA'd? By the way, that was something I was fearful of, too. Anyway, sorry. Will I get YMCA'd?
There's some whores in this house.
How do we listen to you on NPR? Oh, Trump released it. Oh my god. What is the title of this is
Wet ass P word. Make that pullout game weak.
Okay, we already looked at all this shit. Okay.
Of your ads, pooper.
The title of this is Look at the bias, hatred, and rudeness on behalf of 60 Minutes and CBS. Okay, this shit. Oh my fucking lord. Oh, this is good. Oh, this is gonna be so good. Ooh, content, content, boys. Oh, my president. He is being attacked unjustly. I am so mad on behalf of him. How dare they cover him in a rude manner? After all, my president is the least rude person. There is no one less rude than my president. How dare they? Okay, I gotta tweet this out. Ooh. We're watching the leaked 60 Minutes video. Trump posted. Hell yes. www. Wait, what is this shit? Also, hold on. This is pretty funny, I think. Ludwig.
What doesn't fall is the stock market. Put all my money on UAL. Sorry, United Airlines. Bought it at $37. Hit 35 today. Sold it all. Lost $20,000 total. That's why we're built different. Because we lose. And then win sometimes.
That's pretty good.
His name is
Dude, Ludwig is so
Hasan.
fucking... Yo. Motherfucker is funny, dude. He's a fucking funny dude. He really is good. There is a monkey in your Discord. Talk to him.
Whores in this house. There's some
What?
whores in this house. There's some whores in this house.
Is it really a 60 minutes interview? If it's not 60 minutes, it doesn't matter.
All right.
We'll watch the Bernie on the Rising too, but
I'm going to be fair.
Just be fair.
But last time, I remember you saying to me, bring it on, bring it on.
No, I'm not looking for that. I'm looking for fairness. That's all.
You're going to get fairness. But you're okay with some tough questions.
No, I'm not.
You're not okay with tough
Well,
questions?
to be fair, you don't ask Biden tough questions.
Me?
Huh?
This is a deranged
terrible.
That's
terrible. You know that. Okay, are you ready?
Everybody ready?
We're up.
okay, I gotta pee, but this
Can
is
I
gonna
start?
be good.
1 second. Close the door. Lift a little drop. Should be fine.
Am I okay?
You're good.
Okay,
Yep.
I'm ready. So we have the pandemic. On your watch, we've had racial strife, we've had looting. Why do you want this job? Why do you want to be president now?
Because we've done a great job and it's not finished yet. And when I finish, this country will be in a position like it hasn't been maybe ever. The economy is already roaring back, and other people aren't going to bring it back. Certainly the person that we're dealing with is not going to bring it back. They're going to raise taxes. They're going to take away your Second Amendment. They're going to do things that nobody would even believe. It's radical. There's never been anything like it. No,
Let me
we
ask
are
you-
we are positioned like never before. We're going to have a fantastic year next year.
Let me ask you what you think your, the biggest domestic priority is for you right now.
Well, ultimately, let me, and I'll tell you, it was happening. We created the greatest economy in the history of our country, and the other side
You
was
know
coming
that,
in.
you know that's not true.
It is totally true.
No.
Best unemployment numbers, best employment numbers, 160 million people working, highest stock market price. You wouldn't say that to Biden, what you just said to me. If he had it, you would never.
Sorry. Kind of weird that they shot this from the toilet. Like, if he had just waited, I think, instead of shooting this video from the toilet. I am texting. I'm going to post something that I want you guys to elevate after.
To say that to Biden. We had the best stock market price ever, and we're getting close to that price again. We had the best. Everything was the best. Our companies were doing better than they've ever done before. You cannot even think about talking about that.
Well, I'm not going to fact check you.
Well, you don't have to fact check me. I mean, excuse me. The stock market was at its highest. The unemployment numbers for African Americans, for Asian Americans, for Hispanic Americans, for everybody were the best. Every number, virtually every number was the best. We had the best economy ever. And what was happening is things were coming
Well,
together.
I asked you what your single biggest
Well, no, what
priority was.
I'm going to say that.
Oh.
And the other side was starting to call, let's get together. There was going to be unity. And then we got hit with the plague, and we had to do it again. And we closed it up, and I saved millions of lives we saved. And now the economy's growing again at record numbers, 11.4 million people employed in the last short
But
period
what's
of
the
time.
priority? I mean, those are all the good things. What do
The
you
priority
have to
now
solve?
is to get back to normal, get back to where we were, to have the economy rage and be great with jobs and everybody be happy. And that's where we're going, and that's where we're heading.
And who is our biggest foreign adversary?
I would say China. They're an adversary. They're a competitor. They're a foe in many ways, but they're an adversary. I think what happened was disgraceful. Should never have happened. They should never have allowed this plague to get out of China and go throughout the world. 188 countries. Should never have happened.
So there. So
Leslie, 1 second, please.
What's wrong?
The flag is wobbling, I think, because it's under a vent, perhaps behind you, Tom.
His hair's coming down a little bit.
It doesn't look nice blowing
No, it's distracting. I can see it.
Yes, turn the arrow. I think we're better, guys.
I'm going with or without you
It's
guys.
not moving.
Let's go.
This is so chaotic.
Okay, at this stage, 4 years ago, you were behind in the polls, you won out, and you pulled it out. But this time, you have kind of a double migraine. You have unemployment claims going up. You have COVID cases going up. I mean, it's like the gods have suddenly decided to conspire against
I
you.
don't think so at all, no. I think
Well,
we've
what
done a
about
great job
these-
with COVID.
Yeah,
And we've
but
hired,
the numbers are going up.
excuse
so-
me, 11.4 million people. Why? Because the last report was a little bit, just a little bit off. And this is
No,
without,
Sir, excuse me, cases are up in about 40 states.
okay, you know why cases are up also? Because we do more testing. If we didn't do testing, cases would be way
Yeah,
down.
but why are you?
What the fuck? Dude, how are you still saying this, dude? Are you trying to say that, like, the test actually ends up infecting the person? How the fuck is this moron still saying this? This is why we're the dumbest country on the fucking planet, by the way, just for the record.
You're saying they're not up. You know, Pete, you're saying things that people can
No, what I'm
see.
saying to you, Leslie, is the following. We do more testing than any country in the world by far. Second is India with 1.5 billion people. We do more testing. If we did half the testing, we'd have half the cases. If we did no testing, like many countries, we would have very few cases. Because we do so much testing, the fake news media loves to say cases are up. The fact is, we've done a very, very good job.
Cases are up?
We have done, that's right, because we're doing so much testing.
Cases, will you at least say cases are up?
Yes, cases are up because we are doing tremendous testing, and we're finding where there's a problem. Testing is a good thing, but it's also very misleading.
When you're out there saying we've turned the corner, this thing is disappearing.
That's
and
right, we have
people
turned
can
the corner.
see-
We have turned the
People
corner.
can see cases going up all over in the Midwest, in the Mountain West. Record numbers of
We have
cases
turned
in
the
some
corner.
states.
We understand the disease.
So strange that deaths are up, but I guess it's also the testing. That's the reason why deaths are up. The reason why we have a higher death per capita than anyone else is because our tests are up, and the tests are literally killing people, I guess.
We understand the elderly, and we're taking care of them at a level like nobody's ever taken care of the elderly, especially the elderly with diabetes problems, heart problems.
Here's the problem, motherfucker. And this is why I think it's so laughable when, like, fat Republicans were like, it's the problem with comorbidities. It's like, dude, you're gonna die, idiot. Okay? Not the fucking
What kind of beer do you
soy-sucking,
drink?
plant-based, vegan anarchist in libtard California. You, motherfucker, you're gonna die. And that's the problem. Okay? That's the problem. Like, people are like, oh, it's if you have comorbidities. It's like, bitch, half the country has comorbidities. When more than half the country has a problem that makes it so that you're more likely to die, then that's the problem of the country. Okay? That's just how we are. If 60% of people had a deadly peanut allergy, okay, so deadly that, like, if peanuts were in the fucking air, you would die, then you would ban peanuts altogether from flights. You wouldn't be like, well, 40% of people don't have peanut allergies. Why should we suffer? And it's not even a 100% fact that, like, no one suffers. Even if you're young, you still get walking pneumonia, permanent lung damage. What scientists are now finding out is called brain fog, where you might even have, like, permanent brain damage. It's crazy.
We are taking care of them like nobody's ever taken care of them. We also understand youth, 99.9%. As an example, Barron had it, and it was gone in no time. It was just like he had it, it was gone. Hardly knew he even had it. So we are taking care of our people. But we've done a great job with the ventilators, with the equipment, with stocking governors that were not stocked. We've made a lot of governors look very good that shouldn't look good, and that's okay with me.
That shouldn't look good.
Something about suburban women.
Yeah.
You said the other day to suburban women, will you please like me, please?
Oh, I didn't
please?"
say that. You know, that's so misleading the way I say jokingly, suburban women, you should love me because I'm giving you security and I got rid of the worst regulation. See, the way you said that is why people think of you and everyone else as fake news. I said kiddingly, suburban women, you should love me. I got rid of a regulation that would bring low-income housing into suburbia that would destroy suburbia. And I said that in a joking way. The way you have it is like, oh, like I'm begging. I'm kidding. Play it. And I'm kidding. That is such a misleading question, Leslie.
But you're behind the suburban women in the polls.
I doubt it. I doubt it. I really doubt it.
Yeah, okay. The only polls he looks at are ones that benefit him or ones that favor him. Except the problem is there aren't that many polls that favor him. So he's forced to reckon with the reality that, like, he is behind on suburban women. Like, he's got to admit that. Also, go fucking elevate my latest tweet, bitch. I posted. That's what I was doing. That's why I was looking down. Boost my gaming cred, okay? Sometimes gaming requires serious decision making, like deciding which of my favorite elected representatives I gotta blast out of the airlock. Not when you call me a bitch. What the fuck? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. When was the 60 minutes? When was the 60 minutes interview recorded? I don't know. I'm going to retweet it and you're going to like it. Monday? Thank you. Thank you for giving me clout. Thank you for clouting me up. Thank you for clouting your streamer up. Of course, because when you clout your streamer up, then your streamer can open up new possibilities for you in the realm of entertainment and new guests. Has to have been the reason because the suburban mom quote was recent. Yeah. Did you mean to leave the outro in? Yeah, I left it in. There's like a part of it. Here, we can watch that. Quick commercial break. Oh no. Oh no. This is terrible. Oh no.
Oh no.
This is a deranged.
Okay.
Where was the body?
I think Hasan is afraid to get caught. He's calling.
No, it's not me. But oh, this is very difficult. Oh no. Okay, the body's on storage. Top right corner is storage. Like
Where
in the
is that?
middle. Smack dab in the middle of the map. Like when you go down from cafeteria, it's in the middle bottom corner. I mean, it's in the middle bottom of the map.
Where were you? I was in cafeteria.
Is it Hasan?
Thinks it's me.
Had a task where you have to like do something in one of the engines, and then I'm in the.
We have to vote. We have to vote, and I have no idea. I'm throwing.
10 seconds to vote.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, I'm gonna vote.
Is it Ilhan?
Oh God, I'm voting Ilhan, but I don't know.
Make sure you
Oh God, I'm voting. That's exactly how I voted, by the way. You should go out and vote yourself. Oh no.
I think it was Ilhan. The way she was like, "Where were you?"
We're about to find out if I threw or not.
Hey.
Oh my God! Oh!
That was so funny.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Oh, that was terrifying.
Wow.
Pervert.
Baby, it's okay. I have been having one hell of a day. Yay. Feeling about all of my shit.
Made by suck my entire in chat.
Yay.
Meeting and I was like, I'm so
Chinese
screwed.
like
It's so wholesome. I love this clip. It's so good. I posted on my Instagram as well if you guys want to go watch it again and again and again and again and again. Okay? Literally my favorite frame. Yeah, that's so crazy.
This is a
so
deranged
synchronized. I'm sorry, Hassan. I don't have Twitter or Instagram, so I cannot give you any boost. No, I didn't remove the outro because I respect my editors, dude. I respect fan-made content. Okay? I remember you saying pre-COVID that you dream about just having a conversation with AOC. Gaming with her is way more epic. Good job, dude. Yeah, no, for sure. Tweet it? I already did. She can't retweet it with that? No, I don't care. I don't think she needs to retweet it. Also, it's not like it's anything bad. It's their fucking username. I know Bernie's showing interest in becoming Secretary of Labor. Quit being a cloud shark? Bitch, I wasn't such a cloud shark. I wouldn't have been able to do the stuff that I did this past week, so I don't think it's that bad to cloud shark a little bit.
I'm saving suburbia. He's going to destroy suburbia. He's got a regulation, which I terminated, that he would put back, and even worse, that will destroy, that will bring low-income housing projects into suburbia. And women understand that, and they've really learned about it over the last 2-3 weeks. I terminated the worst regulation you could possibly have. It's gone. And suburban women appreciate it. They want security, they want safety. Look, I've been endorsed by almost every police department, almost every law enforcement group in the country. He's been endorsed by almost nobody. Suburban women want security.
But the polls show that you're behind with them. And one of the reasons, let me say
You're not looking at recent polls.
One of the reasons is that they don't feel you're being upfront about the pandemic. And when you say there are fewer, we're rounding the corner, and you tell Bob Woodward that you deliberately like to downplay this.
We are rounding the corner. We're rounding the corner. We're doing well. We're doing well. We understand the disease. I saved millions of people. 2.2 million people were supposed to die. You go back and you look at your models, 2.2 million people. We saved tremendous numbers of people. Plus, I closed it very early from China, heavily infected, and even from Europe, heavily infected. We've done a good job. We've done maybe a great job. What we haven't done a good job on is convincing people like you, because you're really quite impossible to convince, but that's okay. And
why is he releasing this before the debate? Because it's not exactly better. I feel like he's really fucked it up. Like, he's just swinging wildly. You know what I mean? It feels like he's just doing... He just keeps routinely making mistakes. The reason why it's weird that he's playing this already, this tape, like, all you're doing is elevating it, and you don't exactly look good. Everything you respond, like, all of your responses here make you look like a fucking buffoon, but to your supporters, it makes you look, like the king that you are in their eyes, but that's never changed.
This is a deranged pervert.
I find it very strange that this is... I don't know. I just... It's a very weird... Wait, daily dose of HasanAbi with the 5 get the subs? What the fuck? Bro, my clip channels are fucking peppering subs. I just noticed that. My fucking clip channels are like, here's some crumbs back. For the money I'm making off of your fucking stream. They're paying me.
God, those communists are amazing.
Daily dose of HasanAbi with another 5. Okay, bro. Chill. Yeah, everybody kept saying, Hasan, why don't you pay your editors? Why don't you pay your editors? Turns out,
his name
what
is
I
Hasan.
wanted, what I could have gotten was my editors paying me. He got more money from YouTube than you? This is probably true. Glad you are so nice about it. Yeah, I don't care.
The economy now is coming back, and it's coming back very strongly. And people see that, Leslie.
Are you even a leftist anymore? No, I love capitalism. Ooh, wait. What have I betrayed as far as leftist values? What, like by allowing people to be able to make money off of my content without like a licensing fee or something? Is that actually me being a is that me being a capitalist? Can you describe to me how that works in your worldview? I know you're like a fucking weirdo debate guy, but like I would really love to follow on that.
Whores in this house. There's some whores.
Why would you pay someone who's making money off your content? You're getting exposure, I guess, but it's not like he's your editor. He edits your videos for himself. Yeah, and I don't have a problem with it.
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
Thanks for 5 months of pure content hassle.
Talk to Monk on Discord? No.
Unemployment claims. The economy has kind of...
Leslie, we just picked up 11.4 million jobs. It's the largest number in the history of our country in a short period of time.
I mean, how
Leslie,
can you ignore
you
that?
didn't hear me. We just picked up 11.4 million jobs. It's in a short period of time. It's the largest number in the history of our country.
But are you denying that the unemployment claims have gone up? Is that
What I'm saying is we got hit by something. Not my fault, not your fault. We got hit from something that came out of China. I got stuck with it. And let me tell you, before it happened, we were doing so good, and now we're going to be doing, and we are doing good. But look at as an example. Last week, a few days ago, Gallup did a poll. 56% of the people said that they're better off now during a pandemic than they were during Obama and Biden. 56%. It was a record number, right?
Yes, but I want to know if you're what, ignoring the fact that there are unemployment claims?
No, I don't ignore it.
Okay, well, what are you saying about
What I'm saying is that we got hit with somebody. It's not our fault. We got hit. And we've done a good job. Not a good job. We've done a great job. Remember that number, a very important number. 56% say they're happier now than they were 4 years ago under Biden and Obama, right? I'll put his name first.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Why did you do this? Who made this? Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. It's so good. Made by Lil Mosif? Fuck me, dude. That is so good. I don't want to get banned, but shouldn't you use your wealth to finance leftist causes? What do you want me to do? Like arm Hezbollah or something? Like, what do you mean finance leftist causes? Why would I ban you for that?
Biden and Obama, and they didn't have a pandemic, although Biden did have a big problem with H1N1, which he says in reverse, with the H1N1 swine flu, and it was a disaster. And his own chief of staff said it was a total disaster. They didn't know what they were doing.
Can we go back for 1 second to the pandemic? Because you called Dr. Fauci and other health officials idiots. And
Dr. Fauci, where did I call him an idiot?
I'm wondering if you
Where did I call him an idiot?
You called him an idiot. I wonder if
Well, he's been wrong a lot. I like him, but he's been wrong a
I
lot.
wonder if you think that masks don't work.
Well,
that
Dr.
what
Fauci
you're
originally
saying?
said, it's a very
But what
complex
do you
subject.
say? Do you say
Let me
masks
just tell you,
don't
you
work?
mentioned Dr. Fauci said, don't wear masks. Then he said, wear them.
What do you
I
think?
say that I feel masks possibly work. But certainly you want to stay away a certain distance, socially distance, etc. But I would say a mask works, and I have nothing against masks, and I tell people to wear masks. I have no
Tell
problem.
me then about these rallies you've been having.
A lot of people are wearing masks, and they're outside.
A lot of people aren't. I'm watching all these people jammed in together, and I'm seeing most of them without masks. And I'm wondering the message that you're sending with these pictures coming across.
Take a look. Yesterday, we were in Arizona, record-setting rallies, numbers of people like nobody's seen before.
Well,
many
you
many
used to have
masks. I
bigger
watched.
rallies.
What?
You used to have bigger rallies.
No, these are much bigger than I ever
I
had.
don't want to figure over that.
You know,
Tell me about
you're so
the mask
negative.
wear.
You're so negative. These are the biggest rallies
You're so negative. Why are you so negative about it?
we've ever had. You just come in here with that negative attitude. These are the biggest rallies we've ever had. We are having numbers like we've never had.
Tell me about the
There is
masks.
more, excuse me, no, but you made a statement. There's more enthusiasm right now for us than we ever had before, ever. And you will see that in a short period of time.
I'm out of control. I apologize for that.
Well, what about the masks?
A lot of people are wearing masks. I mean, I looked yesterday, a lot of people were, and it's outdoor. They want it outdoor, and we're doing it
But
outdoor.
I can't believe after what happened in the Rose Garden here, after the announcement, with all the people getting sick, that you are not being.
By the way, I think the 60 Minutes lady, whatever her name is, Kristen Welker, I think she is doing a bad job. And the reason why I think she's doing a bad job is not for the same reasons that Donald Trump thinks she's doing a bad job. Or Leslie Stahl? Okay, whatever. Oh, her name is not even Kristen Welker. Oh, the moderator is far worse. Okay. Yeah, Leslie Stahl. Okay, regardless. My point is, she's not doing a good job because she's not contentious enough. Like, she's not even fucking pushing hard enough. Like,
This is a deranged.
it's so weird that, like, AOC liked the tweet. Yeah, but it's not enough, boys. It's not enough. First comment on video. And he's still flailing like an absolute wet baby. Yeah, I mean, he is. He is a wet baby. Look at his face. Like, I'm mad. I don't like.
More strongly encouraging about wearing masks.
People who are saying, like, if she pushes harder, he walks sooner. Are you fucking nuts? Like,
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
she doesn't owe him anything. If anything, she owes us to do an actual better job of, like, pushing back against the misinformation. That's a W. If he's gonna walk away in 20 minutes as opposed to walking away in 10 minutes, who gives a fuck? That's what journalism is. Like, you don't get to be like, I'm sorry, like, it doesn't matter. He's gonna leave in like 10 minutes. Who cares? That doesn't help us, though. Does this help us? By the way, again, nothing at this point helps the Trump campaign. Okay? It's like they're in a death spiral. It's madness. Like, the way that they are behaving is madness. Can you guys stop baiting and saying, like, AOC Pog, AOC? It's really annoying. You get my hopes up, okay, every time. And it's not a funny debate.
I tell people to wear masks. Leslie, we hand out thousands of masks.
You
at
look
every
out and
rally.
you're not wearing them, and you don't say, "Please put on
Well,
your
have you
mask."
been looking yesterday? Take a look yesterday in Arizona. Everybody behind me
But
had a
I'm
mask.
looking at other places. I'm looking at Wisconsin, which is a hot spot right now.
Right. A lot of people had
A
masks.
lot of people
And it was
have masks.
outside.
And you don't get up there and say, "Look, you know,
Okay.
come on.
Go
I
ahead.
don't want you to
What's your
get
next
sick.
question, Leslie? We're outside. The rallies are bigger than they've ever been. There's more enthusiasm than we've ever had. There has never been anything like what you're witnessing now, and you'll see that soon.
Okay, but I'm asking about masks, not about the size of the rallies. I'm asking why
You
you want to
commented
say.
on the size of the
I know,
rally.
but
You
I'm
said they're not
asking
as
you-
big as they used to be, and I'm telling you they're much bigger.
Okay, but I'm asking you now about the masks. Why aren't you getting up there and saying, I had it, I don't want you to get it, so please
Leslie,
put your mask on?
we hand out masks to everybody that comes to the rally. We tell them to wear the masks.
You don't, and they love you.
Oh, I
and
don't
they-
know, Leslie. I
If
tell
they
them wear
heard you
them.
say it,
I have no problem. No
they
problem.
love you, they would pay
Next question, go
attention
ahead.
to
Go ahead.
anything you say.
I hope.
Bro, this guy has never said anything in the chat that's not just a bait. Why are you a pedo? Gone full liptard. Fuck, this shit is gross.
Oh, you're
That haircut, did you cut your own hair?
Hassan.
Just listen to people's combos. They just called you creepy, haha. Crouch next to crouches and spy on dates. Nah, you're a pussy. The revolution is near, but why don't you distribute them? God damn, dude. How pathetic is your existence? I mean, I'll keep you as a pet. You're kind of entertaining.
Some whores in this house.
It's... like... it's like fake leftists. Maybe do something other than just grift the uni students who are slightly left of libs. Oh, thank you. Whoever gave him a sub, thank you. Biden rallies are okay. Trump rallies are not okay. Both have a chance to get corona. Give zero fucks about the people. Wait, what? Are you dumb? Do you understand why Biden rallies are actually unironically okay, whereas Trump's rallies are a little bit more dangerous, even though they are still significantly less dangerous than indoor rallies? Just think about that. Let that marinate in your brain for a second. Let the thought manifest, and maybe you can understand why.
This is a deranged.
Oh, maybe it has something to do with the fact that Biden only has car rallies. Rallies where everyone's in a car. You think that might be a big difference? No, he's a Kiwi. He's making us look bad. No, I'm not. I love deluded.
His name is Hassan.
Why do you never answer criticism? Just laugh about it? Wait, because it's idiotic. The reason why I answer criticism all the time. This is just idiotic shit. Are you actually quoting property rights now? Why would he do that? Like, what do you want me to answer? Like, going back, what do you think is criticism? Oh, who did your haircut? Did you cut your own hair? HasanAbi's the 1%. Oh, get more mad, dude. 9,498 subscribers at $5 subscribers, like 50K a month. When was that? Oh, damn. 318. Accelerationism now. Don't vote Biden. Hey, how about you mind your own fucking stupid Kiwi business, okay? I don't come into your fucking country and tell you not to vote for Arden because she also is relatively centrist. How about you mind your own goddamn Kiwi business, okay? You fucking New Zealand bitch.
This is a deranged pervert.
Is it Kim.com stock account? No, Kim.com would never fucking speak like this. He is really... he is really doing a disservice to all the wonderful New Zealanders in the chat. Not your finest. You just lost the radical Kiwis. I fucking love the radical Kiwis, motherfucker. Bring Kim back on next stream. Good opportunity. Super interesting.
Wet ass P word. Make that pullout game weak.
Would he be potentially willing to play with jug meat? Yeah, maybe. I asked. Inflation to make yourself look a little better? Oh, no, I was saying stay mad. In the month of March, when you originally were crying about how many subscribers I had a third of the subscribers. So stay fucking mad, you big bitch. That's what I was saying. I wasn't even like conflating anything. I was saying that you should be 3 times as mad now. Now that I have 3 times the amount of subscribers. Ooh. Ooh.
We're gonna follow
anyway.
right back to mommy. You get your milk.
I don't get how people can call Hasan not seriously educated about political affairs when he's actively paying attention to Kiwi political candidates and current events of all places.
I mean, everybody knows who Jacinda Ardern is, and the fucking what is it, NZP or whatever, the National Party leader who got absolutely fucking cumstered. And I'm running ads too, 3 times the amount of fucking subs, and I'm running ads. Ooh, I'm such a fucking capitalist. Why don't you leave then? Why don't you leave? I'm such a dirty cappy. Why don't you leave? I'm not mad though. I'm genuinely interested in your argument as to why you defend property rights and don't share your wealth. When have I defended property? What the fuck are you talking about? And don't share your wealth?
His name is Hasan.
What do you want me to do, brother? You were talking about mutual aid. How would you like me to start setting up mutual aid networks? Whatever a mutual aid network is.
His name is Hasan.
Huh? I stream 12 hours a day. What do you want me to do? Stop streaming 12 hours a day? Stop reaching the audiences that you're reaching and instead actually take some time out of your day to now set up a mutual aid network so that when I inevitably hire someone to operate that, because otherwise I would have to literally just stop streaming and only focus on that. When I inevitably hire someone to do that, then you can be like, the person that you hired this is so unethical. I can't believe you went out of your way to set up a 501c3. Okay, you had to do the fucking legal work, even though you don't even have an LLC. Okay, you don't even have a fucking LLC for yourself. But instead, now you have to set up a 501c3 and then create a mutual aid network. And then you have to hire someone to manage that mutual aid network. And then when you pay that person any amount of money, it's not going to be enough. So now you've hired someone and you're not paying them. So now you're exploiting the labor of someone and profiting off of it, because, you know, the 501c3 that you made for yourself is actually a tax shelter. The reason why I'm stun locking myself and the reason why I'm having this conversation with you and taking you seriously is because there's a lot of people that come in here with bad faith arguments like this. And the reason why people come in here with bad faith arguments is not necessarily to make the world a better place. There is no better interest in mind. You're just only here to be a shitter. You're just only here to act like you are a leftist when clearly, if I scroll back hard enough, I will find many takes that you have that are actually reactionary in nature. And the reason for why you're doing this is because you're just bored, probably jealous, probably annoyed that there's a leftist, an outspoken one, that has been able to reach a level of success on a social media platform, and therefore it frustrates you. It pisses you off. You hate that you see other people on the right or maybe in the center not reach the same amount of recognition, and that makes you mad because probably your favorite content creator is actually a lot smarter than I am. You know what I mean? There's got to be another reason for why this dude is as successful as he is. So it's fine. I'll sit here and answer every single one of your idiotic fucking takes. How about that? Or it makes you feel better that if you are genuinely a leftist, it makes you feel better when you're like, it makes you feel better when you're like, oh, a content creator, he's sold out. Because in your worldview, it's like, you can't actually have someone who's a leftist reach a modicum of success. There is no reason to. He should be out there arming the international left. Like, there's just nothing you can do. There's no way. Like, leftists should be groveling in the fucking dirt. That's when you're a real leftist, right? If you are genuinely a leftist, then that's your take. This is Tabby Chan that Contra was talking about.
This is a deranged pervert.
Pogo.
Which is why, instead of taking you seriously, I just say, yeah, I'm a fucking capitalist grifter and I move on. You know why? Because it doesn't matter, bitch. Where are you gonna go? Where are you gonna go? Where are you gonna find the fucking real leftist that you seek? Okay? What happens when they become more successful? Then they're fake too. Then move on, you hipster bitch. You're not actually looking for a serious conversation. You're just looking to show how leftier than thou you are than anybody else. I am perfectly happy with getting rid of annoying people like yourself from any sort of coalition building efforts because you are a burden.
I think there should be enough people to do that.
To overall spreading the good word. Okay? Moon, excuse me, sir. Is there still room to watch debate together tonight? Wait, really? Sabrina's Twitch bio in the pocket of Big Poor, literally what the left expect of us. No, I am in the pocket of Big Poor. It's not like fucking millionaires and billionaires are funding my operation. There's plenty of fucking poor people in here that literally take time out of their day to watch. And then also on top of that are like, fuck it. I like this guy a lot. I like what he has to say. I'm going to give him fucking $5. Clearly, a decent amount of people say that. Which is fucking nuts, by the way. It's insane. And that's why I talk about how fortunate I am. But it's not like I have billionaire funders. And even if I had billionaire funders, it's not like I'm fucking preaching about how billionaires are actually good. Why is Moon not VIP or mod in the chat? Okay, I just made Moon a moderator. I don't know if that's a mistake or not, but...
Isn't that just darling?
Thank you, Soda Plus Ultra, for the 5 gifted subs. And Flygon 420 and Anadrain for the 5 subs as well.
Isn't that just darling?
I like you a lot, but I live in a poor country and $5 is too expensive for me. Dude, you have no obligation to subscribe to me. None whatsoever. A fact I repeat regularly.
His name
Yes, why would I
is
bait check
Hasan.
user logs on Moon? I just modded him. If he actually wants to come on tonight, I would love to have him on, obviously. It's crazy. What a question. What a question. Lowton, thank you for the 10. Lizard Brain, thank you for the 5 gifted subs.
His name is Hasan.
Moon, ban this.
Isn't that just darling?
All right, do you got any more? I just don't understand why you won't do more with your financial success. You deserve all your fame, for lack of a better term. Wait, that's an interesting perspective. You're kind of backing away.
Pervert.
None of the criticism that you have here, or none of the criticism that you've launched thus far, is valid. What do? Everything I do for my work advances the causes that you claim to care about. Okay? So taking me away from that, and making me focus on, like, personally, I don't know, trying to set up, like, direct action efforts is, in my opinion, much worse. I'm good at being the launching pad into leftist thought. On top of that, I of course donate, but that's none of your fucking business. I don't like talking about that sort of stuff at all, especially because, again, I think that charity overall is fundamentally broken under a capitalist organization of the economy. But when I do charity, I don't like to fucking talk about it. The one time where I openly talked about it was during the protests, and openly donated. I forget how much I donated, but openly donated during the protest because everyone was fucking up my asshole, and I donated even before that. $50? Yeah, I donated one Virgil. I donated a Virgil. Like 1K total? No, that's not what I donated. What the fuck are you talking about?
This is a deranged pervert.
Don't forget Jeff the weather guy. Okay, that's different. I thought you gave a shit ton to Bernie and they gave some back. Yeah, I did. I went over the legal limit.
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
New Hunter leak before tonight is fucking lol. Rudy is so bad at this that he released a BlackBerry screenshot of a Russian iPhone. Note the MTS network that supposedly came from a Delaware computer repair shop. Wait, dude, come on, dude. Is this a fucking joke?
We're gonna follow you.
Are they serious?
Reminds me of the Abby Hoffman and Tom Hayden leftist infighting in
Dude, they're not
Chicago
even
7.
trying, dude. This is so bad. Realistically, it's not like you publicly appear to live lavishly apart from Sammy's and Equinox.
And it was my
That's
first
true.
time
But
voting
I
Pag
fucking,
Chomp
when I was
Zuma clap.
dirt poor, I was still trying to scrounge up as much money as I can to go to fucking a decent gym at least. We'll never go back to LA Fitness.
Hasan. You have attacked me and lied.
This is the problem, though. This is the problem. The issue is people give me shit for allowing other people in my audience to like make money off of my content. That of course I'm not going to like copyright or whatever. And this guy turns around and he's like, "What? Now you're defending intellectual property or property rights? Like, you're not smart. You're not intelligent. You're not considerate. And these aren't well thought out constructive criticisms, nor are they good arguments." The reason why I'm focusing on this is because it's fun. It's fun to fucking show how stupid you are to the rest of the leftists who might think that they will actually, who might also maybe edge on the precipice of having idiotic takes like this.
Use it to pay the manager of a mutual aid fund. I want it back.
Picking a fight, no, it doesn't advance the cause. You're streaming and growing your personal platform, not building any working class coalition, organizing, or anything else in the world. Oh, this is picking a fight. He's like fucking... You're literally just having fun on Twitch and calling it politics, brother. If you were a member of a party, at least you kept your takes in check. It would be different. You're not. You're an individual growing your platform. Okay, what is my platform?
There's some whores in this house.
What is my platform?
Hey, yo, Hasan, my mom is a crazy abusive.
What is my platform? I'm sorry that I'm not using every fucking opportunity to talk about how Trotsky was great. Or whatever kind of weird fucking psychotic goals you have personally. Why don't you go back to fucking doing whatever the fuck you do instead of watching me? If it's so frustrating for you to see someone that's not obscure. It doesn't matter what your platform is. You're still an atomized individual, you idiot. Yeah, I know. But the reason why this fucking growth matters and the reason why there are people who change their minds, okay? I'm not saying I'm the end-all be-all. Obviously not. But as an individual, I try to do as best as I can. Don't even debate. You're getting distracted and letting them win. This is what they want. They don't truly care about the cause. Like, it's so silly. Like, I'm sorry that I'm not fucking... I'm sorry that I'm not, like, constantly just doing LibriVox audiobook recordings on stream and just going over them piece by piece. I'm sorry. Sugaro, can I be unbanned? Thanks. No.
God, those communists are amazing. I love the system. I can now remove the tinfoil
Your
hat.
platform is to be a grumpy leftist reacting to bullshit. Yeah, I think people are entertained by that. Aren't you fucking agitated? Isn't there a place for agitational propaganda? Isn't that what is necessary to a certain degree? Huh? Isn't that what you need to hear sometimes? What a lot of people need to hear to wake the fuck up? So shut the fuck up. Okay? Let me do my thing, and you mind your own fucking business. How about that?
Money every month. Thank you for your insight.
Seems to me like I'm not saying that like I'm making fucking changes on the planet or anything. I'm just trying to do my best. How about I worry about my fucking business and you worry about your own, okay? And you shut the fuck up. It's $0 for you to shut the fuck up and watch if you can't look away.
This is a deranged pervert.
Orange K on Twitter. Oh, fuck yeah. That's dope. No, I like it. I like giving this twerp attention, but we're going to go back to it.
I'm sorry. I'm out of control. I apologize for that.
Bro, we love you. Move on, Pogo.
Oh, you're such a big
Oh, also, 60-second ad break, and then we're going to go back to the 60 minutes video, okay? Top of the hour, every hour, 60-second ad break, because I am still beholden to my contract from Amazon, because I'm a capitalist, and I love exploiting my audience.
I'm out of control. I apologize for that.
Arjan, he's dead. Arjan, he's dead. Arjan, he's dead. Arjan, he's dead.
His name is Hasan.
Stun locked for 5 months.
Anyway, all right, I'm bored.
This is a deranged pervert.
Oh, we're still watching the fucking 60 minutes. 22 seconds remaining on the ad, and then I turn on the fucking 60 minutes vid. Ban the guy? No, I'm not gonna ban him. I think it's fun.
The American people are tired of women.
You're amazing, Hasan, and I appreciate you.
You're right. Go ahead.
Okay. This is important. Okay, I'll ask you another health question. Okay? You promised that there was going to be a new health package.
His name
healthcare
is Hasan.
You said that it was going to be great. You said that it's ready. It's going to be ready. It's all ready. It'll be here in 2 weeks. It's going to be like nothing you've ever seen before, and of course we haven't seen it. So why didn't you develop a health plan?
It is developed. It is fully developed. It's going to be announced very soon when we see what happens with Obamacare, which is not good. And when we see what happens with Obamacare.
But if the Supreme Court...
And it will be much less expensive than Obamacare.
But the same take continues.
His name is Hasan.
The same take continues, which is, if you've already successfully dismantled all the unpopular parts of Obamacare, the remaining parts of Obamacare are the popular parts of Obamacare, i.e., the individual mandate is gone, which was unpopular. And the popular parts, like pre-existing condition protections, remain.
I'm sorry.
Popular parts like allowing kids to stay on their parents' insurance plan until the age of 26 still continue. So why would you now make an effort to also further dismantle the popular parts? That makes no sense. What you are doing,
God, those communists are amazing.
is simply saying, "Oh, we took care of the unpopular parts. Now we're going to take the popular parts." Why would you do that? That makes no damn sense. Why would you do that?
Obamacare, which is a disaster, and it will take care of people with pre-existing conditions.
But your plan was to repeal and replace, and if the Supreme Court finishes Obamacare, there will be all these people stranded.
No, we will make a deal, and we will have a great health care plan
but you keep
with
saying that.
less expensive, and a much better plan.
Why haven't you seen it?
You have seen it. I've been putting out pieces all over the place, and we actually have plans. And we have 180 million people right now have a plan. And you haven't been watching. You haven't been watching.
But what about the pre-existing, people with pre-existing conditions? If
the audio is bad and he's hoarse.
Will be totally protected. They'll be protected, Leslie. I mean, the people with pre-existing conditions are going to be protected as they are now. In any plan we do, they will be protected. Leslie, people with pre-existing conditions will be always protected, always.
But if the Supreme Court ends this Obamacare,
well, we'll have to see what happens. It's got a ways to go. I mean, we'll see what happens. I think it'll end. I hope that they end it. It'll be so good if they end it, because we will come up with a plan, which will be a. Yeah, we will.
But you said it would already.
We have large sections of it already done, and we've already come up with plans. Take a look at your various secretaries, various plans that we've already come up with, and also. You know, a large part of this country has private health insurance.
Yes.
180 million people. And under that, Biden, he doesn't have any clue, but under that, 180 million people will lose their health care. And they'll go to socialized medicine, and that's not going to be acceptable. 180 million people, Leslie, will go to socialized medicine. It won't be, it will not be acceptable.
And if the Affordable Care Act is determined to be unconstitutional,
then we're going to have new, and it's going to be very good. And it's going to
keep saying that and don't show it to us. And so people with pre-existing
We've come up with many plans, Leslie, and we have they're already in existence. I'll tell you what, after this interview, I will show you short term, longer term. I'll show you different plans. We've come up with many plans. And we cut the individual mandate out. You know, the individual mandate is gone. That was the worst part of Obamacare. That's gone.
Okay, all of that.
Okay, someone has to be like, okay, but now all the remaining parts are the good parts, right? You say yourself personally that you would like to. You personally say that you would like to protect pre-existing conditions. What does that mean? Well, that means that you understand that that's a good thing. So why are you now trying to eliminate pre-existing condition protections? Now, I know Moon is down. I'm already securing it. I've already locked it down, okay? An update to the lineup. Moon, motherfucking Moon. He's also going to be joining us for a debate night. Still never acknowledged Dono? What is the fucking Dude, your Dono... Oh, the Hemi one? I apologize on behalf of New Zealand. Sometimes our functional brains in non-politically dived country gets to our heads. This election is very important to non-Americans as well, since USA policy affects the whole world and Dark Souls 3 DLC win. Fuck out. But the other donos were like, hi, can I be unbanned, bro? We love you. Move on, Pogo. Azan, he's dead. Azan, he's dead. Azan, he's dead. Or
his name
I'm giving you this $5, and if you don't use it to pay the manager of a mutual aid fund, I want it back. And then I think someone said, chat, I pooped in my pants because Hasan kept yelling at Gray Name.
All of that. But if there's no plan, a replacement plan,
right,
and the Supreme Court says that Obamacare goes away, people with pre-existing conditions will be stranded.
The individual mandate is a $500 tax, basically, and the easiest way I can describe it to you,
Thanks for making me more informed about
people who are not too poor for Medicaid, so they can get Medicaid eligibility.
Pervert.
And still refuse to get an insurance plan. Like, if you don't have a job and you don't want coverage for an insurance plan, if you're like not poor enough to be Medicaid eligible, then you have to pay the government $500 as a tax. And the reason for why that tax exists is so that you're forced to go out and get a healthcare plan. This is a part of the problem.
His name is Hasan.
This is a big problem with the healthcare plan. Okay, hold on. Because now you're just punishing people who are like middle class or like still relatively poor. And now if they don't get insurance because like they don't want to fucking get insurance because insurance is too expensive or something, and it was to help subsidize the ACA, yes. They never even removed the individual mandate. They just made the fine you pay for it $0. But that part of the ACA still exists and can be enforced on an individual state level. Well, if you're eligible for Medicaid, then you're not going to get fucking fined anyway.
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
So for members of the lower middle class, it was very frustrating. A lot of people were like, well, fuck this shit. I thought this was going to be Obamacare.
But if...
How do you
all
fucking...
of that, I grant you.
How does a guy who like... How does a guy who really like prides himself on being like a macho guy end up being so lame and like can't even drink water with one hand? Also, going forward, I'm gonna charge gray names. I'm gonna ban them and I'm gonna charge them the money that they owe me, because when they stun lock me, you know, 2,000 people leave. So 2,000 people for every ad moment that I missed, you're gonna have to pay, or I will never unban you. That's the real capitalist, enterprising entrepreneur move right there, I think. So Ash Ketchit, you now owe me.
Such a big man, Hasan.
You now owe me.
Good work.
Why'd you ban Cosmetic Brain? You now owe me. I don't know how many thousands of dollars you owe me, but you do.
All of that. But if there's no plan, a replacement plan,
Right.
and the Supreme Court says that Obamacare goes away, people with pre-existing conditions will be stranded.
No.
And that's just a fact.
It's wrong. It's wrong. A new plan will happen.
But
And we won't do anything, will and is. We won't do anything and no plan unless we have pre-existing conditions covered. And the individual mandate, which you don't want to mention, was terminated. It was terminated. Individual mandate was terminated. That is the biggest thing that's happened. And that actually makes Obamacare not Obamacare. Because under that, you would pay a fortune for the privilege of not having to pay for bad health insurance. We got it terminated. Terminated through the legislature. Signed, done. That means Obamacare is no longer Obamacare. We got rid of the most important element of Obamacare, and it was the
So why do you want to eliminate the good parts of the Obamacare?
worst element of Obamacare that nobody wanted, nobody liked. So Obamacare essentially was terminated as we know it. Now we have the carcass of Obamacare.
Well, part of the
We've
carcass
managed
is
it well.
pre-existing.
Leslie, we've managed it well. You know, I had a choice to make. When we got rid of the individual mandate, nobody believed we could do that, and I did it. Right? I had a choice to make. Do I manage the remainder of whatever's left of this whole thing called Obamacare, which is no good? Do I manage it well or manage it badly? If I manage it well, politically maybe that's not
Well, then
good.
do you wanna
I
leave it?
decided to manage it well.
Do you want to leave it? I mean,
No,
the
I don't want to leave it. I want to see what
pre-existing
happens. Here's what happens.
Well, but why
We may
not
be
leave
stuck
it?
with it if we lose in the Supreme Court, in which case we're wasting a lot of words. If we win, we will come up with and we will do that, come up with a much better health care for much less money, always protecting people with pre-existing conditions.
Are you going to say that you didn't say this? Because I saw you say this.
Go ahead. No, you're really trying to. I wish you would interview Joe Biden like you interview me. It would be so good. You know what?
You like this, I thought. I thought you
I don't
liked
mind it. I don't mind it. But when I watch him walk out of a store, he's in the midst of a scandal. His family is corrupt. Okay, he's corrupt. He's a corrupt politician. And he's walking with ice cream. And the question the media asks him, what kind of ice cream? What flavor ice cream do you have? And he's in the midst of a scandal.
He's not.
And he's taking, of course he is,
No,
Leslie.
come on.
Of course he is.
You
See
know, they
that?
had the Senate
So
committee
you're
Republicans.
like big tech. You're protecting him, and everyone is, except for
Yeah, but
few people.
you're taking something that was investigated
Leslie,
by a
let me ask
Republican
you.
committee.
You think it's okay for the mayor of Moscow's wife to give him millions and millions of dollars, $3.5 million, to give his family $3.5? Do you think it's okay for Hunter Biden to say that we're giving the big guy 10% of this massive amount of money they're taking in? Do you think it's okay for all of these horrible things that you've seen, where they're getting hundreds of thousands and millions of dollars, where China gives them $1.5 billion to manage the family $1.5 billion, and then he's supposed to negotiate. Let me tell you, it's the biggest, second biggest scandal. The biggest scandal was when they spied on my campaign. They spied on my campaign.
There's no real evidence of that.
Of course there is. It's all over the place. Leslie, they spied on my campaign and they got caught.
Can I say something? You know, this is 60 Minutes, and we can't put on things we can't verify.
You won't put it on because it's bad for Biden.
We can't put on things we can't verify.
Leslie, they spied on my campaign. It's been totally verified.
No.
It's been, just go down and get the papers. They spied on my campaign, they got caught.
No.
And then they went much further than that, and they got caught. And you will see that, Leslie. And you know that, but you just don't want to put it on.
As a matter of fact, I don't know that.
Okay.
Next year won't be as much of a
Sasha's
raging dumpster
Hasan
fire for the
costume?
world.
What?
From Minecraft, a box of Cheerios. Hasan.
Oh, you're such a
What a-
big man, Hasan.
What?
A dude from Minecraft, a box of Cheerios. Hasan. What a.
This is a deranged
What?
pervert.
How would one just
MMM
be
SSE
Hasan?
Vibes Chem has
Just do this
BBY
all day?
come VN.
Put some glasses on and put a like a wig on, so I have short hair.
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
Hasan? Debate Aokwen? No? Okay. Hasan?
Like a wig on,
Finish
so
Dark Souls 3 when?
have short hair. This all day.
Hasan? Play Tony Hawk again?
Put some
No?
glasses on
Okay.
and put a
Thanks for the good times,
like a
Habibi.
wig on, so I have short hair.
Damn. That's a big roast. That's how you know she actually watches. Holy shit. I respect that. I absolutely respect that. That's a legit roast. That's
His
a roast that
name
you can
is
only that's a roast that you can only
Really,
make
Hasan
if you
really
watch.
has moistened
Did you
up
check
his
PO Box?
enough
Yes, I
eyebrows.
did. She doesn't seem to like you? What are you talking about, dude? No. That's absolutely the opposite. What? Bro, it's so funny. You people have no fucking comprehension of how like human
Whores in
being
this house. There's some whores in
operate.
this house.
Okay,
There's some
just
whores in this
just
house.
stay out of it. I
Soon,
promise.
You're out
So
there.
why don't you get back to your interview and let's go?
Been subscribed and look forward to the future has.
So you said in the briefing room, nobody likes me. It can only be my personality.
I said that jokingly. That is sarcastic. Nobody likes me. It must be my personality. I say it all the time. Nobody likes me. It must be my personality. I say it all the time, Leslie.
Do you think that your tweets and your name calling are turning people off?
No, I think I wouldn't be here if I didn't have social media because the media is
The name
corrupt.
call.
In my opinion, the media is corrupt. But,
You know,
but
you
the
told-
media is fake. And frankly, if I didn't have social media, I'd have no way of getting out my voice.
You know what you told
Totally a joke.
me a long time ago when I asked why you keep saying fake in the media.
Yeah.
You said to me, I say that because I need to discredit you so that when you say negative things about me, no one will believe
I don't
you.
have to discredit you.
But that's what you
You've
told me.
discredited yourself.
You told me that.
Leslie, you've discredited yourself. When you say that you're not going to cover Biden, you're going to ask him what flavor ice cream he has, okay?
That's not
Instead
me.
of why did Hunter get $3.5 million from Moscow? Instead.
Okay, so here's the problem, okay? If the media were to turn around and be like, why aren't you, why, like, if the media turned around and, like, legitimized this, okay? Like, Rudy Giuliani, who's a fucking charlatan, then they would be doing a disservice to the public. They'd be doing the opposite of what they're supposed to be doing, which is arriving at the truth. But having said that, what the media should do is still cover this story rather than avoiding covering it. You should be covering the story. You should be saying, this story, we looked into it. Here are the real parts. Here are the fake parts. Here is why it doesn't matter. So not covering it actually gives them ammunition and also creates an air of confusion. Okay? Where Republicans and bad faith operatives can actually take advantage of that confusion, like they literally did with the Pizzagate stuff. Do you understand? This is how Pizzagate took off because no one was willing to look into the WikiLeaks stuff honestly, because they kept saying, oh, no, it's hack material. Don't look at it. It's hack material. Don't focus on it. So everyone that did actually talk about it, because it was truly interesting stuff, and it was real, like a lot of it was real, the people that ended up covering that were bad faith actors that then took it to like psychotic places and claimed that it was actually okay, guys, I got it. AOC reposted my story on our Instagram. Can you please stop? It's very exciting. It is. It's literally super exciting. I love her, so I'm very excited that she did that. But let's just continue with the fucking thought that I had in my mind. Yeah, I'm a simp. Yes. North Carolina man arrested with van full of guns and explosives. Yeah, we're going to look at that in a little bit. She's married, by the way. I don't think she's married, but it doesn't matter. When I say I love her, I don't mean like fucking... I don't mean it in that way, idiot. Oh, what the fuck? My chat broke. Literally broken. What's happening? Okay, it's back. No, it doesn't matter in that certain... It doesn't matter that way. Because that's not how I mean it. Okay, shut up. So...
His name is Hasan.
Follow up with Pence. Leslie Stahl to Mike Pence in the video posted by the White House. This was supposed to be an interview in the same with the president, and I feel that you have both insulted 60 Minutes by giving set campaign speeches more from... Oh, interesting. Debated is at 6, not 5. Wait, no way. Are you serious? Dude, that's crazy. Maybe I wanted people to come in at 5 so I can do a pre-debate show with some of the literal best fucking political minds in North America. Maybe for your sake, you would have a brief moment where you get to fucking pick the brains of Dave Weigel, Osita, and Ryan Grimm at the same fucking time. Like, the people... Listen. And of course, Austin and Moon Moon as well. And I think Will wants in too. So I'll let him on as well. Here's the thing. And I repeat myself all the time, and I say how fucking fortunate I am. How fortunate I am. Here's the thing. These guys, like, I'm not going to gas them up when they're in here. But, like, this is like being able to fucking... This is like being able to talk to all of... Like, being able to play basketball with your favorite fucking basketball players at the same time, okay?
You also said you love Johnny Harris.
Like, I read these guys. I love these guys. They're so fucking smart. And I get to be able to put them together to do debate coverage. Like, on a whim like that. And that is insane. And that wouldn't happen if I wasn't, to some degree, clouded up. Let's be fucking real. Like, I can maybe have, you know, have them on individually.
His name is Hasan.
I can maybe have them on individually, but not... Guys, stop fucking asking me if I'm going to bring your favorite streamers onto a debate coverage when they themselves haven't even asked.
His name is Hasan.
Nothing annoys me more than this. They don't even want to fucking do it. They have their own shit going on. Shut the fuck up. It's literally just so you could clip this and send it to them, and then they get fucking butthurt and think I'm like dangling shit in front of them or something. Shut up. Anyway, the point I was trying to make...
This is a deranged pervert.
Pogo.
The point I was trying to make was I'm so fucking fortunate because I get to bring all of these top political minds together to do debate coverage. And you should be excited at that prospect.
Sorry, but I'm voting for Howie in Iowa.
Okay? I mean, Dave Weigel is a celebrity. He got fucking shouted out by the president himself yesterday. And has been shouted out by him multiple times, actually. He's Washington Post, like, political journalist. Like, that's what he does. He roams the country. Ryan Grimm, Washington, D.C. bureau chief. Responsible for some really big leaks, including the Brett Kavanaugh stuff. He was also on the ball with the Alex Moore's story.
His name
you have Aceto, who is
Hasan.
a brilliant writer, very thoughtful and very good and very correct on almost everything. Writes for the New Republic.
I love the system. I can now remove the tinfoil hat.
Then you have Austin, Mr. Show, our liberal correspondent, Moon Moon. Just for a little funsies time, okay?
Yo, Ashan, you wanna come outside?
So it's pretty dope. The only person, like, I feel like, look, outside of that, obviously, there's like the Chapa Boys. There's a million different fucking people that I would love to have on that I'm friends with and I think are great. But usually all of them are doing their own debate coverage on their own. So that's not, what do you call it? So, like, I can't really do that. But out of everyone else, I think I would just probably bring on, no, not Max Blumenthal. No, I'm not going to bring Max Blumenthal on to talk about electoral politics in America. The fuck? Dude, come on, have the Gray Zone cast on, dude, to talk about electoralism in the United States. So they can yell at me and be like, the fact that you're not covering the Russia story is like a shows that you're fucking wrong or something. I don't know.
Whores in this house. There's some whores in this house. There's some whores in this house.
Yes, yeah.
Top political minds of Twitch, what a joke. This centrist nerd. You think the three journalists that I just mentioned are the top political minds of Twitch? What? God, people are so stupid. Anyway.
This is
okay.
Pervert.
Live.
I'm not bringing on a single fucking person that you write in the chat. Okay? So shut the fuck up and
Instead of why
sit
is
down and watch
an
the
energy
shit.
company paying your son $183,000 a month or whatever they're paying him? And
Why
he
do
has
you even
no
do this for
experience
people
in
that don't
energy.
appreciate you? There's
You know,
so many people that do.
You discredit yourself. I don't have to discredit you.
So this story about Hunter and his laptop, some repair shop found it. The source is Steve Bannon and Rudy Giuliani.
I don't know anything about
And
that.
you're
I just know it's a
making
laptop,
this-
and they haven't.
And you're making this one of the
Fuck, I gotta
hottest,
pee
most
again.
important issues in your rally.
Also, I gotta do another. I'm running 2 ads this hour. 6-second ad break again at the top of the hour and a half hour, so that I don't have to run ads while the guests are on. Okay, so I apologize, but 6-second ad break.
I don't know about the
This is the
gentleman you
most
mentioned.
important issue in the country.
It's a
right
very
now.
important issue to find out whether or not a man's corrupt who's running for president, who's accepted money from China and from Ukraine and from Russia.
All these
Yeah, I think
things
that's
have
an
been
important issue.
investigated and
It's
discredited.
incredible the way you can try and say this and sit there and look me in the eye and say it. He accepted money, his family, from Russia, from Ukraine, from China, and from other places.
And a
His
Republican-
brother, who didn't have experience, became a big builder in Iraq without experience. Take a look at what's going on, Leslie. And then you say how that shouldn't be discussed.
I'm saying.
It's the biggest scandal out there, Leslie.
And you think it's the biggest issue to campaign on?
I think it's one of the biggest scandals I've ever seen, and you don't cover it. You want to talk about?
Well, because it can't be verified.
You want to talk
I'm
about
telling you.
insignificant things?
I'm telling you.
Of course, it can be verified. Excuse me,
We
they
cannot
found the
verify.
laptop, Leslie,
Can't
Leslie.
be verified.
What can't be verified?
The laptop.
Why do you say that?
Because
Even the
it's
family
verified.
hasn't, the family on the laptop, he's gone into hiding. For 5 days, he's gone into hiding.
He's preparing for your debate.
Oh, it's taken him 5 days to prepare? I doubt it. I doubt it. Okay,
All
go
right,
ahead.
all right. So let's get back to the name calling, okay? And whether you think it's turning people off.
No, I
Because
think, look, it is what
call
it is.
Biden stupid.
Where are we sitting? Where are we sitting?
In the rose room
Of what?
of the White House.
That's right. How did I get here? How did I get here? We're in the White
But
House.
what are you saying? Oh, but by name calling, you think that
No,
that's
not by name
appealing?
calling, by, doing the right thing. And we have a great record. I mean, we got hit by a pandemic, it wasn't my fault. But it was China's fault. But Leslie, we're in the White House. The press is very biased, very, very biased. And I'm not talking
You're
about
trying
name
to
calling. I'm talking
discredit
about,
us.
no, no, I'm not. You're discrediting yourself, Leslie.
No, you are.
Leslie, you're discrediting yourself. When you don't go after Biden, with the corruption in the Biden family,
You've asked me five,
when
six,
you
seven
don't, when
times.
you
Kind of weird for Donald Trump to say it's China's fault when it's very obvious that he actually had, like, Donald Trump literally paid more money to the Chinese state than he did to the United States in federal income taxes between 2010 and 2015. At a time when he was paying no federal income, like no federal taxes, he literally fucking paid. He literally paid more money to China, $200,000, as he was pursuing licensing agreements in China. So for him to turn around and be like, Joe Biden, China, Hunter Biden, China, it's like, what are you saying, dude? What are you fucking saying, dude?
Man, Hasan.
China.
Like, how do you get away with this with your fucking hogs?
You don't go after what happened in the Russia.
That has nothing to do with COVID, though. Well, what the fuck does Hunter Biden's dealings with China have to do with anything?
His name is Hasan.
Literally, what does Hunter Biden's dealings with China have to do with Joe Biden at all? Explain that to me. And then you can tell me what Donald Trump is currently talking about, which is what Hunter Biden and like Joe Biden's ties to China or whatever. What do they have to do with COVID? Nothing. Not only is it nothing, but it's just like so dumb that he's also turning around and being like, somebody should look into Hunter Biden in China. It's like, bitch, what about you? Someone should look into you in China.
A witch hunt, which turned out to be a total phony with no collusion whatsoever. When you don't do that, you discredit yourself. The press, is highly discredited right now. You do know that. So you discredit yourself.
The American people are
Half,
tired of women.
half the country loves you, but the other half doesn't. And I'm wondering why you don't.
They were starting to, Leslie, when the economy was prior to the to the plague. They were starting to really we were all starting to like each other. It was coming together. There was going to be a lot of
I've heard you say
unification.
that before, and I don't think we were coming
I'm just
together.
telling you.
I think we've had disunity.
People were calling me.
Unfortunately.
People were calling me about coming together.
Come on, man. Hunter's ties with China proves that in some way, shape, or form, influence was bought. Not even a Chud, just saying that that's the Chud perspective. Okay. And there is truth to that. Okay. Hunter Biden absolutely did trade his last name for access that he did not even have. He got money for access that he did not have. Okay. 100%. Happens all the time. It's bad. But him saying this when he personally has dealt with the Chinese state is fucking insane. Like, it's so weird. He's just like, Hunter Biden traded access for cash.
Foreseen by pride. Ajan, Pogo Ayan, Pogo
Which is
Azajan,
weird.
Pogo.
Especially when he personally has dealings with China. He's worked with Chinese factories in his manufacturing. His daughter and her businesses are literally tied to Chinese assets. Her trademarks are in China. So what the fuck are you saying? She's in the White House. Hunter Biden isn't. And she got those, she secured some of those deals during his presidency. This is insanity. He has business dealings with China. His daughter and his daughter's husband have business dealings with China.
Oh, you're such a big
And they
man,
are also a part of the White House. Hunter Biden is not and never has been. You're fucking crazy if you think that this is a story on the one end and nothing on the other.
This is a deranged.
Like the same metric of corruption, okay, for Joe Biden would literally fucking, if turned around, would destroy Donald Trump then because he has more evidence of wrongdoing.
And now we're rebuilding it again, and it's going well.
And do you think that you do anything to unify the country?
I do. I think I do unify the country. I think I will unify the country. It's called success. When our country becomes, again...
What about the rabid partisanship in the country? Do you take any responsibility for the country being divided against itself? Do you feel that?
I'd like not to, but, you know, perhaps everybody has to take a little responsibility for it. But when people put out phony witch hunts, you know, when they spy on your campaign, you have to fight back. And if you don't fight back, you're not sitting here very long. You go back home. You go back home to mommy.
I've been listening to you. We don't know how long we've been here. And it's just attack.
I don't think so. I mean, look, it's not attack.
It is.
It's defense. It's defense against attacks.
No, you've been attacked.
It's defense against attacks.
You're very aggressive.
I don't think so. I mean, I don't view it that way. I'm defending myself, and I'm defending the institution of the presidency. Very important.
Can you...
Hi, Mike. Are you having a good time, Mike, watching? You know Mike, right? Our great vice president.
I do.
You think she'd ask questions like this of...
wow, you
I don't think so. You think she'd ask questions like this of Joe? I don't think so.
Can you characterize your supporters? Can you?
Yeah, I think I can. People that love our country.
Wait, thank you for this overlay, brother. This is really good. Thanks. Overlay for the debate tonight is going to look like this, I guess. Nice to know he checks in with the guy watching in the corner. Dude, that's the worst part about this presidency. At least he's able to do it with one hand this time. But, like, he's such a pussy, too. Like, in every way. Like, he's the opposite of the way he portrays himself. And it's so weird. Like, he is not one with the people. He's a billionaire born with a fucking silver spoon in his mouth. He dodges taxes. He's never helped the working class. Like, literally everything he has, every piece of mud that he's slung at his opponents, he has done tenfold. It's so weird. But worst of all, he is not a muscular, handsome, macho man.
Can you characterize your supporters? Can you?
Yeah, I think I can. People that love our country. And people that don't want to see the stores get looted and burned down, and people that don't want to see riots, and they don't want to see anarchists. Yeah, I think I can. These are people that love our country. And they don't like to see.
But you don't see.
They don't like to see policemen get shot and not be able to defend themselves. They don't like to see rioting.
Who's excited to watch policemen get shot and not fucking edgy LARPing leftists in my chat? I mean, in general, overall, in the broader American electorate, like, you think Joe Biden voters are like, fuck yeah. Like, what a fucking idiotic take, dude.
In the middle of Fifth Avenue or in the middle of other streets in Portland or...
Also, how many cops are getting shot? I'm sorry. Like, I didn't realize that there was... mentions police but doesn't mention regular people getting shot. He's such a POS. Exactly. It's like, oh, Americans don't want to watch police get shot. It's like more cops have died of COVID than getting shot. What the fuck are you talking about?
His name is Hasan.
Like, you've killed more cops. Like, if we were to argue in some fucking psychotic planet that like Joe Biden is responsible for cops getting shot. Why? Because he's advocating for. I made you an ad for the debate with your socials. HasanAbi broadcast. CNN broadcast. That's pretty good. Well, CNN usually does have a panel. Oh, he said Americans don't want to get
other places. And they like it when their president rioting in the middle of Fifth Avenue or in the middle of other streets.
Where's the rioting in the middle of Fifth Avenue, dude?
And they like it when their president gets the endorsement of virtually every police group and, frankly, almost everybody having to do with law and order. Positive law and order. But you know what they are? They're people that love our country more than anything else, and they like to see our country thrive.
But do you think that when you hold rallies and encourage people to say, lock her up?
I don't encourage them. They say it.
And you
Hillary Clinton, let me just say, Hillary Clinton deleted. She deleted 30.
What? What? Are you kidding me, dude? There's no way. I'm sorry. After a while, they got to be like, this shit sucks. Even if you are a delusion. Okay, there's Trump supporters in here, right? Conservatives, you're in here. It's your time to shine, okay? And don't fucking try to stun lock me, debaters. I will recognize if you're debating. Okay?
His
Conservatives.
name is Hasan.
Serious question. You can chime in now. Like when you hear Hillary Clinton's buttery emails or whatever in 2020, 4 years after, like do you think this is a good line? Like which lib is he owning?
Oh, you're such a big man.
I just want to know like why it's a good line. Yes, highlights the Democratic Party flaws. Like what? What flaws in the Democratic Party?
This is a deranged pervert.
Hillary Clinton was investigated by the FBI. It literally hurt her campaign. At the same time, with the FBI was also investigating Trump's campaign's potential dealings with Russian authorities. Okay.
Robert, the emails show
and they
how
only
Hillary is
revealed
a
one
Marxist
side of that
communist
equation,
representative.
Hillary Clinton's emails. They revealed it twice. They fucking tanked their campaign the second time around. And then they found nothing. They found no wrongdoing. And there wasn't any fucking wrongdoing. It was just like regular old idiotic corruption or regular like out of touch elitist bullshit where it's like, I can use my private server. Trump supporters literally said they don't care if Mike Pence or Donald Trump has private servers. So it doesn't make any sense that he would still be talking about it in 2020. Like, is Hillary Clinton running for president? No. She did. She got owned. Trump owned Hillary Clinton by defeating her.
Is
okay?
Hasan.
Are you really defending deleting emails after a subpoena? Yo, I love. This is why you gotta let conservatives in the chat. This is why you can't delete conservatives, okay? This is why I would hate it if this was just a fucking echo chamber. Do you understand? Do you understand why I love conservatives? Dodging the question? No, I'm not. I'm not dodging the question. Fuck Hillary Clinton. I hate Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton fucking sucks. Hey, guess what? This pussy couldn't throw Hillary Clinton in jail. He lied to you and he lied to me. He lied to the American public. Why is Hillary Clinton still free? Huh? I'm just as mad as you are, brother. Sapiana. I'm not fucking dodging that at all. If anything, I'm mad. I'm more mad than you are, pussy. You're not a fucking real Trump supporter. You're fake. You're fake as fuck. You don't even demand that your elected president follow through on the most important rallying cry. Lock her up. Why the fuck is she not locked up, bitch? Huh? Explain that to me, Trump supporters. Now, anyway. Hey, HasanAbi, just the guy who unironically watches Jesse Lee Peterson. Just want to say that being on the left side of politics makes you a pussy and your political opinions are invalid. That's a good one. But, again, this bitch didn't do shit. He didn't do shit. So what's up? He can't be fucking talking about Hill Dog in 2020. That's old news. That's not new news. You were president for 4 years.
$3,000 emails after she got a subpoena from the United States Congress.
What?
No, that's illegal.
I know, but
Now, why somebody doesn't do something about it?
What just happened?
Why is this still an issue?
I think it's an issue.
They're not going to vote
To
on
me,
that.
it's an issue.
I can't hear shit. Can you guys hear it? I literally can't. My fucking. Why?
This is a deranged pervert.
Excuse me. When they say lock up, it's not me. They say it. It starts.
Randomly, my speakers died. I don't know why. They're fine now.
No, if I mention her name about something, they go crazy.
Well, what about the governor of Michigan who had this plot that people were going to, I think.
I don't know anything about the plot, but I can tell you this.
I'm telling you about the plot.
It was our Justice Department that is the one that's helping her. Yeah. My Justice Department, if you call it that. Yeah. It was our Justice Department that's helping her. And, you know, people aren't they're not liking her so much because she's got everybody locked down. Now, we just won a Supreme Court where it's unconstitutional. The only one she doesn't have locked down is her husband, who went sailing and did things that he wasn't supposed to be doing.
You are very powerful. And the people who love you with passion. And if you go after somebody the way you've been going after her, they take it to heart, and there are plots and threats, and the same with Dr. You did?
I've helped her. It was our Justice Department that's helping her. Oh, I do criticize her, yeah.
Well,
I think the way she locked down Michigan is a disgrace. The way she closed churches in Michigan is a disgrace. I think it's disgraceful what she's done.
It is his rally.
You want to lock
And
her
by the
up?
way, that's other, of course not. That's other governors also. They happen to be Democrats, and they've closed up their states, and they're causing a lot of problems with these lockdowns. Suicide, drugs, alcohol, a lot of bad things are happening. And they should open up their states. Carefully, but they should open up.
Well, when you say open up, you don't say carefully. You say open up. You don't have
Oh, I say
an
carefully.
aggressive program to say open up with masks, open up with social distancing.
The governors run their states.
No,
We
but
help
the
them a lot,
message
but the
comes from
governors
you.
run their states.
You are,
And the governors have to do what they have to do.
you-
But when they lock down Michigan, she's doing a tremendous disservice.
well, what about
Same thing
you
with
saying-
Pennsylvania,
what-
same thing with North Carolina.
What about
These
you
are
saying-
Democrat governors, and they're doing a great disservice.
What about you saying, let's open up, but Let's wear masks. Let's
Well,
open
I
up.
say-
You don't. You don't.
I say, I'm not against masks at all.
But you're not
I
for
say,
them.
sure, wear them. But I also say socially distance. I say all the things. But you know what? Well, look, with you, nothing I said.
I love whenever breaking news happens on Twitter, there's someone who's adding me in the replies. It's so good. The Trump campaign just informed the press pool they're bringing the president's debate guest in front of cameras in 15 minutes. He's doing exactly what he tried to do. He's doing exactly what he tried to do with Juanita Broderick after the fucking pussy tapes came out. You remember?
His name is Hassan.
Back to the Articles of Confederation. Please.
Great.
Wokiok.
Would be any good lesson.
That's not true, Mr.
That's
President.
okay. But in the
That's
meantime,
not true.
we're having a record comeback because if you look, we're the fastest growing nation in the world after this pandemic, by far. And we sunk less than any other.
No, he's not going to have Tara Reid. He's going to have...
This is a deranged pervert.
He's not gonna have Tara Reid. He's gonna have the fucking, what is it, Dan Bongino or whatever, that fucking Polish dude with the Polish name, Tony Bubalonsky or whatever the fuck.
Oh, you're such a big man, Hassan.
Tony Bubalachinsky.
The nation, relatively speaking, and we're coming back very strong, very, very strong.
So you don't want to lock up Governor Whitmer, but you want
When
to
did I
lock
say
up
lock her up? I
the
never said.
Bidens. You want to lock up
Wait a minute. When did I say
Obama.
lock her up? When?
What? Pussy, you said it all the time. Oh, about Gretch. Big Gretch. Never mind.
Did I say lock up the governor?
Wait, he did though. He did say that.
You got to get your governor to open up your state, okay?
Yeah, we watched it yesterday or like 2 days ago.
And get your schools open. Get your schools open. The schools have to be open, right? Lock them all up.
I remember this. He said lock them all up, not lock her up.
Now,
Come on, it's technically not lock her up. It's technically not lock her up. It's lock them all up. Like, shut up, you fucking baby. Don't try to fucking defend this shit. Don't try to defend this shit. That's what you sound like. Do you think Trump is lying or is just too dumb to remember things that happened
You gotta
yesterday? Trump says he doesn't want Whitmer, Biden, and Obama to be
you're such a
locked up despite the chance.
Hassan.
3.
See, it's not targeted threats, it's collective punishment.
We're going to follow you right back to mommy. You get your milk.
Hey, it's Tony Pepperoni. My Goomba the Orange Gabagool himself.
The
told me
funniest
to
part
come to
about
the
that
debate
is like
tonight to help own the
at
libs.
the
I thought
even
Donnie
with the
was
most
talking about
charitable
my
take,
Rajsi, but I guess he meant Joe Biden, who is a dirty
even with
moob.
the most charitable
Pogo
take
Ajahn,
here,
Pogo Ajahn,
he's basically
Ajahn.
not strongly pushing back. Even if he just meant like, oh, he was trying to like hand wave it away or something. Even in the most charitable take there, he is literally a week after it was announced that Gretchen Whitmer had a kidnapping plan foiled by the FBI.
Big guy.
He's
It's my
still
birthday tomorrow, and
he's
your
still
stream is the
emboldening
best
people
gift
who
a
are
phone
like
could get.
riled up
Thanks
and
for
want to
keeping our
fucking
spirits up and
kidnap her to
helping me
arrest her
solidify
because
my worldview.
that's what the guy
Aslan
said
white people
originally.
happy
That's
in
what the
chat.
sheriff said. If you remember, the sheriff that was friends with like the Michigan militia the fucking, you know, the gravy, the meal team 6 boys, you know, the gravy seals. Those boys, they were homies with the sheriff who literally said, well, technically they could kidnap the governor because, you know, they could arrest her. They could do a citizen's arrest. Like, well, that's what you're saying.
His
here.
name is Hasan.
Like, you know all this shit, and you're still like, yeah, if you want to do a citizen's arrest, lock her up.
I didn't say lock up the governor.
All right, but you.
Why would I lock her up? No, but why did you say you don't want to lock up the governor? Of course I don't want to lock her up. Why would I lock her up?
Because you were in front of a rally of people saying it, encouraging it.
I never said it, Leslie. I never said lock up the governor.
So you don't want to lock up the governor.
Leslie, it's such a vicious thing you just said. I never said lock up the governor.
I'm glad we saw that. I'm glad I rolled the tape quick as fuck on that.
Michigan. I would never say that.
Well,
Why would I say that?
Well,
Because
what about the Bidens?
she's doing lockdowns.
Do you want to lock up the Bidens?
No, I don't want to lock them up,
What
but they
about
certainly
Obama?
should be looked at.
Obama? You want to lock up Obama?
No, I don't want to lock him up, but he spied on my campaign.
Do you want to lock up
Obama
Biden?
and Biden spied on my campaign. Do you know what that is? Do you know what they did? Do you know how horrible it is what they did?
But
you
it's
don't,
never
you don't
been
get
verified.
it. It's been totally verified,
No.
Leslie. You'll find out, but it's been totally verified.
You've all but said that Attorney General Barr should go after President Obama. Now, if you lose, humor me here, okay? You lose.
His name
How would you
is
feel
Hasan.
if then President Biden went after you?
Oh, he probably will, because I think he's a very dishonest guy. And he probably will look for something, you know, probably will, we'll see. But you know what?
Excuse me.
Attorney General Barr has been very nice, that's all I can tell you. He's been very nice. He's been very respectful. He's been very, I didn't criticize him, he's just a different personality. They're very lucky. They're very lucky. Because the evidence is overwhelming. And Attorney General Barr is a great
So
gentleman.
why are they lucky? Doesn't that mean that... Doesn't that literally mean that they're unlucky because they got caught? Like, why is he saying they're very lucky?
It's a great gentleman. They are very lucky. Now, I can't tell you what's going to happen. I don't know.
I know you.
Because I purposely like to stay out of it. You know what? I don't like to get involved. I can if I want, but I don't like to get involved. But I think they've been very, very lucky. Attorney General Barr is a gentleman.
You know, I didn't want to have this kind of.
Of course you did.
No, I didn't.
Of course you did.
No, I didn't.
Well, then you brought up a lot of subjects that
Well, I said
were
I'm going to ask
inappropriately
you
brought
tough
up.
questions.
They were inappropriately
But-
brought up right from the beginning. No, your first question was, "This is going to be tough questions."
His
No.
name
It
is
When you
is
set up
tough.
the your first statement
You're
was.
president. Don't you
Excuse
think
me,
you
no,
should
no,
be
no.
accountable to the
Listen,
American people?
your first statement to me, this is going to be tough questions. Well, I don't mind that. But when you set up the interview, you didn't say that. You said, oh, let's have a lovely interview. And here's what I do say.
So what?
You don't ask Joe Biden. I saw your interview with Joe, the interview with
I
Joe
never
Biden.
did a Joe
It was a
Biden
joke.
interview.
The interview, 60 Minutes. I see Joe Biden giving softball after softball. I've seen all of his interviews. He's never been asked a question that's hard.
Okay, but forget him for a minute.
No, but you
You're
start with
president.
me.
You're president. and-
Excuse me, Leslie, you started with me. Your first statement was, are you ready for tough questions? That's no way to talk. No way to talk.
No way to do it. That's no way to do it. He's so butthurt. Why would any of his fucking supporters look at this and be like, you did good here, Donnie? I don't know why he like intercepted the footage and like released it himself. He just looks like a big baby.
Leslie, one second. This is the first warning. I think we have 5 minutes until we have the vice president step in. Is that about right?
Well, I think we have enough. Really, we have enough of
So I
it.
think we're ready for the vice president now.
I think we have enough of an interview here. Okay, that's enough.
Wait, did someone say, I think we're ready for the next president now? That's called confirmation bias on both sides, you included? Wait, but I do admit that they are really fucking nice to Joe Biden and throw him softballs regularly. So why is what is do you think, oh, vice president, okay. Do you think confirmation bias means what exactly?
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
I didn't hear the voice. I just heard president, but it's whatever. I don't get it. Like, why do people in the chat just say stuff just to say it?
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go meet for 2 seconds, okay? Thanks. I'll see you later. Thanks.
God, that's so sad. Smart of him to record this interview. They would have illustrated a different narrative. A different narrative than what?
Are you ready for?
Do these people think this is a good narrative? This is remarkably bad. She's willfully ignorant. She calls herself a journalist. Just a replica of what today's debate will look like. How disgusting Trump 2020 us. The U.S. Asking Joe Biden what favor his milkshake was should be an embarrassment to every journalist who pretends to be remotely objective right now.
Oh, you're such a
Bro,
big
do these guys not watch Fox News? Anyway, here's Pete again fucking owning the Republicans.
It's not even clear what he's claiming adds up to. They're just kind of saying, oh, there are questions, which is what they love to do. If you want to ask questions, let's ask. If they want to make this about the business deals of a government official, let's talk about the President of the United States having a secret Chinese bank account. That's not like, something somebody said that used to work with somebody related to the president in an email. That's a matter of documented fact.
Okay, there's something wrong with my sound mixer. I don't know what it is. It's very weird. I keep losing audio. Every time I change scene, I keep losing, like, not scene, but... And then I have to turn it off and then turn it on again.
And they won't even tell us what bank it's with.
Still not working.
Does that bother Americans? I'm pretty sure it bothers Americans a lot more than what they're trying to whip up for the last 12 days of this election season.
Well,
It's not even clear what he's claiming adds up to.
This is a deranged pervert.
Top YouTube comment is how society feels. Step outside of your echo chamber. I mean, there's no evidence for that. There's literally no evidence for what you're saying.
Hasan.
Unless you think society... Like, here's the thing. That wasn't even the case in 2016 when Donald Trump won. Like, not to pull the fucking classic lib take, but even in 2016 when Donald Trump won, out of all the people that did vote, there were still more people that voted for Hillary Clinton. So even back then you were wrong, and that's when he won. And now it looks like he's doing much worse than 2016. So it just really doesn't make sense how you could throw that out there still. Right, telling the left they have an echo chamber, LMAO. Yeah, like... Not everyone watches YouTube, you fuck? What do you mean? What? Is it still an echo chamber even when we watch the same rounds as them? If there's an echo chamber in this stream, and one could make the argument there is one, it's a right-wing echo chamber. I unironically watch more right-wing content than left-wing content.
Wet-ass P-word.
Evidenced by even something as simple as looking at what I've been covering so far.
Because the question is...
Like, only focusing on the Donald Trump broadcast instead of even, like, looking at fucking Bernie Sanders' like, proposal. I watch more right-wing content.
Pervert.
I watch more right-wing content than I watch anything else. I watch more right-wing content than your fucking dad and your mom and your grandparents and your crazy racist uncle. You understand? This community consumes right-wing agitprop like they're in an old folks home. So for you to say, like, we're not, we're in an echo chamber or something, when I purposely, very deliberately try to escape that to understand exactly what, like, the real Americans feel, is a silly one. You're a silly bitch for that take. You constantly correct them, talk about your own thoughts, etc. In the end, this is definitely a left-wing echo chamber, even if we consume a lot of right-wing agitprop. Yes, but an echo chamber implies that we are not looking at anything from the other side. An echo chamber implies that we're only fucking smelling our own farts nonstop. You're basically just saying that they don't have any good fucking arguments. It's not like I'm not searching. I'm searching for them nonstop.
This is a deranged pervert.
2 years and 1 month.
There would be no fucking dissenting opinion if this was an echo chamber. You're either, I feel like you're mistaken. Like, I guess you don't understand what an echo chamber is if that's your take. Of course I'm going to shit on it. But at least I'm showing it. Fox News doesn't show me on their stream or on their broadcast. Fox News doesn't cover what the fuck is going on with liberal news and then shits on it. They just refuse to cover it. That's why when Donald Trump fucks up, you don't see it on Fox News.
Support for a Republican protest in New Jersey.
An echo chamber is when CNN refuses to cover the Hunter Biden stuff.
Oh, you're such a big
at all.
Man, Hasan.
I think as long as they cover it and offer dissenting opinions, then it's not an echo chamber. Also, for an echo chamber, for this to be an echo chamber, I would have to agree with the people in my audience when I spend most of my time yelling at them.
His name
what?
is
The person who
Hasan.
challenged the stream's beliefs the most got exiled by you? I have no idea who the fuck you're talking about. Who? The person who challenged the stream's beliefs the most?
Oh, you're such a big man.
Exiled?
Hasan.
Who the fuck did I exile?
Watching you cover Trump rallies so much.
Are you talking about Jim Nona? Because he's not exiled. He's still here. Wait, Shitty is still in here too.
I love the system. I can now remove the tinfoil hat.
You literally ban people with conservative or right-wing opinions. Dumbest take I have ever heard in my life.
I need to... I think Shitty's still in here.
This is a deranged...
Oh, the Tony Bobolinsky is live? All right. Can someone send me a...
His name is Hasan.
You mean Sanime? I need to hear him say who he was talking about.
Let's go to Steve Kornacki at the big board. And Steve, look, I think
Dude,
you and
really
I said right before that first debate, look, the polls indicated people were already made up their mind. There were so few undecided. And so we had a lot of skepticism that one debate could move things. But guess what? One debate moved things.
It absolutely did. Check this out. This is a before and after look.
Why is this happening? Okay, it's only coming out of my headphones. I don't know why. Fucking true, bro. You spend most of the time shitting on literal garbage takes. Is this my...
They're just kind of...
Okay, it's not my computer. It's NBC.
Response that we saw to the president.
Jonathan Carl reporting in from Nashville. Thanks so much, John. And now to that alarming warning about Iran and Russia's efforts to meddle in our election. U.S. officials now say that Russia stole voter data from two servers.
I had to run an ad.
Emails to voters meant to influence the election.
Top of the hour, every hour, ad time, 60-second ad break. If you don't want to see the ads, all you have to do is subscribe or use ad block if you know how to use that. Laddie! Your block!
Illegally obtained information about American voters.
We are not going to tolerate foreign interference in our elections or any criminal activity that threatens the sanctity of your vote.
Sources telling ABC News that two of America's primary adversaries successfully penetrated voter registration databases at the local level.
Yeah, I'm doing it every 30 minutes.
Gathering voter data from publicly available sources.
We have already seen Iran sending spoofed emails
designed to intimidate voters, incite social unrest.
While authorities see Russia as the greater threat, intelligence officials point to those menacing emails allegedly sent from Iran to Democratic voters in Florida this week under the name Proud Boys. One saying, "You're currently registered as a Democrat. You will vote for Trump on Election Day, or we will come after you."
It was scary, and knowing that they're using this information and blasting out emails to intimidate people is not comforting.
Some of the Proud Boys, which critics describe as a racist organization, have openly supported President Trump's re-election. At the first debate, the president failed to forcefully denounce them.
Stand back and stand by.
Bipartisan alarm about the attacks.
They want to destroy our democracy.
But Director of National Intelligence John Ratcliffe accused of playing politics when he failed to make any reference to the threats against Democratic voters, only portraying President Trump as a victim of an Iranian smear campaign.
I think we have to be very careful about any statements coming out about the election.
Okay, guys, I have Bose speakers. I have Bose speakers, okay? And for some reason, it's just like they just keep going out. And I have to like turn it off and then turn it on again. And then I can hear them. And I don't know why. Could it be a loose connection? I think maybe.
Sources and guidance is that they got access to this information, so that allows them to communicate directly with the voters. And that's a real concern because they can sow disinformation, Lindsay.
Pierre Thomas, thanks so much. Tonight's final presidential debate of 2020 comes as a record number of people are voting early in person, and more than 33 million Americans have already returned their absentee ballots. But there's debate over how some of those ballots are being collected, with many now wondering, if you have your completed mail-in ballot in hand, what's the best way to turn it in? ABC's Devin Dwyer examines that in tonight's Ballot Watch.
It's democracy Snoop Dogg style.
Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot.
Just drop it in a box.
Voting by Dropbox is taking a star turn in 2020, from Star Trek's George Takei to pop star Camila Cabello.
Oh my God!
Star Trek's George Takei to pop star.
That's literally my ballot. Wait, is this where I posted too? I think this is the same one I dropped off at too.
Or Camila Cabello.
Leaked? It doesn't matter. It's not a fucking dox. It's like in front of the. No, my ballot box is right. Like the one I dropped off at is right outside of the fucking West Hollywood. It was like a municipality center or something.
To drop off my ballot at one of the Broward County, Florida official drop boxes.
But as their popularity soars, top Republicans are pushing back on ballot drop boxes. In Texas, Governor Greg Abbott has ordered no more than a single ballot collection box per county.
If you live in the outer skirts, you're going to drive 40, 50 miles to get to that drop location.
Ohio's Republican Secretary of State imposing the same rule, limiting each of 88 counties to one ballot collection point.
In Ohio, there are blue U.S. Postal Service boxes just like this.
What
and by
was
the way,
that?
Most Ohioans have a mailbox right at the end of their own driveway.
President Trump alleges drop boxes.
What is happening, dude?
Man, Hasan.
Oh, it's the presser in the background.
Arguing they exponentially enhance the threat of fraudulent or otherwise ineligible ballots.
Good call.
The courts threw that argument out.
Fuck!
I went to court and said to the president, hey, Mr. President, put up or shut up. Demonstrate that fraud. It's actually a very low legal bar you have to demonstrate. He couldn't even cross that bar.
4 years ago, Trump himself was encouraging use of drop boxes.
If you haven't mailed in your ballot, don't do that. Bring it. Bring it. Take it to the drop box.
And in California, Republicans recently installed more than 4 dozen unofficial drop boxes of their own.
We have demanded from the state Republican Party that they identify for us what ballots they may have collected through these unauthorized drop boxes.
Nearly 1 in 6 voters cast ballots by Dropbox 4 years ago. A record increase is expected this fall.
Gets it into the hands of election officials faster. That's especially important in states where voters have to return ballots by the end of Election Day.
Election watchdogs say they've seen no evidence of Dropbox-related fraud. The most commonly used metal containers weigh up to 600 pounds, many monitored by camera.
The majority of states use a process where they send bipartisan teams out to retrieve ballots.
Their use varies widely by state. Tennessee bans drop boxes entirely, but in Colorado, where most residents vote by mail, roughly 75% of ballots are returned in official collection boxes.
For voters, I think, especially people who are worried about their health, it's probably the easiest and best way to be able to make sure that your ballot is received on time.
What's your advice for people now at this juncture? They've completed their at-home ballot. What should they do with it? What's the best bet?
You can drop it in the mail, but most certainly you want to do it as soon as possible. Otherwise, dropping it off at one of those secure ballot drop boxes really is probably the safest and easiest way to make sure that your ballot is counted in and on time.
And if all else fails, you can still show up and vote in person.
Going to the polls and voting in person may actually now be a plan B for many Americans. Devin joins us now. Devin, we heard that experts say that now is the time to get your vote in if you have an absentee or mail-in ballot. So how many ballots are still out there, and what are officials saying about whether it's too late to put ballots in the regular mail at this point?
Yeah, Lindsay, an estimated 52 million Americans who requested an absentee ballot have not yet turned it in, according to the U.S. Election Project. Of course, there are a lot of ways to get that ballot in the bank. But if you're one of those 52 million and you are planning on putting it in the mail, now is the time to do that. The deadline is upon us. And in fact, the Secretary of State in Michigan this week said Monday in that state was the last safe day to put it in the mail. She's now encouraging everyone in that swing state to go to a drop box if they still have the ballot in their hands. Remember, most states, 29, require the ballot to be received by Election Day. 21 say it just needs to be postmarked. Check the rules in your state. But obviously, if you have a mail ballot, get it in the mail now. There's really no need to wait.
And we're also seeing some concerns out there about voter intimidation potentially happening for some who do end up voting in person. What resources are out there if someone has a concern at their polling place?
Yeah, the concerns are really heightened this year for obvious reasons. A lot of voters on edge, and in light of the reports last night from Homeland Security officials that foreign actors are already trying to influence how we vote and whether we vote. And I'm told, Lindsay, that there is a small army of nonpartisan election lawyers around this country, 23,000, in fact, with the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights under the law. It's the nation's premier election law group that is helping voters get to the polls. They say if you see something, say something. Don't wait. Speak up if something doesn't feel right at the polls. And even if you're at home and you get an unusual email, give them a call. It's 1-866-OUR-VOTE.
Make that Biden family sought to profit from their name. Well, here are the facts I know, and everything I'm saying is corroborated by emails, WhatsApp chats, agreements, documents, and other evidence. And the American people can judge for themselves. I brought, I guess, for record, 3 phones that spanned the years 2015 through 2018. These phones have never been held by anybody else besides myself. I was told this past Sunday by somebody who was also involved in this matter that if I went public this information, it would bury all of us, man. The Bidens included. I have no wish to bury anyone. I've never been political. The few contributions I have made have been to Democrats. But what I am is a patriot and a veteran. To protect my family name and my business reputation, I need to ensure that the true facts are out there. In late 2015, I was approached by James Gilliar, whom I had known for many years, about joining him in a deal which he said would involve the Chinese state-owned enterprise, CEFC China Energy, and what he called one of the most prominent families in the United States. I was informed first by Gilliar, and then by Hunter Biden, and by Rob Walker, who was working with the Bidens, that the Bidens wanted to form a new entity with CFC, which was to invest in infrastructure, real estate, and technology in the U.S. and around the world. And the entity would initially be capitalized with $10 million and then grow to billions of dollars of investment capital. After months of discussion, I agreed at Gilliar and Hunter Biden's request to become CEO of the entity to be called Sinohawk. Sino representing the Chinese side, Hawk representing Hunter Biden's brother Bo's favorite animal.
This is a deranged.
And between February and May 2017, we exchanged numerous emails, documents, and WhatsApp messages concerning Sinohawk and its potential business. On May 2nd, 2017, the night before Joe Biden was to appear at the Milken Conference, I was introduced to Joe Biden by Jim Biden and Hunter Biden. At my approximately hour-long meeting with Joe that night, we discussed the Biden's history, the Biden's family business plans with the Chinese, with which he was plainly familiar, at least at a high level.
This is a deranged pervert.
After that meeting, I had numerous communications with Hunter, Walker, Gilliar, and Jim Biden regarding the allocation of the equity ownership of Sinohawk. On May 13, 2017, I received an email concerning allocation of equity, which says 10% held by H for the big guy. In that email, there's no question that H stands for Hunter, big guy for his father, Joe Biden, and Jim for Jim Biden. In fact, Hunter often referred to his father as the big guy or my chairman. On numerous occasions, it was made clear to me that Joe Biden's involvement was not to be mentioned in writing, but only face-to-face. In fact, I was advised by Gilliar and Walker that Hunter and Jim Biden were paranoid about keeping Joe Biden's involvement secret. I also had a disagreement with Hunter about the funds CFC was contributing to Sinohawk. Hunter wanted $5 million of those funds to go to himself and his family, so he wanted the funds wired directly to an entity affiliated with him. I objected because that was contrary to our written agreements concerning Sinohawk. He said, referring to the chairman, his father, that CFC was really investing in the Biden family, that he held the Trump card, and that he was the one putting his family legacy on the line. He also said to me on May 17, 2017,
for the
that CFC wanted to be my partner, to be partner with the Bidens. During these negotiations, I repeated to Hunter and others that Sinohawk could not be Hunter's personal piggy bank. And I demanded that proper corporate governance procedures be implemented for capital distributions. Hunter became very upset with me. CFC through July 2017 was assuring me the funds would be transferred to Sinohawk, but they were never sent to our company. Instead, I found out from Senator Johnson's September report that the $5 million was sent in August 2017 to entities affiliated with Hunter.
Big man, Hasan.
Tomorrow, I will be meeting with the Senate committee members concerning this matter, and I will be providing to the FBI the devices which contain the evidence corroborating what I have said. So I will not be taking any questions at this time. I will not be taking questions at this time.
We're going to ask them anyway. Can you tell us a little bit more about this evidence that you're giving to the FBI?
The evidence sits on these 3 phones. I don't want to go into anything any further. This will all be discussed with Senator Johnson and his committee, and the American people can decide what's fact.
Who paid for you to be here? Who paid for your expenses to be here?
Thank you.
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
What did I miss? Anything big?
Have anything to do with your appearance here?
If we're being honest, the reason why, I mean, I was running around trying to prepare food at least before the debate, but the reason why I'm not paying close attention to what the fuck's going on here with the leaks is because I just don't think that it's, 1, relevant overall, and 2, I just feel like it's mostly fake. But maybe I'm Only Fox is covering this. See their reaction. This is what I was thinking about while I was listening. It's like,
To entities
will
affiliated
this
with
penetrate? Will this penetrate the broader electorate if no one is talking about it?
members concerning this matter, and I will be providing to the FBI the devices which contain the evidence corroborating what I have said. So I will not be taking any questions at this time.
I mean, he looks.
You will be taking questions?
I will not be taking questions at this
We're going
time.
to ask them anyway. Can you tell us a little bit more about the
We're gonna ask
you're giving to the FBI?
The evidence sits on these 3 phones. I don't want to go into anything any further. This will all be discussed with Senator Johnson and his committee, and the American people can decide what's fact.
Who paid for you to be here? Who paid for your expenses to be here?
Thank you.
Tony Bobulinski in the JW Marriott talking to the press pool there about business dealings he had with Hunter Biden, in which he says that Joe Biden is not telling the truth when he says he never talked to his son about business. In fact, he has proof, and he's handing over these 3 phones to the FBI.
Yeah, he also said something very interesting towards the end, which had to do.
I'm sorry, if your last name is Bobulinski, I can't take you seriously. Like, they really should have. They should have found someone else to be the guy.
His name
There's just no
is
way I'm gonna
Hasan.
ever listen to a guy whose name is Tony Bobulinski and not immediately think, "Oh God, what are you fucking doing, Tony? Oh, you fucked the whole team up, Tone."
Pullout game week.
Like, you couldn't come up with a better name, dude? Bobulinski, really?
Yes, you do, Brett. Senator Coons, are you with us? Yeah, you heard all of that. Obviously, you've heard the former vice president say what he said and the statement that the Biden campaign put out today. What's your reaction?
Well, for your viewers who didn't hear that statement, the former Vice President Joe Biden said that we all know his finances and his taxes. Joe Biden's been completely transparent with the American people. Donald Trump has not. We don't know the full extent of President Trump's holdings, his tax liability. The idea that perhaps he has a secret account in China and paid more to China in income taxes than he did to the United States was one of the things pointed out by the Biden campaign. This is a matter that has been investigated over and over. And I seriously wonder if 12 days before a presidential election, where more than half the states are already voting, and we've got Rudy Giuliani with one hand coming up with a hard drive and a computer, and this gentleman in the other hand coming up with last-minute cell phones, most of which aren't being sourced, aren't being verified. Even Fox News hasn't verified the Giuliani allegations. I frankly have to ask, is this seriously what we're going to do? To me, it seems like distraction and spectacle. When the average American who's tuning in tonight to hear these 2 gentlemen on the stage want to know not about their families, but about the middle American families who've been impacted by this pandemic and recession. We've got 8 million Americans infected. More than 220,000 American families have lost a loved one.
Yo, Trump is right, dude. Fox News is lib as fuck. Oh my God. Oh my God, it's OA and only going forward. He's right.
Donald Trump has led us into. That's what I think is going to matter to your viewers and the American people about tonight's debate.
I know who Chris Coons is, but Fox News didn't have to have fucking Chris Coons on. They could have had someone else on.
Very important to the American.
What is there, no fucking Republican that they could have brought
on the campaign trail is that he said he had never discussed any of these business arrangements or propositions with Hunter ever. And then you hear this man, this former Navy lieutenant, who says that that is not true, that he spoke about these business deals with China personally with Joe Biden. So are you saying you don't believe this man? You think he's lying?
I'm saying I've literally just heard of him now for the first time. And Ron Johnson, senator from Wisconsin, spent millions of dollars and months of Senate time investigating these matters. It seems awfully late to me for this flimsy evidence to be brought forward, and we'll see what comes of it. But I frankly...
He's fucking right, by the way, 100%.
Joe Biden is a man of compassion and character who I've known for 30 years and who is...
Okay, that part is lib shit, but, like, he is fucking right. Like, you can't have an entire, like, Senate committee investigate these matters and then turn around and, like, 3 days before the election be like, oh, just kidding, we actually have new evidence. No one's gonna fucking buy that shit, dude. No fucking way. Like, no fucking way. He's 100% correct on that, by the way.
Barrett.
That was another part of the conversation that's like so idiotic. On top of the fact that like Burisma, like the Burisma dealings literally fucking ended up with Joe Biden doing something that would harm his son.
Saying you're somebody who respects the process, respects the Senate. Were you embarrassed by that today?
Brett, I wasn't embarrassed by that today. Frankly, Chairman Lindsey Graham, I think, should be embarrassed that he broke the rules of the committee in order to force this nomination to the Senate. As you well know, there's no precedent in American history for the Senate voting on a Supreme Court nominee 12 days before a presidential election where a majority of
they need to have fucking morals and humanity to feel like human beings and have a sense of shame. Like, they need to be decent to be able to feel shame. These people are shameless. Shamelessness.
Because I thought it was important for the American people to hear, based on her writings,
I can't believe they're violating protocol. Meanwhile, like, they're fucking advancing their conservative project of turning this country into a fascist theocracy. And advancing that agenda by like spear-dicking a fourth Supreme Court justice seat. Like, why the fuck would they have any shame whatsoever? Why would they care? They're fucking killing it.
Yeah, two promises.
Do that for us. We'd love to have them on. All right, coming up next, we hear from Republican Senator Ted Cruz of Texas as our special 2-hour ramp-up for the big debate tonight continues.
But first, a look at Belmont University. Gorgeous.
This is pretty funny. Like, I love this shit, dude. These takes are...
ballots.
Even Fox News is on your side. This is pretty bad. Rod, have you heard from your reaction?
96% chance of keeping control of that.
What is the Republican circles doing? Are they? Oh, it's you're coughing because it's I just cooked. What are Republicans saying about this Tony Bobolinsky and Hunter Biden? Like, where's Hunter? What are they saying?
This is a deranged pervert.
Is there anything going on? Like, do they care about that? How are they owning the libs then? Murat does not know if Republicans... Murat doesn't even know anything about this, like, Hunter Biden shit.
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
No.
Welcome to Disney Plus.
I love the system. I can now remove the tinfoil hat.
Hey man,
if you fucks don't want him to mute, then don't watch the stream. Yeah, seriously, guys, like... It's not like I want to watch TV with Hasan. It's
but there is no plan, and he's refused to talk about whatever he says there is a plan.
Also,
much more ahead on tonight's
60-second ad break, top of the hour, every hour, just so we're ready for the debate. So it's 4:30, 1 minute ad break again for you, top of the hour. So you get an ad while the ad is playing on CNN as well.
Perfect.
I love debate mode, Hasan. Keep killing it, champ. And chat, please.
The Biden campaign response to Tony Bobolinsky, who is Trump's invited guest tonight. As Chris Wallace said on air,
his name is Hasan.
Wait, hold on.
This is a deranged pervert.
Moon is going to be here only during the debate and not post commentary? I don't know. I will have Trihex on after. After the debate, I will have Trihex on as well. So busy today. Didn't even get to the Ghislaine Maxwell story. I know.
Darling.
Okay, I can't read this right now. I can't read. I don't know how to read.
Voters. The people I know are looking for Trump to be a semi-decent human being on the
What is this?
Can you go over California props on the ballot for us in California with you?
I need NBC to stop fucking up. I need NBC to stop fucking up, dude.
His name is Hasan.
What? Confirm Amy.
On a lot this year.
But I...
What the fuck was going on there? Confirm Amy on...
Wet ass P-word. Make that pull out.
Yo, guys. Here's what I'm definitely not going to do. Have anyone that you want me to have anyone on the debate stage that you personally want me to have on.
Pervert.
Like, it's just not happening. Okay. So the quicker you live with that, the easier it will be for you. The quicker you agree with that. So I'm not going to have your best friend on. I'm not going to have you on. I'm not going to have your favorite commentator on. It's just not happening.
60 Minutes, if he's elected, he'll create a bipartisan commission to study reforming the court.
Put Hasan on. No!
Ask them to, over 180 days, come back to me with recommendations as to how to reform the court system.
New developments in the killing of George Floyd. A judge in Minnesota now dropping one of the charges, dismissing a lesser charge against one of the officers for third-degree murder. Derek Chauvin is still facing charges of second-degree unintentional murder and manslaughter. All charges against the other 3 officers involved were upheld, each accused of aiding and abetting murder and manslaughter. The officers have pled not guilty. The trial is set for March.
Holy.
The close encounter with the great white caught on camera.
I just looked next to me, and the shark was just gliding past, looking straight at me.
Smith, noticing the shark's interest in the anchor attached to the back of the
Aussies,
kayak,
man.
He released it into the water, and the shark took off.
The kayak might stay in the shed.
Oi, I was
Welcome
fucking
back.
peated.
There has been no group harder hit by the pandemic than seniors. They have died in disproportionately higher numbers across the country. And so
You can
many
see
have
it
been
in me
forced to
toes,
separate
bro.
from their younger loved ones, missing critical milestones and the ability to create new memories. That's left some in this age demographic upset at the government's handling of the pandemic, which could have a major impact on the race for the White House. Seniors favored Donald Trump in 2016, but there are signs of a potentially substantial shift in 2020. Zareen Shah has more.
It's a warning sign for President Trump less than 2 weeks from Election Day.
Do we have any seniors in the House?
Senior citizen support key to his 2016
Some whores
victory,
in this
now
house.
far from a sure thing.
That dono timing was perfect.
Take 65-year-old Tom Moran from Michigan. We first met him 2 weeks ago outside the vice
Does anyone have
presidential debate
undecided
in
voter
Utah.
porn?
I would crawl over broken glass.
Do you want me to watch?
This president.
Unable to work as a school bus driver because of COVID, Moran's now making it his mission to drive himself and his message hundreds of miles cross-country.
Heading south, going to Nashville.
This time standing outside the Nashville presidential debate, holding this updated banner with the words, 220,000 dead, COVID-19, Trump failed us. Of those dead, CDC numbers show roughly 164,000 are seniors. The Michigan resident telling anyone who will listen, being away from his grandchildren this long did not have to happen.
I can't see my grandchildren. They live in Wisconsin. The virus is exploding there. They're 1 and 3. My wife and I haven't seen him in 6 months, and for a 1-year-old, that's half of his life. President Trump has given up on the virus. He's quit. He's a failed president.
He's a president who won seniors by 9 points in 2016. But this time, a recent Wall Street Journal NBC national poll has Joe Biden leading by 27 points.
Why don't they ever show like Trump supporters who fucking think it's fake?
And I just checked a minute ago. As I understand it, Fox News is the only network that actually covered that press conference.
Not true,
CNN
Ted.
didn't cover it.
We covered
MSNBC
it.
didn't cover it. ABC, CBS, NBC, none of them covered it. And
Lion Ted. HasanAbi's broadcast covered it too, bitch.
When the New York Post broke this story, and big tech, Twitter and Facebook censored it, and essentially determined that the American people could not even hear the facts. And I think the degree to which the media and big tech are shilling for Joe Biden, are protecting him, are covering him up, and not even asking these questions, I think it's really shameful.
Senator Cruz, when you look at the statement that came out from the Biden campaign, it essentially alludes to the fact that he says he was never involved in these business deals and that he never owned any stock in any of these ventures. Does that language sound careful to you as an attorney?
It clearly is drafted carefully, saying he didn't own stock. Well, the allegation that I just heard, which was news to me tonight, was that Hunter Biden was holding the percentage for his dad. Now that, if you're essentially, using a straw man, then the question is Joe Biden, was he personally enriching himself from communist China? And as far as I can tell, Joe Biden hasn't answered that question. I haven't seen anyone even ask him that question. I mean, what was stunning, the day this story broke in the New York Post, ABC hosted a town hall with Joe Biden, and they didn't even ask him the question. They're not
If Joe Biden is not ready for Donald Trump to intercept them with these sorts of questions, XO Ariel, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. XO Ariel.
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
Anyway, what I was saying is, if Joe Biden is not ready for insane, like a barrage of insanity from Donald Trump about these Hunter Biden related questions, it's not going to look great. Unless he just fucking yells. I don't know. It was XO Ariel. Thank you, XO Ariel. Damn, you got a fucking hype train on your channel as you were rating me. Dude, Chris Christie looks like shit. Looks like death.
Former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie, who tested positive after
and
helping
what
with
Joe
Mr. Trump's
Biden and the
debate.
Democrats are proposing and what the Democratic governors are implementing is shutdowns that are destroying millions of small businesses. You know, I listened to your interview with Chris Coons, and I like Chris. I served with him on Judiciary. And he talked about how he wished Congress was doing something for COVID relief. And I have to admit, I kind of felt nervous that lightning was going to strike him because he and every other Senate Democrat yesterday filibustered a $500 billion COVID relief plan. And they don't get to filibuster emergency COVID relief to help small businesses reopen, to help parents get their kids back in school, and then go on TV.
Bro, they're such pieces of shit. They filibustered for fucking 6 months. How about that, you fucking piece of shit?
It doesn't report on a word of it. And it's really... It's not doing the job journalists are supposed to be doing.
They're such scumbags,
Well, Senator,
dude.
we appreciate your time tonight. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator. So an unexpected guest, as we've been talking about at tonight's debate, the former business partner of Hunter Biden's, who says that the
God,
whole
I really despise Republicans, dude. I really do. I can't stand them. I hate them so much. They are such relentless fucking scumbags, dude. But they're so good at being scummy. Like, he could just sit there and be like, I can't believe that Democrats are the ones who are filibustering our $500 billion package that will help small business. Like, dude, fuck you. Nancy Pelosi fucking brought it down from 3.4 trillion to 2.2 trillion. And you motherfuckers are like, that's not happening. I'm willing to bet that Mitch McConnell is not even interested. Knew full well the fucking 500 billion wasn't going to go anywhere.
More than half of the cases in the United States, the president says this in July, more than half, 53% of the cases since the president said that, 36% of the deaths in the United States since the president said in July, it wasn't the first time, but at the peak of the summer surge, he said it would disappear. Aaron, the numbers tell us we're going back up. We're right now pretty close to the peak of the summer surge, and everybody says we're going even higher. So where are we right now? This trend line, luckily, it's a tough word to use because this is the trend line of American deaths from the coronavirus. And we went way up early on. It was new. The hospitals were overwhelmed. You do see, because of new treatments and because they're vulnerable at protecting themselves, this has been down a little bit. But look in recent days. 1,000 American deaths the last couple of days. That trend line, too, starting to inch back up. Let's hope it doesn't. But you see the curve at the very end right there. This is the map of a crisis, plain and simple. The deeper the blue, the higher the positivity rate, meaning more new infections today because people are testing positive, and the more people who test positive, the more risk of spread. Look at this, 55% in Iowa, 14% Wisconsin, 35% South Dakota, 31% Wyoming, 33% Idaho, Nevada in double digits, Kansas in double digits.
Liberate
this is more
California!
infections today, and it means more infections tomorrow.
Liberate California, Governor Newsom!
The 10 states right now, per capita, reporting the most new COVID cases. Here they are. A lot of them are smaller states, so the case numbers might be trailing a bit. But you see that these are the 10 states with the most new cases per capita right now. What do they have in common? They all voted for President Trump in 2016. All but one of them have Republican governors. Wisconsin has a Democratic governor. It is going up right now. I don't like to mention that. We're all Americans. We're going through this together. But watching the debate tonight, the president likes to make the point, well, the blue states are the problem. The blue states, he says, are staying closed now to hurt him, to hurt the economy and to hurt him. Well, if that comes up, we should look at this. Look at this trend. Yes, the blue states, California, Washington State, New York, and the Northeast did go up the hill first. They have come down, stayed down, back up a little bit in the summer surge. Everyone's going up right now. Look at the red states. Look at the red states. These are states with Republican governors. They were down at first. They drove the summer surge. Look how high this went. Did come down some, but right now in America, states with Republican governors have a bigger problem than states with Democratic governors. One more thing, Aaron, you might hear tonight. The president will say, everyone's going through this. Don't blame me. The world is going through this. He's right. The world is going through this. And Europe, at the moment, actually has more cases per capita. That's the yellow line. More cases per capita than the United States. The United States is the green line. But this is what scares public health experts. If you go back and look at the history, Europe went up the hill first. Right? Europe went up the hill before the United States. Then it did a remarkable job of flattening the curve. Look at that. And now, as we go back up, Europe is shooting up. New restrictions in Ireland, new restrictions in Germany, new restrictions in France, new restrictions.
Bro, look at this. This is why they opened up. And then they fucked it up again because they opened up. We never closed. Like, it's so obvious. And then we opened fully.
Higher than Europe the entire time. Now starting to go back up again.
I'm sorry, but I hate how fucking stupid our countrymen and women are.
To be when you look at the cases as we go up here, are we going to hit the summer surge?
We are the dumbest fucking country on the planet.
Worry, Aaron, as we get closer to the election, we have not rounded the corner. We're in a mess.
All right, John, thank you very much. Sobering, but incredibly.
We're such hogs. Like, we are such relentless hogs, dude. Imagine looking at that fucking chart and going, I don't care, brother. It's called freedom. Look it up. I didn't mean to burp in the middle of that, but I think that made it more convincing.
That both President Trump and Joe Biden tested negative today. A plexiglass barrier that was going to be between them has been removed, right? But yet we're going to see the coronavirus in that room, right? They're going to be 12 feet, 8 inches apart. The moderators, 16 feet apart. Everyone wearing masks, people with bands, wristbands, because they were tested. But all of that puts the coronavirus in this debate. Does it mean, though, that the virus isn't in the room?
No, it doesn't. I mean, I think this is a fundamental point.
This is a dumb question.
All those protections you mentioned, it's good for them that they're doing that stuff. But I think to your point, we're still talking about gathering a large group of people indoors in the middle of a pandemic. Two people who would be considered vulnerable, at least by virtue of their age.
Honestly, you should literally play Tony Bubalowski or whatever the fuck, Tony Bubala. You should play his thing. That's better content, CNN. Like, what are you doing? Tony Bubalowski, he's some fucking Hunter Biden guy. Oh, wait, let's watch this.
Yeah,
okay,
well, at least I hope they'll investigate and get to the bottom.
Tony Baba Booey.
Investigation. I understand this from just the open source press that there's an FBI money laundering investigation into these allegations, and so I think we'll get to the bottom of it. But it's entirely consistent with how China has used its influence, whether money or blackmail or fawning press or that sort of thing, to influence American politicians. And it's something we've got to be very concerned about.
And we'll continue to follow it here. I want to ask you about the interference in the election. And we had the Director of National Intelligence, the FBI Director, talk about Russia and Iran. Are there other countries as well doing that? Which one is posing the biggest problem tonight?
There are. I think, look, the Iranians are the most recent to have engaged in this activity that was exposed by Director Wray and Director Radcliffe, and I commend them and their teams and our intelligence services for uncovering it quickly, and then for the administration coming forward and being transparent, because we think transparency is the best deterrent to this sort of activity in the future. And so the Iranians understand that we're very unhappy with this, and there will be consequences for Iran as a result of it. But it's also Russia, it's China, as Attorney General Barr said recently. China's attempts to influence American politicians and the American political system in our elections is an order of magnitude higher than what the Russians or the Iranians have done. And I can also tell you, I can't tell you the names of the countries, but there are 2 or 3 other countries that we're keeping very close tabs on and that we're concerned about their efforts to try and influence our elections. One point I do want to make, Brett, is that our elections, if you cast a vote, your vote's going to get counted.
Me. He's talking
We've
about Turkey.
Our election infrastructure. We've spent hundreds of millions of dollars doing so.
He means
We're working
Canada.
with secretaries of state and lieutenant governors who handle the elections statewide across all 50.
He's talking about how there was a Twitch streamer. There was a Twitch streamer by the name of Pokimane Eman Enes, the big Canadian broadcaster that recently did a collaborative effort to get people to vote Democrat. That's election interference coming all the way from Canada.
What we can do to protect the American people and protect our elections. But it's concerning when we see foreign actors trying to get involved, either influence Americans or to interfere with the actual election day activities of our citizens.
So before we let you go, national security is one of the bucket of questions this evening. What is the question that you think is most important to address with regard to our nation's national security at this point?
Well, I think the president should just be asked to address the accomplishments. He's done more in the past 3.5 years than most presidents have done in 2 terms. I mean, we've brought peace to the Middle East. We've defeated the ISIS caliphate. We brought justice to Baghdadi.
Dude, it's so good. Dude, I love bootlickers. How do you not love that? He's like, I think
that's the Final Four that we're at.
I think they should ask I think they should ask Joe Biden all the good, Donald Trump the good things that he's done, and not the bad things.
That cannot be their only path. They're not going to sweep those 4. Losing, sort of writing off Michigan and Wisconsin's a bit of a problem.
It's a huge problem, Chuck, for sure. And, that's why, you start to dig into each individual state and the scenarios of what's going on. But I think ultimately the question that we're trying to answer here and that we all are wondering about is how much of this is going to be a wave, or rather, how big is the wave going to be? Because we could easily see something on election night. I think we're all being very careful not to repeat the mistakes that were made in 2016, where everyone we were talking to assumed that Hillary Clinton was going to win the election. And I think I certainly had the experience of being ridiculed by Hillary Clinton campaign operatives when I suggested anything other than that foregone conclusion. And so I think we're all a little, trying to be a little careful here. And that's warranted. But on the other hand, we're seeing an awful lot of information that suggests that, yes, we can have an in-depth conversation about Maricopa County, but what's happening there is happening everywhere. And while, yes, these Sunbelt states are places where President Trump can still fight, I think there's going to be a real question. And Florida, is going to help us answer that on election night itself. I think we'll start to learn from those ballots in Florida whether we're in for a long night, week, month, or whether it's going to be a huge wave.
And Joshua, that path that last path there for Donald Trump, this assumes that he recovers in Iowa, he recovers in Ohio, he recovers in he's behind actually in Iowa. He's about even in Ohio. So this assumes that he somehow recovers, and that's that final path there. I'll tell you, I'm with Casey. There's a lot more evidence that points to this looking more like 1988 than even 2008.
And I do think that Florida is going to be very telling, as it is always telling. And even just early voter turnout this week, because early voting began this week in Florida. Some of the pictures in like Pinecrest and Miramar and parts of Hillsborough County, Pinecrest and Miramar, are in South Florida. Hillsborough County in Central Florida.
Omar
We're
just tweeted my
down the
video
block and around the corner. I've voted early in Florida. I've never seen anything like that before. So I'll be fascinated to see what Florida looks like. If I could just reference one thing that came up in Chris Jansing's conversation with those 3 sisters in Atlanta, I think what they had to say was so valuable as they were saying it. I was like, yep, I hope he's paying attention, because they're not just undecided voters. I think a better term for them is uncommitted voters. Like, you mean to tell me we as black folks are going to be ride or die for the Democratic Party for generations because, let's be honest, many African Americans don't consider there to be 2 viable alternatives as it relates to things like economic opportunity and racial justice. And we're going to be ride or die for you for all these years. And Donald Trump is going to disrespect you on the world stage on something that is supposed to be held, decent and in order. And you're not going to say anything. You're just going to let him do that. So you'll let him do that to you. What does that mean about what he's doing to black folks in their community? I think what they're saying is very prescient. I think a lot of Biden supporters feel the same way, but just don't articulate it quite that way.
Look, it resonated. I thought it resonated too. I'm glad you did a callback to that. Michael Beschloss, we're sitting here October 22nd, and I know you can answer this question because your brain works this way. Is there any historical corollary where we're at with an incumbent president where he's at this close to an election and they somehow pull off a miracle?
Yeah, George Bush 2004 was running tied or behind. And on the Friday before the election, as you well know, there was an Osama bin Laden tape that the polls found reminded people of Bush's commitment to fighting terrorism. And as you know, the 2004 election, Chuck, was won basically by 30,000 votes in the state of Ohio. Yeah. So if you think that that tape may have changed more than 30,000 minds, then you had an October surprise 4 days before the election that changed the result. I agree with everything I've heard tonight.
Americans
but always
are so
remember
stupid.
that something that can happen that may mix this up.
What is it when you're watching this, Michael? How are you going to watch this debate tonight? And what is it that you want to see happen?
Well, I'd like to see new sides of these two candidates. That's pretty.
Another thing to remind you, another quick history lesson. Another similarity between John Kerry and Joe Biden is that they both made up the largest point differential in the primaries, like historic point gaps that they made up to win and secure the nomination. With John Kerry, it was Howard Dean's moment that when you look back at now, you don't even understand why people fucking freaked out over. And John Kerry swooped. Like, he just swooped in and swept the fucking primaries after that. Made up the largest point differential historically until Joe Biden.
Man, Hasan.
Coming back from like, I forget, coming back from like what, 30 points, something like something crazy.
Even if he has a polished presidential performance, is that going to make people forget the first debate and a lot of the unpresidential stuff from the last 4 years? I'm not so sure.
Casey Hunt, I tell you, Kristen Welker's picked out some good topics. I'd love, for instance, to see tonight a back and forth over a national mask mandate. I'd love to see a back and forth over what would a new health care plan look like, Mr. President. I'd love to see a back and forth over how big should the stimulus be. What are the chances that we're actually going to, a voter like me that would like to see sort of that back and forth, what are the chances we get that tonight?
Well, Chuck, you're right that there are incredible policy questions at hand that the nation needs to have answered. You're absolutely right about that. And perhaps more than ever in our history as we face down this once in a lifetime pandemic. But, I think we've seen from President Trump, an inability to separate his personality and his sort of interests, no matter what even his campaign is telling him about how he's going to perform. And I would be surprised. I mean, Michael Beschloss, what's your assessment? What is your answer to this question? Because I got to say, I'm very skeptical that President Trump is capable of having a policy discussion, even though that might actually be the conversation that brings some of his Republican voters home in these last couple of days, if that's even still possible.
If I were his campaign consultant, and God help us all if I were, I would say the thing you can do tonight to help yourself is to try to turn in a Ronald Reagan type presidential performance as Reagan showed in 1980 to dispel the worries of people that you're out of control. I do not think from the evidence of the last couple of weeks he is capable of doing that tonight. This is much more about his, expressing himself and expressing his grievances, and it may give him momentary relief. But if he does that tonight, he will have kicked away the last, at least conventional opportunity he has to do something that's going to help himself in this race.
American people are tired of women.
Well, and Joshua Johnson, one other thing that I have in the back of my mind here is how Republicans across the country in Congress and elsewhere are watching what's going to unfold tonight. They're hoping that, frankly, the president doesn't take them further down than he already has.
And there's been a lot of reporting in the last few weeks, about some Republicans holding their noses in terms of what their futures might look like or whether casting their lots in with President Trump might bite them in the end. I would be interested to see how much the candidates make the case that you should vote for me as opposed to against the other person. I've said this Abraham Lincoln quote 100 times. This is the 101st. with public sentiment, nothing can fail. Without it, nothing can succeed. And I'm interested in seeing whether the candidates build any public sentiment to say, yeah, I'm going to be the kind of president who builds an America that you can be proud of, as opposed to, let me show you all the reasons that you should not be paying attention to that other person, because that's what I think a lot of Republican lawmakers want to be able to go back to their constituents with and say, see, this is the kind of president that can build us the kind of future that America needs. But I'm going to be, I'm sure, looking for that through a fog of lots of other things that I am sure Kristen Welker is perfectly capable of handling. The rest of us sitting at home.
She is going to do, I have full confidence she's going to do an absolutely wonderful job tonight. I am glad that we are here at this debate for the sake of all of us. Thanks for being with us this hour. NBC News coverage of the final president.
Top of the hour, every hour, is 60-second ad break. Right here, right now, folks. And then after that, I'm going to see who else is ready to go. My guests. I'm waiting on my guests. My guests.
To keep on winning.
Winning. Winning. Winning.
This is a deranged pervert.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to our coverage of the second and final 2020 presidential debate. Republican incumbent President Donald Trump and his Democratic challenger, former Vice President Joe Biden, are about to face off for the last time, with the election now just 12 days away. The stakes are higher than ever, and tonight is the best last chance for the candidates to make their case to a national audience before Election Day.
Dude, why are they shooting this with a toaster? You are a multi-million-dollar media conglomerate. Figure it out, NBC.
This is a deranged pervert.
How?
The kind of big mistake that could change the dynamic of a race he's been
Poor
leading
shaming?
since January.
Yeah, I'm
here at ABC's election headquarters with the entire political team and David Muir. The pandemic, how the president has handled it, still the dominant issue in this race.
The question, George, there's really no way to escape the pandemic, both on that debate stage and in these final 12 days of the campaign. And quite frankly, Americans are aware of this. They're living this. They're exhausted by it. And so many American families have actually been affected by it. The numbers are staggering. Cases going up in 84% of the country tonight. We've seen the virus's grip right now with these 12 days left in the Midwest, in the middle of the country, in the South. 60,000 new cases.
All right. Okay, folks, we got our first guest of the night.
The American people are tired of women.
Dave Weigel of the Washington Post. Dave, are you there? Dave, can you hear me? Hello? Okay, I don't know if you can hear me at all.
Is Hasan.
Let me see. I can't see Dave at all, and I don't think he can hear me, so I don't know what's going on there. Okay, we'll figure it out. I don't think Dave has used I don't think he's used Discord before, so this is the first time for him.
Zoom 3, I think her hot AF and
Hello. Okay, why is this not, my input device not picking up? Hello.
This is a deranged.
That's weird. Mic test. Oh, no, it is working. Okay. Output is okay. All right. I hit call button. Can you hear me? I can't hear you. No, I know there was an echo. Chill out, chat. We're doing some quick technical work here. Maybe I'll just turn my camera on for a second.
This is a deranged pervert.
Hello.
Oh, you're
hello.
Such a big man, Hasan.
Himbo M 2020.
Okay. No, it's not working.
Whores in this house.
All right, we're gonna get back to Dave in a second. I'm gonna add Ryan here. I'm gonna add.
This is a deranged pervert.
Osita into the call as well. Okay, Osita, Ryan. You know what? I'll throw Austin in there as well because he wanted to be on early this time and he wanted to get these fucking lib takes out of there. He wanted to get his lib takes ahead of everybody else this time around. And then I'll also add Dave here as well.
Isn't that just
okay?
Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
Hello? Oh, Dave. Yes, it worked. Dave, it was not working before, but it's working now, which is good.
Oh, it wasn't my fault. That's all I care about.
Okay, perfect.
Pervert.
All right, let me just throw your handsome mugs on the screen here and then turn off my camera.
Okay, I'm pausing. Let's go. Everybody
His
upstairs.
name is Hasan.
You got turn off camera. Why don't we turn on the camera? Let's see if it works. Oh, there it is. Perfect. Okay. We have our liberal correspondent coming in as well in one moment. But before we do that, let me just turn this off. Oh crap! I have to add them onto the call right now, and they can come in at their own leisure actually because
Let's go.
I'm just live. I'm currently live and live producing this. That's why there's going to be some complications at first. Okay. Or wait a minute. Let me add one more person. We're gonna have two Twitch streamers come on, and they're coming on to bring the everyman, millionaire Twitch streamer opinion onto the panel, which I feel like is worthwhile. But anyway, okay. Let me just turn on Discord. Here we
His
go.
name is Hasan.
There it is. Okay, perfect. All right, I think we're good to go for now. You guys can hear me, right?
Yeah, can you hear us?
Yes.
This is a deranged.
Ryan, you can hear us? All right, perfect. Okay, getting off studio mode. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to present to you an all-star cast. This is like, Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, LeBron James of the realm of politics here. We got Dave Weigel of Washington Post, Asita Nwonevu. Did I say it correctly? I don't know if I...
Close enough.
Okay.
Close enough.
Of the New Republic, and also Ryan Grimm, Washington, D.C., bureau chief of The Intercept. And, of course, later, Austin of Austin Show is going to be joining us, and Moon Moon will be joining us. But before we get to that, I wanted to see what you guys' opinions are. Obviously, the debate starts at 6, but it's currently 5 p.m., so I have an hour. We have an hour with you guys to just pick your brains a little bit, and I'm very excited about that. So, thank you for coming on.
His
man.
name is Hasan.
Good to be here.
Okay, so let's get right into it. So, why do you guys think Donald Trump is going to win this election?
Oh, you're such a big.
Okay, by the way, this is super chill. Like it's very casual. Yeah. It's not like a. I mean, there's 50,000 people watching, but it is remarkably casual. So don't feel stressed to give your hottest takes or anything like that.
Perfect.
Look, I think Trump is going to win because the appearance of Tony Bobulinski at tonight's debate is clearly going to, I think, reset the table for the next couple of weeks. I think everybody in America has been waiting to see this guy, hear from this guy, want to know what he looks like, want to know what he's going to wear. All of that is going to be very positive for the Trump campaign, for sure.
Well, I will say this. I don't know if you... Well, clearly, while you were excited about Tony Bobulinski, and it's understandable, you clearly did not see the 15-minute press conference that he just offered earlier, so where we did get to see him, and he looks exactly the way you would expect him to look.
Yes.
It's great. It's perfect. I mean,
Yes.
they're not even trying at this point. I don't know what the fuck's going on, if we're being honest. I don't know why they're like throwing darts at the board. That question that I asked you guys, as far as like, is there a pathway to Trump winning? That is a serious one that I do want to ask you. But I think that before we get to anything else, we should start by talking about the Republican strategy that we have seen thus far and why it's been a disastrous flop, in my opinion, and maybe you guys have a different one. I don't understand what the fuck they're doing. Like, this is different than 2016 even. I would go so far as to say it's even worse than 2016. That's Austin, by the way, guys. Yeah. What do you guys think is going on? Like, why?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Hey, good to see you. I mean, I can jump in a little bit. There was a consistent message in 2016. It sounded chaotic, but then remember all the post-election stories about diners and small towns where Trump's message connected. Everything came back to a economic message of how things were going to improve under him and how they hadn't under the 30, 40-year hegemony of the Clintons, right? So everything did come back to that. If you go back and watch his debate performances, each one, he didn't do great, but he brought things back to that. And he had, and not to get in the weeds of this, because maybe we'll get in the weeds of it later, but he had a 30-day scandal in WikiLeaks that was information being published online that everybody could vet, and it just kept biting away at Hillary Clinton. He had Comey that kept biting away at Hillary Clinton. He got lucky, and he was good at bringing things back to his topic. And this time, an interesting thing I've noticed is that the president loves talking about Tony B, our friend, the man of the hour. I'm not sure if he's used his name yet, but anyway, Bobulinski. Okay, so the president likes talking about Hunter Biden. He has for years. Mike Pence is not mentioning Hunter Biden in his campaign speeches, and is that significant? Not in a huge way, but in 2016, I would see them both, and Pence was similar to Trump, hitting the same points, but also going after Hillary Clinton on corruption in the same ways. And I don't know where to land this point, except that I've noticed that until now, at least, half the campaign is not ready to turn the entire conversation into Hunter Biden's business deal. So that means that the rest of the campaign's still not sure what the closing message is.
Right. Yeah, I think your point's right. And your point does land. Your point is like, look, in 2016, it looks insane, but he had an actual message. He was going to make America great again. And the Clintons were just corrupt, dumb elites that were just, ripping everybody off and getting ripped off by the Chinese. This time, he's trying to recreate all the events of 2016, but not actually recreating the message of 2016. And he can't, because he's kind of thrown off by coronavirus. I think without the pandemic, if you still have the economy, humming along like it is, and every month you're seeing unemployment tick down another 0.1%, and you're seeing the stock market continue to ride, he's probably in pretty good shape. And then he's
he
riding
wouldn't
that.
even need Bobulinski at that point, though. I think
wouldn't need Bobulinski. So he's scrambling, and so he remembers, he wanted a whole bunch of DOJ investigations launched. Now he's pissed that he's not going to get them announced at the last minute. He's going to fire the FBI director. He's so excited that there's a laptop with salacious material on it that could, change the course of the election at the very last minute. Just like he brought a bunch of surprise guests to the debates in 2016, he brings Bobulinski to the debate in 2020. He's working so hard to kind of teleport 2016 into 2020 to try to recreate the magic that brought him his upset. But like you said, people don't care about Hunter Biden. Everything here could be authentic and true, and it's a news story, and I think it's worth covering. But it's not the thing that it's not going to make people forget about coronavirus. It's not going to make people forget about who Donald Trump is, and he's a guy who's been well under 50% approval rating every single day of his presidency.
I'm about to pull a CNN right here and throw some bait in the water here, but okay. So this is a good opportunity for me to also ask Osita and Ryan, what do you guys think about the Hunter Biden story? You said it's worthwhile, that it should get coverage. Osita, do you agree with that? Or and the reason why I'm asking this is because specifically, I feel like a big mistake for us in 2016 in the media. I think that they hyper-focused on Hillary Clinton's emails, certainly, and offered it a little bit of legitimacy. But then one thing that they did not do was cover the WikiLeaks leaks, as Ryan also correctly pointed out, and they were verifiable. They were easy to track. They were interesting, and that left a opening in the marketplace of ideas, I guess, for every independent outlet to make whatever they want out of the stories that people wanted to hear about, that also tied perfectly into the Hillary Clinton corruption and the Clinton crime family, or whatever you want to call it. And I think that is it a mistake for the mainstream media to not cover the Hunter Biden laptop at all, and therefore allow bad faith actors to potentially seize control of the narrative and utilize it in whichever way they want to, as they have been so far? Very long question.
Take it. If Ryan wants to go first.
Well, yeah, I mean,
I'll just say
the way I put it is, yeah, I'd say they should cover it, but not in the way that they covered the email scandal. Like, there's that infamous New York Times front page that when Comey comes back out and he's like, "We've got Weiner's laptop, we're reopening the investigation," and the entire New York Times front page is just splashed with stories, and one headline is like, "Trump says it's a game changer." Like, that's their headline, and then the other headline is about how this federal probe is reopened with this splashed photo of Huma Abedin and Hillary Clinton. And then it gets this wall-to-wall, insanely disproportionate coverage. And I absolutely don't think that the media should do that again. But I do think it deserves a 30-second read on NPR, and a piece in the New York Times, and a piece in the Washington Post or wherever else, like does like a little roundup news brief. Like these are things that happen. The complete ignoring it, other than to say on Twitter that it's dubiously sourced and probably from Russia, is, I think, unfairly delegitimizes what is probably going to be a convincing Biden victory.
And it's the same
and
thing
also
that they did in 2016.
Undercuts the media.
It's the same thing that they did in 2016 with WikiLeaks, where they were like, "Oh, these are DNC. This is a treasure trove of data that Russia hacked." So all of a sudden, because it comes, because the information was basically stolen or procured in by a potential foreign adversary, that we shouldn't focus on the information at all, and it's easy enough to push it away, but it really opens up a weakness, in my opinion. But go on, Asita. Sorry.
Yeah, I would say, I don't really agree that, no matter where information in the public interest comes from, you have a kind of obligation as a journalist to take it seriously if you can verify it and confirm that it's accurate. You have an obligation, I think, to sort of do actual reporting and put out to the public in a responsible way. So that's what I think they should have done with WikiLeaks. I think there's a kernel of legitimacy to the Hunter Biden story, just like there was a kernel of legitimacy to the Clinton email story. But what I think people were anxious and angry about, and I think rightfully, was the impulse I think people in the mainstream press had to blow up a scandal that would make it seem like their coverage was kind of even-handed. We're not just, hitting against Trump. We're also covering Hillary Clinton really, really aggressively, and this shows that we're sort of even and fair and impartial. That's not what should drive your coverage, right? You shouldn't worry about whether you appear to be hitting one side harder than the other. The information or the story itself should dictate how aggressively you handle a situation. You shouldn't feel like you have to move to the other side and blow up something there that isn't all that, just so you have this sort of veneer of impartiality. And I think that they've learned that lesson in the press pretty well. Maybe you can argue they'd overlearned it, and that's why we're not seeing Hunter Biden covered as thoroughly as some people would like there to be. But ultimately, I think that there have been questions about the New York Post's story and how it was reported, and there was internal dissent about how it came out. So I don't. I'm not too anxious about the way that the media has handled Hunter Biden. I just think that it's overall a healthier picture than what we saw in 2016.
Well, and also real quick on this, we can't, literally in the media, we can't cover this the way we covered WikiLeaks, because WikiLeaks was, here's a batch of emails every day. John Podesta said, yeah, they're mine, and there was a story there. There was a verification, even if people felt weird about covering it. That's not happened here. I mean, this is kind of a different approach for the story. Instead of open sourcing it and having people chase and find what they can, this is trying to blunt force it from conservative media outlets into the rest of the conversation, which is different. I mean, Ryan works for The Intercept. The Intercept does great investigative reporting. I mean, if they handed it to The Intercept, that'd be one thing. If The Intercept had access to it, that'd be one thing. Instead, you've got people reacting to whatever allies of one campaign are doling out, and that's not normally how this stuff works. I'm not talking about norms. I'm just saying, if a campaign gives you some stuff and you can't verify it, you don't use it. And two, it's just that pipeline is the problem with it is that whatever people thought of Julian Assange or WikiLeaks, it had a reputation for publishing whatever it got. And people have very strong opinions about Steve Bannon, who's been indicted, about Rudy Giuliani's investigation, the president who was impeached, et cetera, et cetera. They came into this with lots of people thinking they're making stuff up anyway. And to add to that, they said, here's a bunch of email we found. So it's if you're frustrated, if you're like sitting at home, why isn't the media, capital M, NBC, CBS, whatever, covering this? Like, they don't have the information the way that they don't have. Rudy Giuliani's not giving it to everybody. He's giving it to people who are going to print a story that he can then splash on Twitter. Yeah. No, that absolutely makes sense. Is the thing that I am trying to figure out here is there that big of a divide within like Republican conservative radio talk shows on the internet and also on Fox News and OAN? Of course. But is that successful enough to distribute? Are those outlets going to be able to distribute this information to enough people that will then care about it, especially when there's no 30-year conspiracy revolving the Biden crime family like it would with the Clintons? Like, there was no cottage industry of conspiracy theorists that made a deliberate effort to tarnish the reputation of the Bidens in the same way that they did with Clinton. So it was definitely more sticky when you said Hillary Clinton is crooked, and I don't think you can do that with Hunter Biden. At the very most, like, you could, I guess, say with Joe Biden that he's old, he's been around for 47 years, and he really hasn't made any like significant changes or anything like that. But you don't have that like Joe Biden is crooked rhetoric.
Yeah.
Here's a guy who was so broke. Sorry, Austin. Here's a guy who was so broke that despite being corrupt in the sense that I believe a politician would be corrupt, or being a relentless centrist in the Democratic Party, he didn't have enough money to pay for his son's cancer treatment, and like was ready to put out take out a second mortgage on his home. And before Barack Obama was like, I'll loan you the $400,000 necessary for this. Like, that's how I feel like that's how broke Joe Biden is. That's how dedicated he is to the cause of neoliberalism and therefore not all that corrupt.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think it's been a theme of the Trump campaign, this cycle, is their difficulty to identify Joe Biden and substantiate an attack. I mean, they tried to, characterize him as a socialist. That doesn't really land. He's not Bernie Sanders, and also the corruption. It just doesn't hit. It doesn't work. It doesn't resonate. And I think that's been a consistent theme throughout their campaign.
And the other thing is that with Hunter and all of these emails, like, the most you're going to get is Hunter and his associates making claims about Joe Biden. Like, claims about Hunter himself being corrupt and leveraging his father's name to make money, not news. Like, everybody has baked that into their assumptions about Joe Biden. Even if they have a smoking gun where Hunter Biden says, I just spoke with my dad, and my dad says he wants, $500 million for, whatever scheme I'm cooking up here with these Chinese officials. That doesn't even prove anything. That's just Hunter Biden saying something. And Hunter Biden and his associates are not, at this point, credible folks. I think it's newsworthy to report on what they say and what they've said to each other if you can authenticate it. But you can't say Hunter Biden said X, therefore X is true.
Yeah. Also, the last time I was thinking about like Joe Biden's corruption, and the last time anybody thought about Joe Biden as a corrupt politician is like what, the senator for MBNA, like unrolling,
which was again like Hunter Biden. Yeah, Hunter Biden back then cashing mad checks from MBNA. At first as a vice president, and then went on like a no-show job, making 6 figures a year from MBNA while his dad is passing bankruptcy reform. MBNA's top priority. So and his brother Jim, James Biden, using Joe's name. And I think you can fairly say that Joe Biden has not done enough to tell his family to stop doing that, knock it off.
Yeah. That's like, but that's regular corruption. That's not like sexy corruption in the way that, you know what I mean? In the way that like, in the way that there's this, big smoking gun, as you said. And regardless, it's just not sticky. I don't think it's sticky, but my fear is maybe that there are more people watching Fox News than any other outlet. So maybe that kind of brain poisoning is actually reaching enough of the boomer population. But it seems like polls are not showing that reality. I haven't really seen anything as far as like, I haven't seen a lot of like crazy movement. But beyond that, I also haven't really seen anyone say like, this is my top priority now. I need to understand why no one is talking about Burisma and Hunter Biden. Like, I don't think people care about that, especially boomers. Like the 65 plus population, I feel like is, with the exception of like Ohio and some other states, I feel like they're more concerned with surviving and kind of upset that COVID has rendered them unable to see their grandchildren and things like that.
And also, like, Trump's desensitized people, right? So let's imagine somebody came out tomorrow and said, I have emails in which I approached Donald Trump Jr. about a deal, and he said his dad might be interested, and I didn't actually get the money, but Donald Trump Jr. got the money. People be like, oh, yeah, that's Don Jr.'s job. He's Donald Trump's son. Like, of course he was cashing on the family business. And so it's an advantage for Joe Biden that people don't think they're the same person. But Trump has, two things, like the Gorper and Bleetman thing, that people just can't follow the names of these people in scandals. That's very true. I mean, I cover politics. I kind of silo off the campaign stuff, but I'm not following every beat of a story unless I think this is the thing that will change everything. And Trump went through like 100 of those that didn't do anything. But then like the details itself also, I don't know. Everything they've released so far is packaged so that you talk about it and then don't notice that, wait a second, on the standard that Donald Trump has set, this is not that interesting. I mean, one final thing is, like, when I was in the final throes of the midterms in 2018, I went to New Jersey for the last weekend and watched Bob Menendez win. Bob Menendez, who I think everyone can agree
the
like,
pride of New Jersey.
Done a lot, all right? He's done a lot. I'll sum it up that way. And I kept finding voters were like, yeah, he was on trial and he was indicted, but we need to elect him because he was a Democrat. And so the country's not as liberal as New Jersey, but I just think people have calloused so much over scandals that I don't know how things hit anymore. I mean, if there's a revelation like this about Trump tomorrow, I know nobody would care. And a revelation about Biden, I'm not sure they care. It's been a week and people don't seem to care.
Right. There's 2 people running for president. Neither of them are Hunter. One of them is Donald Trump. And that's all, like, roughly 100% of the voters need to know.
Yeah. So let me go one by one. I want to ask all of you. And by the way, Dave, are you staying for the debate as well, or are you dipping before the debate starts?
I got to jump out for the debate itself. But, that's, who cares about that? We got the pregame.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, for the very beginning, I might dip out after the opening of the debate.
Okay. Well, here's a question for all of you then, one by one. Can you map out a pathway where Donald Trump wins? Because, like, look, I still got PTSD from 2016. I'll admit it, okay? No matter what happens, I always feel like I'm too confident. I feel like we're getting too complacent. We're getting too confident that, like, I mean, obviously you don't have a political affiliation or opinion. I'm asking you personally, is there a way to map out, like, a Donald Trump win?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, I might go, I just talked. I can go last. Unless you want me to go first.
Okay.
I think I'll go first. My name is Moon Moon, and I think he should start a full-on race right and stop being a pussy and just commit.
Okay, this is Moon Moon. He's a Twitch streamer as well. By the way,
Hey.
guys.
Hey, Moon.
Hey.
Okay. Ryan,
That was sarcasm. That was sarcasm, by the way. I know we just met.
All right,
But also,
Ryan, you got anything?
Short answer, no. I don't think he can.
I mean, the way first of all, what if they can't count votes because the rickety election infrastructure has been taken down by like one kid in Romania who like decided he wanted to prank the United States of America. Secondly, yeah, everything is really close in places like Florida, North Carolina, Texas.
Yeah.
So
Georgia.
if Georgia, those are all really close, and they'd be neat for Joe Biden to win, but they're by no means locks. Which then it comes down to the same states it came down to in 2016, and you combine a slight polling error with a surge in white non-college voters over 30, with disproportionate Democratic mail-in ballots being tossed out, and you can tell a story of how Trump winds up with more votes than Joe Biden.
Yeah. I mean, I'd echo. It's possible. I just think it's highly unlikely. My biggest fear is Florida. I just hope, because Florida is going to be one of the states that we're going to know on election night. Correct? As far as I understand, we'll be able to know Florida on election night. We should know, right? Florida, unless it's like incredibly close.
Unless they get hacked.
Yeah, or something like that. So, my thing, because the Rust Belt states may take a little bit of time, may take a week or more to know. So my biggest fear is not necessarily that Trump has a pathway to victory, but that he has a pathway to sort of enforce his narrative that the election is rigged and yada 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 yada, and cause a tremendous amount of chaos. So I would hope that at least on election night we could have Florida decided, and God willing, inshallah, it's for Joe Biden. And currently, right now, I mean, things look good, but it's a little bit too early to tell in early voting whether whether who's going to win Florida at this point. I think it's going to be close, but we'll see. But as Ryan said, Trump's got all sorts of problems. He's, according to the polls, it's very close in Texas. Georgia, I think Biden has showed consistently recently having a 2 to 3 point lead in Georgia. North Carolina, Iowa, Ohio seems to have trended back Trump's direction, but I think he's lost a lot of suburban women. So and the 65 plus crowd. So Ohio could feasibly go into Biden's column on election night. But to answer your question, Hasan, it's possible. For all the reasons that Ryan listed, but highly unlikely. And Republicans love to talk about this. They love to talk about how the polls are wrong in 16, but they fail to even consider the fact that it could go the other direction or somewhere in the middle. I mean, it's not a guarantee that the polls are going to be off by 100% of the reason of the way that they were back in 16. It could be more like 2012. It could, where actually.
Well, in either case, Joe Biden still wins. No. In either case, Joe Biden still wins, even if it's like the same margin of error from 2016. If they swing, Joe Biden still wins. That wasn't really my question. My question was more so like, where are the upsets, regardless of what the polls say? Especially since, like, Dave, I mean, you still fly around the country from time to time, right? Despite coronavirus, or not really?
Still do. I mean, last trip I took was a week ago, and I'll probably be out next week.
Yeah. But before we get to you, Dave, because you spoke first, what about you, Osita?
Yeah, I mean, if the question is, are there things that Trump could do within the next 2 weeks to really turn things around substantially? I think the answer to that is probably no. I mean, it'd have to be something pretty extraordinary. If you're losing over 65s to Joe Biden, by the margins he appears to be losing them in the polls, it's over. Like, it's done. If you are only 7 points ahead in Kansas, as I saw today, I think it was a New York Times poll, instead of the 20 points you were ahead by in 2016, it's over. The hope really is that the polls are kind of off and things are closer than they appear to be. And if things are closed, I think this thing ultimately gets decided by lawyers, right? It's what Ryan said. It's do ballots, a large number of ballots get thrown out. And how robust are they at challenging the mail votes? Like that's the key question. But you're not going to know that until election day. You're not going to know how far off the polls may or may not be until election day. So I think it's hard for us to say anything but that with the information that we have now, it seems like Trump's going to have an extremely hard time pulling back ahead with the time he's got, especially if he thinks that the solution is diving back into the Hunter Biden stuff, which I've been really shocked by. I didn't really expect at all that this would be their final play.
Their October surprise is calling Hunter Biden a pedophile, which is fucking awesome. I mean, what?
Well, yeah. I mean, the strategy, if you want to call it that, is, and Dave, correct me if you think I'm wrong here. They looked at how Hillary Clinton's numbers on trustworthiness were on par with Trump's in 2016, or at times, slightly below. And for somebody as kind of detestable and untrustworthy as Trump, you need everybody down in the mud with you. You need to bring Joe Biden's trustworthy numbers down. Like right now, there's a 15 or 20 point gap between Biden and Trump in terms of who do you trust. They want to pull that down to like 5, so that voters who hate both of them either vote third party, don't vote, or cast a reluctant vote for Trump. Whereas now, voters who aren't really excited about either one are much more willing to vote for Joe Biden because they're like, he's a cool guy. He's the guy from The Onion. He doesn't like wax cars in the driveway of the White House.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah, that's unironically what Joe Biden's biggest advantage has been thus far. That he's easygoing, I guess, or not as intensely disliked as Hillary Clinton.
He's fine.
Or not trusted. Or I guess people didn't really trust Hillary Clinton. So I feel like that is really coming out and really working favors on Joe Biden here as Donald Trump tries to hit him on that area rather than just pump cash into, give cash to every single American. What are you doing? It is absolutely insane. But before we get to that, which is definitely something I want to talk about, and I've talked about this with Osita before, I want to ask you, Dave, do you have what's your pathway to Trump winning here? And they're watching. I mean, Trump talks about you all the time, Dave. So he's listening.
He does talk about me frequently, more than I cover. I think I've been to as many Trump rallies as he's mentioned me at since he got elected. Because I usually be covering Democrats. No, so I'd go back to how I've been flying places and driving places, and I saw this at Trump rallies too, Pence rallies. There has never been the same burning hatred of Joe Biden, sense that he's behind every murder of the 20th century, all that stuff that was there for Hillary Clinton that Ryan was referring to. It's really been palpably absent, and for a while, right? So if one thing I thought when the New York Post story came out last week was we have an email that shows that Biden met a guy from Burisma, and I thought, well, but we had a photo a year ago of Biden golfing with a guy from Burisma, and people saw it and said, all right. And I'm not like endorsing that decision of people to say whatever, but they did. So he's had, as Ryan points out, he had this robust thing, but I think it's really important that he just hasn't been hated. And I didn't appreciate that till after 2016, because there's often election people saying, I'm sick of both these candidates. They've not gotten sick of Biden. They can imagine him being president. And there's all these Trump traps that were supposed to work and didn't. I mean, one theory was that he would make Kamala Harris a scary radical leftist who'd really be president if Joe Biden won. That didn't really happen. And when I've been last place I was rural Oregon for a story about house races, and it was noticeable. I mean, I'm driving through places and I check my little precinct map that were plus 20, plus 25 Trump, and I saw the occasional Trump train flag or something, but I did not see what I had seen before, which is Hillary for prison. I mean, one Democrat I was talking to in Ohio last month said, like, literally, he lives in Eastern Ohio. Like, the most signs I saw for Hillary were Hillary for prison. And I see actual Biden signs now. Like, lawn signs don't vote, but ambiently, you definitely pick up that, okay, the polls are onto something that people don't dislike Joe Biden. And they've had 47 years, but in this campaign, since he got the nomination, they've had 7 months to find some stuff they hate about him, and it hasn't really happened.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that a big part of their strategy, well, one suspicion I have is that they were just, I feel like they were just ready to attack Bernie Sanders. Because if you applied every single thing that, like Donald Trump says about Joe Biden, it works more effectively, especially when you pair up like, I don't know, some of the more centrist outlets and their willingness to also throw Bernie under the bus and you know, agitate about how he is a socialist for sure. I feel like that's what the strategy, the messaging strategy was around, and it almost feels like they just patched it up to like tie it to Joe Biden now. They just added like the Joe Biden multiplier in between, like he's the middleman, but like it's still the same socialism. Like watch out. So that's one speculation I have. The other thing I was gonna say, I totally just forgot. I'm blanking out on now. So never mind. That's all I got. Yeah, I think that they were just. Oh, the other thing I was gonna say, I remembered now. The George Floyd protests in the aftermath of COVID and the like economic turmoil that the American people were facing and the unrest overall. I think that threw a curveball at the Trump campaign, because I legitimately thought that they would run the whole, you know, I am actually further to the left on criminal justice than Joe Biden is. I thought that he was going to run with that narrative a little bit to at least depress black voter turnout. And they have made a concerted effort to depress black voter turnout. They did this with Cambridge Analytica in like 2016, and they certainly have been doing that for the past 4 years. I remember there was a story about how like there's potentially some pastors that were working with the Trump campaign. They were like doing a cash, like it was like connected to the Blexit thing that they were doing, where they were trying to depress voter turnout in the black communities. Like I think that was how. That was going to be their overall message, that like, you know, Joe Biden is not good for the black community, and Donald Trump is the real like reformer of criminal justice. Look at the First Step Act, look at the Platinum Plan and all this other stuff, just in an effort to depress turnout for Biden. But then with the George Floyd protests, he immediately kicked it up to the white supremacist. I'm protecting the suburbs, and I'm the law and order candidate guy. And then on the RNC, you saw that miscommunication, because on the one hand, Trump was saying that, and then at the RNC, you had every black Republican come out and speak about how Donald Trump is not racist and how he is a criminal justice reformer. I mean, look at the First Step Act. So it just did not work at all, I think. Anyway, I spoke a lot. What do you guys think about all that?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think it just speaks to the difficulty Trump has had in sticking to a consistent set of messages. And the other underlying difficulty is that the American people don't really seem as honest anyway. They don't really believe what he says. He's never given them a reason to think of him as credible. You see even in polls, Trump supporters or some non-trivial portion of Trump supporters will say, well, we don't necessarily think Trump is the most honest guy, but we're still for him for X, Y, Z reasons, right? So any kind of narrative he's going to try to paint is going to run into that problem. But that's compounded by the fact that he has the attention span of a squirrel, right? Like he won't stick to one consistent message on crime and what he intends to do. I think that it was a little bit better for them when they were doing the law and order stuff. I mean, I think it was a bad strategy. We saw that it didn't really work, but it was a strategy. Like you could see them adopting a particular rhetorical approach and trying to stick with it for a little while, even though they were kind of contradicting it also. Now it's just kind of chaos. But it should be said too that playbook of saying that Biden is a radical and isn't in line with American values and is secretly more left-wing than you think he is. You can attribute that to sort of the influence of Bernie Sanders on the political scene. But I also think that had Bernie Sanders not even run, that's also what they would be saying about Joe Biden. So that's what they always do to Democratic candidates,
Yeah.
Bill Clinton was like a left-wing radical, They always do that.
Yeah, they say Nancy Pelosi's a communist. Like it's game over. If you think Nancy Pelosi's a communist, then you think everyone is a communist. It's insane.
It's not even clear if they believe it or not. But I think that a non-trivial number of them actually do believe it. That that we're so polarized along these tight partisan lines that anything that is not, rock-ribbed Tea Partyism is by definition, therefore, socialism. Joe Biden is not a Tea Partier. He's not in the Freedom Caucus. He's not a MAGA hat wearer. So therefore, he's a socialist. It's a very, we're in a very with us or against us type of era.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And it's the weird thing is, like, you'll hear them saying, well, Joe Biden is going to be influenced by the radical left, and they're going to push him, and he's not going to have any independent agency. And you're like, well, probably not, but damn, I hope so. Like, I hope you're right. Like, I hope that the radical left really does drive this administration, and it is secretly trying to pull the strings. I just don't have any particular reason to believe that's what's actually going to happen. But I hope so.
Okay, I want, before, because we only have 15 minutes left until the debate starts, I have a couple questions. One, I feel like if we start talking about what the fuck is Mitch McConnell doing, why are they not like pushing for a stimulus every fucking day? I will never understand this, and why haven't they? Before I run that again, which is cliche at this point, I feel like I have another question. Fuck, I have so many questions for you guys. God damn it! I want to ask you about. I want to ask you about the Supreme Court appointment. Like, are there any hurdles that they can throw in front of the process? Like, what can they realistically do, and Democrats realistically do to stop this process from happening? Because as you saw, there has to be two votes from at least two people from the other party, from the minority party, during the appointment, during the hearings, or during the confirmation today, and they were just like, no, we're not going to do that. Like, we don't care. Like, even if you boycott it, we're still voting. We have the majority. It doesn't matter, right? Like, I feel like Republicans are just going to do whatever. I genuinely think that Mitch McConnell will change rules around. He does not care, even if there's like a privileged piece of immediate action that the Senate needs to look at, like, I don't know, impeaching Bill Barr or something, and then drawing up articles of impeachment and then throwing into the Senate. I feel like Mitch McConnell will just like subvert that or not pay attention to it and be like, no, we're just continuing with this appointment. But is there anything that they can do to stop the Supreme Court appointment, or is it a wrap?
I mean, as long as the majority leader can get 51 healthy votes to come to the floor, then he can change the rules, even if you do manage to use the current rules to seize the floor. There are things that you can do to slow it down, and I think Schumer's going to try a bunch of that tomorrow. But a determined majority leader who doesn't care about the political consequences, doesn't care about the impact on the institution, who has the votes, can really muscle it through. Like the Barr impeachment thing, I think was a little bit wild. First of all, that would have to go through the Judiciary Committee first. So you're going to rapidly impeach him in 5 minutes in the Judiciary Committee, then quickly move it to the floor, then quickly punt it over. There were simpler things they could do, like Congressional Review Act stuff or War Powers stuff, if they wanted to do that. But then when it got over to the Senate, all McConnell would have to do is call it up and table it, whether it's an impeachment or CRA or whatever, and that would take time. Like, no doubt, that's like an hour that you've burnt through, and you're an hour closer to the election. But the best Democrats could do is seize the floor and just one person hold it until they die of starvation or thirst.
Worth it.
I mean, you try, but
put Dianne Feinstein up there.
Yeah, if they don't seize the floor before McConnell puts in the time agreements around the cloture process, then they've lost, because those agreements around the cloture process supersede even Dianne Feinstein giving her last dying breath on the Senate floor to battle the nomination. The chair can just say, look, by previous order, we're now moving to this vote.
I was kidding about Dianne Feinstein, by the way. She would be probably the worst person on the Democratic Senate to sit there, to have the least amount of fuel.
She'd be like, I call the vote to the floor.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So let's talk about it then. Mitch McConnell, what the fuck's going on? Why no stimulus? Is it actually because he just wants to? He just sees a Joe Biden victory, and he wants to get in early and continue with the conservative project, focus on Amy Coney Barrett immediately in the short term, and then also refuse to help with an obstructionist Senate to gear up for the midterm election under a Joe Biden presidency. Is that
I kind of feel like that's it. I mean, I think that the vulnerable Senate incumbents, I guess he must have written off. I think that he's looking at the overall political situation and seeing it as kind of hopeless. And I don't really think, we talked about this when we were on Bad Faith, Hasan, but I don't really think McConnell actually cares all that much about whether Trump is reelected. I don't think that he sees that as integral to his project. I think that the judges he's basically, Amy Coney Barrett's going to be the capstone of that project. And so the next thing is just sort of making sure that Biden and Democrats are going to be as constrained as possible in implementing policy and spending. We're going to see a comeback of fiscal conservatism. And I think that the refusal to engage seriously on relief is basically part of setting that table. It's not letting out enough, is not letting out too much money, sort of not giving into the premise that the government can do a lot to alleviate the situation. You don't want to get people used to getting checks, because once people get used to that and they see it's not apocalyptic and the economy actually does better. Yeah, exactly. Once people get used to that, they start asking for other things. And the conservative project is about clamping all of that down. That's their first priority. And so if they don't have to spend, or if they can get away with not spending, and I think that they can, they're not going to. And Trump isn't going to do it to save Trump. Or McConnell isn't going to do it to save Trump.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I would even go
I think that's totally right. Yeah. I mean, sorry, step on you. Yeah, but I think that's right. And another thing that we kind of wondered would be a clue of where Republican donors think this is going is, do they start moving their money to Senate races from the presidential race? And that's kind of happened. If you look at the Mitch McConnell super PAC, the Senate Leadership Fund, just piling up money from, the head of Marvel, Karl Rove's dark money, 501c3, et cetera, while the Trump campaign is running out of money. So there is generally a mindset out there. And look, this mindset existed in 2016. It was wrong. But there is a mindset of like, all right, how do we stand ourselves up for November 4th, is it? Maybe that's I keep getting caught because I'm not sure when the election actually ends. But you do see some decisions being made that would make more sense if they're girding for a loss and trying to save whatever marbles they can, more than let's win this one for the big guy and boost his approval numbers by 5 points.
Dave, you have a better memory on this stuff than I do, certainly. So I have a question for you. Did you see this kind of gearing up for an inevitable Trump defeat in 2016 as well, like at the same degree, or were they was there more support on the ground? Because I like the Ben Sass leak and of his like leaked phone conversation where he's like shitting on Donald Trump, or like senators being like, we need to control the Senate under an inevitable Joe Biden administration, or even before that. And this was a Hill article I read like almost a month ago at this point, where senators were talking about how they would be able to deal with Joe Biden in the Senate, like a Joe Biden presidency with a Republican-controlled Senate. Like, is that just a tactical decision, or do they legitimately believe that Donald Trump is losing? And did this happen in 2016 to the same degree?
I mean, it definitely happened in 2016. There's one of the historical documents I want to find someday is Paul Ryan supposedly wrote a speech for the inevitable Trump defeat party. He was going to be, I mean, he was in Janesville, his district, but he was going to talk about what the next steps after Trump. There was definitely confidence that he was going to lose. I mean, if you go back and read Beyond the Needle, like read the reporting from the day of the election, Trump people were leaking to reporters about how they were going to lose. The models were bad, and he outperformed the models by just enough to win. So if that happened again, he outperformed the models while further. Ryan was weird. Ryan said he. I think Ryan said he wouldn't campaign with him, but he didn't unendorse.
That's right.
They canceled this event the last minute. But there are people, I mean, like hilariously, like you got your Cory Gardners and whatnot who literally unendorsed him and they're like running with him this time. But yeah, that attitude was there. I think it's different now, and for all the reasons. Just it's not just that it's a close election and he seems like he's run a bad campaign. It's that he seems like he's running a bad campaign against somebody who is more, better liked, seen as more trustworthy, up by 10 points. I mean, that's it. Whereas this time it was, well, maybe magic can happen, and it could. And like I'm a broken record on like the third party stuff, but that's a huge part of it. It's just in Wisconsin, you had, just choose one of these states, 6% of people voted for a third party last time, and Trump won 47.2% of the vote. Like the math clicked in ways that surprised Republicans, so it could click in those ways, but without they don't have the same tools. They don't have. I mean, the Greens are not even on the ballot in Wisconsin. Not that it's their fault. I'm just saying, like they can't. The win number is more like 50%, and he keeps polling at 45 or lower sometimes. So they feel that this was there last time, but it had less of a basis last time than it does now.
Dave, you've officially triggered the 8 people in my chat that were voting for the Green Party, and they're very unhappy with what you're saying.
Probably not Wisconsin because they can't.
Yeah.
They could write it in, I guess. Yeah.
That's the other thing. If you're a Green Party supporter, you're a committed Green, probably. Like you don't even need to be on the ballot.
At this point, yeah.
Right. Howie Hawkins, HOWIE. You like. I don't think you
there
need
you go. The Intercept doing Russian propaganda.
You don't
literally
you don't
telling you how
need
to
to be
spell
on the
his
ballot.
name. You see that? Unacceptable. Okay. Okay. I had some other questions for you guys too. We've got like 5 minutes remaining. By the way, this is Moon. Moon is the guy you saw in the Avi that said bald boomer. He's a great video game streamer and has great takes. He's muted right now and unaware that he's muted, but goddamn, Moon, you're a professional streamer, dog. Come on.
I'm literally capturing your stream. I moved your chat off to the side, and I have my chat on the left, and it is completely scuffed right now. But yeah,
okay.
Yeah, that's me. I said the unfunny joke at the beginning, and I just fixed my webcam, so here I am. It's good to be here. I'm very honored to be in your guys' presence because I'm always humbled in the presence of people who are well learned in their respective fields. I myself in this field am comparably ignorant, and I'm eager to learn.
Yeah,
I'm very close to you, Moon.
No,
Don't you worry.
Austin is our lib correspondent who gives us the MSNBC takes. Like he talks
right.
to his mom a lot. Like
That's right. I literally all my takes are Hasan takes because I watch him constantly.
Okay. Let's not say that we have the same.
I was gonna
takes.
come up with the Bernie Sanders one, but you took it before I could.
Yeah. Okay. What else? Oh, so we talked about Mitch McConnell's project. We talked about Trump's prospects. What are you expecting? We didn't even talk about the debate, which is about to happen, which is hilarious because I feel like they didn't even promote it that much. Like my cousin from Turkey hit me up as soon as I went live this morning and was like, "There's a debate tonight." And usually he's like on the like. I feel like there's even an international interest in American debates. It is super anecdotal, but I truly feel like people didn't even know that there was a debate happening tonight, and it's not really like all that hyped up as the first one was. What do you guys think about that?
I wasn't sure that it was happening until a couple of days ago, actually. But you're right, it hasn't been talked up very much.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you
Sorry?
off. I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry.
Sita's never going to come back.
Yeah. No, but I wasn't sure it was going to happen until a couple of days ago. You're right that it hasn't been promoted as much. I don't think Trump has talked about it a lot because Trump will do these things every now and then. Well, he's like, well, you better tune in because it's going to be like a knockout and I'm going to do really well. He hasn't really done that. I've been really struck by, like, even in photos or videos of Trump now, he looks visibly like depleted. And it's you don't want to read too much into that kind of thing. But also, it reminds me of 2016, as David was saying, because there really was a sense late in the election that they were going to lose. And you could see it in Trump. Like at these rallies, he would talk about losing. And he'd say stuff like, oh, if I lose, I'm never going to come back here and I'll never forgive you guys. And he says that kind of stuff now too. So I don't know. I think that we're all just kind of sleepwalking to the end of this thing. To the point where I don't know that there's that much investment in what's actually going to be said tonight. I hope it's entertaining at least. I don't think it's going to change anything in the race.
Yeah,
but
it's going to be a word salad of like Fox, like stuff that makes no sense to anybody outside of that bubble. Burisma, China, the big guy, the chairman, Bobolinsky. Like to somebody who's trying to like genuinely in good faith follow the conversation, they'll be utterly lost from word one.
Yeah.
By the way, the debate is starting officially in 5 minutes, so I'm just letting you guys know.
I mean, I think my expectation of the debate is Trump is going to be Trump. I think what he thinks he's doing is a winning strategy. If you go back to 2016 when he won, he went against the advice of a lot of his advisors on multiple occasions. And I think he'll continue to do that tonight and continue to challenge the status quo.
But he's the status quo, and that's the problem.
Well,
because
exactly.
he's the president.
Right. But I think he'll continue to roll with that narrative to drain the swamp. I think we'll probably at one point during the debate he's going to look at Biden and bring up the Hunter Biden corruption. But I don't think it's going to resonate. Again, I don't think a lot of people understand it or even care about it. I wouldn't be surprised to see him attack the debate moderator directly. He's sort of set this narrative already that she's a part of the corrupt media and unfair, biased media. I also wouldn't be surprised to see him, reference the fact that this should be about foreign policy because that's sort of the narrative that they've been pushing.
Fuck. There are two things I wanted to ask if you guys actually think Mitch McConnell is decaying and what the fuck's going on there, but I guess we don't really have a lot of time for that. Do you have anything on that? Is Mitch McConnell decaying?
There's a Horcrux. I wouldn't expect him to be the kind of guy trying to.
He's the undead.
Destroy Horcruxes.
Yeah, or he's just really into Halloween. I don't know what's going on there, but and then, damn it, there was another thing that I wanted to ask Dave before he leaves about all around the country. I really should prepare for this stuff. Also, there's 70,000 people watching right now.
I was prepared. I was reading off my notes.
No, I know. I really got to write these questions instead of just just flying off the top dome here. No, the mute button's not that interesting. There was another thing that I was going to ask about all around the country. This is actually a good question for both Osita and Dave as well. So if you look at polls right now about whether people feel like they're doing better than they did in 2016 in the past 4 years, the majority of Americans say that they're still doing better even after COVID, or at least the polls I've seen so far. And I was wondering, why do you think that they feel that way? I mean, you go to Heartland America, I just sit in my living room all day, so you probably have a better understanding than I do. What's going on there? What is your speculation?
Yeah, I think honestly the what Trump has done with the economy is something that if there's a Democratic president next year, they should really plagiarize. I mean, he's been much more successful than Barack Obama was in describing some of the same economic gains. And look, credit where due. If your issue was I'm tired of being screwed with by international trade deals, he actually renegotiated NAFTA. I don't think right off the last 10 years, I don't think Trump wins in 2016 if Obama had literally just renegotiated NAFTA and produced what Trump produced, which is not that different, but it makes it sound like they acted. So he's done some stuff that people feel comfortable with. The problem really has been one, the sense that things could be better. There's always that, but also the pandemic. I mean, people are saying, leave aside the fact that my year has been ruined and I haven't seen my daughter get married and I don't know if my grandparents are still alive. That aside, I have more in my 401k, which is true. So people are telling the truth that some things got better, but it's not surprising that that's not the only issue. I mean, there were periods in 1980 when the economy was actually doing. 1980 where the economy was bouncing back, and people didn't say, "Well, I love Jimmy Carter now; he fixed it," because there were all these other worries they had.
Yeah, I think it speaks to as well just the extent to which the burden of the pandemic is not evenly distributed across the entire population, right? So if you're a service worker, if you're one of these essential workers, if you're one of the 8 million people, I guess, I saw yesterday who have fallen into poverty since May in this country, you're not doing well, right? But those aren't the people who, maybe they might not comprise the majority of the electorate. They're not the people you're going to see interviewed on TV about how the economy is doing all the time, So I think it speaks to the extent to which there are people who are going to be doing well for all the reasons that David kind of said, but there's still an underclass, there's still a working class that's really, really hurting and hurting more now than they have in a long time. And if there isn't a sense of that going to the next administration, we're going to underinvest in solving these sort of structural issues that the pandemic should have revealed to us.
All right. Well, on that note, that's actually a perfect time to wrap up the pre-debate broadcast as we are starting. You guys are going to watch it on your end, right? On C-SPAN. And you know, limited chime in here. And then
designed by the Commission's health
we'll get
security
back.
advisor.
We'll get back to each other.
The audience here in the hall has
breaks.
promised to remain silent.
Roger that.
No cheers,
Awesome.
boos,
And Dave,
or other
you have no
interruptions,
obligation to be here.
except
If you want to
right
leave,
now,
it's all good.
As we welcome to the stage former Vice President.
Yeah, I gotta juggle some stuff, and I have to do the post has a show after the debate I gotta do, but I can hang around Discord.
Also, by the way, guys,
I turn my
Dave is not disappointed in us. That's just how he looks all the time. Okay, he's not upset with us. That's what the chat was. It's just that's how he looks sometimes, right, Dave?
Yeah, no, I don't know how to look differently. I look up a lot when I'm thinking. I think that makes it look like I'm exasperated, but I'm not.
I'm just kidding. I'm very happy that you came, but it's all good if you want to dip out.
Awesome.
All right.
To answer
my first
question,
right,
the debate
thanks.
commission will then turn on their microphone only when it is their turn to answer, and the commission will turn it off exactly when the 2 minutes have expired. After that, both microphones will remain on, but on behalf of the voters, I'm going to ask you to please speak one at a time. The goal is for you to hear each other and for the American people to hear every word of what you both have to say. And so with that, if you're ready, let's start. And we will begin with the fight against the coronavirus. President Trump, the first question is for you. The country is heading into a dangerous new phase. More than 40,000 Americans are in the hospital tonight with COVID, including record numbers here in Tennessee. And since the two of you last shared a stage, 16,000 Americans have died from COVID. So please be specific. How would you lead the country during this next stage of the coronavirus crisis? 2 minutes, uninterrupted.
So, as you know, 2.2 million people modeled out were expected to die. We closed up the greatest economy in the world in order to fight this horrible disease that came from China. It's a worldwide pandemic. It's all over the world. You see the spikes in Europe and many other places right now. If you notice, the mortality rate is down 85%. The excess mortality rate is way down and much lower than almost any other country. And we're fighting it, and we're fighting it hard. There is a spike. There was a spike in Florida, and it's now gone. There was a very big spike in Texas. It's now gone. There was a very big spike in Arizona. It's now gone. And there are some spikes and surges in other places. They will soon be gone. We have a vaccine that's coming. It's ready. It's going to be announced within weeks, and it's going to be delivered. We have Operation Warp Speed, which is the military is going to distribute the vaccine. I can tell you from personal experience that I was in the hospital. I had it, and I got better. And I will tell you that I had something that they gave me, a therapeutic, I guess they would call it. Some people could say it was a cure. But I was in for a short period of time, and I got better very fast, or I wouldn't be here tonight. And now they say I'm immune. Whether it's 4 months or a lifetime, nobody's been able to say that, but I'm immune. More and more people are getting better. We have a problem that's a worldwide problem. This is a worldwide problem. But I've been congratulated by the heads of many countries on what we've been able to do. If you take a look at what we've done in terms of goggles and masks and gowns and everything else, and in particular ventilators. We're now making ventilators all over the world, thousands and thousands a month, distributing them all over the world. It will go away, and as I say, we're rounding the turn, we're rounding the corner. It's going away.
Okay, former Vice President Biden, to you, how would you lead the country out of this crisis? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
220,000 Americans dead. If you hear nothing else I say tonight, hear this. Anyone who's responsible for not taking control, in fact, not saying I take no responsibility initially, anyone who's responsible for that many deaths should not remain as President of the United States of America. We're in a situation where there are 1,000 deaths a day now, 1,000 deaths a day. And there are over 70,000 new cases per day. Compared to what's going on in Europe, as the New England Medical Journal said, they're starting from a very low rate. We're starting from a very high rate. The expectation is we'll have another 200,000 Americans dead between now and the end of the year. If we just wore these masks, the president's own advisors have told him, we could save 100,000 lives. And we're in a circumstance where the president thus far and still has no plan, no comprehensive plan. What I would do is make sure we have everyone encouraged to wear a mask all the time. I would make sure we move in the direction of rapid testing, investing in rapid testing. I would make sure that we set up national standards as to how to open up schools and open up businesses so they can be safe and give them the wherewithal, the financial resources to be able to do that. We're in a situation now where the New England Medical Journal, one of the most serious journals in the whole world, said for the first time ever that the way this president has responded to this crisis has been absolutely tragic. And so, folks, I will take care of this. I will end this. I will make sure we have a plan.
President Trump, I'd like to follow up with you in your comments. You talked about taking a therapeutic. I assume you're referencing Regeneron. You also said a vaccine will be coming within weeks.
Yes.
Is that a guarantee?
No, it's not a guarantee, but it will be by the end of the year. But I think it has a good chance. There are two companies, I think, within a matter of weeks, and it will be distributed very quickly.
Can you tell us which companies?
Johnson & Johnson is doing very well. Moderna is doing very well. Pfizer is doing very well. And we have numerous others. Then we also have others that we're working on very closely with other countries, in particular Europe.
Let me follow up with you, and because this is new information, you have said a vaccine is coming soon, within weeks now. Your own officials say it could take well into 2021 at the earliest for enough Americans to get vaccinated. And even then, they say the country will be wearing masks and distancing into 2022. Is your timeline realistic?
No, I think my timeline is going to be more accurate. I don't know that they're counting on the military the way I do, but we have our generals lined up, one in particular, that's the head of logistics. And this is a very easy distribution for him. He's ready to go as soon as we have the vaccine. And we expect to have 100 million vials. As soon as we have the vaccine, he's ready to go.
Vice President Biden, your reaction, and just 40% of Americans say they would definitely agree to take a coronavirus vaccine if it was approved by the government. What steps would you take to give Americans confidence in a vaccine if it were approved?
Make sure it's totally transparent. Have the scientists of the world see it, know it, look at it, go through all the processes. And by the way, this is the same fellow who told you this is going to end by Easter last time. This is the same fellow who told you that, don't worry, we're going to end this by the summer. We're about to go into a dark winter. And he has no clear plan, and there's no prospect that there's going to be a vaccine available for the majority of the American people before the middle of next year.
President Trump, your reaction, he says you have no plan.
I don't think we're going to have a dark winter at all. We're opening up our country. We've learned and studied and understand the disease, which we didn't at the beginning. When I closed and banned China from coming in heavily infected, and then ultimately Europe, but China was in January. Months later, he was saying I was xenophobic. I did it too soon. Now he's saying, oh, I should have, moved quicker. But he didn't move quicker. He was months behind me, many months behind me. And frankly, he ran the H1N1 swine flu, and it was a total disaster, far less lethal, but it was a total disaster. Had that had this kind of numbers, 700,000 people would be dead right now, but it was a far less lethal disease. Look, his own person who ran that for him, who, as you know, was his chief of staff, said it was catastrophic, it was horrible, we didn't know what we were doing. Now he comes up and he tells us how to do this. Also, everything that he said about the way every single move that he said we should make, that's what we've done. We've done all of it. But he was way behind us.
Vice President Biden, your response.
Our response is he is xenophobic, but not because he shut down access from China. And he did it late after 40 countries had already done that. In addition to that, what he did, he made sure that we had 44 people that were in there in China trying to get to Wuhan to determine what exactly the source was. What did the president say in January? He said, no, he said, he's being transparent. The president of China is being transparent. We owe him a debt of gratitude. We have to thank him. And then what happened was we started talking about using the Defense Act to make sure we go out and get whatever is needed out there to protect people. And again, I go back to this. He had nothing. He did virtually nothing. And then he gets out of the hospital and he talks about, don't worry, it's all going to be over soon. Come on. There's not another serious scientist in the world who thinks it's going to be over soon.
President Trump, your reaction?
I say over soon. I say we're learning to live with it. We have no choice. We can't lock ourselves up in a basement like Joe does. He has the ability to lock himself up. I don't know. He's obviously made a lot of money someplace, but he has this thing about living in a basement. People can't do that. By the way, I, as the president, couldn't do that. I'd love to put myself in the basement or in a beautiful room in the White House and go away for a year and a half until it disappears. I can't do that. And Kirsten, every meeting I had, and I'd meet a lot of families, including Gold Star families and military families, every meeting I had, and I had to meet them. I had to. It would be horrible to have canceled everything. I said, this is dangerous. And you catch it. And, I caught it. I learned a lot. Great doctors, great hospitals. And now I recovered. 99.9% of young people recover. 99% of people recover. We have to recover. We can't close up our nation. We have to open our school, and we can't close up our nation, or you're not going to have a nation.
And of course, the CDC has said young people can get sick with COVID-19 and can pass it. Vice President Biden, I want to talk broadly about strategy, though.
Can I respond to that?
30 seconds, please, and then I have a question.
No, number one, he says that we're learning to live with it. People are learning to die with it. You folks home will have an empty chair at the kitchen table this morning. That man or wife going to bed tonight and reaching over to try to touch out of habit where their wife or husband is gone. Learning to live with it. Come on. We're dying with it because he's never said, you said it's dangerous. When's the last time? Is it really dangerous still? Are we dangerous? You tell the people it's dangerous now? What should they do about the danger? And you say, I take no responsibility.
Let me talk about your two.
Excuse me, I take full responsibility. It's not my fault that it came here. It's China's fault. And you know what? It's not Joe's fault that it came here either. It's China's fault. They kept it from going into the rest of China for the most part, but they didn't keep it from coming out to the world, including Europe and ourselves.
Vice President Biden.
So there was a way to contain it then.
When we knew it was coming, when it hit, what happened? What did the president say? He said, don't worry, it's going to go away. Be gone by Easter. Don't worry. The warm weather. Don't worry. Maybe inject bleach. He said he was kidding when he said that, but a lot of people thought it was serious. A whole range of things the president has said. Even today, he thinks we are in control. We're about to lose 200,000 more people.
President Trump.
Look, perhaps just to finish this, I was kidding on that, but just to finish this, when I closed, he said I shouldn't have closed. And that went on for months. Nancy Pelosi said the same thing. She was dancing on the streets in Chinatown in San Francisco. But when I closed, he said, this is a terrible thing. You're xenophobic. I think he called me racist even. And because I was closing it to China. Now he says I should have closed it earlier. Joe, it doesn't work.
I didn't say either of those things.
You certainly did. You certainly did.
I talked about a xenophobia in a different context. It wasn't about closing the border to Chinese coming to the United States.
All right, I want to talk about both of your different strategies to handling
this. He thought
this.
I shouldn't have closed the border.
Well,
that's obvious.
Do you want to respond to that quickly, Vice President
No.
Biden? Okay. Let's talk about your different strategies toward dealing with this. Mr. Vice President, you suggested you would support new shutdowns if scientists recommended it. What do you say to Americans who are fearful that the cost of shutdowns, the impact on the economy, the higher rates of hunger, depression, domestic and substance abuse outweighs the risk of exposure to the virus?
What I would say is I'm going to shut down the virus, not the country. It's his ineptitude that caused the country to have to shut down in large part. Why businesses have gone under, why schools are closed, why so many people have lost their living, and why they're concerned. Those other concerns are real. That's why he should have been, instead of in a sand trap in his golf course, he should have been negotiating with Nancy Pelosi and the rest of the Democrats and Republicans about what to do about the acts they were passing for billions of dollars to make sure people had the capacity.
But you haven't ruled out more shutdowns.
Well, no, I'm not shutting down the nation, but there are, look, You need standards. The standard is if you have a reproduction rate in a community that's above a certain level, everybody says, slow up, more social distancing. Do not open bars and do not open gymnasiums. Do not open until you get this under control, under more control. But when you do open, give the people the capacity to be able to open and have the capacity to do it safely. For example, schools. Schools, they need a lot of money to open. They need to deal with ventilation systems. They need to deal with smaller classes, more teachers, more pods. And he's refused to support that money, or at least up to now.
Let's talk about schools. President Trump,
I think we have to respond, if I might.
Please, and then I have a follow-up.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. Look, all he does is talk about shutdowns, but forget about him. His Democrat governors, Cuomo in New York, you look at what's going on in California, you look at Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Democrats all, they're shut down so tight, and they're dying. They're dying. And he supports all these people. All he talks about is shutdowns. No, we're not going to shut down, and we have to open our schools. And it's like, as an example, I have a young son. He also tested positive. By the time I spoke to the doctor the second time, he was fine. It just went away. Young people, I guess it's their immune system.
Let me follow up with you, President Trump. You've demanded schools open in person and insist they can do it safely. But just yesterday, Boston became the latest city to move its public school system entirely online after a coronavirus spike. What is your message to parents who worry that sending their children to school will endanger not only their kids, but also their teachers and families?
I want to open the schools. The transmittal rate to the teachers is very small, but I want to open the schools. We have to open our country. We're not going to have a country. You can't do this. We can't keep this country closed. This is a massive country with a massive economy. People are losing their jobs. They're committing suicide. There's depression, alcohol, drugs at a level that nobody's ever seen before. There's abuse, tremendous abuse. We have to open our country. You know, I've said it
Perfect
often.
segue into stimulus.
The cure cannot be worse than the problem itself. And that's what's happening. And he wants to close down. He'll close down the country if one person in our massive bureaucracy says we should close it down.
Vice President Biden, your response.
Simply not true. We ought to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time. We ought to be able to safely open, but when they need resources to open. You need to be able to, for example, if you're going to open a business, have social distancing within the business. You need to have, if you have a restaurant, you need to have plexiglass dividers so people cannot infect one another. You need to be in a position where you can take testing rapidly and know whether a person is in fact infected. You need to be able to trace. You need to be able to provide all the resources that are needed to do this. And that is not inconsistent with saying that we're going to make sure that we can open safely. And by the way, all you teachers out there, not that many of you are going to die, so don't worry about it. Come on.
President Trump, let me follow up with you quickly.
By the way, I will say this. If you go and look at what's happened to New York, it's a ghost town. It's a ghost town. And when you talk about plexiglass, these are restaurants that are dying. These are businesses with no money. Putting up plexiglass is unbelievably expensive, and it's not the answer. I mean, you're going to sit there in a cubicle wrapped around with plastic. These are businesses that are dying, Joe. You can't do that to people. You just can't. Take a look at New York and what's happened to my wonderful city for so many years. I loved it. It was vibrant. It's dying. Everyone's leaving.
Shouldn't the government offer help?
Take a look at what New York has done in terms of turning the curve down in terms of the number of people dying. And I don't look at this in terms of the way he does. Blue states and red states. They're all the United States. And look at the states that are having such a spike in the coronavirus. They're the red states. They're the states in the Midwest. They're the states in the upper Midwest. That's where the spike is occurring significantly. But they're all Americans. They're all Americans. And what we have to do is say, wear these masks, number one. Make sure we get the help that the businesses need that has money's already been passed to do that. It's been out there since the beginning of the summer, and nothing's happened.
President, New York has lost more than 40,000 people, 11,000 people in nursing homes.
President Trump, what
when
about...
you say spike, take a look at what's happening in Pennsylvania, where they've had it closed. Take a look at what's happening with your friend in Michigan, where her husband's the only one allowed to do anything. It's been like a prison. Now it was just ruled unconstitutional. Take a look at North Carolina. They're having spikes, and they've been closed. And they're getting killed.
All states he needs to win, by the way.
We can't let that happen, Joe. You can't let that happen. We have to open up. And we understand the disease. We have to protect our seniors. We have to protect our elderly. We have to protect especially our seniors with heart problems and diabetes problems. And we will protect them. We have the best testing in the world by far. That's why we have so many cases.
Let me follow
Very
up with you before we move
Very
on to
interesting
our
he
next
brought
section.
those
President
states
Trump
up.
this week
I
he
wonder
called
why.
Dr. Anthony Fauci, the nation's best-known infectious disease expert, quote, a disaster. You described him and other medical experts as, quote, idiots. If you're not listening to them, who are you listening to as you fight this?
I'm listening to all of them, including Anthony. I get along very well with Anthony. But he did say, don't wear masks. He did say, as you know, this is not going to be a problem. I think he's a Democrat, but that's okay. He said, this is not going to be a problem. We are not going to have a problem at all. When Joe says that, I said, Anthony Fauci said, and others, and many others, and I'm not knocking him a lot. Nobody knew. Look, nobody knew what this thing was. Nobody knew where it was coming from, what it was. We've learned a lot. But Anthony said, don't wear masks. Now he wants to wear masks. Anthony also said, if you look back, exact words, here's his exact words. This is no problem. This is going to go away soon. So he's allowed to make mistakes. He happens to be a good person.
Vice President Biden, your response quickly, and then we're going to move on to the next section.
My response is that think about what the president knew in January and didn't tell the American people. He was told this was a serious virus that spread in the air, and it was much worse than the flu. He went on record and said to one of your colleagues, recorded, that in fact he knew how dangerous it was, but he didn't want to tell us. He didn't want to tell us because he didn't want us to panic. He didn't want us, Americans don't panic. He panicked. But guess what? In the meantime, we find out in the New York Times the other day that, in fact, his folks went to Wall Street and said this is a really dangerous thing. And a memo out of that meeting, not from his administration, but from some of the brokers, said sell short because we got to get moving. It's a dangerous problem.
Well, this is
I'm going to give you 30 seconds to respond, and then we're going to move on.
The Wall Street one, I don't know. Somebody went to Wall Street. You're the one that takes all the money from Wall Street. I don't take it. You have raised a lot of money, tremendous amounts of money. And every time you raise money, deals are made, Joe. I could raise so much more money. As president and as somebody that knows most of those people, I could call the heads of Wall Street, the heads of every company in America. I would blow away every record, but I don't want to do that because it puts me in a bad position. And then you bring up Wall Street. You shouldn't be bringing up Wall Street because you're the one that takes the money from Wall Street, not me. I could blow away your records that, like you wouldn't believe. We don't need money. We have plenty of money. In fact, we beat Hillary Clinton with a tiny fraction of the money that she was able to.
All right, gentlemen, we're going to move on.
Don't tell me about Wall Street. Average contribution, $43.
All right, we're going to move on to our next section, which is national security. And I do want to start with the security of our elections and some breaking news from overnight. Just last night, top intelligence officials confirmed again that both Russia and Iran are working to influence this election. Both countries have obtained U.S. voter registration information, these officials say, and Iran sent intimidating messages to Florida voters. This question goes to you, Mr. Vice President. What would you do to put an end to this threat? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
I made it clear, and I ask everyone else to take the pledge. I made it clear that any country, no matter who it is, that interferes in American elections will pay a price. They will pay a price. And it's been overwhelmingly clear this election, I won't even get into the last one, this election, that Russia has been involved, China has been involved to some degree, and now we learn that Iran is involved. They will pay a price if I'm elected. They're interfering with American sovereignty. That's what's going on right now. They're interfering with American sovereignty. And to the best of my knowledge, I don't think the president said anything to Putin about it. I don't think he's talking to them a lot. I don't think he said a word. I don't know why he hadn't said a word to Putin about it. And I don't know what he has recently said, if anything, to the Iranians. My guess is he'd probably be more outspoken with regard to the Iranians. But the point is this, folks. We are in a situation where we have foreign countries trying to interfere in the outcome of our election. His own national security advisor told him that what is happening with his buddy, I will. His buddy, Rudy Giuliani, he's being used as a Russian pawn. He's being fed information that is Russian, that is not true. And then what happens? Nothing happens. And then you find out that everything that's going on here about Russia is wanting to make sure that I do not get elected the next president of the United States because they know I know them and they know me. I don't understand why this president is unwilling to take on Putin when he's actually paying bounties to kill American soldiers in Afghanistan, when he's engaged in activities that are trying to destabilize all of NATO. I don't know why he doesn't do it, but it's worth asking the question, why isn't that being done? Any country that interferes with us will, in fact, pay a price because they're affecting our sovereignty.
President Trump, same question to you. Let me ask the question. You're going to have 2 minutes to respond. For 2 elections in a row now, there has been substantial interference from foreign adversaries. What would you do in your next term?
He's going to bring up Hunter Biden.
2 minutes, uninterrupted.
Well, let me respond to the first part, as Joe answered. Joe
It's
got
amazing he
$3.5
baited
million
him
from
to
Russia,
do it.
and it came through Putin because he was very friendly with the former mayor of Moscow, and it was the mayor of Moscow's wife. And you got $3.5 million. Your family got $3.5 million, and you know, someday you're going to have to explain, why did you get 3.5? I never got any money from Russia. I don't get money from Russia. Now, about your thing last night, I knew all about that. And through John Ratcliffe, who is fantastic, DNI, he said, the one thing that's common to both of them, they both want you to lose because there has been nobody tougher to Russia. Between the sanctions, nobody tougher than me on Russia. Between the sanctions, between all of what I've done with NATO, you know, I've got the NATO countries to put up an extra $130 billion, going to $420 billion a year. That's to guard against Russia. I sold, while he was selling pillows and sheets, I sold tank busters to Ukraine. There has been nobody tougher on Russia than Donald Trump. And I'll tell you, they were so bad. They took over the submarine port. You remember that very well.
This is a lose-lose argument no matter what.
During you and Barack Obama, they took over a big part of
I think Americans don't give a shit about
Ukraine. You handed it to
arming
them,
Ukrainians.
But you were getting a lot of money from Russia. They were paying you a lot of money, and they probably still are. But now, with what came out today, it's even worse. All of the emails, the horrible emails of the kind of money that you were raking in, you and your family. And Joe, you were vice president when some of this was happening, and it should have never happened. And I think you owe an explanation to the American people. Why is it? Somebody just had a news conference a little while ago who was essentially supposed to work with you and your family. But what he said was damning. And regardless of me, I think you have to clean it up and talk to the American people. Maybe you can do it right now.
Vice President Biden, you may respond. 30 seconds. And then I do want to follow up on the election security.
I have not taken a penny from any foreign source ever in my life. We learned that this president paid 50 times the tax in China, has a secret bank account with China, does business in China, and in fact is talking about me taking money. I have not taken a single penny from any country whatsoever, ever. Number one. Number two, this is a president, I have released all of my tax returns, 22 years. Go look at them. 22 years of my tax return. You have not released a single solitary year of your tax return. What are you hiding? Why are you unwilling? The foreign countries are paying you a lot. Russia's paying you a lot. China's paying you a lot. And your hotels and all your businesses all around the country, all around the world. And China's building a new road to a new a golf course you have overseas. So what's going on here? Why don't release your tax return or stop talking about corruption?
President Trump, your response.
First of all, I called my accountants.
Nice.
Under audit. I'm going to release them as soon as we can. I want to do it. And it'll show how successful, how great this company is. But much more importantly than that, people were saying $750. I asked them a week ago, I said, what did I pay? They said, sir, you prepaid tens of millions of dollars. I prepaid my tax. Tens over the last number of years. Tens of millions of dollars I prepaid because at some point they think it's an estimate. They think I may have to pay tax. So I already prepaid it. Nobody told me that.
Did your accountant
Nobody
tell
told
you
that.
release
Excuse
them?
me. And it wasn't written whenever they write this. They keep talking about $750, which I think is a filing fee. But let me just tell you, I prepaid millions and millions of dollars in taxes. Number one. Number two, I don't make money from China. You do. I don't make money from Ukraine. You do. I don't make money from Russia. You made $3.5 million, Joe, and your son gave you. They even have a statement that we have to give 10% to the big man. You're the big man, I think. I don't know, maybe you're not, but you're the big man, I think. Your son said we have to give 10% to the big man. Joe, what's that all about? It's terrible.
All right, gentlemen, I want to ask you both some questions about all of this, but I'm going to let you both respond very quickly. You just said you spoke to your accountant about potentially releasing your taxes. Did he tell you when you can release them? Do you have a deadline for when you're going to release them to the American people?
I get treated worse than the Tea Party got treated. Because I have a lot of people in there, deep down in the IRS, they treat me horribly. We made a deal, it was all settled until I decide to run for president. I get treated very badly by the IRS, very unfairly. But we had a deal all done. As soon as we're completed with the deal, I want to release it. But I have paid millions and millions of dollars, and it's worse than paying. I paid in advance. It's called prepaying your taxes. I paid in advance.
I want to ask you both about questions regarding your potential foreign entanglements and questions that have been raised to give you both a chance to talk about this more broadly. Respond very quickly, and then I'll get to my question.
Why did he's been saying this for 4 years? Show us. Just show us. Stop playing around. You've been saying for 4 years you're going to release your taxes. Nobody knows it, Mr. President. What they do know is you're not paying your taxes, or you're paying taxes that are so low. When last time he said what he paid, he said, I only pay that little because I'm smart. I know how to game the system. Come on. Come on, folks.
Very quickly, President Trump, and then I want to get to two questions to both of you on this.
I was put through a phony witch hunt for 3 years. It started before I even got elected. They spied on my campaign. No president should ever have to go through what I went through. Let me just say this. Mueller and 18 angry Democrats and FBI agents all over the place spent $48 million. They went through everything I had, including my tax returns, and they found absolutely no collusion and nothing wrong. $48 million. I guarantee you, if I spent $1 million on you, Joe, I could find plenty wrong. Because the kind of things that you've done and the kind of monies that your family has taken, I mean, your brother made money in Iraq, millions of dollars. Your other brother made a fortune, and it's all through you, Joe. And they say you get some of it, and you do live very well. You have houses all over the place. You live very well.
All right, gentlemen, let me just ask some questions about all of this broadly. Vice President Biden, there have been questions about the work your son has done in China and for a Ukrainian energy company when you were vice president. In retrospect, was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
Nothing was unethical. Here's what the deal. With regard to Ukraine, we had this whole question about whether or not, because he was on the board, I later learned of a Burisma, a company, that somehow I had done something wrong. Yet every single solitary person, when he was going through his impeachment, testifying under oath who worked for him, said, I did my job impeccably. I carried out U.S. policy. Not one single solitary thing was out of line. Not a single thing, number one. Number two, the guy who got in trouble in Ukraine was this guy trying to bribe the Ukrainian government to say something negative about me, which they would not do and did not do because it never, ever, ever happened. My son has not made money in terms of this thing about, what are you talking about, China. I have not had, the only guy made money from China is this guy. He's the only one. Nobody else has made money from China.
President Trump, let me ask my question to you.
More taxes in China than the United States from 2010 to 2015.
Didn't have a job for a long time.
That's the easy line.
Was sadly no longer in the military service. I won't get into that. And he didn't have a job. As soon as he became vice president, Burisma, not the best reputation in the world. I hear they paid him $183,000 a month. Listen to this. $183,000, and they gave him a $3 million upfront payment.
All right.
And he had no energy.
I'm going to let the vice president respond to that quickly, and then I need to get
dishonest.
to a question to you. Very
No
quickly.
basis for that. Everybody investigated that. No one said anything he did was wrong in Ukraine.
Okay, President Trump, this is for you. Since you took office, you've never divested from your business. You've personally promoted your properties abroad. A report this week, which was referenced, does indicate that your company has a bank account in China. So how can voters know that you don't have any foreign conflicts of interest?
I have many bank accounts, and they're all listed, and they're all over the place. I mean, I was a businessman doing business. The bank account you're referring to, which is everybody knows about it, it's listed. The bank account was in 2013. That's when it was. It was opened it was closed in 2015, I believe. And then I decided, because I was thinking about doing a deal in China like millions of other people. I was thinking about it, and I decided I'm not going to do it. Didn't like it. I decided not to do it. Had an account open, and I closed it.
Okay.
Excuse me. And then, unlike him, where he's vice president and he does business, I then decided to run for president after that. That was before. So I closed it before I even ran for president, let alone became president. Big difference. He is the vice president of the United States, and his son, his brother, and his other brother are getting rich. They're like a vacuum cleaner. They're sucking up money every
President Trump,
place
thank
he
you.
goes.
We do need to move on. I do want to ask you, Vice President Biden, about China. Let's talk about China more broadly. There have, of course, President Trump has said that they should pay for not being fully transparent in regards to the coronavirus. If you were president, would you make China pay? And please be specific. What would that look like?
What I'd make China do is play by the international rules, not like he has done. He has caused the deficit of China to go up, not down, with China, up, not down. We are making sure that in order to do business in China, you have to give all your intellectual property. You have to have a partner in China. It's 51%. We would not do that at all, number one. Number two, we're in a situation where China would have to play by the rules internationally as well. When I met with Xi, when I was still vice president, he said we're setting up air identification zones in the South China Sea. You can't fly through them. I said we're going to fly through them. We just flew B-52, B-1 bombers through it. We're not going to pay attention. They have to play by the rules. And what's he do? He embraces guys like the thugs like in North Korea and the Chinese president and Putin and others, and he pokes his finger in the eye of all of our friends, all of our allies. We make up we're 25% of the world's economy. We need to be having the rest of our friends with us saying to China, these are the rules. You play by them or you're going to pay the price for not paying by them economically. That's the way I will run it. And that's what we did in upholding steel tariffs and a range of other things when we were president and vice president.
All right, let's talk about North Korea.
Excuse me, no, I have to respond to that.
Okay. Very quickly, and then we're going to move on to North Korea.
With $1.5 billion from China to manage after spending 10 minutes in office and being in Air Force Two, number one. Number two, there's a very strong email talking about your family wanting to make $10 million a year for introductions.
President Trump, on China policy, though, what specifically are you going to do? What specifically are you going to do to make China pay? You've said you're going to make them pay.
China is paying. They're paying billions and billions of dollars. I just gave $28 billion.
New sanctions?
I just gave $28 billion to our farmers.
Taxpayers' money.
It's what?
Taxpayers' money. Didn't come from
China.
China.
You know who the taxpayer is? It's called China. China paid $28 billion, and you know what they did to pay it, Joe? They devalued their currency, and they also paid up. And you know who got the money? Our farmers, our great farmers, because they were targeted. You never charged them anything. Also, I charged them 25% on dumped steel because they were killing our steel industry. We were not going to have a steel industry.
Okay.
And now we have a steel industry.
Vice President Biden, your response, please.
My response is, look, this isn't about, there's a reason why he's bringing up all this malarkey. There's a reason for it. He doesn't want to talk about the substantive issues. It's not about his family and my family. It's about your family. And your family's hurting badly. If you're making if you're a middle-class family, you're getting hurt badly right now. You're sitting at the kitchen table this morning deciding, well, we can't get new tires, they're bald because we have to wait another month or so. Or are we going to be able to pay the mortgage? Or who's going to tell her she can't go back to community college? They're the decisions you're making in the middle-class families like I grew up in Scranton and Claymont. They're in trouble. We should be talking about your families, but that's the last thing he wants to talk about.
I want to talk about North Korea.
Excuse me,
I do want to turn to
please.
10 seconds, Mr. President.
That's
10
a
seconds.
typical political statement. Let's get off this China thing, and then he looks, the family, around the table, everything. Just a typical politician when I see that.
Let's talk about North
I'm not a typical
Korea
politician.
Okay,
that's why I got elected.
Let's
get off the subject of China. Let's talk around sitting around the table. Right. Come on, Joe, you can do better.
We're going to talk about North Korea now. President Trump, you've met with North Korean leader Kim Jong-un 3 times. You've talked about your beautiful letters with him. You've touted the fact that there hasn't been a war or a long-range missile test, and yet North Korea recently rolled out its biggest ever intercontinental ballistic missile and continues to develop its nuclear arsenal. Do you see that as a betrayal of the relationship you forged? Just 30 seconds here because we need to get on to the next
So
segment.
when I met with Barack Obama, we sat in the White House right at the beginning, had a great conversation. It was supposed to be 15 minutes, and it was well over an hour. He said the biggest problem we have with North Korea. He indicated we will be in a war with North Korea. Guess what? It would be a nuclear war, and he does have plenty of nuclear capability. In the meantime, I have a very good relationship with him. Different kind of a guy, but he probably thinks the same thing about me. We have a different kind of a relationship. We have a very good relationship, and there's no war. And you know, about 2 months ago, he broke into a certain area. They said, oh, there's going to be trouble. I said, no, they're not, because he's not going to do that. And I was right. Look, instead of being in a war where millions of people, Seoul, you know, is 25 miles away, millions and millions, 32 million people in Seoul, millions of people would be dead right now.
President
we
Trump,
don't have
that's
a war,
30
and
seconds.
I have a good
Thank
relationship.
you. Vice President Biden, to you. North Korea conducted 4 nuclear tests under the Obama administration. Why do you think you would be able to rein in this persistent threat?
Because I'd make it clear, which we were making clear to China, they had to be part of the deal. Because here's I made it clear, and as a spokesperson of the administration when I went to China, that they said, why are you moving your missile defense up so close? Why are you moving more forces here? Why are you continuing to do military maneuvers with South Korea? I said, because North Korea is a problem, and we're going to continue to do it so we can control them. We're going to make sure we can control them and make sure they cannot hurt us. And so if you want to do something about it, step up and help. If not, it's going to continue. What has he done? He's legitimized North Korea. He's talked about his good buddy who's a thug, and he talks about how we're better off. And they have much more capable missiles, able to reach U.S. territory much more easily than ever did before.
Let me follow up with you, Vice President Biden. You've said you wouldn't meet with Kim Jong-un without preconditions. Are there any conditions under which you would meet with him?
On the condition that he would agree that he would be drawing down his nuclear capacity to get the Korean Peninsula should be nuclear-free zone.
All right, let's move on to American families.
Kristen, they tried
Very
to
quickly,
meet with
10
him.
seconds,
They
President.
tried to meet with him. He wouldn't do it. He didn't like Obama. He didn't like him. He wouldn't do it.
Okay, I
know
got to
for
give him a
fact they
chance to
tried.
respond to that
He
before we
wouldn't
move
do
on.
it. And that's okay. You know what? North Korea, we're not in a war. We have a good relationship. You know, people don't understand. Having a good
President
relationship
Trump,
with
we have
leaders
to
of
move
other
on, 'cause
countries
we have
is
a lot
a
of
good thing.
We have a lot of questions to get to.
That's
Your
like
response.
saying we had a good relationship with Hitler before he, in fact, invaded Europe, the rest of Europe. Come on. The reason he would not meet with President Obama is because President Obama said, we're going to talk about denuclearization. We're not going to legitimize you. We're going to continue to put stronger and stronger sanctions on you. That's why he wouldn't meet with us.
All right,
And it
let's
didn't
move
happen.
on. Let's
Excuse
move on
me.
and talk
He
about
left
American
me a
families.
mess, Kristen.
President Trump, okay, so
They left me a
comparison.
mess. North Korea was a mess.
We
And
need
in
to
fact,
move
if
on
you
so
remember
we
the
can get
first
to all
2 or
of our
3
other
months,
questions tonight,
there was a
President
very
Trump.
dangerous period in my first 3 months before we sort of worked things out a little bit.
Okay.
There was a they left us a mess. And Obama would be, I think, the first to say it was the single biggest problem he thought that our country had.
Okay, let's move on to American families and the economy. One of the issues that's most important to them is health care, as you both know. Today, there was a key vote on a new Supreme Court Justice, Amy Coney Barrett, and health care is at the center of her confirmation fight. Over 20 million Americans get their health insurance through the Affordable Care Act. It's headed to the Supreme Court, and your administration, Mr. President, is advocating for the court to overturn it. If the Supreme Court does overturn that law, those 20 million Americans could lose their health insurance almost overnight. So what would you do if those people have their health insurance taken away? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
Sure. First of all, I've already done something that nobody thought was possible. Through the legislature, I terminated the individual mandate. That is the worst part of Obamacare, as we call it. The individual mandate where you have to pay a fortune for the privilege of not having to pay for bad health insurance. I terminated. It's gone. Now it's in court because Obamacare is no good. But then I made a decision. Run it as well as you can to my people, great people. Run it as well as you can. I could have gone the other route and made everybody very unhappy. They ran it. Premiums are down. Everything's down. Here's the problem. No matter how well you run it, it's no good. What we'd like to do is terminate it, We have the individual mandate done. I don't know that it's going to work. If we don't win, we will have to run it, and we'll have Obamacare, but it'll be better run. But it no longer is Obamacare, because without the individual mandate, it's much different. Pre-existing conditions will always stay. What I would like to do is a much better health care, much better, will always protect people with pre-existing. So I'd like to terminate Obamacare, come up with a brand new, beautiful health care. The Democrats will do it because there'll be tremendous pressure on them, and we might even have the House by that time.
If Biden
and
said show your plan right now,
okay?
it would be over.
But I think we're going to win the House.
I mean, it's already over, but
come up with
you know
a better health care, always protecting people with pre-existing conditions. And one thing very important, we have 180 million people out there that have great private health care. Far more than we're talking about with Obamacare. Joe Biden is going to terminate all of those policies. These are people that love their health care, people that have been successful, middle-income people, been successful. They have 180 million plans, 180 million people, families, under what he wants to do, which will basically be socialized medicine. He won't even have a choice. They want to terminate 180 million plans. We have done an incredible job on health care, and we're going to do even better.
Okay, Vice President Biden, yes, this is for you. Your health care plan calls for building
Did he get muted again in the
Obamacare. So
end?
my question is, what is your plan if the law is ruled unconstitutional by the Supreme Court? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
What I'm going to do is pass Obamacare with a public option. It'll become Biden care. The public option is an option that says that if you, in fact, do not have the wherewithal to be, if you qualify for Medicaid and you do not have the wherewithal in your state to get Medicaid, you automatically are enrolled, providing competition for insurance companies. That's what's going to happen. Secondly, we're going to make sure we reduce the premiums and reduce drug prices by making sure that there's competition that doesn't exist now by allowing the Medicare to negotiate drug prices with the insurance companies. Thirdly, the idea that I want to eliminate private insurance, the reason why I had such a fight with 20 candidates for the nomination was I support private insurance. That's why I didn't. Not one single person with private insurance would lose their insurance under my plan, nor did they under Obamacare. They did not lose their insurance unless they chose they wanted to go to something else. Lastly, we're going to make sure we're in a situation that we actually protect pre-existing. There's no way he can protect pre-existing conditions. None, zero. You can't do it in the ether. He's been talking about this for a long time. He's never come up with a plan. I guess we're going to get the pre-existing condition plan the same time we get the infrastructure plan that we've been waiting since 17, 18, 19, and 20. The fact, I still have a few more minutes. I know you're getting anxious. The fact is that he's already cost the American people, because of his terrible handling of the COVID virus and the economic spillover, 10 million people have lost their private insurance. And he wants to take away 22 million more people who have it under Obamacare, and over 110 million people with pre-existing conditions. And all the people from COVID are going to have pre-existing conditions. What are they going to do?
I have a follow-up for you, Vice President Biden. It relates to something that President Trump said. He's accusing you of wanting socialized medicine. What do you say to people who have concerns that your health care plan, which includes a government insurance option, takes the country one step closer to a health care system run entirely by the government? What's your response to them?
It's ridiculous. It's like saying that, we're the idea that the fact that there's a public option that people can choose, that makes it a socialist plan. Look, the difference between the president, I think health care is not a privilege, it's a right. Everyone should have the right to have affordable health care. And I am very proud of my plan. It's gotten endorsed by all the major labor unions, as well as a whole range of other people who, in fact, are concerned in the medical field. This is something that's going to save people's lives, and this is going to give some people an opportunity to have health care for their children. How many of you home are worried and rolling around in bed tonight wondering what in God's name you're going to do if you get sick because you've lost your home insurance, your health insurance your company's gone under? We have to provide health insurance for people at an affordable rate, and that's what I do.
President Trump,
Excuse me, he was
your
there
response.
for 47 years. He didn't do it. He was now there as vice president for 8 years, and it's not like it was 25 years ago. It was 3 3/4. It was just a little while ago, right?
Because of the
Less than
Republicans,
4
they
years
did
ago.
actually try to push
He
the
didn't
public
do
option.
anything. He didn't do it. He wants socialized medicine,
What?
and it's not that he wants it. His vice president, I mean, she is more liberal than Bernie Sanders and wants it even more. Bernie Sanders wants it.
Insane.
The Democrats want it. You're going to have socialized medicine, just like you went with fracking. We're not going to have fracking. We're going to stop fracking. We're going to stop fracking. Then he goes to Pennsylvania after he gets a nomination, where he got very lucky to get it. And he goes to Pennsylvania and he says, oh, we're going to have fracking. And you never asked that question. And by the way, so far, I respect very much the way you're handling this, I have to say.
By the way.
But somebody should ask the question.
You can ask
he goes for a year. There will be no fracking. There
we
will
do
be
have
no
a number
petroleum.
we have a number of topics we're
No,
going
but
to get
that's a
to.
big- that's a big question.
And we're going to get to. We're going to get to.
It's the same thing with socialized
I have
medicine.
to respond.
Vice President, your response, please.
My response is people deserve to have affordable health care, period. Period, period, period. And the Biden care proposal will, in fact, provide for that affordable health care, lower premiums. What we're going to do is going to cost some money. It's going to cost over $750 billion over 10 years to do it. And they're going to have lower premiums. You can buy into the better plans, the cheaper plans, lower your premiums, deal with unexpected billing, and have your drug prices drop significantly. He keeps talking about it. He hasn't done a thing for anybody on health care. Not a thing.
Tristan, when
Very
he
quickly,
says,
then I want to talk
when
about
he
what's
says
happening on
public
Capitol
option,
Hill.
he's talking about socialized medicine and healthcare. When he talks about a public option, he's talking about destroying your Medicare.
Democrats are responsible for
and
this.
destroying your Social
Sorry.
Security, and this whole
It's the
country
truth.
will come down. You know, Bernie Sanders tried it in his state. He tried it in his state. His governor was a very liberal governor. They wanted to make it work.
Okay,
It
let's
was
let Vice President
impossible
Biden
to work.
respond.
It doesn't
Vice
work.
President
He's
Biden,
a very
your response.
confused guy. He thinks he's running against somebody else. He's running against Joe Biden. I beat all those other people because I disagreed with them. Joe Biden he's running against.
Well, I wanna
And the
die.
idea that we're in a situation that they're going to destroy Medicare, this is the guy that the actuary at Medicare said, if in fact, at Social Security, if in fact he continues to withhold his plan to withhold the tax on Social Security will be bankrupt by 2023 with no way to make up for it. This is the guy who's tried to cut Medicare. So no, I mean, the idea that Donald Trump is lecturing me on Social Security and Medicare? Come on.
He tried to get
10
rid of.
seconds,
He
Mr.
tried to
President,
hurt
and then I
Social
have to go to
Security
another
years
question.
ago. Years ago. Go back and look at the records. He tried to hurt Social Security years ago.
All
One
right,
thing,
let's move
but
on.
This
I'm
is
going to
the
move
guy
on.
that when they announced
Mr. President, I have to
last
move on
week,
to the next question.
They said
or
the
else
stock
we're not
market
gonna have
will
time to
boom
talk about it.
if I'm elected. If he's elected, the stock market will crash.
Okay,
The
let's
biggest
move on to the
analysts are
next
saying
question.
Let me respond.
Very quickly.
Look, the idea that the stock market is booming is his only measure of what's happening. Where I come from in Scranton and Claymont, the people don't live off of the stock market. Just in the last three years during this crisis, the billionaires in this country made, according to the Wall Street, $700 billion more dollars. $700 billion more dollars. Because that's his only measure. What happens to the ordinary people out there? What happens to them?
Let's talk about what's happening on Capitol Hill. We're going to move on,
401ks are through the roof.
We're going to move on.
Stock are through the roof.
All right.
And he doesn't come from Scranton. That's like he lived there for a short period of time before he even knew it.
We're going to move on to
and
the
he
next
left.
question.
And the people of Pennsylvania
Let me
will
move
show
on
you
to my
that.
next question,
They
gentlemen.
understand.
As of tonight, more than 12 million people are out of work. And as of tonight, 8 million more Americans have fallen into poverty, and more families are going hungry every day. Those hit hardest are women and people of color. They see Washington fighting over a relief bill. Mr. President, why haven't you been able to get them the help they need? 30 seconds here.
Because Nancy Pelosi doesn't want to approve it. I do.
But you're the president.
I do, but I still have to get. Unfortunately, that's one of the reasons I think we're going to take over the House because of her. Nancy Pelosi doesn't want to approve anything because she'd love to have some victories.
What?
On a date called November 3rd. Nancy Pelosi does not want to approve it. We are ready, willing, and able to do something. Don't forget, we've already approved 3 plans, and it's gone through, including the Democrats, in all fairness. This one she doesn't want. It's near the election because she thinks it helps her politically. I think it hurts her politically.
All right, Mr. Vice President,
The Republican leader in the United States Senate said he can't pass it. He will not be able to pass it. He does not have Republican votes. Why isn't he talking to his Republican friends?
Let me follow up with you, Vice President.
If we made a
Biden,
deal,
because
the Republicans
let me
will
ask
pass
Vice
it.
President
Shut up,
Biden a
moderator.
question.
Let him
You are
go.
the leader of the
Let the old
Democratic
man
Party.
speak.
Why have you not pushed the Democrats to get a deal for the American people?
Well, I have, and they have pushed it. Look, they passed
Fuck
this act
you!
all the way
Fuck
back in the
you!
beginning of the summer. This is like it's not new. It's been out there. This HEROES Act has been sitting there. And look at what's happening. When I was in charge of the Recovery Act with $800 billion, I was able to get $145 billion to local communities that have to balance their budgets and states that have to balance their budgets. So then have to fire firefighters, teachers, first responders, law enforcement officers, so they could keep their cities and counties running. He will not support that. They have not done a thing for them. And Mitch McConnell said, let them go bankrupt. Let them go bankrupt.
He laughed.
What's the matter with
The
these
bill that was
guys?
passed in the House was a bailout of badly run, high crime, Democrat, all run by Democrats, cities and states. It was a way of getting a lot of money, billions and billions of dollars to these states. It was also a way of getting a lot of money from our people's pockets to people that come into our country illegally. We were going to take care of everything for them. And what that does, and I'd love to do that, I'd love to help them, but what that does, everybody all over the world will start pouring into our country. We can't do it. This was a way of taking care of them. This was a way of spending on things that had nothing to do with COVID, as per your question. But it was really a big bailout for badly run Democrat cities and states.
All right,
By the way,
I want to.
if I get elected, I'm running as a proud Democrat, but I'm going to be an American president. I don't see red states and blue states. What I see is American, United States. And folks, every single state out there finds themselves in trouble. They're going to start laying off, whether they're red or blue, cops, firefighters, first responders, because teachers, because they have to balance their budget. And the founders were smart. They allowed the federal government to deficit spend to compensate for the United States of America.
I want to talk about the minimum wage, gentlemen. Mr. Vice President, we are talking a lot about struggling small businesses and business owners these days. Do you think this is the right time to ask them to raise the minimum wage? You, of course, support a $15 federal minimum wage.
I do, because I think one of the things we're going to have to do is we're going to have to bail them out, too. We should be bailing them out now, those small businesses. You got 1 in 6 of them going under. They're not going to be able to make it back. They passed a package that allows us to be able to call PPP. Money is supposed to go to help them do everything from organize how they can deal with their businesses being open safely. Schools, how they can make classrooms smaller, how they can hire more teachers, how they can put ventilation systems in. They need the help. The businesses as well as the schools need the help. But these guys will not help them. Is not giving them any of the money.
We are going to move on to immigration,
one thing very
but I
quickly,
want
he
to
said
get
we
your
have to help our
reaction.
small businesses by raising the minimum wage. That's not helping. I think it should be a state option. Alabama is different than New York. New York is different from Vermont. Every state is different. It should be a state option.
You said very
we have
recently.
to help. It's very important. We have to help our small businesses.
You
How
said-
are you helping your small businesses when you're forcing wages? What's going to happen, and what's been proven to happen, is when you do that, these small businesses fire many of their employees.
You said very recently you would consider raising the federal minimum wage to $15 an hour. You said recently you would consider raising the federal minimum wage to $15 an hour. Is that still the case?
And I would consider it to an extent, but
In a
what I
second
really
administration?
like, in a second administration, but not to a level that's going to put all these businesses out of business. It should be a state option. Look, I've lived in different places. I know different places. They're all different. Some places, $15 is not so bad. In other places, other states, $15 would be
Okay, President Trump, thank you. Quick response, Vice President Biden.
2 jobs, 1 job, be below poverty. People are making $6, $7, $8 an hour. These first responders, we all clap for as they come down the street because they've allowed us to make it. What's happening? They deserve a minimum wage of $15. Anything below that puts you below the poverty level. And there is no evidence that when you raise the minimum wage, businesses go out of business. That is simply not true.
We're going to talk about immigration. We're going to talk about immigration now, gentlemen, and we're going to talk about families within this context. Mr. President, your administration separated children from their parents at the border, at least 4,000
muscular
kids.
approach to
You've
a
since
different
reversed your
policy
zero
position
tolerance
for the first
policy,
time.
But the United States can't locate the parents of more than 500 children. So how will these families ever be reunited?
children are brought here by coyotes and lots of bad people, cartels, and they're brought here, and they used to use them to get into our country. We now have as strong a border as we've ever had. We're over 400 miles of brand new wall. You see the numbers, and we let people in, but they have to come in legally, and they come in through
But
merit.
how will you reunite these kids with their families,
Let me just tell you,
Mr.
they
President?
built cages. You know, they used to say, I built the cages, and then they had a picture in a certain newspaper, and it was a picture of these horrible cages, and they said, look at these cages. President Trump built them, and then it was determined they were built in 2014. That was him.
Do you
They
have a
built
plan to
cages.
reunite the kids?
Yes,
with
we're
their
working on
families?
it we're trying very hard. But a lot of these kids come out without the parents. They come over through cartels and through coyotes and through gangs.
Vice President Biden, let me bring you into this
525
conversation. Quick response and then another question to you.
These 500 plus kids came with parents. They separated them at the border to make it a disincentive to come to begin with. Real tough. We're really strong. And guess what? They cannot, it's not coyotes didn't bring them over. Their parents were with them. They got separated from their parents. And it makes us a laughing stock and violates every notion of who we are as a nation.
Let me ask you a follow-up question.
They did it. We changed the policy.
Your response
they
to that?
They did it. We changed.
Did not
They built the
separate
cages.
They,
who built the cages, Joe?
Let's talk about what
Who
we're
built the
talking about.
cages,
Let's
Joe?
talk about what we're talking about. What happened? Parents were ripped, their kids were ripped from their arms and separated. And now they cannot find over 500 sets of those parents, and those kids are alone. Nowhere to go. Nowhere to go. It's criminal. It's criminal.
Let me ask
Kristen,
you
I
about
will say this.
immigration.
They went
10
down.
seconds,
We
and then
brought
I need to ask
reporters,
you.
everything. They are so well taken care of.
Oh,
They're in
that's
facilities
not
that
a
were
good
so
look,
clean
Trump.
Some
and
of them
gotten
haven't been
such
reunited
But
with their
just ask
families.
one question. Who built the cages? I'd love you to ask him that. Who built the cages?
Let me ask about your immigration policy, Mr. Vice President. The Obama administration did fail to deliver immigration reform, which had been a key promise during the administration. It also presided over record deportations as well as family detentions at the border before changing course. So why should voters trust you with an immigration overhaul now?
Because we made a mistake. It took too long to get it right. It took too long to get it right. I'll be president of the United States, not vice president of the United States. And the fact is, I've made it very clear. Within 100 days, I'm going to send to the United States Congress a pathway to citizenship for over 11 million undocumented people. And all of those so-called dreamers, those DACA kids, they're going to be immediately certified again to be able to stay in this country and put on a path to citizenship. The idea that they are being sent home by this guy, and they want to do that, is they've gone to a country they've never seen before. I can imagine you're 5 years old, your parents are taking you across the Rio Grande River, and it's illegal. And you say, oh, no, Mom, leave me here. I'm not going to go with you. They've been here. Many of them are model citizens. Over 20,000 of them are first responders out there taking care of people during this crisis. We owe them. We owe them.
Kristen, he had 8 years to do what he said he was going to do. And I've changed without having
had 4 years?
specific. We got rid of catch and release. We got rid of a lot of horrible things that they put in and that they lived with. But he had 8 years he was vice president. He did nothing except build cages to keep children in.
Vice President
Wrong.
Biden, your response.
The catch and release, you know what he's talking about there? If in fact you had a family came across and they were arrested, they in fact were given a date to show up for their hearing. They were released. And guess what? They showed up for a hearing.
True.
This is the first president in the history of the United States of America that anybody seeking asylum has to do it in another country. That's never happened before in America. That's never happened before in America. You come to the United States and you make your case that I seek asylum based on the following premise, why I deserve it under American law. They're sitting in squalor on the other side of the river.
President Trump, your response,
So
30
important.
seconds, and then we'll move
It just shows that he has no understanding of immigration or the laws. Catch and release is a disaster. A murderer would come in, a rapist would come in, a very bad person would come in. We would take their name. We have to release them into our country. And then you say they come back. Less than 1% of the people come back. We have to send ICE out and Border Patrol out to find them, we would say, come back in 2 years, 3 years, we're going to give you a court case.
The numbers are on Joe's side.
We're going to give you a court case.
He's right.
When you say they come back, they don't come back, Joe.
Overwhelming
They
majority
never come back.
show up to their court
Only
cases.
the really, I hate to say this, but those with the lowest IQ, they might come back.
Okay,
But
President
they're
Trump,
very,
let's
very
give Vice
few.
President Biden a chance to respond, and then we're going to move on to the
You
next
don't know
section.
the law, Joe.
Vice President Biden, your response.
Know the law. What he's telling you is simply not true.
Well, check it out. They don't come back.
Check it out.
All right, let's move on.
But we don't have to
the
worry
next
about it because they
section.
terminated it, so we don't have to worry about
Let's
it
move
anymore.
on to the next
And you have
section.
525 kids not knowing where in God's name they're going to be and lost their parents.
Go ahead.
All right, let's talk
Damn.
about our next section, which is race in America. And I want to talk about the way Black and brown Americans experience race in this country. Part of that experience is something called the talk. It happens regardless of class and income. Parents who feel they have no choice but to prepare their children for the chance that they could be targeted, including by the police, for no reason other than the color of their skin. Mr. Vice President, in the next 2 minutes, I want you to speak directly to these families. Do you understand why these parents fear for their children?
I do. I do. You know, my daughter is a social worker, and she's written a lot
Mortar
about
in
this.
chief.
She has a graduate degree from the University of Pennsylvania in social work. And you know, one of the reasons why I ended up working on the east side of Wilmington, Delaware, which is 90% African American, was to learn more about what was going on. What I never had to tell my daughter, if she's pulled over, make sure she puts, for a traffic stop, put both hands on top of the wheel and don't reach for the glove box because someone may shoot you. But a black parent, no matter how wealthy or how poor they are, has to teach their child when you're walking down the street, don't have a hoodie on when you go across the street. Making sure that you, in fact, if you get pulled over, just yes, sir, no, sir, hands on top of the wheel, because you are, in fact, the victim, whether you're a person making child of a $300,000 a year person or someone who's on food stamps. The fact of the matter is there is institutional racism in America. And we have always said, we've never lived up to it, that we hold these truths to be self-evident. All men and women are created equal. Well, guess what? We have never, ever lived up to it, but we've always constantly been moving the needle further and further to inclusion, not exclusion. This is the first president to come along and says, that's the end of that. We're not going to do that anymore. We have to provide for economic opportunity, better education, better health care, better access to schooling, better access to opportunity to borrow money to start businesses. All the things we can do, and I've laid out a clear plan as to how to do those things, just to give people a shot. It's about accumulating the ability to have wealth as well as it is to be free from violence.
President Trump, same question to you, and let me remind you of the question. I would like you to speak directly to these families. Do you understand why these parents fear for their children?
Yes, I do. And again, he's been in government 47 years. He never did a thing except in 1994 when he did such harm to the black community. And they were called, and he called them super predators. And he said that. He said it, super predators. And they have never lived that down. 1994, your crime bill, the super predators. Nobody has
wasn't
done
even
more
Biden, it
for
was
the
Hillary
black
defending the
community
crime bill,
than
but
Donald
still.
Trump. And if you look, with the exception of Abraham Lincoln, possible exception, but the exception of Abraham Lincoln, nobody has done what I've done. Criminal
I think he
justice
said something pretty
reform.
close to that, if he didn't say that.
And
He did.
Joe didn't do it.
He didn't just use that
I don't
exact
even think
verbiage,
they tried
though.
because they had no chance at doing it. They might have wanted to do it, but if you had to see the arms I had to twist to get that done, it was not a pretty picture, and everybody knows it, including some very liberal people that cried in my office. They cried in the Oval Office. 2 weeks later, they're out saying, gee, we have to defeat him. Criminal justice reform, prison reform, opportunity zones with Tim Scott, a great senator from South Carolina. He came in with this incredible idea for opportunity zones. It's one of the most successful programs. People don't talk about it. Tremendous investment is being made. Biggest beneficiary, the black and Hispanic communities, and then historically black colleges and universities. After 3 years of coming to the office, I love some of those guys. They were great. They came into the office and they said, I said, what are you doing? After 3 years, I said, why do you keep coming back? because we have no funding. I said, you don't have to come back every year.
Chance that he would bring up Tim
because
Scott
President
and his answer
Obama would never
close
give
to
them
100%.
long-term funding, and I did. 10
I don't even remember the
long-term
question.
funding, and I gave them more money than
It was
they asked
about
for because they
criminal
said, I
justice.
think
It was
you need
about
more. And I
police
said, the only bad part about this is
attacking.
I may never
I was being
see them
sarcastic.
Black
because
people.
I got very friendly
No, I
with
see- I
them,
see it on
and
screen.
they like me and I like them. But I saved historically black colleges.
Well, that's
and
right. They got the
universities.
question.
Okay.
That's very
and we're
helpful.
going to talk about both of your records, but your response to that, Vice President.
My response to that is I never, ever said what he accused me of saying. The fact of the matter is, in 2000, though, after the crime bill had been in the law for a while, this is a guy who said, the problem with the crime bill, there's not enough people in jail. There's not enough people in jail. And go on my website, get the quote, the date when he said it. Not enough people. He talked about marauding gangs, young gangs, and the people who are going to maraud our cities. This is a guy who in the Central Park five innocent black kids, he continued to push for making
hate how
sure
close
that
our
they got the
parties
death
are
penalty.
aligned on
None of them were-
policy.
None of them were guilty of what the crime
Both historically
of the crimes
and
they were
right now.
suggested. Look, and talk about granted, he did in fact let 20 people, he
Makes me
commuted 20
sad.
people's sentences. We commuted over 1,000 people's sentences. Over 1,000. The very law he's talking about is a law that, in fact, initiated by Barack Obama. And secondly, we're in a situation here where the federal prison system was reduced by 38,000 people under our administration. And one of these things we should be doing, there should be no minimum mandatories in the law. That's why I'm offering $20 billion to states to change their state laws to eliminate minimum mandatories and set up drug courts. No one should be going to jail because they have a drug problem. They should be going to rehabilitation, not to jail. We should fundamentally change the system, and that's what I'm going to do.
But why didn't he do it 4 years ago? Why didn't you do that 4 years ago, even less than that? Why didn't you do it? You were vice president. You keep talking about all these things you're going to do and you're going to do this, but you were there just a short time ago and you guys did nothing.
We did.
You know, Joe, I ran because of you. I ran because of Barack Obama, because you did a poor job. If I thought you did a good job, I would have never run. I would have never run. I ran because of you. I'm looking at you now. You're a politician. I ran because of you.
All right, Vice President Biden, your response to that, and then I do have some questions for both of you.
Well, I tell you what, I hope he does look at me, because what's happening here is, you know who I am, you know who he is, you know his character, you know my character, you know our reputations for honor and telling the truth. I am anxious to have this race. I am anxious to see this take place. The character of the country is on the ballot. Our character is on the ballot. Look at us closely.
Let me ask some follow-up.
Excuse me.
Please respond, and then we're going to have follow-up
If this stuff is
questions.
true about Russia,
Biden
Ukraine,
known as a
China,
big truth
other
teller?
countries, Iraq, if this is true, then he's a corrupt politician.
All right.
So don't give me the stuff about how you're this innocent baby. Joe, they're calling you a corrupt politician.
Nobody.
President Trump, I want to stay on the issue of race. We're talking about the issue.
Laptop from hell.
President Trump, we're
Nobody.
talking about race right now, and I do want to stay on the issue of race. President Trump,
And I
you've
have
just
to respond to that.
Please,
Because look,
very
there
quickly.
are 50 former national intelligence folks who said that what he's accusing me of is a Russian plant. They have said that this has all the five former heads of the CIA, both parties, say what he's saying is a bunch of garbage. Nobody believes it except his and his good friend Rudy Giuliani.
You mean the laptop is now another Russia hoax?
And
You
that's
gotta
exactly
be-
what.
Is this
that's
where you're
exactly
going?
what.
This
was
is
told.
where he's going. The
That-
laptop is Russia,
Yes.
Gentlemen,
Russia.
I want to stay on the issue of race.
You
okay?
have to be kidding. Here we
Mr.
go
President,
again with Russia.
We're going to continue
Boy,
on the
boy.
issue of race. Mr. President,
believe
you've
that one.
described the Black Lives Matter movement as a symbol of hate. You've shared a video of a man chanting white power to millions of your supporters. You've said that black professional athletes exercising their First Amendment rights should be fired. What do you say to Americans who say that kind of language from a president is contributing to a climate of hate and racial strife?
Well, you have to understand, the first time I ever heard of Black Lives Matter, they were chanting pigs in a blanket, talking about police. Pigs, talking about our police. Pigs in a blanket, fry them like bacon. I said, that's a horrible thing. And they were marching down the street. And that was my first glimpse of Black Lives Matter. I thought it was a terrible thing. As far as my relationships with all people, I think I have great relationships with all people. I am the least racist person in this room.
Well, what do you say to Americans who are concerned about that rhetoric?
I don't know. I mean, I
the
don't know
videos?
what to say. I got criminal justice reform done and prison reform and opportunity zones. I took care of black colleges and universities. I don't know what to say.
I told you this would be hitting different.
They can say anything.
If it weren't for the protest,
it makes
he
me
would
sad
100% be running with
because
this.
I am the least racist person. I can't even see the audience because it's so
Stop.
dark. But I don't care who's in the audience. I'm the least racist person in this room.
3 minutes
Vice
ago, he
President
said
Biden, let me ask you very
undocumented
quickly, and then I have
immigrants
a
that show
follow-up
up to
question
court
for
are
you.
Abraham
lowest of the
Lincoln
low
here is one of the
IQ.
most racist presidents we've had in modern history.
3 minutes ago, he said
pours
that.
fuel on every single racist fire. Every single one. Started off his campaign coming down the escalator saying he's going to get rid of those Mexican rapists. He's banned Muslims because they're Muslims. He has moved around and made everything worse across the board. He says about the poor boys, last time we were on stage here, he said, I told them to stand down and stand ready. Come on. This guy has a dog whistle about as big as a foghorn.
Damn.
President Trump, I'm going to give you 10 seconds to respond, and I have a follow-up.
He made a reference
He's
to Abraham
slurring.
Lincoln. Where did that come in? I mean,
You said
where
you're
did that-
Abraham Lincoln.
No, where did that? No.
You said-
I said not since Abraham Lincoln has anybody
Yeah,
done
fuck
what
Lyndon
I've
B.
done for the black
Johnson.
community.
And I'm
I didn't
saying-
say I'm Abraham Lincoln. I said not since Abraham Lincoln has anybody done what I've done for the black community. Now, you have done nothing other than the crime bill, which put
Oh, God.
tens of thousands of black men, mostly in jail.
All right, let me-
And you know
let me
what?
a- let me
they
ask
remember
Vice
it
President
because if you
Biden a
look at what's
question.
happening with the voting right now,
Let me ask
they
Vice
remember
President
that
Biden
you treated them
about-
very, very badly.
The-
Just
the-
take a look at what's happening out there.
Vice President Biden, let me give you a chance to respond within this context. Crime
Okay.
bills that you supported in the 80s and 90s contributed to the incarceration of tens of thousands of young black men who had small amounts of drugs in their possession. They are sons, they are brothers, they're fathers, they're uncles, whose families are still to this day, some of them suffering the consequences. So speak to those families. Why should they vote for you?
One of the things is that in the 80s, we passed 100%, all 100 senators voted for it, a bill on drugs and how to deal with drugs. It was a mistake. I've been trying to change the since then, particularly the portion on cocaine. That's why I've been arguing that, in fact, we should not send anyone to jail for a pure drug offense. They should be going into treatment across the board. That's what we should be spending money on. That's why I set up drug courts, which were never funded by our Republican friends. They should not be going to jail for a drug or an alcohol problem. They should be going into treatment. That's what we've been trying to do. That's what I'm going to get done because I think maybe the American people have now seen that, in fact, it was a mistake to pass those laws relating to drug. But they were not in the crime bill.
But why didn't he get it done? See, it's all talk, no action with these politicians. Why didn't he get it done? That's what I'm going to do when I become president. You were vice president along with Obama as your president, your leader, for 8 years. Why didn't you get it done? You had 8 years to get it done. Now you're saying you're going to get it done because you're all talk and no action, Jim.
We got a lot of it done. We released
You didn't get
38,000.
anything
We got
done.
38,000 prisoners left from the.
You got nothing done.
38,000 prisoners were released from federal prison. There were over 1,000 people who were given clemency. In fact, we're the ones that put in the
Those numbers are really
legislation
low,
saying
by the way.
We could look at pattern and practice of police departments and what they were doing.
Kind of a reminder how
conducting
shitty the
themselves.
Obama
I
administration
could go on,
was.
but we began the
To me, at
process.
least.
We began the process. We lost an election. That's why I'm running to win back that election and change his terrible policy.
I
Quick
just
response,
asked,
and then we're
I
gonna
just
move
asked
on
one
to climate
question.
change.
Why didn't you do it in the 8 years, a short time ago? Why didn't you do it? You just said, I'm going to do that. I'm going to do this. You put tens of thousands of
Just say because of
mostly
Republicans,
black
you
young
old
men in
fuck.
prison. Now
Because
you're saying
your
gonna
psychotic
you're gonna
party
undo
stopped
that.
everything.
Why didn't you get it done? You had 8
I don't
years with
understand why
Obama.
they never do this. Why
You know
won't the
Joe?
Democrats ever
Because
say
you're
this?
all talk and no action.
All right, Vice President
Because
Biden,
we had
and
a
then we're
different-
going to move on to the next section.
We had a Republican Congress.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, you
Okay.
got to talk them into it, Joe.
God
All right.
You gotta
damn.
talk them into it.
We're going to move on to our next section,
Like I
which
did
is
with criminal
climate
justice
change.
reform. I had
Okay.
to talk Democrats into it.
Gentlemen,
You did
we're
what we
running
already
out of
done.
time, so we got to get on to
Okay.
climate change, please. You both have very different visions on climate change. President Trump, you say that environmental regulations have hurt jobs in the energy sector. Vice President Biden, you have said you see addressing climate change as an opportunity to create new jobs. For each of you, how would you both combat climate change and support job growth at the same time? Starting with you, President Trump, you have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
So we have the Trillion Trees program. We have so many different programs. I do love the environment, but what I want is the cleanest, crystal clear water, the cleanest air. We have the best, lowest number in carbon emissions, which is a big standard that I notice Obama goes with all the time. Not Joe. I haven't heard Joe use the term because I'm not sure he knows what it represents or means, but I have heard Obama use it.
Wow.
And we have the best carbon emission numbers that we've had in 35 years under this administration. We are working so well with industry, but here's what we can't do. Look at China, how filthy it is. Look at Russia. Look at India. It's filthy. The air is filthy. The Paris Accord, I took us out because we were going to have to spend trillions of dollars, and we were treated very unfairly. When they put us in there, they did us a great disservice. They were going to take away our businesses. I will not sacrifice tens of millions of jobs, thousands and thousands of companies because of the Paris Accord. It was so unfair. China doesn't kick in until 2030. Russia goes back to a low standard, and we kicked in right away. It would have destroyed our businesses. So, you ready? We have done an incredible job environmentally. We have the cleanest air, the cleanest water, and the best carbon emission standards that we've seen in many, many years.
Vice President
And we
Biden.
haven't destroyed our industries.
Vice President Biden, 2 minutes to you, uninterrupted.
Climate change and climate warming, global warming, is an existential threat to humanity. We have a moral obligation to deal with it. And we're told by all the leading scientists in the world we don't have much time. We're going to pass the point of no return within the next 8 to 10 years. 4 more years of this man eliminating all the regulations that were put in by us to clean up the climate, to limit limit emissions, will put us in a position where we're going to be in real trouble. Here's where we have a great opportunity. I was able to get both all the environmental organizations as well as labor, the people worried about jobs, to support my climate plan. Because what it does, it will create millions of new good-paying jobs. We're going to invest in, for example, 50,000 charging stations on our highways so that we can own the electric car market of the future. In the meantime, China is doing that. We're going to be in a position where we're going to see to it that we're going to take 4 million existing buildings and 2 million existing homes and retrofit them so they don't leak as much energy, saving hundreds of millions of barrels of oil in the process and creating significant number of jobs. And by the way, the whole idea of what this is all going to do, it's going to create millions of jobs, and it's going to clean the environment. Our health and our jobs are at stake. That's what's happening. And what right now, by the way, Wall Street firms indicated that my plan will in fact create 18.6 million jobs, 7 million more than his. This is from Wall Street. And I'll create $1 trillion more in economic growth than his proposal does. Not on climate, just on the economy.
President Trump, you're
They came out and said very strongly, $6,500 will be taken away from families under his plan, that his plan is an economic disaster. If you look at what he wants to do, if you look at his plan, his environmental plan, you know who developed it? AOC plus 3. They know nothing about the climate. I mean, she's got a good line of stuff, but she knows nothing about the climate.
Don't
and
fucking
they're all
do it.
hopping through hoops for AOC plus 3. Look, their real plan costs $100 trillion. If we had the best year in the history of our country for 100 years, we would not even come close to a number like that. When he says buildings, they want to take buildings down because they want to make bigger windows into smaller windows. As far as they're concerned, if you had no window, it would be a lovely thing. This is the craziest plan that anybody has ever seen. And this wasn't done by smart people. This wasn't done by anybody. Frankly, I don't even know how it can be good politically. They want to spend $100 trillion. That's their real number. He's trying to say it was 6. It's $100 trillion. They want to knock down buildings and build new buildings with little, tiny, small windows. I mean, and many other things.
Okay.
And many other things.
Let me have the Vice President
It
respond,
is
and we're running out of
crazy.
time, and we have a lot more
You'll
questions to
destroy
get
our
to.
country.
So let's hear from the Vice President. I have a number more questions.
I don't know where he comes from. I don't know where he comes up with these numbers.
Queens.
$100 trillion. Give me a break. This plan was endorsed by every major environmental group and every labor group. Labor, because they know the future lies. The future lies in us being able to breathe, and they know there are good jobs in getting us there. And by the way, the fastest growing industry in America is solar energy and wind. He thinks wind causes cancer, windmills. It's the fastest growing jobs, and they pay good prevailing wages, $45, $50 an hour. We can grow and we can be cleaner if we go the route I'm proposing.
President Trump,
Excuse me.
please
We are
respond, and
energy-
then I have some
We are
follow-ups.
energy independent for the first time. We don't need all of these countries that we had to fight war over because we needed their energy. We are energy independent. I know more about wind than you do. It's extremely expensive, kills all the birds, it's very intermittent, it's got a lot of problems, and they happen to make the windmills in both Germany and China. And the fumes coming up, if you're a believer in carbon emission, the fumes coming up to make these massive windmills is more than anything that we're talking about with natural gas, which is very clean. One other thing.
Find me a scientist
Solar.
who said that.
I love solar, but solar doesn't quite have it yet. It's not powerful yet to really run our big, beautiful factories that we need to compete with the world. So
False.
It's all a pipe dream. But you know what we'll do? We're going to have the greatest economy in the world. But if you want to kill the economy, get rid of your oil industry. You want, and what about fracking?
All right,
Now
let
we
me
ask him about
allow
fracking.
Vice President Biden to
I
respond.
never said I oppose fracking.
You said it on tape.
I did. Show the tape. Put it on your website.
I'll put it on.
Put it on the website. The fact of the matter is
Show
he's
the list.
flat lying.
Would you rule out banning fracking?
I do rule out banning fracking because the answer, we need other industries to transition to get to ultimately a complete zero emissions by 2025. What I will do with fracking over
Adrenochrome is
time
wearing off
is
a little
make
bit.
sure that we can capture the emissions from the fracking, capture the emissions from gas. We can do that, and we can do that by investing money in doing it. But it's a transition to that.
I have one more question in this pod, and then
Excuse me,
we have.
he was against fracking. He said it. I will show that to you tomorrow. I am against fracking. Until he got the nomination, went to Pennsylvania, then he said, but you know what, Pennsylvania? He'll be against it very soon because his party is totally against it.
Fracking on federal land, I said. No fracking and or oil on federal
Let
land.
me ask this
I
final
did.
question in this section, and then I want to move on to our final section. President Trump, people of color are much more likely to live near oil refineries and chemical plants. In Texas, there are families who worry the plants near them are making them sick. Your administration has rolled back regulations on these kinds of facilities. Why should these families give you another 4 years in office?
The families that we're talking about are employed heavily, and they're making a lot of money, more money than they've ever made. If you look at the kind of numbers that we produce for Hispanic, for Black, for Asian, it's 9 times greater, the percentage gain, than it was under, in 3 years, than it was under 8 years of the 2 of them, to put it nicely. 9 times more. Now, somebody lives, I have not heard the numbers or the statistics that you're saying, but they're making a tremendous amount of money economically. We saved it. And I saved it again a number of months ago when oil was crashing because of the pandemic. Okay. We saved it. We got, say what you want about relationship, we got Saudi Arabia, Mexico, and Russia to cut back, way back. We saved our oil industry, and now it's very vibrant again.
All right.
And everybody has very inexpensive gasoline. Remember
Vice President Biden, your response, and then we're going to have a final question for both of you.
My response is that those people live on what they call fence lines. He doesn't understand this. They live near chemical plants that, in fact, pollute, chemical plants and oil plants and refineries that pollute. I used to live near that when I was growing up in Claymont, Delaware. and all the more oil refineries in Marcus Hook and the Delaware River than there is any place, including in Houston at the time. When my mom get in the car and when there was first frost,
I can't wait for
to
him
drive
to
me to school, turn in the windshield wiper,
still not do anything about it.
That's why so many people in my state were dying and getting cancer.
Democrats are the
fact
best
is
at
those
acknowledging the
frontline
problems
communities,
and
it
then
doesn't
not
matter
doing
what you're
anything
paying
about
them,
it.
It matters how you keep them safe. What do? And you impose restrictions on the pollutions the pollutants coming out of those fence line communities.
Okay, I have one final
Would
question.
he close down the oil
It
industry?
falls.
Would you close down the
falls-
oil
By
industry?
the way, I would transition from the oil industry, yes.
Oh,
I will
that's
transition.
a big statement.
It is a big statement
That's a big
because
statement.
I would stop
Why would you do that?
because the oil industry pollutes significantly.
I see.
Here's the deal, but
That's
you
a
can't
big
do
statement.
that. Well, if you let me finish the statement, because it has to be replaced by renewable energy over time, and I'd stop giving to the oil industry. I'd stop giving them federal subsidies. He won't give federal subsidies to the gas. Excuse me, to solar and wind.
Yeah.
Why are we giving it to oil industry?
We actually do
All
give
right.
it to solar and wind.
We
And
have
that's
one
maybe the
final
biggest
question.
statement in terms of business. That's the biggest statement.
Okay.
Because
We have
basically
one
what he's
final
saying
question,
is he is
Mr.
going
President.
to destroy the oil industry. Will you remember that, Texas? Will you
Okay.
remember that, Pennsylvania, Oklahoma?
Vice President Biden, let me give you 10 seconds to respond, and then
Ohio.
I have to get to the final question. Vice President Biden.
He takes everything out of context, but the point is, look, we have to move toward a net zero emissions. The first place to do that by the year 2035 is in energy production, by 2050 totally.
All right. One
Is he gonna
final
get
question
China to
both
do
of
it?
you. No, we're finished with
Is
this.
he
We
going
have
to
to
get
move
China
on to
to
our
do it?
final question. We have to
I'm
move
going
on
to
to our
rejoin
final
Paris
question.
Accord and make China abide by what they agreed to.
All right,
That'll
this
cost you
is
$1
about
trillion.
leadership, gentlemen. And this first question does go to you, President Trump. Imagine this is your inauguration day. What will you say in your address to Americans who did not vote for you? You'll each have 1 minute, starting with you, Mr.
We have to
Eat
make
shit
a
and
country totally successful as it was prior to the plague coming in from China. Now we're rebuilding it, and we're doing record numbers, 11.4 million jobs in a short period of time, et cetera. But I will tell you, go back. Before the plague came in, just before, I was getting calls from people that were not normally people that would call me. They wanted to get together. We had the best black unemployment numbers in the history of our country. Hispanic, women, Asian, people with diplomas, with no diplomas, MIT graduates, #1 in the class. Everybody had the best numbers. And you know what? The other side wanted to get together. They wanted to unify. Success is going to bring us together. We are on the road to success, but I'm cutting taxes, and he wants to raise everybody's taxes, and he wants to put new regulations on everything. He will kill it. If he gets in, you will have a depression, the likes of which you've never seen. Your 401ks will go to hell, and it'll be a very, very sad day for this country.
All right. Vice President Biden, same question to you. What will you say during your inaugural address to Americans who did not vote for you?
We need to talk
I
about
will
that thing in the
say-
middle, by the way.
I'm an American president.
It's so
I represent
fucking
all of you, whether you voted for me or
American,
against
dude.
me.
Harley
And
Davidson.
I'm going to make sure that you're represented. I'm going to give you hope. We're going to move. We're going to choose science over fiction. We're going to choose hope over fear. We're going to choose to move forward because we have enormous opportunities to make things better. We can grow this economy. We can deal with the systemic racism. And at the same time, we can make sure that our economy is being run and moved and motivated by clean energy, creating millions of new jobs. And that's the fact. That's what we're going to do. And I'm going to say, as I said at the beginning, what is on the ballot here is the character of this country. Decency, honor, respect, treating people with dignity, making sure that everyone has an even chance. And I'm going to make sure you get that. You haven't been getting it the last 4 years.
All right. I want to thank you both for a very robust hour and a half, a fantastic debate. Really appreciate it. President Trump, former Vice President Joe Biden, thank you to Belmont University for hosting us tonight. And most importantly, thank you to those watching tonight. Election Day is November 3rd. Don't forget to vote. Thank you, everyone, and have a great night.
Thank you.
Wow. Okay, ladies and gentlemen.
So how did that compare to the last one, man? Because I didn't watch the full
No,
debate.
this was incredible. This was actually very, very good. I can't, like, look, these debates don't mean shit. Okay, if we're being honest, it literally is just meaningless. Okay, the numbers are not close enough. There isn't even enough evidence that like debates matter unless there's like something truly unique that happens in a debate, even historically. It's just for our side and their side to duke it out, you know what I mean? And then it's just team sports. Like that's all that this is for. And it's for political consumption. It's so that like political the media industrial complex makes money. And I am myself, I'm a part of this. There's currently 116,000 people in here, so you know, I'm certainly a part of that industry as well now. But it was a lot better than I expected. Joe Biden, his adrenochrome was wearing off a little bit towards the end, but he really came out of the gate swinging, which is really important because at least most people pay attention historically to the first.
Do that
because
people pay attention to the first couple of to the first like 15, 30 minutes of a debate more than any other point of the debate. People start tuning out after like the first 30 minutes. So it is. He hit the high notes early on. It was really good. Knocked it out of the park, especially with the COVID recovery. So that was huge. That was really, really important. And I think he did really well. He certainly went above and beyond. He certainly did better than my expectations of him, if we're being honest. What about you guys?
I would go far to say he did better than his the first debate that we had. I thought he did fantastic, and want to echo what you said. I think he hit all the high points and had a lot of good zingers. What surprised me the most, though, is the fact that Trump came in and wasn't the Trump that we expected him to be in a way. It's almost like he yielded the advice of some of his advisors. He was a lot more calm. Maybe that was just the fact that that they muted him and it didn't allow him to interrupt as much. But I don't know if that necessarily plays very well with his base. But it certainly was a better performance from both of them, actually, I think.
No, I think he did do very well. I think Trump did very well as well. I will admit. You're right. He dialed it back. He postured decently. But again, and I can't stress this enough, it doesn't matter. Like, it literally does not matter.
Go ahead.
Anyway, what do you guys think? Let
me say this real quick. I think the numbers that will come in will perfectly mirror what the actual support is for each candidate. Everyone's guy will say that their guy won. I have to jump off for a second. I'm taping. I'll stick around and I'll come back later. We're taping Deconstructed tonight. So
Ooh, nice.
I got to go interview Crystal Ball real quick. We're gonna have her breaking it down, and I'll even let you know what her take is.
No, it's cool, Ryan. Like, you don't have to invite me onto your really super popular podcast ever. Like, you can just go tape it with Crystal Ball.
Our producer has been recording you the whole time, and he's just gonna throw in your gems. So
okay, cool.
You're getting on there whether you like it or not.
All right, I'll allow it.
Did he catch any of my gems?
Well, we haven't talked as much yet. Deconstructed with Austin show, Mr. Show.
Yeah.
All right, I'll be right back.
All right, cool. Okay, so Ryan, you can just come back in anytime you want, as long as you just get into the chat and turn on your camera.
And if you want to do the podcast for real, you should do that.
Yeah, no, I'm super down.
Excellent.
Okay. And I was gonna bring in Trihex as well in a second, but let's continue. Ryan, are you leaving right now? Like right this moment? Oh, he already muted.
Yeah. I'll just turn off my camera. I'll stick around.
All right, perfect. So, Osita, what do you think? What are your takes on what you saw tonight?
Yeah, well, I basically agree with you about debates overall. I mean, I think we have a lot of evidence from political science that they don't independently matter much to the outcome. They really matter when there's something extraordinary that happens. Like when somebody completely tanks on stage, maybe that hurts them a bit. I don't think we saw anything like that tonight. I think that Biden did a good job, just that's my perspective. The thing that's hard about talking about debates is like, I can sit here and say to you, well, I thought that Biden did well for X, Y, and Z reasons. It doesn't really matter. What matters is like what normal people who don't really follow politics think. But from my perspective, I thought that Biden did a good job repelling the attacks about the laptop and Ukraine and all that bullshit, talking about the impact of coronavirus, pushing back on Trump and the race stuff. I didn't expect him to bring up like the Central Park Five in response to Trump mentioning the predators thing. I don't know that that's been a major subject of the general election thus far, but I think it's important that when Trump says, well, I did the first step back and all this stuff, that somebody mentioned at some point that he called for innocent people to be executed back in late 80s, early 90s in New York City. And that's what his actual feelings about crime are. And that's what shaped him as a political figure. So I thought it was good that Biden hit back on that. That last exchange, that really long sort of exchange they had on climate policy, I think might be the longest exchange we've seen in a debate about climate change and what ought to be done. But when Biden started talking about frontline communities and his experience growing up in Delaware, I thought that was really interesting and not something I'd heard from him before. Like you said, Hasan, like Democrats are very good at identifying the problems and talking poignantly about them and then not doing the things that would actually be required to actually solve them and address them. I thought that he did, lay out that issue in a new way for a general election campaign. So I thought that was good. I thought that what Trump basically needed to do, as opposed to what he did in the last debate, was this time around look like a normal candidate. I think that, the rules helped him, whether or not he liked them, they actually helped him come across as a sane person or more of a sane person. I think he had advisors in his ear before this debate telling him that he needed to calm down, and he did that. So, I think those are the main things he had to accomplish. And we'll see in the numbers whether or not any of this moved anything. But I think both of them had pretty strong performances. Neither of them are really hurt by anything. If there's anything that's going to hurt Trump, it might be that part where they were talking about immigration.
Yeah.
And is talking about the low IQ people who I didn't actually follow everything that he was saying, but he said like there's some segment of the population who's low IQ, and that's going to be replayed probably.
Yeah, so I follow Donald Trump's speeches obsessively here in this broadcast. Like, I'm very familiar with what he says. I've seen him test that bit out before. What he's simply stating is that, and I've heard him say this before, I think like in one or two other rallies where he tested it out. So what he's saying is the majority of immigrants that are caught or apprehended in the catch and release programs under Obama never showed up to court, and the ones that do end up showing up to court are actually really dumb. And what he was trying to say is they're really dumb for showing up to court. Like, why the fuck would you do that? It's like classic Trumpism, but the way that he said it this time with the low IQ thing will absolutely be weaponized against him, and it should be, by the way. He is a racist piece of shit. And also, more importantly than that, he's also fucking wrong. The numbers are not on his side, and the catch and release program is a very successful one. And that the majority of immigrants, according to numerous studies, if you don't want to trust like the study that Vox put up or immigration lawyers have put up, it ranges from 75% to 99% of immigrants that get apprehended and are sent a court date show up to that court date because they know that this is the only opportunity they have to actually seek asylum. So it's ridiculous that Trump claims that none of them show up. And it's also even more ridiculous that he then further claims that the ones that do show up are low IQ, lowest of the IQ. There was another moment there, of course, with immigration. I think immigration was one of the few instances, along with raising the minimum wage, where Joe Biden very clearly showed that he was different than Donald Trump. And I love that. I'm so desperate for any sort of polarization that will galvanize people like myself. Even if I don't fucking believe that Joe Biden has the energy or the momentum or the interest to follow through on any of the things that he claims he's going to do, I just want to hear it from him at this point. And I can't even hear it from him, and I haven't heard it from him for a very long time. So it's always good. And I think it's a successful strategy to win elections when you actually draw battle lines. And it's something that I'm very frustrated that Democrats don't do. But as far as immigration policy goes, I think he did a decent job defending the previous administration's immigration policies, even though it was pretty fucking brutal. 3 million immigrants deported, And of course, Obama year over year deported more undocumented immigrants than Donald Trump did, actually, as a matter of fact, even though Donald Trump was significantly more brutal than Barack Obama and has been significantly more brutal. Barack Obama did still deport more immigrants, and he did build the cages. That is a fucking fact.
And there's this other thing. My whole feed was like weird in this one section. I'll have to go back and rewatch it. But I saw people on Twitter were saying that there's a part where they were talking about the family separations, and Biden talked about the 520 or 40. I can't remember what exactly the number is, where they don't know where their parents are. And Trump said good or something at the end of that. I'm not sure what exactly happened or what the actual dialogue there was, but if it was the way the people on Twitter have rendered that exchange, then that could also be another clip that comes back to hurt him from that section.
Wait, can you repeat that really quickly? I'm sorry. What was it? I missed it.
So there was a section where Biden mentioned like the 500, I think it was 545 people or children whose parents were missing, like they couldn't find. And Trump said good or something in response to him bringing that up. And I didn't see, my feed was like messed up while this was happening. So I didn't see what exactly was said. But if Trump literally just said, yeah, it's great that these people, we've lost the parents of these 500 children, that's also a clip that's going to come back. And
for sure.
Probably.
And it should. It's disgusting that he said that.
Yeah.
He also said that they were well kept. He said that the conditions that they were housed in was perfect. It's like, dude, Jacob Soboroff, who's done a pretty good job on this, on the coverage at MSNBC on this, like actually went and interviewed some of these kids. There's like 9-year-old kids who he's asking, what do you want for Christmas? And he's like, I want my dad. Like, you can't fucking say that these kids who are forcibly separated from their parents are being held in good facilities, like being held in good conditions when they have absolutely no when there's no guarantee that they're ever going to be able to return to their parents. I mean, it's disgusting. It's horrific. And do not forget, Donald Trump's administration very specifically had a child separation policy that they put in place as a deterrent measure, as a deterrence measure. John Kelly, who was widely regarded by liberal media as the adult in the room, originally when he was the Department of Homeland Security secretary, when he was in charge of the HS, very clearly stated as such when he went on, I think it was like Wolf Blitzer's show, maybe he went on CNN and said, we are going to do child separation as a deterrence policy. Now that is barbaric, that's cruel, that's inhumane, and it's completely unacceptable. So do not allow anyone to tell you otherwise. So I'm going to really quickly add Triax in the call here. So I'm gonna, but you guys can keep going. Moon, what do you think about all this? Moon.
I think he talked.
What's up? Go on.
Oh shit! Hang on. No, I'm tripping myself out because I can hear myself.
Oh, okay.
One sec.
Okay, I'm gonna. While we do that, I'm going to add.
Okay. All right. I can no longer hear myself. Okay.
Why don't you just do screen capture on?
Because I'm a fucking moron, Hasan. That's why, dude. I've been wrestling with this shit all night.
Okay.
Anyway, it's like you said. Like, what is the purpose of all of this? You said it was team sports. It literally is just spectacle. Honestly, as someone who is largely ignorant about all of this, why the fuck is it that people like you and people like everyone else in this call have more to say about every single issue? And why is it that they can't do that on stage? I don't understand. I don't get it. Why? It's mind-blowing. It's mind-blowing that none of you have any responsibility to be as informed as you are. And all of them do, but they never come to the table with facts or anything or any solutions that seem to be substantial. So to me, it's frustrating. That's my takeaway. And it must be demoralizing for people who cover this regularly. It has to be. I do not envy you whatsoever, dude.
It's definitely not great. I'll admit it's certainly not great, especially when you know what they can be doing and what they have done so far. And then when you hear people even in my own audience, when they're like trying to defend the Democratic Party or trying to defend Joe Biden, when it's fairly clear to me, at least judging by what they've done thus far under the Obama administration, and in comparison to how Obama ran as like a progressive change candidate after 8 years of death and destruction under the Republican control, and his neoliberalism that followed, it is demoralizing. But anyway, that's besides the point. We're covering Trump versus Biden right now, and Biden is a lot better than Donald Trump, or at least tonight's performance definitely made Biden look a lot better than Donald Trump, even though, like I said, I was very frustrated seeing the similarities between the two parties. It's always something that really hurts my feelings and demoralizes me, certainly. I have this idea that I forgot to actually debate Dave Weigel on. Hopefully we can bring him back in here so I can ask him this question that I've talked to him on Twitter over before, where I believe that attacking socialized medicine from the left as a member of the Democratic Party will always cause us to lose the argument on any sort of even incremental change towards socialized medicine, like the public option, as Joe Biden was mentioning. And it really hurts us in the long run. Like, you need to attack the argument that socialized medicine is not a bad thing. And the fact that someone is trying to make it seem like socialized medicine is a bad thing, something that is readily available and accessible in all of these other countries. Are you really telling me that we're fucking worse than the French, or even worse than that, the Canadians? Really? Something that the fucking Canadians have been able to figure out, we in the United States, the wealthiest country on earth, have not been able to figure out. That's the kind of messaging that I want to get behind. But instead, the Democrats routinely hurt themselves in the general by taking a reactionary approach to socialized medicine, which then automatically concedes that socialized medicine is a bad thing and we mustn't do it. And then Republicans can turn around and just be like, everything is socialized medicine, you fucking idiot. Even the public option is socialized medicine. Guess what? You got. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I definitely think that's true. I mean, I think that it matters for more than just healthcare too. Once you've accepted the argument that government is bad at doing this important thing, and it calls into question whether the government should be doing anything, right? That's what Republicans have been doing for the past couple of decades. Conversely, if Democrats actually put out and succeeded in passing a good healthcare bill, if they did Medicare for all, in the ideal state, and it worked really well, that would boost people's confidence in the government's capacity.
Yes.
To on anti-poverty programs, and we should spend more on renewable energy research and all these things, all the other things that we want government to do. All of that sort of depends upon our ability to convince the public that we should give the government the power and the resources to do those things. And so if you're constantly undermining the public's sense that the government is capable and efficient and all the things the Republicans say it's not, if you're not fighting back against that, you're undermining the entirety of the program, not just healthcare.
Starve the beast. Why are you conceding to Reaganomics as a fucking Democrat? It has demonstrably hurt this country. But if you don't give a fuck about hurting this country, you should at least care about winning. And the problem is you're conceding to your opponent's worldview by allowing them to cut taxes, by allowing them to implement austerity measures, by allowing them to undermine federal institutions. And that's why it's a lot easier for Republicans to win that argument every single fucking time. You want to know why Donald Trump has to run? And this is not for you, Osita, obviously, this is for everyone else listening. You want to know why Donald Trump has to say, I'm not going to cut Social Security? Because it's a fucking universal program that works, and that people know that it fucking works. Everyone gets a Social Security check. Republicans used to try to run on cutting Social Security. Even Joe Biden at a certain point in 2012, under the after the re-election of Barack Obama, tried to cut Social Security with a chain CPI adjustment. Luckily, that didn't work. But now people understand that it fucking works, and it's hard to undermine it. Okay, it's hard to undermine that because there's a social safety net that fucking works, and it works for everyone. And that is the kind of confidence that we need to bring. That is the confidence that we need to build in this country. That the government is hard work and it's expensive, but it's a fucking necessity. Anyway, we haven't even mentioned that Tri-X is in here. Tri-X,
yo,
what's going on?
Yo,
I'm so
Tri-X.
happy to have you here, man. It's been a fucking long ass time since you come on.
Hey.
Tri-X, for those of you who don't know, is the number one Nintendo speedrunner. Excellent. Jacked as fuck. You got hella jacked during the fucking.
Dude, thanks. Yeah, I've been dieting my ass off, dude. I've been trying to really get it, bro. Trying to get like you, man. Shit.
No, I'm fucking fat now. Anyway, Trax, what did you think? Give us your take.
There's a couple of things here. Well, first, thank y'all for having me on. Obviously, it's been a hot minute. I shedded a tear whenever I saw my last DM. Hasan was like freaking February. It was like the second to last Dem primary debate. Actually, it was the last time we talked. It's been a hot minute, dude. Glad to be on. Raj, miss your son. It's been a hot minute. Everyone's glad to be here.
Yeah,
Part
well, you
of
were
the panel
fucking
tonight.
turning into a beefcake apparently in Louisiana, where there's nothing else to do. Anyway.
Actually, that is true, dude. With the Rona, small derail here. Actually, what happened was like my public gym I used to attend casually had a mask advisory, not a mask mandate. So no one wore a mask except me and my girlfriend. And I was like, okay, well, fuck this. I don't want to catch the Rona. So this is not safe enough for my liking personally. And I opted to go to a private training facility that had classes that were max 4 people at a time, much more COVID friendly, temperature checks, all that jazz, way more isolated. So went there, and the trainer I was doing was getting my ass kicked hardcore physically, and I had to get. And he also, by the way, he referred to me as like a gamer. He was like, "Oh, you're the gamer, right?" And I was like, "Yeah." He's like, "I can tell because you sit a lot. Your hips are very, very frigid, and your back is incredibly non-flexible. But I'm gonna get you right though." And he's been kicking my ass, and here I am now, 20 pounds lighter, body fat percentage is lower, muscle mass still the same. And there's enough about me though. I just want to give you a little catch up here on that, bro.
Well,
I appreciate it.
But get to your thoughts on the debate. Stop fucking flexing on us literally and also figuratively.
The debate, I would say actually, Biden unloaded the clip there. The first 20 minutes was incredibly scathing. I thought that was a really, really good job there. There's a couple small points I want to pick in further here. It kind of blew my mind here that Trump continuously picks on Biden's gonna give socialized medicine and going for the vague socialism scare. But meanwhile, dude, you were at Walter Reed's getting on the healthcare dime, getting top-notch care. You're the idea that you're downplaying his son Barron's COVID positivity or even his own infliction of COVID, but the whole thing there was you both have access to literally the top nation care. No one has that right now. Even getting tested alone's already a giant shit show in the first place here. So it's it blows my mind here that he can't compute here that he's actually already doing. He's getting the thing he's critiquing right now. It's insane. But I found that continuously exhausting. No one's calling him out on that. I also I'm bringing up things that stand up in my mind right away here. The other issue too is that both of them are bragging about pro fracking. I'm just oh my god, dude! This. First off, the fact that we even at least we even had a climate change topic come up this debate. Some debates didn't even have it at all here. There were many in the Democratic primary that didn't even go into it at all here. But at least here, and even then, oftentimes I found a lot of the framing of the questions during the climate change segment to be not exactly the most neutral in the world. If all the Americans who were watching knew more of the worldwide framing of everything, it would have been a little bit better, I found. But the fact that I feel a lot of the average people were really hearing Trump shit on the Paris Accords, or how we got a bad deal, or just hearing Trump say that that everything's better now under his regulation with his management of the EPA, and it's no, we don't have clean water, we don't have clean air. California has not the best air at all, and Flint still has shit water, and under EPA's regulation and administration right now, here we have I'm sorry, what?
I said Pennsylvania as well. So one thing that people never talk about, Flint has really horrible. Flint's water crisis hasn't really been solved, but the same problems of infrastructure exist all around the country, and water quality is actually pretty bad in even predominantly white neighborhoods, and this is weirdly something that the Democrats don't stress more frequently. I don't know why. And where the fuck was infrastructure week? You know what I mean? It's something that Donald Trump claimed for the longest time. So yeah, it's just, I don't know. It's just something that I get really pissed off by. And as far as your point about Donald Trump taking advantage of socialized medicine, not even socialized, by the way, Walter Reed is literally the NHS. Walter Reed, of course, it's not a one-to-one comparison. It's incredibly well-funded for obvious reasons because it takes care of the fucking president. But Walter Reed is not even socialized medicine. It's nationalized medicine. Every single doctor that takes care of Donald Trump at Walter Reed is actually a public servant. They're people that work for the government. They are military doctors. So, but this, of course, is at the heart of the contradiction that every American believes in. Okay, it's very difficult to pinpoint people. They hate Obamacare, but they like the fact that pre-existing conditions are protected. Wait, is Moon Moon leaving? Oh, he has a wow thing to do. Okay, never mind. All right, well, Moon is out. They hate Obamacare, but love the fact that pre-existing conditions are covered. They hate socialized medicine, but then Donald Trump literally is not only taking advantage of Walter Reed, but also talking about making sure that everyone gets the coronavirus relief package that he got for free. Now, is he going to follow through on that? Of course not. But there's an implication there. Like, he understands that this kind of left-wing populist rhetoric is absolutely successful. Him trying to offer $200 to every single senior to pay for their pharmaceuticals. That's socialism in the eyes of Republicans. It's not socialism. It's not exactly seizing the means of production, but it's still socialism in the American way of understanding socialism. And yet they rarely ever think about it that way. And it's good when the Republicans do it, and it's bad when the Democrats do it. Horrible messaging from the Democratic Party, if you ask me.
I'm trying to think of a good way to summarize. I'm writing some. I should have been writing stuff down during the debate. I apologize here.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna take a second to compile more of my, in particular, hot points. But have we all actually gone? Like, did you want us to go over like who we thought definitively won? Is it, or did you already do that part yet? Because I didn't join right away in the middle here, or in the beginning. I'm sorry.
I mean, I think we've sort of come to the. I like Ryan's take on this, and that's, I think that the polls will show that it sort of falls on party lines, you know. And I think that, you know, I personally think Biden won the debate decisively, but I think people who support Trump will probably think that he won the debate. The bar was set. What's so interesting is the bar was set so low for Biden in the first debate that he blew away everybody. The bar for this entire debate was set so low by the previous debate that I think people are quite shocked that it was as civil as it was.
The mute was actually really good. It was a very powerful tool. It was shockingly good. Like, honestly, it was. I don't know if she even used the mute tool. I feel like they used it so seamlessly that I couldn't even recognize if it was being used or not. But even the fear of getting muted and looking like a clown, I think, really stopped Trump and made him more apprehensive.
Take here. I've got a fringe off the. This is just off the top fringe lib take, and I'm not sure how it's going to be taken.
There you go. Okay? That's what we want from you. We want the liberal take.
Here's the deal. Donald Trump has branded himself as the outsider, the guy that is not a politician, the guy that is going to say the thing with the massive amount of shock value. That's what rallies his base. And he thinks this is a base election. He thinks if he can turn out his base, then he can win the election. So to me, I think it's counterproductive for him to not be that Donald Trump. And I think to some degree, his performance in the debate tonight, being that civil Donald Trump, the Donald Trump that doesn't rile up his base and get those people, you know, veins popping out of their foreheads at his rally, I don't know if this serves him very well, because I think the electorate is mostly decided. And I don't think by him, if he truly thinks it's a base election, it's too late to try to change the notion that Donald Trump is this, you know, very, civil, politician-like figure. I think it's too late. So I think it was an interesting.
Too late.
strategy.
You're right, but it's not a base election, or at the very
I know,
least,
but he thinks it's a base election.
No, I think that it just was not going to happen. Like because his base withered away.
Well, I know, but he thinks. But what it is and what it isn't is he thinks it's a base election. Otherwise, why would he be campaigning the way he's campaigning? If he didn't think it was a base election, he thinks that what got him to the White House in 2016 is going to get him to the White House in 2020. He believes that. And it happened in 2016. And he's trying to repeat a lot of the same things to get him there for 2020. And again, he's delusional. He's delusional. This is why in 2016, on numerous occasions, I was reading about it, how many times his advisors said, don't do this, don't do that, don't do this. And he did it every time. And it got him the White House in 2016, which inflated his ego even more and reaffirmed his like narcissistic bias. And he's doing it again.
I mean, I think he kind of believes that it's a base election, but I also think he's scared enough that he's taken the advice of advisors who don't think it's a base election. So this is why he was calm. This is why he like complimented the moderator a couple of times. Like, what was that about? That was not Trump. No, when he said, "Oh, you're doing this, you've been doing a very good job, handling this." Like that's something that's very uncharacteristic for him. So I think that he kind of believes, and definitely when he goes out and does his rallies in person, is encouraged by that spectacle to thinking that this is the 2016 like election where turnout and the enthusiasm of white working class voters is where the action is going to be. But also I think that he's scared enough by the numbers that he's willing to try sort of more moderate temperament approach,
Right.
And I think that's why he ultimately was a lot calmer this time.
Maybe it was the stage that he was on. Perhaps he felt he had an opportunity to reach people in the margins because of how big the stage was. And when he's, feeding that divisive rhetoric that he does in his rally, he's only really getting to his base. He's rallying up his base. So maybe he felt like this would be a good approach. Because even before, you guys saw him setting the narrative for the corrupt moderator. He was attacking the moderator like not even less than 24 hours before the debate even happened, which is what's so shocking to me. That he was complimenting her on the debate stage. So it's interesting.
Well, he consumes more media than probably any other individual in the entire United States. And so, he watched all of the coverage of his last debate performance, in which he tried to literally kill Joe Biden, but also figuratively, politically kill Joe Biden. And it completely blew up on him. And everyone told him that he was everyone told him that he had gotten just hammered. So I think he just told himself, because I don't think he's surrounded by people anymore who can tell him to change his behavior.
They're all going to jail. All the people who would have told him that.
Exactly. So I think he came up with this on his own based on watching the terrible reviews.
In all seriousness, though, a Donald Trump that's not fearful of losing the election does not listen to his advisors, no matter who the fuck they are. And it is the best indication that he sees the polls. No matter how much he tries to rile up his base at his rallies and say, look how big our rallies are. Look how great we're doing. Polls are all lying. I got internal polls or whatever the fuck he says. Ultimately, if he truly believed that he was winning, I don't think he would change his rhetoric. So, Austin, you are correct on that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I watched an entire 50-minute 2016 documentary to get those takes. Spent a lot of time.
Go ahead, Trags.
I'm sorry. I don't know like the formalities here when to cut in or
there's
not
nothing.
here.
You just butt in and
just butt in and go.
If you don't butt in, you're not going to get in.
Yeah, I don't know. Trump seems like he's lost his intuition, to be honest here. Like he's like been like super drunk on One America News Network or something here, because he seems like he's like the blatant racist dog whistles on taking back the suburbs seems like a super OANN talking point. Even here, I think Roger's alluding to some kind of thing where Trump's trying to be more presidential.
Austin, sorry, I know it's new.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, dude, it's been a hot minute. I apologize.
I know it's all good. It's all good.
Also, just to really quickly cut you off on that point, actually, Trags, I disagree. I think taking back the suburbs is not racist enough for his base. I think Trump's appeal is that he doesn't say we're taking back the suburbs. Trump's appeal to his base always was, no, black people are coming to your suburbs and they're gonna steal your shit. He wouldn't go so far. He wouldn't go that far with black people, but he certainly went that far with Mexican immigrants and whatnot. Like when he said Mexicans are rapists, right? So I feel like the suburbs line is too 1960s. and too civil even for Donald Trump. So I don't even know if his base is understanding what he's saying when he says we need to protect the suburbs.
Well, I think okay. So I didn't finish the point there, but even today, he did a tweet today talking about like still on the suburbia thing. You know, it's going to be doomed under Joe Biden, and I think that's because there was some key demographics that were revealing here that under suburban women, I think it was, or like middle-aged women or something like that. Trump's
Suburban women, yes, he's losing them.
Abysmal. So he's trying to like work on that somehow. And just like, you know, oh, they live there, so yeah, I'm gonna make it good for you or whatever. But anyways, before we get to that point here, let's rewind back a little bit. What Austin, I feel, was alluding to here, that Trump is trying to be more presidential and less divisive. I still feel that if he was, he's taking from like a 9 out of 10 to like a 7 out of 10 now, because he's still continually shit on, yeah, those Democratic states, yeah, those Democratic governors, yeah, that's where COVID was a hot mess in New York because, you know, because Cuomo, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, he sounds more like, to me, the president of the conservative states of America or the red states of America. It's always like a red versus blue thing whenever he's framing it like that and trying to pivot the blame on wherever things got really fucked up with COVID in the first place in the very beginning stages where all the, you know, populations were incredibly dense. So I still feel like if he was being more residential, like in a spectrum, it was still really, really divisive. But that could be me being a little too savvy and not seeing it on a more like casual political junkie perspective.
Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
No, yeah, that came through so clearly when he said, look, the reason I didn't do that House passed stimulus bill is because it was going to give a bunch of money to, you know, Democrat-run crime-infested cities that are overrun by immigrants. Yep. It was like, you just blew your entire thing there. Like he had been, you know, talking a big game about how he's going to do a lot of stimulus and he's like getting the economy going. And he, you know, he's here for everybody. And then boom. He just straight up says, I'm keeping money away from people because it might benefit Democratic cities and they're overrun by crime and immigrants. It's like, right. The whole calm, moderate thing that you just did was just shattered by that.
Yeah, and I think you know, in contrast, or contrasting that point that Trump made, I think it was one of Biden's strongest moments in the debate is when he went on the attack to say, "I'm not going to be a president of red and blue states. I'm going to be an American president," which I think is a strong contrast between Trump's vision of America, and you know. One thing I liked about Biden's performance in the debate tonight is I think in the first debate, one of my frustrations was Trump would say something and then I would feel just the response that I wanted Biden to give, but he wouldn't give it. And I think tonight, Biden did it a lot more. When Trump would say something, he'd go on the attack and he'd nail it. I think most of the time. I think in the first debate, he failed to do that on several occasions. This time, I think he got it. And one of those moments was when he was drawing that contrast between him being an American president and Donald Trump being a divisive president.
I love that. You're absolutely correct on I'm going to be president. I'm going to be America's president. I think that's exactly what Americans want right now.
Can I talk about a weird moment of the debate? I don't know if you guys notice this, but do you remember, and this just speaks to Trump's huge ego. Do you remember the part of the debate when he accuses Biden of taking money from Wall Street and then goes and makes it a pissing contest about how he could pull more money from Wall Street?
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember that part of the debate? I just thought it was so peculiar how he couldn't put his ego to the side. He was trying to make it an attack, but he's like, you know what? You take money from Wall Street, but not as much money as I could take from Wall Street. Believe me, nobody takes more money from Wall Street than I do. It was so peculiar. I didn't really understand it. He couldn't put his ego to the side of the.
I agree. He didn't want to give he didn't want to make the thing into like a substance, you know, answer with a follow up like a debate, I guess, should be. And it wanted to be more about Trump's familiar territory of just like going for attacks and then getting things personal. And then like his rally trademarks usually are here, making it about himself, you know, me. You know, I was treated the worst. I'm the best president ever. I mean, dude, he did the same thing with his answer on like, how should black families feel in America whenever they get to talk? And he I feel like he kind of like derailed hardcore on how he's the best president for black people since maybe even better than Abraham Lincoln. Like, you know, he just makes it about himself inevitably because it's like what he's comfortable doing.
Yeah.
My favorite line of his that I thought he actually did well on was when Joe Biden did that thing. You're sitting around your kitchen table wondering if you can replace your bald tires, or whether or not Nancy can go to the community college in the fall. Who's going to tell her she can't? And Trump's just like, what is this with the kitchen table crap and you politicians? Like, like that. Okay, that's good. Like that. Like, what is it with this kitchen table crap?
I don't know. I feel like because of how horrible, like how little retail politicians we have now, and like the technocratic neoliberal Democratic Party, that like I feel like it's almost refreshing to hear a
old
candidate
school
talk about old school, like acts like he fucking cares about the kitchen table issues kind of Democrat. But I don't know.
It's true.
Not real descriptive on that too, Ryan. But Joe was talking about touching somebody at the table and they realize they're not there. I mean, he was deep into that explanation.
I've actually been surprised we haven't seen more of that this campaign. I mean, 200,000 people are dead, for Christ's sakes. Like, you'd expect there to be like some poignant stories about some family that's lost people to coronavirus that Biden trots out, in his appearances or at these debates. But you don't really hear that at all. You heard a little bit of it tonight, but I just got the sense that like that kitchen table exchange was his attempt to do a little bit of that. But for some reason, I don't know if it's a conscious decision.
Why do you think that is?
I don't know.
Is it because it's so pervasive and so consuming?
I almost feel like it's a deliberate decision. It has to be to not lean too deeply into that kind of thing. But I'm not sure why they made it.
Or they're just so fucking like they're so complacent, and they don't even want to talk about that. They just want to be like, it's a referendum. It doesn't even make sense though from that point, because like this is a perfect way to heighten all the horrible things that Donald Trump has done, even if you're going for the referendum election. You know what I mean? Because that's what I hear from Democrats all the time. Is like, this is a referendum election. We cannot talk about policies because that opens us up to a line of attack. We just got to only highlight how terrible Trump has been. Best not talk about any policies, because then, Republicans can attack us on it. And I find that to be a horrible strategy across the board, even though Democrats will end up winning because of how horrible Republicans have run their campaigns so far, and because of how Donald Trump's basically imploding right in front of our eyes. But that over-reliance on Republicans being bad is not good enough. I don't think it will carry us to more electoral victories. The thing that frustrates me off of that point, the thing that frustrates me more than anything, this was the best moment, in my opinion, in the debate, when Joe Biden turned around and was like, it was a Republican Congress, and then he just stopped talking for like 30 seconds.
Yeah,
I fucking love
that.
that shit, because you guys, OC to Ryan, I'm sure you can tell me I'm wrong here for some reason. Maybe I'm not seeing it, but I don't know why Democrats don't do that more often. I think Joe Biden saying I'm America's president is great. Okay, that's great. But then he also needs to say Republicans are not America's politicians. They don't even run for their own fucking constituents. They run for big business only, and they do it every election cycle. Like, they do it, and it's the truth. I don't know why Democrats don't highlight that more. What is this? Like, are you afraid of like offending the Republicans so they won't work with you? Guess what? Newsflash, they were never going to fucking work with you. No matter how much you concede to them, they're not going to work with you. They're fucking vultures, okay? They're immoral. They're cruel. They're horrible. They're never going to work with you, and that's because they do better politics than you.
I think it's my take real quick is I think it's a symptom of the fact that Democrats like Joe Biden have been on the defensive since 1980. They have never had the confidence to say that they are, full-blooded Americans. And in order to say that these Republicans don't represent their constituents, you have to be able to say that we as Democrats do. Whereas because of the Reagan Revolution and all the years that they spent in the minority, they're just like kick dogs who are afraid of the shadow of a voter who's going to call them a communist and an America hater, and so they reach for that rhetoric of we're all Americans, which is sort of like they're pleading to be allowed back into the conversation as Americans, whereas younger people, who weren't born in like the 1920s, don't have that same fear of Ronald Reagan, and so are more willing to say, no, Republicans are just thugs, and they don't represent anybody but big business, and it's hard,
I mean, there is not a better, and this is for a longer ideological project where Democrats win not just the presidency, okay, but also Senate races and House races, which they'll usually win if it wasn't for fucking gerrymandering anyway. Like, I don't understand why you're not doing your cabinet and your party offering them a layup by just saying, look at the fucking Republican Senate. And Joe Biden did that a little bit on this election, on this debate stage tonight. And I want to see that more. I want that same fucking partisan energy from the Democrats, and not for like idiotic establishment Democrat, incrementalist, means-tested policy shit. I want that partisan energy when it comes to showcasing how cruel the Republican Party is and how awful their project is. So awful that I'm sure you guys know this. When you tell voters what the Republican policy positions actually are, they don't fucking believe you because they're like, no way. No one is that cruel. That's insane. Imagine that being an advantage for you. That your policies are so beyond the pale that when someone describes them to you, your fucking voters, they say, that's not real. I don't believe it. That's too cruel.
Yeah, I mean, Democrats are also not doing, I mean, the reason why they're able to get away with that in part is because Democrats do a bad job of articulating how bad the Republican Party actually is, and they're wary of engaging in partisan rhetoric. There are exceptions to that, as we saw with Biden tonight, but like, they'll say that about Republican Congresses blocking things after the fact, right, as an excuse for why they weren't able to do something.
Yeah.
But then they'll turn around and say, well, the way I'm going to address the Supreme Court is I'm going to create a commission with Republicans and Democrats and conservative lawyers and liberal lawyers. We're all going to come together and come up with the best solution on the judiciary that we can. Like it's a circular thing. It's partially, as Ryan said, because Democrats of this generation have been traumatized by their experiences in the 80s, and they saw that Clinton came to power in the 90s by being a centrist and, that whole brand of politics. So that's part of the answer. But also, I think genuinely the American people have been encouraged to believe that bipartisanship is a hugely important political value. It's something that the politicians should strive for, that the best solutions are the solutions that come from Democrats and Republicans sitting down together and working things out. And it's like sports, and you want, good sportsmanship. That's the kind of political culture voters have been encouraged to believe in for the past couple of decades. And that's why the rhetoric about I'm going to be an American president really resonates. That's why Obama's speech in 2004 about there not being blue states of America and red states of America, but United States of America. That's why that resonated in the way that it did. So to actually move things past that to a sort of more mature, less childish understanding of the way politics actually works, you're going to need leaders who actively say, look, like, it would be great if we had a country in which both sides could come together rationally and work out the best solutions for everybody. But that's not the country we have. We have a country in which one party is determined enough to secure the wealth and power of capital that they're going to destroy American democracy if we don't do anything about it. And we need to come together as a party and have anybody else in America who's willing to join us stop them, and actually and actually have a democracy. But Biden is not the person who's going to do that. I don't really see very many people in the Democratic Party as a whole who are prepared to do that. Bernie Sanders, frankly, for all of his strengths as a candidate and for all of his policies, I don't think even he did enough to really hammer this home. I think that there needs to be somebody who finally stands up and isn't afraid to say, look, we need to defeat the Republican Party totally, not just in this particular election, but as a project, because we're not going to move forward on any issue, and we're not going to have a democracy if we don't fundamentally disempower them.
Ooh, I have if I may here, I do agree with you. So the thing is, like, I thought a certain thing prior to the 2020 Democratic primary elections that were happening, and then when we examine and figure out like why Bernie didn't get further or why he lost, aside from like the backstage consolidation of everyone folding into Joe Biden over leading up to Super Tuesday and all that. I think here that this is going to kind of complicated, like kind of meta topic here, but I feel like it goes into one that ultimately Democrats are there to like serve their donors, I feel, and not really their base. Whereas Republicans at least convey some kind of pseudo obligation that their base is entertained. Like, I don't know if they're drunk off the propaganda and the Kool-Aid or whatever here, but a Republican voter thinks that they're getting their agenda served. I guess unlike comparatively as a Democratic person. But if we go in further here, I just feel like you can't really fix the Democratic Party from the inside. I feel that's kind of the issue here, because like if you are upfront and honest, like I feel like Bernie was being a Democratic socialist, you get smeared endlessly on mainstream media as like, you know, this like foreign entities just like there. You're not part of the fold, dude. So I feel like in order to like really radically shake up the two-party system and get Democrats to actually like do their part and like do a power check on whenever Republicans just run rampant with the gerrymandering or whatever thing they're doing, right? With all the, I mean, pick your topic, right? Essentially here, you have to come from the outside. You got to be bold and you got to be unapologetic. Like an example I would think of here, let's go to tonight's debate, for example, right? The fact that like Joe Biden is like pro fracking when we're talking about like climate change, and Trump tries to use that as like but no, you're not pro business because you said at one point you don't support fracking. And I feel like comparatively, I don't know, I feel like maybe a typical Democrat would be like, whoa. And then they would argue over who's more like on the right side, like who's more right leaning on like, yeah, I'm pro fracking. Well, I'm really into fracking. And it's like, hello, climate change, this is crazy. I feel like if you had someone who was like unapologetic, whenever they get attacked on like a right-wing framed question on those kind of things, like where it's all marketed as like pro-business, but not really about the consequences of those actions in the first place here, you're unapologetic about that, and you're able and willing to defend that endlessly. You need more people like that. I don't know if that means more like Yangers or what. I'm not quite sure yet, but like 2024, even 2022 onward here, we are seeing more of that come out right now here. I mean, the pandemic alone made like UBI and automation like a huge upfront point now. So and even Medicare for all too. So like depending on how it's asked and who you're being polled for, I mean, it can be gamed and manipulated here. Like, ooh, the boogeyman with the big socialized medicine or federal government operating your medical care. But like these things are on the rise, and if the right person comes in to able to convey the more accessible framing, generally it's a populist policy. Sorry, it's kind of a word salad there, but you know, I'm excited.
No, yeah, I think that's right. And I think part of the reason that the Democrats aren't better at calling out Republicans as kind of an existential threat to democracy is that this alignment that we have politically now is essentially brand new to American politics. Like if you look at the first 200 years of the American two-party system, you never had a situation where the parties lined up next to each other on the political spectrum in the way that they do now, with the Democrats moving from kind of the left to the center, and then the Republicans being center right over to the right. Instead, you had these huge ideological mishmashes inside each party. You could have a liberal Republican 50 years ago that was far more liberal than most conservative Democrat. And you don't have that now. And so what that did is that it taught Americans that your real political battles are within your own party. And, you win those, and then whoever wins within your party, then you go out and then you're the one that kind of is the leader of that party that then cuts deals with the other party. Now, Joe Manchin would be the most liberal Republican in the entire Senate or the House. That just wouldn't be the situation today. And so leftists today, for instance, like just aren't trained to really hate the Republican Party.
Yes.
They're trained and raised to kind of hate centrist sellout corporate Democrats. And the same is true on the Republican side. Like the Tea Partiers and the MAGA folks, they hate Paul Ryan and even Mitch McConnell far more than they hate Democrats.
But they should hate the fucking Republican Party. Like, this is something I stress in this community a lot, which is that you should absolutely despise all politicians as normal, except for AOC and Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib, and all the ones that I like them. They're cool. But you should despise most politicians, but you should really fucking despise the Republicans. They are they're like, I don't even know where to begin. I don't want to say too many horrible
no,
things, and like, you know,
it's endless.
I know Ryan it can withstand it, but like I don't want Osita to like get caught up in the crossfire here if we get clipped out of like Fox News. But they are literal fucking vultures. Okay, they are animals. They're hogs. They do not have your best interest at heart. I cannot stress this
They
enough.
lack principles. They're a power cult.
Yeah.
It's been proven at this point. They're shoving in a Supreme Court justice like ahead of like any other thing. Like that was insane, dude. Oh, but wait, but before we go though, okay, there was one thing while we're on this topic, which is actually really, really good. I wanted to dive into here. Someone in my chat said here that Bernie is way too far left for most Americans, and that's the issue. In the context here, and again, not to make it about Bernie right now, but just in the context that like, can someone help reform the Democrats to be, as you were saying earlier, aggressive on Republicans and calling them out, and or changing the paradigm and the framing of whenever Republicans come in with like typically a right-wing viewpoint about like being pro-business, as opposed to like, you know, being, I don't know, environmentally responsible as an example, right?
See,
and the thing there is like, I'm sorry, you guys.
No, go ahead. Sorry, I thought you were. No.
So the thing there is like, I feel like, and this is this might be an ugly conversation here, but like the stigma on the labels is out of control now. Can we have that convo actually? Because like, good Lord, if you in 2020 say that you are an actual social justice warrior, unironically, because that's been like weaponized and like just used in so many other abstract concepts now that it doesn't even mean what it used to mean anymore. Like no one ever unironically calls themselves or refers to themselves as SJW at this point. You use it whenever you're like, I don't know, like you think of like some purple-haired college campus like person getting shitted on by like Dave Rubin or whatever in some particular debate or whatever. And like comparatively here, it's like, so if you say you're like pro-socialism, like people can immediately conflate it to like, so you're communist or whatever. Like people, like labels don't mean shit. And so like, I don't think winning on definitive, like actual textbook definition labels gets us very far at this point. I think what you really need is you need someone who's an outsider, has that A1 stellar political intuition to like use all this and say, you know, I'm pro-American. Like whenever I'm for Medicare for all, you don't even call it that, honestly. If that's like a divisive terminology at this point now, it's been smeared on so often by like big pharma or whatever. You know, you say, you know, I'm for American. I have the most awesome American plan here. As a tax-paying American, you are a member of my club, and as a member of my club, my membership perk here is I'm going to give you baller ass healthcare straight up, just like a Costco membership, just like a Sam's Club membership, just like any other membership here. You're a member of, you know, you're a member of Netflix, and you get all the great content. As paying taxes, you're a member of the American Club, and I'm gonna get you some sick ass healthcare because you deserve that.
By the way,
what have we done for you when you pay taxes?
Who
as an example?
No, I agree with you on that. I think that we need to normalize. This is a very Kyle Kalinske style take, by the way, Triax. But I agree that it's like the rational position, and the more centrist, the more moderate position should be that we should have socialized medicine. Look at the rest of the world. They laugh at us. You can like play onto the tug on the heartstrings of Americans on areas that they would be embarrassed by. But before we get to that, before we continue with that, I just got to point out, who was the one who said the who won the debate is going to be exactly along like the line of Ryan, you are on the money completely. Data for Progress preliminary results just came out. It shows Biden at 52% and Trump at 41% for who won the debate.
Was that about
really? Was that close? Ow. I'm surprised.
52-41.
Yeah, 52% to 41%. Trump got 41% of the I guess country according to the Data for Progress poll.
They don't even need to do these polls anymore. Like in
I was gonna say, like, in reality, who's watching this debate at this point to get their mind changed, right? You're only watching to see your team win.
Yeah, exactly. It's entertainment.
Yeah.
Well, and I think, you know, again, just, you know, what's interesting is, you know, we say these debates don't move the needle, but I felt like the last one sort of moved the needle in favor of Biden just ever so. That's what pushed his national lead over 10 into double digits. It felt like this one truly didn't move the needle. I mean, this one truly.
If I may. I think you're half right there. Biden marginally did better, only that like Trump like shot himself in the foot really, really bad. I think everyone generally like from at least despised how he performed because of the pestering amount of interruptions there.
From the first one?
From the first one, you're correct, yeah.
This is where I think that the reason why I think Biden won the first debate more decisively than than he actually. So you have his base performance, right? If you're just judging it objectively based on the performance, it's not decisive. But the reason why it was a decisive win is because the bar was set so low for him, and they pushed this narrative of him being, a dementia-ridden old man, that he surpassed that bar, and therefore surpassing those expectations made it seem like a much larger victory than it actually was.
And also, Trump lost it for him as well in the first debate. Like, Trump lost that debate by coming across way too aggressive and not letting Biden fail on his own, especially towards the end.
And overwhelmingly, people were polled after that debate, and they said that the debate was annoying. And this is, 77% of the people that were annoying.
Yeah.
And the reason why it was annoying is because Trump interrupted 150 times. And so I think that it just showed where the state of the electorate. The electorate is sick and tired of 4 years, and they're exhausted by day after day seeing a president that just lies and lies and lies and all these antics, and they're just sick of it. They're exhausted. They want to see something like Joe Biden.
Sick of him interrupting their daily life with like some CNN news alert saying he just did another crazy thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
it's like it was like a metaphor for that, where it's like enough.
Yeah,
enough.
Seriously.
Can't you be normal? Can't you be normal for 90 minutes?
Yeah, and I'm all libbed up. I'll be honest with you, Ryan. I am all libbed up after this debate. I'm so happy.
So what changed then? Nothing.
Well, nothing's changed, but I'm still libbed up because Hasan, the thing is that I was like you, just afraid of the fact that we came into these debates thinking that Joe Biden could not put together a sentence. Like that was the concern. That was the bar to clear for Joe Biden. And it seems as if the mental decline that it appeared to be, whatever cocktail of whatever, I don't know what happened, but it seems like it's been a mental incline. It's been a mental incline ever since that was sort of a concern. And he sort of proved everybody that had that concern wrong in these debates. I feel I wasn't concerned about that at all as I was before these debates.
And he faded at the end there, but as long as we can get a president until like 9 p.m., that should.
That was the last debate. It doesn't matter. Like, this is the last time he's going to have to do that.
Guys, the person who saw the future, and this doesn't get mentioned enough, was my boy, motherfucking Michael Bennett. When he said, it was Bennett that said, "I'm going to be a president that you're never going to hear about me. You're going to forget that I'm the president." And that's kind of what we're going to get from Joe Biden. I don't think Joe Biden is going to be a showboat. I don't even think he has the capability of doing a lot of stuff on camera. He's just too old. I truly think that he doesn't have the energy. Like, I legitimately believe that his administration will be competent. His administration will be very moderate, unfortunately, and we'll forget that the president even exists for the most part.
And his big
Go ahead.
His biggest handicap is going to be his indecisiveness. He's like historically, the knock on him is he's not very good at managing staff and kind of lazy and kind of mean to his staff, kind of roped into one. But B, he just can't make a decision. And like, he had basically no staff in Iowa because he couldn't decide on who to hire as his his top Iowa people. And that's just a rather minor kind of decision to make. He's now going to be faced with these massive decisions about what he's going to do about the filibuster in the court, and what is he going to push for the Medicare 55 first, and the huge fear is that he's just going to be utterly paralyzed by indecision, and the next thing we know, it'll be like summer, and
can I ask you about that,
waiting on him to make
Ryan?
decisions.
You brought up a really good point. I wanted to dig you a little further on that. So like, I can agree with you, because I remember in Iowa, pretty much until, what was it, South Carolina? Was that the last election before Super Tuesday, right? So before then, Biden was falling over, asleep at the wheel. Even debate performance was like, Snoresville at best, right?
Yeah. And
then like, once there was like no viable path to victory for Pete Buttigieg or Amy Klobuchar or Elizabeth Warren, you saw, that hyper consolidation of all of them folding voluntarily, all to get behind Biden once Biden took South Carolina, right? Which gave the media what they needed to do nonstop coverage of that one state's victory going into Super Tuesday, which was enough to then attack everyone else, particularly Bernie, on his electability, which I feel is like the big thing you saw get done there into Super Tuesday, right? My question here, though, is like in a relatively conspiratorial sense, do you feel who was pulling those cards there? Because the Biden I saw in the prior debates and the Biden we're seeing now are like two very different things. So you're saying that he couldn't pick his own staff or wasn't able to decide on staff in Iowa. I'm just like, well, then who pulled the strings to do all this stuff in the background here? And if it was, let's say, Obama administration people, does it almost feel like there's going to be like, asleep at the wheel, Bernie, weekend at Bernie's, this is going to be Biden. It's going to be everyone in the background, pulling the strings a little bit there because it's going to be so hands off or whatever.
I mean, it was Obama. Like, we know that it was Obama, right? Isn't it?
That was speculation. Is that okay? No, I mean, to me that seems very believable and not far-fetched at all.
I mean, there was plenty of coverage around it. I don't know. Am I being crazy?
Wait, Obama's coming back to the White House?
No.
No.
I'm sorry. I
don't
tuned
get
out for
excited.
just a second.
Don't get excited. Obama's not.
I just heard Obama's name and I thought he was coming back to be president behind the scenes.
Yeah, you got a minute. You dump Kamala. It's gonna be Obama VP, baby. We back.
Oh God, I thought for a second I was getting excited. All right, sorry. Anyway, go on.
I mean, he will be a serious power behind the throne. There's no question about that. Like he could pretty much call whatever shot he wanted. But yeah, it was Biden, and then it was so the story that night out of South Carolina and the next day was Bernie failed to win over black voters. Biden dominates. And now he gets Pete and Amy, and he cruises into Super Tuesday. Now that we're not relying on exit polls but actual voter data, we know that what actually happened, and the reason he had this blowout win in South Carolina was that there was never before seen turnout in the suburbs, particularly among white women. It was the same voters that are powering Democrats, now to the lead that they have. The same voters that helped them take over the House. There was something like 100% plus increase in turnout among white suburban voters in South Carolina as the suburbs there, just as they are across the entire country, evolved, switched, realigned into Democratic bastions. And those folks got the message from Clyburn and from others that Joe Biden is the man. They're following politics very closely. They tick the box for Biden, and then 3 days later, those same types of voters all across the country did the exact same thing.
You know what those voters are? Those are the voters that say, we got to vote for Joe Biden, but also I should probably vote for a Republican senator to keep Joe Biden in check. Well, okay, there's no evidence.
Wait, is that the lot? Do people actually think like that? Is that how they think that's going to work out?
Used to be
a lot of Americans.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how much that holds. It'll be interesting.
That's what's making some of these races interesting in the swing Senate states, right? Like there's a clear split where Trump is underperforming or overperforming in certain places,
like Texas, right?
Overperforming the Senate candidates, stuff like that.
Yeah.
So there are enough of those voters left to matter, but as a broad phenomenon in the electorate, that's not really a thing anymore. For the most part, most people will just go straight ticket.
Well,
thank God.
So one thing I'm seeing here now, though, and maybe because I'm paying more attention to politics now than I was even in 2016 or even midterms in 2012, but like I am seeing like a more consistent message now on like what are the aspirations and the goals of, I guess, like the Democratic Party, for example, and I'm seeing a lot of rhetoric on flip the Senate. We got to get the Senate majority popping so we can actually do stuff with if Biden gets presidency and all that. So I'm seeing a more consistent message now, and I feel like because that enthusiasm turned out. Because let's be real, right? Because the midterms in 2018 dwarfed the midterms comparatively in 2012, right? In terms of like voter turnout across all demographics, especially the youth, right? And so I think that 2018 leap in momentum of like people wanting to see like things change because things aren't going good right now under Trump's presidency, particularly here, will resulted in people just paying a lot more attention, especially in the youth factor and the youth demographics. Going into 2020s, people were like, okay, so it's not just president. I need to look into the president and And do I have a Senate race coming up right now? You know, and they're kind of like, people are trying to like really push everyone to go down ballot, I feel. So you're right. It is actually having a little more change now, I feel, than in the past.
Yeah. Overall, oh, by the way, I have an update. Speaking time, which I think is like one of the dumbest parts of the
I hate that metric.
The metric that like it's so clearly a project by the media. Like it's just because they're just looking. It's like prop bets. You know what I mean? You're just putting that out there just because like it's just extra information and you don't know how to cover the time. You don't have enough to talk about. But Donald Trump spoke for 41 minutes and 16 seconds. Joe Biden spoke for 37 minutes and 53 seconds, apparently.
Who the fuck is that comment down below? It's pissing me off.
Trump said 90% of what he wanted to say. Biden didn't say what he needed to say to win the debate.
What an idiot.
Polls will move after this debate. Some D states will become more blue, but many more Republican states where Biden needs votes will become more red. See,
what an idiot.
No, fuck that guy. But
fuck that guy.
Okay, that guy's stupid, but guess what? You know who else is stupid?
Quote
Democrats.
tweet his ass.
Are you ready? Are you ready? Do you want to know why Democrats are fucking stupid?
Why?
Because, and this goes back to like not having enough partisan support for the Democratic Party, or only demonstrating partisan support for the most idiotic things that MSNBC tells Democratic voters to demonstrate support on, like hating Bernie Sanders because of Bernie Bros or whatever. The Amy Coney Barrett political theater was really important for me, because if you guys were following the polls, at least, I don't know how trustworthy they are, but the Democratic support for Amy Coney Barrett in the aftermath of those theatrics in the Senate, where they could have held those behind closed doors, never held them. Doesn't matter if they follow procedure. If they follow procedure, none of it fucking matters. Republicans are going to do whatever they can to get Amy Coney Barrett appointed, right? And they have the majority votes for it before the election.
Right.
16 points. 16 points is how much Amy Coney Barrett picked up support after those fucking meetings, after those hearings. That is disgusting to me, okay? Like, I'm sick and tired of old motherfuckers looking at stuff and being like, oh my God, this person is civil, so I actually like what this person has to say. I'm not even going to think about how devastating this person will be. Like, Amy Coney Barrett is more fucking conservative than Brett Kavanaugh and Clarence Thomas and certainly Kennedy.
No, you're not wrong. She's a trademark definitive religious cultist.
She's more conservative than Antonin Scalia, a person who literally wrote, and this is a testament to how much bullshit the textualist or originalist argument is. A person who literally wrote in one of his famous dissents that legalizing gay marriage would be a slippery slope, which is a fucking fallacy anyway, to dogs marrying humans. Okay? So it's bullshit. Like, it's all fucking bullshit. I don't know why people get so caught up in the civility, in the civility and the theater of it all. It makes me so mad. It makes me so insanely angry just thinking about how all these moderates are like, oh, well, she looks like me. She sounds like me. She sounds civil. She's adopted kids from Haiti, so she must be a nice person. She simply can't be racist. And start.
Is she Catholic?
Appealing to her. I mean, start liking her. She is Catholic, yes, but not like regular Catholic.
Hope she listens. She's not like listen to the Pope Catholic.
No, the Pope is like fucking.
It's more Catholic than the Pope.
Yeah, exactly.
The Pope is the most progressive Pope I've ever seen.
Yeah, he's like
he endorsed gay marriage. I think, yeah.
It's
Wouldn't
so
be
funny.
surprised if the Pope had a partner or something. I don't know.
Isn't that remarkable? Watching American Catholics be like, oh well, coping with the Pope saying that, like, gay marriage should be legal and gay people should be able to adopt children and stuff. And then like Catholics are like, oh, no, he didn't mean that. It's like, oh, so it had nothing to do with your religion. It just had everything to do with bigotry and you justifying it through religion. If the fucking Pope is like, this is chill, and you are going up against the literal fucking Pope.
That's mostly conservative Catholics. Like the general American Catholic population is more chill on these issues than the people who are like the loudest voices in American politics, for sure. But yeah, I mean, I think the conservative Catholic community has been going through like a long conniption over the past year, especially over Francis. And I think it's going to be something that shapes Republican politics in years ahead. Now you have people like Adrian Vermeule. I don't know if you've heard of this guy, Adrian Vermeule, who's a professor at Harvard Law, constitutional law professor, who's a member of, I guess they call themselves integralists, and their whole thing is that they want to turn the United States into a Catholic dominion. That's their version of right-wing conservative social politics, and these are the people who are like taking over from the sort of usual establishment religious right. Like it's people who are saying to themselves, he wrote a piece in the Atlantic earlier this year, actually, that the real way that social conservatives are going to enforce morality is to actually abandon originalism and abandon the Constitution, like abandon the Bill of Rights, and giving up on trying to get your way by doing this fake textual analysis. Vermeule says, ignore all that. We're just going to say, look, we are moral people and we're going to shape the law to our own ends. And we're not going to do this whole charade where we're pretending that we're reading the Constitution and making decisions on the basis of the Constitution. Forget all of that. We just deserve to rule because we're moral people.
But they do
and that's
that
where
anyway.
the religious right is going.
And they do that anyway. That's actually more honest. That like, what is the constitutional argument? What is the originalist argument for, I don't know, destroying labor unions? Like, there's no fucking argument that they actually do. They throw all of that. Like, there are limitations that even originalists or textualists admit when it comes to their personal interpretation of the law in certain circumstances, especially because like this entire thing is a fucking fallacy to begin with. Because okay, you're a black Supreme Court justice. If you were to be an originalist, like, you shouldn't be the Supreme Court justice then, because when if you are to interpret it at the time and place where the Constitution was written, like, you were technically considered property. Same with fucking women. Like, women were literally property. How is Amy Coney Barrett a textualist, but then also simultaneously turning around and being like, oh, but like as a female Supreme Court justice, like, I'm gonna do real girl power on the on the SCOTUS. Like, how do you exist in that field? Like,
well, let's not forget how incompetent Democrats are here in that regard too, because wasn't there like a strategy memo that came out that Democrats didn't want to attack Amy Coney Barrett, like they didn't want to attack her too hard, I think, in the hearings because she's a woman, and and they might get smeared as like sexist if they did that. And it's like, isn't like not taking her like substantively at heart inherently like being sexist too, though, because you're like not taking her serious as a woman? Like, what? It just seemed like really, really freaking stupid on the Democrats. And I thought it was like absolutely comical.
It's actually what the anti-SJW people used to say, the bigotry of low expectations.
Like literally, you're not taking her seriously. Then you're letting her identity, like, it's like identity politics 101 right there.
No, it's the funniest thing. Watching conservatives who used to rail on IDPOL, like, so very clearly rely on it is one of the funnier things. I mean, of course, conservatives have always done identity politics. As a matter of fact, I would even go so far as to say they're better at identity politics than liberals are, because
they were drunk off that, the RNC, dude. You're calling
no, that's not even what I'm talking about, though. That's what I'm talking about in contemporary conservatism, where you see like like black conservatives coming up to be like, Donald Trump's not racist. I've experienced racism as a black man, but it's all individual experiences, and racism is not systemic, kind of, that sort of thing. That's not even what I'm talking about, though. What I'm talking about is conservatives have always done identity politics. They've just done it for white, heteronormative patriarchy. That's the identity politics that was incredibly dominant for the longest time, and they've always done that. But now they're changing it while still advocating for exactly that. Now they're utilizing like black bodies and women and even gay people to a certain degree to be like, look, we can't be homophobic, despite the fact that we are significantly crippling like civil liberties afforded to the LGBT community because we have a gay person here. Like, and it's so transparent. It's so silly. I don't know. I think it'll backfire on them inevitably.
Well, while we're on this topic here, do we think Coney Barrett's going to get in? Like,
yes.
Like, I know the hearings are done now,
yeah.
right? Is that correct?
Definitely.
Right?
Yeah.
Or no?
Yeah. They're done. Yeah.
They're done. So now the next step is the Senate votes, correct?
Basically, yeah. Series of procedural votes to move her through the Senate. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a done deal, though.
Yeah, because I feel there's it's like, okay, polling is bad in a lot of areas for Republicans, from what I recall in the contested Senate races. If I recall correctly, I could be wrong on that, obviously. But and it's like during lame duck season, is that what it's called? Like, if the polling is to be indicative of like who's taking the general election here, it's like I don't really see Trump at that point being motivated to like then use COVID relief or using his power to like, plea for COVID relief to actually happen. He's gonna be unmotivated to even do anything at that point, I feel. I just wonder here, like, where are we in that regard with COVID relief in the Senate? Like, is Mitch actually gonna do anything? Does Mitch care anymore? Like, I saw there was like a new proposition done, but like there's also memos here that like Mitch doesn't want to do anything with Nancy Pelosi now. So it's like, do we know where we are with that currently? Like, is anything gonna happen here between now and inauguration for COVID relief?
Doesn't seem like it.
Damn, dude, just blanket nothing. That sucks. That's not good. That's really, really terrible, actually.
No, it is quite terrible. And it's going to cost.
8 million people have slipped into poverty, right? And as a consequence of not receiving the second cash infusion, that greatly improved the material condition of millions of Americans. And while I was somewhat critical of Bernie Sanders for playing a role in pushing for the original stimulus, but the $600 extra dollars in unemployment funds was huge. Like the $600 a week was huge.
Yeah.
It actually is one of the reasons why the economy recovered in the way that it did. It didn't fully recover, obviously.
I think it's important to bring up here though, like it's that principle of like over asking, right? To like kind of like shift the Overton window a little bit there because Bernie was asking for $2,000 a month UBI for the entire duration of the pandemic being a national emergency and an unemployment buff. Ultimately, he got something. If he only asked for the unemployment buff, it'd been like, oh, no, fuck off, dude. You ain't getting nothing. It's way too expensive, quote unquote. But because he asked for like a shit ton of things, potentially here, you end up like, appeasing a little bit more of it, I would say.
Ryan, what were you going to say?
Oh, just that as the economy continues to deteriorate because of their inaction and as more and more people get flipped into poverty and are struggling that much more, it then costs you exponentially more federal spending to get out of that hole again. And it's going to make the price tag look a lot bigger. If they would have been able to get $1 trillion or $2 trillion this time, then when Biden came in January, he could go for another $2 trillion. That's 4. I'm good at math. 2 + 2 is 4. Now, if he gets 0, Biden's going to have to push for 4. And people are going to say, whoa, $4 trillion. That's completely insane. Let's do something like 2. It's like, but wait a minute. We all agreed we needed 2 back in October, November. And we agreed that we would need another round when I came in, which would have been 4. But because we didn't do that 2, we actually need probably $5 trillion now to get back to where Democrats are going to need to be if they don't want to get wiped out in 2 years in the next midterms. And if people are going to actually be able to get back out of poverty and can actually survive as we're telling people to stay home and socially distance. So it is really setting Biden up for a trap if he goes way too low and when he comes back.
Isn't it the same dynamic, almost ironically the same dynamic as like literally not catching COVID early enough? If we were to have bunkered down early enough like Europe did, we wouldn't have had an extended like limbo phase where we're constantly like in and out of lockdowns or constantly talking about like how rigorous our lockdown measures should be. But we didn't do that. So now that's the reason why we're in the situation that we're in. And it's the same with this stimulus. Is the same with recovery that is an absolute necessity.
Right.
My fear is that like we win the Senate, okay, and the Democratic Party wins the Senate, Democratic Party wins the presidency, and then they still try to like weirdly concede to like Republicans and try to do that like Biden style middle of the ground, like middle of the road, like centrism that they try to apply. If they do that, I will lose my mind. I don't know what I'll do.
See, I think people have to sort of price in that is absolutely what's going to happen, and that's the natural inclination of the Democratic Party. I think you have to understand is that is also up to us, right? It's up to left-wing organizers, people in activist communities, and whether they can actually pressure legislators to do the right thing on all of these issues. If we don't do that, then yes, they're going to concede to Republicans and nothing's going to get done. But there actually needs to be a mass effort at organization, getting people in Congress, the House and the Senate in the right place on these issues, just like we saw with the Sunrise Movement back when they put this Green New Deal at the center of climate policy, right? That sit in at Nancy Pelosi's office that made that for the first time a real policy demand in Democratic politics. That's what we need to see on every single one of the issues people are pushing right now. And I worry that the left is going to be kind of complacent and they're going to say to themselves, well, now we're just going to see, watch TV and see what happens and wait until 2024 when we can elect somebody better. Like, that's not, if we're serious about climate action, if we're serious about addressing coronavirus immediately, that can't be the stance. What you need to do is actually organize people to do as much as we can to push and to bully these people into doing the right thing. And 2024 is 4 years away. We have an intervening amount of time where we maybe can get people to the right place if we try hard enough.
I agree. It comes with messaging, definitely. We got to start with that, though. It's got to be a consistent message with a consistent goal.
And we're in the ground game. My gosh, come on, Democrats, get it together. The Republicans built the infrastructure for a 2020 victory, and had the coronavirus not happened in the George Floyd situation not happened, I think that things could be looking very different, as Hasan said.
Well, if we go further, actually, what's actually crazy here? Trump, in my opinion, could have won easily even if the pandemic hit, right? Even if the pandemic hit because of an inadequate preparation on Trump administration's end, right? If things had got like, if the average working family had gotten competent relief in a very avoidable pandemic here, I think that would have been enough to like get people to say, oh, well, he was here for me whenever I needed help. Trump bucks came in, UBI happened because Republicans were voted on or whatever here. And people have been like, you know what? He was there for me when I needed help. Chinese virus was bad, but Trump helped me get over it. So get him again. It's like so many incompetent things that happened simultaneously over the last 9 months. It's just like, damn, dude.
If he would have been able to handle it, basically, or at least respond adequately.
Yeah.
He would have had it. Yeah. It was just a disaster. Nothing short of a disaster. The worst things he could have possibly done. Hasan, you had that Frank Luntz thing up.
Oh yeah, I mean, take it with a grain of salt always.
I know, of course. Well,
he had a focus group. Do you guys want to hear the words he used to describe Donald Trump? Controlled, reserved, poised, con artist, surprisingly presidential. And the words that his control group or focus group used to describe Biden was vague, unspecific, elusive, defensive, grandfatherly.
Trump said his defense for windmills was that birds were going to get killed in them.
Remember when he said low expectations for Biden allowed him to secure support, right. Because when he cleared that low bar, it's the same for Donald Trump with being presidential. When Donald Trump is, for the past 4 years, behaving like an absolute maniac, when he is less maniacal on stage, then people think he's presidential. And he was actually.
He was.
My pet peeve, my favorite term is a change in tone, a tonal shift, a change in tone. Media loves using that term. That's the second term that they love using, like acting presidential.
The media knows they're going to get dunked on for using that term now, and so they're more reticent to. And I'm sure there were people watching, media folks watching it, being like, "Damn it, this really is a change in tone." Don't tweet change in tone. Don't tweet. I can't help it. New tone from Trump, and then they get ratioed, even though it actually was you could see him Trump. Don't do it. Don't do it, Trump. Trump, control yourself.
Well, yeah, because he's been getting burned so hard for just running his mouth and putting his own pit further. And I can't think of a better example than literally, 2 days ago when he forget me, I don't remember where the rally was, but he did that rally where he entertained a hypothetical where he can call the CEO of ExxonMobil. Do you ever recall this one? He can call the CEO of ExxonMobil, and he could raise $1 billion in a day if he wanted to. If he wanted to, chooses not to though, because he's for the people. Also donating his salary, which I have not seen verified yet. Moving on though. Yeah. You want a regulation lifted, or you need like a permit for your whatever your project is, ExxonMobil? Yeah, sure. Just give me $25 million for my campaign. I could do that if I wanted to, but I don't. And then because he entertained a hypothetical in the middle of the scathing New York Times tax release is just like, well, I mean, dude, do you do that? Are you bribing? Are you doing extortion? Like, is that? I don't know, man. You kind of sus right now, dude. And then ExxonMobil had to actually emergency PR tweet that convo never happened. That they don't routinely bribe for favors.
And it's like bragging about being able to commit an easy crime. It's like, that bowl goes past me in church and like it's filled with cash. And you know what? I can just put my hand right in it. I just stuff all that cash right in my pocket. I walk out of church, $55. I could do that, but I don't. It's like, what point are you even trying to make
crazy.
here?
Look, I've said this a long time ago. I think America, Trump is perfect for Americans because a lot of the Americans that love him are losers, just like he is. They love flexing and thinking about that one time where they get to bang a cheerleader behind the bleachers and they were the fucking high school quarterback. You know what I mean? They went to state finals.
Right?
Trump is that guy. He is running America like that guy. He's selfish. He's fucking greasy. He's disgusting.
Runs like a business.
And for some fucking weird reason, not some weird reason, because of white nativism and mask off racial agitation, he's been able to say, I'm greasy and I'm a sleazeball, but I'm your sleazeball. I'm just like you. You're fucking sleazy too. And if you had my kind of money, you would behave exactly like I would. So I think that he captures the attention of a lot of people that way, right? And that's why they get hyped up for the petty grievances that he routinely talks about at his rallies. If you ever watch his rallies, he's half the time he's talking about Obama got a Nobel Peace Prize, but he didn't deserve it. But then I got nominated twice, and then no one fucking talked about it. And I even called Melania up, and I was like, oh, they're going to talk about it, right, Melania? And people are fucking cheering, yeah, why weren't they talking about your Nobel Peace Prize? Dude, you assassinated a fucking, second in command of a foreign nation. What the
that
fuck
did happen in January?
About?
Damn, I forgot about that.
Yeah, you can't, that's insane. The even if we don't even think about that, why the fuck does someone who I don't know, is recovering from 2 fucking DUIs and lost their goddamn job and is currently jobless and doesn't have any job prospects, why is that guy at your fucking rally cheering on the fact that that no one in the liberal media talked about your Nobel Peace Prize nomination? What is this?
But he told that story in Iowa, and he complained, remember, that they were just talking about your floods instead, which I'm sure they were terrible, which it wasn't floods. It was a derecho, but whatever. And he did the same kind of mockery in Erie, Pennsylvania this week. He went to Erie, Pennsylvania, and he's like, I never thought I'd be here again. But you know what? It's a tough race. I'm losing. So here I am in Erie, Pennsylvania. But I'm getting yelled at by my producer. I got to go finish this podcast. We got to finish the production and stuff.
All right.
So I got to run. But everybody should subscribe. It's called Deconstructed.
Yes,
it's quite good. And
it's a good podcast. You should.
Yeah.
It is.
Yo, link it in the Discord or link it somewhere, please.
See you later, Ryan.
I will do that.
Bye, Ryan. Thank you for coming on
soon.
as always. This is incredible. We're very fortunate to have you.
We'll see you for the 2024 debates.
See you there.
Anyway, if anyone else wants to dip out, by the way, I'm totally fine with that. I don't want to keep you guys for any longer. It's all right.
Actually, I made a list earlier. So I mean, whenever you want to, whatever. But I have a couple of things here I can throw at you now that if you're looking for more of the top points I found from the debate earlier.
Yeah, I'm looking right at you. I don't know what your time zone you're in, but if you're sleeping and you want to leave, I don't want to keep you here. Don't feel obligated.
I'll be here for another 10-15. Yeah.
Okay, cool. I just don't want you to feel obligated or anything.
No.
So what were we talking about? Oh, like Trump's petty grievances, right? That stuff only works if you have fandom. If you feel like, it's like me. My audience gets mad when I have bad write-ups in the media, okay? They get mad for me. It's like they got their own shit going on, but they get riled up for me because they like me. They like me because I offer them something. I talk to them about things like the problems they see in their lives. Donald Trump does that for his electorate, his base of support. But of course, he does that as a demagogue, and he does that for white supremacy. Okay? So the difference there is his base is diminishing. His base is demonstrably diminished over the course of the past 4 years for a multitude of different reasons, right? And that's why, while his rallies might look popping, while the people at his rallies might seem enthusiastic, while his base might seem enthusiastic, ultimately the amount of people that are enthusiastic are not the same. Anyway, Trix, go ahead. Give us your list.
Okay, so sure. Also, yeah, all that was really insightful there too. So have we given any love here to the moderator? Her name Kristen Welker.
Welker, yeah.
Dude, I think it's one of those things where like whenever they do the job well, it's more cohesive and you neglect to give that attention. I think it's really important to know that, like, even because Chris Wallace did a fucking terrible job. But he's always been like a total softball, I felt. So having her do it was like so much better. Phenomenal. So I wanted to give her some credit here.
I don't necessarily I think Chris Wallace could have done a better job, but I mean the circumstances of Trump interrupting that many times. I mean, I don't think anybody would have looked good under those that environment.
Austin is such a lib. Austin's such a lib that he even likes Chris Wallace, and he will go out the bat for Chris Wallace. I'm just gonna point that out.
I'm being
Yeah.
I'm being
Okay. No. It's fair. It's fair. You're right. You're right. In the isolation of that interview, you're right. There's a lot of circumstances there. I'm also referencing the July Fox News interview where Chris Wallace threw him like in my opinion, a shitload of softballs that like he could have. I mean, and then didn't even give any real follow-ups here. The Axios interview was actual follow-ups. Chris Wallace was only like maybe 2 questions were actually given follow-ups in that abysmal Fox News interview back in July.
Yeah.
You know, so I'm thinking of comprehensively Wallace as a whole here. I don't hate him obviously, but I wish he like just did follow-ups here. You know, in general, just give me like comprehensive American journalism would be nice.
Yeah, no, I got you. I do like Chris. You know, I like his dad, Mike. Great documentary about Mike Wallace. Anyway, that's beside the point. We're getting off track here, but I thought she did a fantastic job tonight. I thought she let them respond. She gave them time to respond, but she drew the line. You know, it's like, hey, it's done. We're done. We're moving on.
You know what it was too?
Yeah.
Trump very often wanted to take the question. If the question required substance and he wasn't going to have a pretty answer because it was a nasty question or whatever, he would want to like kind of reframe into more of like a rally rhetoric where he can just kind of like, yeah, you know, Hunter, and just I don't know, it's kind of like shit on Biden in some kind of like pseudo personal way. And it would be usually like a long-winded answer that would get kind of rambly. And very often she would just like cut him off and move on. Cause like he would, the point is you can tell when he's rambling, he's not going to answer the question. So we just move on and don't feed him and give him a bloated time because things happen like Hasan was bringing up earlier here, alluding to the talking time. The talking time for Trump was bloated because he said a bunch of nothing that wasn't going to ever attack the substance of the question in the first place because it was going to be an ugly answer or he didn't have an answer or he doesn't know the answer. So yeah, I very much admire that. That takes courage to really like just cut him off and be like, no, we're moving on. We got to go.
Yeah. And I thought her line of questioning was stellar too. You know, I think she challenged both candidates relatively equally in an environment where I think that's hard to do so because, you know, it's much easier to ask Trump and for good reason, some of the more difficult, I mean, if you will, questions that should be easy to answer, but he always fucks them up. But yeah,
okay,
I agree.
Yeah, so there's that point. Next point here was did y'all catch this earlier here that Biden called the Proud Boys mistakenly poor boys?
Yeah.
Was that mistaken or was that intentional? I don't quite know actually, but
no. It was absolutely mistaken. Dude, his brain was starting to melt at that point. Like he was talking, he said poor boys, and then he says stand back and what did he say? Like
stand back and hang right there or something like that.
Yeah, he was just like,
you got the quote wrong. Yeah.
I mean, fuck it. No one will remember that. Everyone will remember low IQ immigrants, obviously, but like the adrenochrome had tapped out at that point. I think he needed a fresh batch of baby fetus spines pronto.
Oh yeah, the Twitter poll.
Oh, he said stand back and stand ready. So Sean Hannity apparently in our this is something I love looking at in my copium segment of the show. I love looking at how conservatives react to certain things. And Sean Hannity posted a poll from newsnationnow.com. It says 74% said that Donald Trump won the presidential debate. 24% said Biden won the presidential debate. So then K-File, Andrew over at CNN, looked into where the poll was coming from, and apparently it's just an online poll. He's just posting an online poll on his national broadcast.
Of course.
Does Fox actually poll like a group of people, independents, Republicans, Democrats?
No. They have regular polls, certainly. Yeah. No, Fox is
What
polling.
what do their regular polls show? I'm curious.
I don't know, but like Fox News is regular polling. They also, most people don't know this, but they do like regular journalism too.
Yeah, they've got a journalism arm that's incredible.
Yeah, like they have like, I guess, as objective as you can be, as American journalists are in a lot of instances. They do that to a degree, and they have a decent polling. They have a decent poller, right? It's like well rated.
It's A- on it 538.
Yeah, so like this is not that though.
Yeah,
people are
I
saying
think
such
it's
a small
interesting that like this whole phenomenon of like the online polls where you're asking people who are obviously going to agree with you.
Yeah.
And you put that out. People associate that with Fox News or whatever. I remember back in like 2006 or 2007, Lou Dobbs on CNN was like the person who pioneered this. Like he'd do a segment on immigrants like infecting tomatoes or some crazy nonsense that he like made up. And then he'd do like call in if you think it's bad that immigrants are infecting our tomatoes. And nobody else was doing this at the point, but this started on CNN. And now it's seen as like this thing that's like exclusive to conservative media. So I think that there's like
Tucker Carlson.
Yeah, Tucker Carlson. Like I think that there's a level of culpability that the mainstream press has for everything that we've seen in our politics. From minor stuff like the online polls to Trump's prominence as a figure, like all of that started in a large way from these kinds of cable news organizations that are now decrying fake news and all of that. I don't know. I just think it's the point that people should make more frequently.
Yeah. No, they're
and also calling out like what is the source, the sample size, the body size, like I know that it's like a little more, people are more aware of it now in the news hysteria stigmas, but it's like if a poll happened where 10 people polled or 500 people polled, was it a landline poll? Because it was landline, damn well it was like hella boomers who were 65 years old minimum who answered that phone line in the first place here. Where were these polls conducted? How so? For how long and when? And I feel just like you get the headline, but people rarely dive in deeper to get the specifics over how it's conducted. Because it might be the demographics, the location, and the age, and the methodology might all give you a bias towards a certain demographic to be polled in the first place here. I would imagine. If I poll approval on gay marriage, specifically in rural West Texas, compared to like polling that in like, I don't know, Seattle, Washington, right? I'm gonna get two very different answers comparatively, I would think.
It's true.
So, polling can be definitely weaponized. That's what I take away from that as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so I wrote this down here by the way too here. Whenever they were talking about like fracking X fracking, or or like Trump was attacking Biden on like his Green New Deal or his energy plan is going to be like terrible for America, it's going to fuck everything up. Didn't it seem weird? Because I wrote this down in my notes here. Didn't it seem weird that like Trump was like arguing for essentially using oil forever? Is that not what it seemed like?
Yeah,
at one point.
Basically,
Biden was.
No, Trump was.
Oh,
Trump was arguing to use oil.
No. He's oblivious to the reality that this is a finite resource. He does not understand that.
Yeah,
But
it was just like I don't know that seemed to me like actually like trademark insane. Just
I mean,
like,
he also said windmills kill birds. Like there's a bird genocide happening because of windmills, and apparently windmills do kill birds. But I love these Trumpisms. Okay, I love them because they're like so often real, but in a way that like first of all he uses the truth in like a very weird way. Okay, he'll always like say something insane, and he'll say it in like the most insane way possible. Like at a rally, he'll be like, "They're dumping all the water in the ocean in California. They're wasting the water on the fishes." And you're like, "What? Like what did you just say?" And then you look it up, and it's true. Like it's literally true. Like apparently they're like dumping water into the ocean or something, and it's like a problem from like 2012. Okay. And it's literally true. Like when you look up like do windmills kill birds, like it's not a fucking massive phenomena. It's a very easy solution to it. I think you like paint it differently or some shit. But that's it. Like, but it's some article that he fucking read, and I think it just like stuck in his brain or something from like, you know, when his brain was working better. And he just
article.
repeats
I say headline. Headline, and then you fabricate from there.
Yeah, the other thing is weird
tiny
though, is, like,
windows.
since when do conservatives care about birds and like endangered species? Right? Like this is a weird thing you've been seeing across conservative media. Tucker Carlson does this too now, where he'll say he's really, really concerned about how immigrants are polluting our waterways and like throwing plastic bottles and garbage into our rivers and streams, right?
Yeah.
And this is something that they're doing now because they realize that they've lost the environmental issue, right? They're realizing that they can't, you know, run on climate change is fake forever. They have to look like they're at least seriously thinking about environmental stuff, but they can't do climate change. So what they'll do instead is reverse all of the stuff that they were saying about endangered species and all that, and conservation in the 2000s. Now they're saying, actually, we really, really care about all of that stuff. Don't leave us. We actually care about the environment.
And it's so
in
liberal.
these specific ways.
But I can't take that seriously whenever you got who was it who was running the EPA for a while? I know it's like three people at this point now, right? It was like yeah, it was just, well, whoever it is now, I forget the person is now. Whoever it is now, it's like they don't believe in climate change, and they're just there as like a surrogate to just let the EPA essentially non-exist. So regulations get further and further relaxed to where you can just kind of like do whatever the fuck you want, including they're not limited to polluting waterways now, which certain companies can do now that they couldn't do before.
Yeah, historically, the EPA has always been a neutered institution, but you're right. Like, that's exactly what Donald Trump has been doing, which is like putting people in positions of power, like Betsy DeVos as Secretary of Education, to like destroy the agencies from within. It is a fundamental Republican principle that Donald Trump did a better job at than any other conservative administration that I can think of in the past. Like, they used to at least make like broader appeals to the moderates. Like conservatives used to do that a little bit. Like they were still horrible, but not to the degree in which Donald Trump so openly and so carelessly and so transparently was like, no, I'm going to put a CEO that thinks climate change is not real at the head of the EPA, and I'm going to censor them. And that was very successful because, again, it goes back to starving the beast. Like he followed through. He personally followed through on those promises. So much so that it was so bad that I guess like even competing factions, like other gas guzzlers, like in the fossil fuel industry, were like, dude, you gotta fucking fix the methane thing. Like, it's too much. The methane leak you're like actually damaging the environment.
Yeah,
but.
So I got three more here. So I don't know if I don't want to keep you here too long. If I'm holding up or whatever. But
another Trumpism. Wait, before you get to that, can I just mention another Trumpism? Sure. Tiny windows. So when he says tiny windows,
the building reform thing, right?
So that's real. Like, so a lot of these skyscrapers apparently are like terribly energy inefficient. Like when you have these massive windows, it turns out it's not good. They heat up. And it's not great. And apparently there is like some fucking provision in the Green New Deal that I didn't even know of, that like as a part of making like maximally energy efficient buildings to cut like our carbon footprint anywhere we can, like there is a provision in there that like talks about how we need to make windows smaller. So it's so silly. It's when you think about like the actual policy, it makes sense, but the way that Donald Trump describes it is so dumb, and he makes it the entire focus of it, and he just does it in such a funny way that it comes across as silly and idiotic, but it's like kind of true.
Yep, just nitpicks it and then doesn't provide substance upon it, and nothing new there. So there was one here I had. So a lot of times during the debate here, Trump would attack Biden on like, why didn't you do X thing whenever you were VP for 8 years? And I found that weird. Now this is where you have to call me out a little bit more on here, but like he would say that all the time, and it's just like, yeah, but you've been president for like almost 4, and you didn't do X either here. I recall it happening. I recall thinking that multiple times. Where I'm like, well, damn, he's calling out Biden on not doing X when he was VP for 8 years. But then it's like, well, dog, you especially healthcare. I feel that was like the one that would really stood to me here. It's like, well, dude, I mean, what the fuck, dude? You said, I remember hearing about our Republican plan around the midterms. Nothing. I remember hearing about this. You literally name dropped that it would happen in 2 weeks in the Chris Wallace interview on Fox News in July. Never happened. You name dropped it again in the Access interview in August. Never happened. You name dropped it. You talked about it again on the October 5th debate. Still nothing here. Crickets ultimately. And then finally now he's just, so you know, in this debate today, just talking about describing it. It's going to be a big, beautiful plan, blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. First, we got to get rid of Obamacare first in order to make it good, which it's just like, I don't know. It's so weird to like brag about getting rid of the individual mandate for Obamacare, which makes it essentially neutered and allowing states to opt out of it, essentially, or opting out of the expansion for it. So it's just like, yeah, you neutered it. You made it essentially worthless. So like, yeah, what is there to like? But you didn't replace it with anything better. You just like didn't do anything.
Well, that's the funny part about that argument, and I mentioned this before the debate, but it's like if you took away the bad parts of Obamacare, like the individual mandate, and then you kept the good parts of Obamacare that you yourself claim you want to protect, like pre-existing conditions, then why is your administration currently like trying to take ACA back up to the Supreme Court to repeal it in its entirety? So you're basically admitting that you won. You destroyed the bad parts of Obamacare, and you are now you protected the good parts of Obamacare, but you still want to take down the good parts of Obamacare? Like that doesn't make any sense. Even rhetorically, it doesn't make any sense. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, yeah, it's that's where we are with it now. He's been called on that multiple times. Like, there's no plan, and it's like that's probably the number one worst thing here I would say about this. Like, if you go back to the Axios interview, the Chris Wallace interview, there's a Laura Ingraham interview as well on Fox News. He's done a couple of highly prolific interviews, I feel like, since June now that have all been like train wrecks because they've all been like, I would say, softball galore interviews that he still crashes and burns on. And the one thing that always stands out to me about those interviews is that like they typically ask him one way or another here, what are your plans for your second term if you win? And if you look at him, bro, on multiple interview occasions, there's no answer. It's just like brags about how he did on term 1, how the media was unfair. Usually, sometimes we'll allude to Obamagate, whatever the fuck that is, and say that, you know, because they spied on me, I deserve a third term. So fuck that. I'm gonna go for another term in 2028 or whatever the fuck, or 2024. I'm sorry. And that's really it. There's like not a compelling thing about what I'm gonna do in the term 2, other than just keep making America greater. I don't know. It's a nothing burger essentially, which is a huge red flag. I mean, there's no plan. You have no plan. What are you gonna do? Nothing. So that I always found that like as a huge flag that I feel like if anyone was paying attention to that at that point in the interview, was like, ooh, that's I don't want to vote for that. It's not good, honestly.
Yeah. Get this. Eric Trump is tweeting a picture of a Twitter poll, and then Donald Trump retweeted it. The political poll on Twitter showing that
Eric Trump
68% of the
didn't they get that Biden House thing wrong? Like he's trying to call out about like Biden's salary as a senator, which he hasn't been in 12 years, and then the house he got was also not the house that Biden lived at or whatever. I don't know. Like,
Trump Jr. Another thing, Trax. Go ahead, finish it.
Just that Eric Trump and Trump Jr.'s Twitter accounts are usually full of fake news. Like literally, they don't fact check shit at all, whatever.
No, this is the ultimate weird. Was a weird part of the debate where Donald Trump was trying to frame Joe Biden as an out of touch rich guy with multiple houses and millions of it was so. Do you remember that part of the debate where he was talking about to Biden about how he had had so many houses, and I was just like, that is the ultimate mirroring technique, and he does it all the time. But that was just like the most deliberate of that technique that I've seen. It's just not even believable. And just hilarious. The irony behind that is hilarious.
Oh no, for sure. Yeah, that blew my mind. Honestly, I was like, wow.
Yep. Yeah, I was very confused by that. I thought Biden's facial expressions were funny. I'll be interested. This is just kind of
when he said no. When the moderator asked Biden to follow up on some absurd thing Trump said, you want to follow up on that? No. Yeah. I don't remember what it was, but I remember dying because I was like, I don't blame him. Like, why even entertain that being a legitimate thing? Whatever nonsense Trump threw at him, and it was like, no, I don't respond to that. It's nothing. It's meant to provoke me. I'm not gonna let it.
I mean, I also thought Trump was really weak on the Hunter Biden story. It's so confusing to the average person. They just
I never heard about Tony Bobolowski or whatever.
He was drilling the laptop. I'm like, dude, this has been. Oh my god, dude!
Can we talk about the impact that Tony Bobolowski had on the debate? I mean, it shocked the world. It really did change the game a lot. I think it really secured the victory for Donald Trump. His presence at the debate stage was known. Especially when Trump
forgot his name.
Maybe when Donald Trump said, "I can't see anyone in the crowd. Are they in the crowd?" Like he was maybe even because he was looking at whoever was out there that might be less racist than him. Maybe he was looking for Tony Bobolowski. Is that his name? Or was it
the least racist, y'all?
He may have
not racist at all. The least racist.
Yeah, the least racist in the room.
Yeah.
The least racist.
Dude, what a fucking insane
you can word that as I'm not a racist at all. Actually, no, I'm still least racist.
Yeah,
I'm being a semantic shitter right now though. But now there was one more thing here though that dude, this is the one that did I hear this correctly here? Because this is the one I'd double take on. When Trump said that only the lowest IQ immigrants show up for court dates. Yeah. Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Can we go back? Can we play that one again, please? What? I had to I was like, did he really just say that about that topic? Really?
Yeah, he did say that.
He said
he says. Are you getting the quote exactly? No.
I can try looking for it here. I don't have it.
Yeah, I think he did. He did say that.
No, he said.
Okay, he didn't say that.
He said. Look, he basically said. I'm paraphrasing. But he was talking about immigrants in the catch and release program, undocumented immigrants that come into the country and under the catch and release program that would go to their court dates. Okay. Now he lied and he said, and he's been lying about this. He was saying that none of them show up to court. None of them show up to court. It's a terrible mistake. It's a terrible policy, whatever, which is a lie because a lot of them do show up to court. And that's a total lie. It's a total fabrication to say that none of them show up to court. And then he followed that up by saying that the ones that show up to court are the lowest IQ individuals. And what he was trying to say is, they're stupid for showing up to court. But of course, he's so fucking racist that he couldn't get it out like that. And he was just like, they're low IQ individuals. So now, get wrecked, you fucking piece of shit. Yeah, I hope everybody runs that line over and over again.
I would love to hear. Can we find any tweets here? I want to know how average Americans interpreted that line, because I know we can argue about our political junkie insights all day long here. I want to know what the average American took that as, honestly. Would an average American take that as derogatory, condescending?
It's one
of
the
average American probably tuned out 10 minutes into the debate.
Here's another random political fascination that I have, and I want to hear Osita's take on this. I find it so odd that Americans are actually less reactionary when it comes to immigration policies than the way that the Republican Party presents it. And I find it so odd that more media outlets don't talk about this. And the reason why I say this is because it's like with gun control, we know 90% of Americans want universal background checks, right? We know that. It's like a known thing. With abortion, we know that like 75% of Americans believe that Roe v. Wade should be the law of the land, and that like you should be able to get an abortion, especially in the first trimester, like easily, right? This is just, these are facts. Like people know that. That's why some law professors even agree with my perspective that I don't think that they will actually repeal Roe v. Wade and keep it intact because it's so popular, and it would greatly undermine the notion that like the Supreme Court is supposed to be above personal politics, and it would really undermine the conservative project there, because then they wouldn't be able to dismantle all these institutions in the court. So this is a known thing, but for some reason people rarely ever talk about Americans popular opinion on America's immigration policies. Like even under the Trump administration, the number of people that thought that we should increase the amount of immigrants that we allow into the country has increased in percentage points.
Yeah, absolutely.
90% of Americans fully support DACA, and not only DACA, but also on top of that, support a pathway to amnesty. Numerous other polls show that near 90%, or I mean, it just depends on which poll you look at, but like there's like a 70 to 90% swing on even affording a pathway to amnesty for all of the undocumented immigrants that live on U.S. soil currently. Conditional amnesty, but still a pathway to amnesty for all. And that is never reflected in Republican policy. Like you never hear that. No. If you were to listen to Republicans, you would think that Americans are fucking terrified of immigrants nonstop, and they're like crazy. And there's certainly a lot of racism there. Of course they are. But ultimately, I still believe, especially if you judge it by the polling data, more Americans disagree with Donald Trump on his reactionary white nativist immigration agenda than do agree with him. And I think that's part of the reason why the analytical approach that Democrats often apply allows them to be a lot stronger on immigration policy, all the way from the now besmirched Julian Castro to even someone as centrist as Joe Biden, ardently defending immigrant rights on that stage. If Americans were not on board with immigration policy, Joe Biden would not be fucking preaching about immigrant rights up there on that stage, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I think that's true. I think Democrats have gotten to an understanding now, very late, that Trump did not win in 2016 because there's this huge racist constituency of people who hates immigration. Right? That's not why he won. Like that's true in certain parts of the country, but it was a close election. Like Hillary Clinton runs a different campaign, talks about different things. Certain things happen in a different order, and she might win. I mean, it was an election that was made up of a difference of about 40, 50, 60, thousand people. But Trump did not win because there's this huge tidal wave of people who are coming to oppose immigration. In fact, as you say, over the course of his presidency, Trump has done more than any American in history, I think, to liberalize opinion on immigration. He was so repulsive. And people say to themselves, well, really, like, what is so bad about immigrants, actually? Like, are these people really as evil and terrible as he says? I don't look at the immigrants I know in my life and see rapists or murderers. He's really encouraged that kind of self-reflection, and that's moved public opinion to a good place, ironically. So, I think Democrats are coming to understand that that's actually what's happened, that, as you say, the number of people who think immigration should increase has gone up. But if you go back to like 2017, before the midterms in 2018, the big take in places like the New York Times and the Atlantic was Trump won because Democrats haven't been cracking down on immigration hard enough. If Democrats want to do well in the midterms and do well in 2020, they're going to have to get serious about deporting people. They're going to have to be serious about matching Trump on this rhetoric. If you remember October of 2018, before the midterms, the whole migrant caravan situation, right, where people in the Atlantic were saying people are scared of this caravan, they're scared of MSat 13. If Democrats don't take this seriously, if they don't say they're going to crack down, they're going to lose the midterms. That absolutely did not happen. So I think people are wising up to the fact that Trump, his perceived, level of public support on immigration was a mirage. And people are coming to understand that the public is more liberal on this issue than they believed. But it's still, I think the reason why you hear Republicans talking as though the public is reactionary, because their own voters and their own constituents are reactionary, right? They're beholden not to the general public, but people in the most conservative parts of the country. That's who's electing them. And so they have to talk in the way that those voters would like to hear them talk. And then you have to deal too with the fact that the Electoral College and the design of the Senate mean that, even if the general public is liberal on immigration, the voters who are more conservative are still going to matter because of that skew. But, this is why it's so important under a Biden administration to push for democratic reforms, right? Because if you're not moving to a system in which the will of the broad public is being reflected by policy outcomes, you're going to see an immigration discourse that is not where the rest of the public is. And I think that's why it's so important to make sure that we have, the addition of new states, getting rid of the Electoral College, all the things that will make it matter what the whole public thinks about immigration and gun control and the environment, and not just what the most conservative people in the country think.
Well, we got to see. We'll see what happens there, because just like there is broad public support for Medicare for all and socialized medicine, and Democrats refuse to concede to that because they are too beholden to our corporate benefactors, right? I'm genuinely worried that Democrats might not pursue a more moral, more ethical immigration policy as a consequence of those exact same capital-owning interests in this country that necessitates a constant underclass.
What corporate interests would benefit from there being the current, not as lenient immigration path of citizenship option?
Agricultural production.
Oh, you mean so on a pro labor exploitation front?
Yes, that's what I was trying to say. So
okay.
The history of this country, actually, Noam Chomsky's daughter has written extensively on this, and she has, I forget the name of her book, but she has a really good book on this. The history of immigration laws in this country directly revolve around creating a permanent underclass. Abolition of slavery and the civil rights movement, destroying segregation, created a new need for a new underclass, and that's how you arrived at. I mean, and it goes all the way even back to the Bracero program, obviously, where we exploited Mexican and Latin American laborers, and then shipped them back home in really horrific and brutal ways. It's always about trying to create Aviva Chomsky is her name, for those of you who are interested. Thank you for the chatter who pointed that out. And the book is called Undocumented: How Immigration Became Illegal. So she tracks the history of immigration laws in this country. And in the book you see very clearly that immigration laws directly are created as a consequence or a need for capital owners to be able to permanently exploit an underclass that won't have access to the same rights, will be able to easily get ejected from the country if they ever act out. And one of the most recent examples I can think of is was it Purdue, where a lot of the migrant workers organized. It was one of the chicken factories where a lot of the migrant workers organized and decided to demand all of the unpaid, all the wages that they that hadn't been paid to them. And also there was a big problem with sexual harassment. And what did the chicken factories do? They reached out to ICE. There was a bunch of dragnet deportations. They got some fines. They paid those fines, and then it was Coke. Oh yeah, it was Coke Foods. It wasn't Purdue. Sorry, I think it was Coke Foods. Yes, you're right. No relation to the Koch brothers. So that's exactly what happened. They deported the people that spoke out, and then they immediately had a new supply of new labor to take over those exact same positions. And that actually does end up depressing wages for the documented American labor force. If you have 11 million undocumented immigrants that are willing to take on jobs that documented Americans wouldn't take on, you can constantly use that endless supply, pretty much, of labor to continue depressing the wages of documented labor in the country. Now, people like Tucker Carlson use this in a nefarious way, use this talking point in a nefarious capacity, and that's why they have that's why they can take a reactionary approach that makes it seem like there is a finite labor pool when that's a fallacy. There isn't. There's an infinite supply. There's an infinite demand for labor. When there's more people coming into the country, there's more need for jobs, more roads need to be built, more houses need to be built. It's a fallacy that was debunked in fucking the 18th century. But it's not a fallacy. It is real if there is a two-tier immigration system or a two-tier labor force where there is a permanent underclass that will be forced to take on these jobs with ease. So what you must do is not purge all of the undocumented immigrants, because you can never stop the endless flow of immigration into this country, oftentimes directly as a consequence of our horrific foreign policy endeavors in Latin American nations and our destabilizing efforts there so we can extract their natural resources. What you have to do is make those undocumented laborers documented and allow them to also organize alongside the documented labor force and demand a larger piece of the profits. That is the only way that you can truly improve the material conditions of the American working class, no matter what their ethnic background is, no matter what their color or creed is. But this is unfortunately not something that Democrats ever talk about, because you have to consider it from a materialist point of view, and that's not going to happen with any of the Democrats anytime soon. It goes against their neoliberal school of thought.
Well, I think we have a long hill to climb on this one too, because so in a vacuum, obviously we can all on the panel today agree with everything you're saying. Duh, it all seems comically obvious there. But it's also, the other problem is how do you deliver that messaging on a mass audience that is currently, as we're seeing now, vulnerable to, I would say, to kind of drunk off their own farts when it comes to American exceptionalism. Yeah, when it just comes to the whole mass thing. Sure, we can bring up here that Trump attacking Fauci or withdrawing from I don't know, not being too keen on the CDC or WHO or whatever you want to bring up here, right? But wearing a mask is kind of I see it's intrinsically political now at this point in certain geographical places, right? And so it's I find it so hard to really get a massive message nationwide across here of that infrastructure you're bringing up right now, for pro undocumented immigrants to be able to become cohesive in society, essentially, Hasan. Because if you're drunk off of American exceptionalism, you're just going to say, oh, well, the American dream is real, and if you just work harder, forehead, you can be a millionaire CEO. Shit, I already feel like one because I'm a fucking American, so suck my dick, and that's it. So I don't know how we can or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm over exaggerating that one there, but I do feel like that is something we really got to work on there too. I feel it's almost like brain poison at this point.
Yeah, there is some truth to that. The labor aristocracy is very real. The American labor force does exploit the third world and the global south, and they benefit tremendously from it. That is the truth. The reality is, there is a reason why your material conditions are significantly better living in the United States of America, even if you are not as well off as someone living in, Bolivia even. And that is a consequence of American imperialism. American hegemonic power has allowed even the average working class person to be able to purchase these commodities that are getting better and better, marginally better, but still better every year and cheaper every year. The production of that, of course, the production of that is not easy. It's just there's a lot of death and destruction in that along the way, and it's something that it's not a trade that Americans ever would want to have. Like it's not something that I think Americans would ever want to trade away, and that's why we fetishize commodities, because we're a hyper capitalist country. Like this is all we have. That's why motherfuckers arm themselves to go and defend Arby's and Applebee's and shit. Because if you can't go to Applebee's,
And Michael's
what do you
Craft
got?
Store, Michael's Crafts and Arts.
Yeah, but like, what do you got? If you can't go to fucking Applebee's, what do you have really? If you can't buy marginally better, built to break products year over year, what do you really have? You have nothing. You have
We
no
got
solidarity.
culture, we got arts. Oh wait, we cut funding all that already.
No,
Never
yeah,
mind.
you have no solidarity. You have no political involvement. You have no sense of community. You have no fucking culture beyond material consumption. Like, of course, that's precisely why you go out to bat and fucking defend.
The founding fathers had retail.
Arby's.
What do you mean, dude? This is the U.S. of A, baby. The U.S. of retail. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
So I only actually have like one more topic I can. This is not exactly related to the debate, but it's something I definitely want to talk to you about, Hasan. I want to pick your brain on it here. Where are we right now on Puerto Rico and Washington, D.C. getting statehood? Are there any updates on this here? Because I feel like this was kind of pressed on a while back here. Because hypothetically, if they get statehood, right, they get senators. If they get senators, they're probably going to be Democratic. If they do, that would give a pretty dramatic advantage to Democrats in that regard.
I
right?
I think Puerto Rican statehood is a really complicated subject that goes back to like American colonialism. So I don't want to even get into it, because there's a lot of fucking Puerto Ricans who are like, fuck statehood. We want complete independence.
Okay, no, that's fair. That's fair. You're right. I shouldn't have said it as pro that. I should have said, statehood versus independence versus, status quo, which is this awkward limbo they're in right now, right?
But when it comes to DC, 100%, it's fucking insane, and I cannot wait. If Democrats do actually grow a set of balls and push for this, it would be.
How hard would it be?
Tight.
Like, what does it take to do it?
Yeah.
Not only.
Like, what do they?
I don't even.
So.
Oh yeah, go ahead, Asita.
All it would take is an act of Congress, just like any other law. If you pass it through the House and Senate, the president signs it, you have a state. That's literally all it takes. So DC, the main issue with DC is that the District of Columbia is created by the Constitution, right? So technically, you can't make the city as it currently exists a state. What the statehood bills that they've drafted up actually do is say that the federal district that is called for in the Constitution, we're going to carve that out of the state we want to create. And all of the land that's left will be the new state of District of Columbia or New Columbia, whatever they decide to call it. And that ultimately would be probably a constitutional issue that probably goes to the Supreme Court, which is another reason why you'd probably want to see the court packed before you did this. But the baseline thing that you actually have to do to make a state is just pass a bill. And it's just like any other bill. So if they did that with DC, that's what they need to do. Puerto Rico, there's actually a referendum that's going to be on election day in Puerto Rico about whether they want to be a state. It'll be, I don't know how many referendums they've done. They've done several, but the few that they've done haven't been fully representative. Like I think that they got very low participation on some of them. So people have said that's not really, the results that we've had before aren't really fully representative of what the people want. So we'll have to see with this referendum that's going to happen on election day, whether it's there's higher participation and what the actual result is before we move forward on that. Because Hasan is right. There are people who say very, I think, fairly that we need to have real conversation about a divestment being
You got cut out a little bit.
Quasi-colonial situation.
Asita, wait.
I was saying
Can you repeat that? You said divestment and then it got cut off completely. Wait, no?
I should have said divorce. I think there are people who say, I think fairly, as you mentioned, Hasan, that there are people who say that Puerto Rico needs to basically become independent, not retain any kind of quasi-colonial relation to the United States, and also not becoming a state just because it happens to be progressives in the United States want it would be more convenient for them. I think that's a legitimate conversation. But there is going to be a referendum, and if it came to be that there was public support for statehood and Democrats were on board, all you'd need to do would be passing it, just like in DC, with DC, just as a law that passes through Congress the way that any other law passes. So it's up to the Democrats and it's up to Biden. Biden actually, this is one of the things he's been okay on. He's been for DC statehood for some time now, but he's also been against the filibuster. And so you need to get rid of the filibuster in order for DC statehood to have a chance at actually passing. You can't do, there aren't 60 votes for it. But as you said, if they did statehood for DC, if Puerto Rico, if that was the will of the people and they also became a state, you'd probably see 2, 3, 4 Democratic senators come out of it, which would be helpful to the progressive agenda. But we'll see. We'll see what Democrats actually do. The irony here is there's more support for Puerto Rico statehood than there is for DC statehood, I think, in the general public, because the public thinks about Puerto Rico and says, well, that's a huge place with a lot of people in it. DC is just a city, and we don't think a city should be a state. So there's already enough inbuilt support amongst the American public for statehood for Puerto Rico. And in fact, it's actually a part of the Republican platform. Republicans in 2016 said that they supported Puerto Rico statehood, in part because the Republican Party in Puerto Rico is actually not that badly off.
Yeah.
And the party that's more supportive of statehood inside Puerto Rico is actually the more conservative party, and they're aligned with Republicans. So the politics of that is a little bit weird.
Interesting.
We'll see.
We'll
see what happens.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I apologize.
No, go ahead.
Oh, I always thought that raising awareness of Puerto Rico statehood compatibility, as far as my attention was concerned here, was from Hurricane Maria in 2017, and the lack of any real definitive action from administration from that. Nothing, not a lot was really done there compared to what could have been done for those who were really lost out at sea. I forgot the death count, but it was 3,000 people died there essentially. And also just devastation, and infrastructure was really damaged, and just things remain broken and not really repaired for quite a while because you just didn't do shit for a hot minute. And I just remember being really, really sad. And I kind of remember that kind of playing up here, they need better representation along with taxation.
Yeah.
I just want to point out that DC is larger in population than numerous states. It's
yes.
larger than Vermont, Wyoming. I guess and territories as well, Guam, Virgin Islands, Northern Mariana Islands, and American Samoa. But also coming close to even Alaska. There's 100,000 people, but there's actually 30,000 people, 25,000 people, 25 more thousand people in DC, and if you look at the growth of population in DC in recent years, it is slated to become larger, certainly, than even Alaska. So it is insane that DC does not have statehood, in my opinion. And of course, the real reason is because it would be democratic, and also on top of that, the real reason is because black people live there. Okay, that's what it is.
Absolutely.
That's what Republicans
and
don't want to say it, but that's the reality.
Part of the history. Yeah, part of the history here that I think people should know is that in the late 1970s, Congress actually passed a constitutional amendment that they sent to the states that would have given DC 2 senators and a representative in Congress. They passed that that passed that, and it was a bipartisan thing. You had people like Strom Thurmond, who was this infamous racist, saying, we can't justify this continued subjugation of this city and not having them allowed full representation. Yes, I wrote about this for the New Yorker last year. This was the whole thing. And the reason why statehood became the way that they were going to representation is because that amendment failed. That wasn't a statehood bill. That was just a bill or an amendment that would have created a kind of special exception for DC that would have given them representatives without making them a state. Once that failed, activists in the city said, okay, well, the next step is then we're just going to go for full statehood. We're going to write up a constitution, and that's going to be the way that we're going to try to get representation. And so in the 80s, when that happened, that's when you start seeing the racial politics start to shift. That's when you see the conservative movement really taking full control of the Republican Party. That's when you see people talking about, Marion Barry is this corrupt guy in DC, and we don't want to give him power, and all of this racial dog whistling. But from the late 1960s through basically the end of the 1970s, there's a lot of support in Washington for actually solving the DC representation problem. And that goes away once the Republicans dive fully into racism in the 1980s.
It's remarkable to me that the guy whose most notable action was filibustering the civil rights, stopping. Wait, wasn't it It was Strom Thurmond who filibustered I think it was a Voting Rights Act originally, right? And also I don't know if it was Strom Thurmond, but it was the segregationists that also filibustered, and ultimately ended the fuck, what was it? Where they were going to destroy not the Electoral College, but oh my god, my brain is fried. I'm on my like 10th hour at this point of streaming.
Humble
brag. My brain is not working. Oh my god. Where they successfully filibustered and ended a measure to ensure that the proportional voting for Electoral College votes.
Yeah.
Where it wasn't going to be winner, wasn't it like to abolish winner takes all in the Electoral College? Like a proportional application of Electoral College votes, depending on like the population size. But segregationists filibustered that to ensure that black voters did not get any electors in the Electoral College in the South and Southern states.
Gentlemen, I'm gonna depart. Thank you for having me, Hassan. Hope you guys have a great night.
Yeah, man. Austin, baby, I miss you. Thank you for reuniting once again.
Yes, dude, I miss you too.
We should kick it at some point, bro.
I know, absolutely. Hopefully these events pick up.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Hey man, just DM me. Or I should fuck. I'm DMing you in a bit. Shit.
For sure. All right, guys, take care.
Austin, thank you for we want to shout out your channel, Austin, and also thank you for bringing your liberal hot takes as always.
Yeah. Thank you. My Twitter is twitter.com/Austin on Twitter. I gotta think of a better name for that.
That's so for real, dude.
I'm Austin on Twitter. If you didn't know, when you're on Twitter,
can't miss it.
Find it. But yeah, it was a pleasure. Nice to meet you, Asita. Pleasure.
Well, nice to meet you too.
Yeah. And yeah, take care, everybody. And everybody in the chat, go vote. Go vote for Joe. Push his rickety old ass over the finish line. All right. Bye, guys.
Later.
Bye.
Yeah, I won't keep you much longer here, actually, because that was actually my last topic, other than me just like starting to spitball and ask you about like Senate races that are coming up here on the ballot that I'm excited about. But that's like that not even urgent right now. It's already midnight on my end here, so we can.
Listen, we're very fortunate that Asita is giving us his time here. So you know, as long as he's chilling, as long as he's not ready to dip, I don't know if he doesn't have a problem with you picking his brain. Then go ahead. As you've seen, he's a
your
treasure trove.
Phenomenal, and I feel like I'm like I feel like I missed the intro here. Forgive me, Hassan. Like because I joined a little bit late.
This was a cast. This is I liken this to being able to play basketball with like LeBron James, Kobe Bryant, and Michael Jordan at the same time. These are like some of my favorite. The only person out of like all my favorite writers and journalists. By the way, Osita's in here right now. I don't know why I'm just saying this directly to your face. It's embarrassing, but no, like the only person who I would add to this cast, in my opinion, of all stars is Alex Perrine, but he's never responded.
Alex is great.
He's never responded to my DMs, so maybe
I'm gonna
one
bully
day.
him into doing this.
Maybe one day. Yeah. I'm such a fan that I like literally used to listen to the Tarfu Report. Like that's how big of a fan I am of Perrine, and I still listen to and of course I listen to the. Oh yeah, you guys are coworkers. I listen to the Politics of Everything and all that. Yeah. I think it's great. I find it really funny that he has to do ad reads for fucking Jacobin.
Out of character for him, but he does them all right. I think. Yeah.
Yeah. He does a great job. I just think it's really funny that he has to like do ad reads for Jacobin and shit. Yeah.
Well, so you primarily do like journalism, is that correct, or did I misinterpret that earlier?
Yeah. So I write for the New Republic. I just write generically about American politics, whatever I think is interesting from day to day, week to week, and I guess that means for the most part covering this damn election. So yeah, I just right about whatever's going on. And
Gotcha. Cool. Yeah, no. So, like the last topic I could think of that's like of relative importance to me right now in terms of like a 10 out of 10 urgency here is like Hassan, can you fill me in here? The Kentucky Senate race, Mitch McConnell versus Amy McGrath. I hear from some people that Amy is like trailing bad. I hear from others that Mitch is like tanking bad, and I hear like a lot of shit. Have you been keeping up with that at all here? Is that race like as important as I think it is here? Like if Mitch McConnell loses, what would that mean for like the Senate going forward as far as like on the Republican or whatever?
I mean, that's not going to happen.
Him losing is not going to happen.
No, I think what's more likely than Mitch. Yeah, no, he's not going to lose.
Again, I've been keeping up the polling. I don't know.
Yeah.
All I heard was that there was
it was
a more promising Democratic candidate who like got severely outfunded, and then like a kind of like a less marketable moderate Amy McGrath was the victor in that Dem primary. There was no
indication that Booker would even defeat Mitch McConnell. If we're being real, the thing is, he was progressive, and the problem with Mitch McConnell is like it's more likely that he will decay and die before he loses to Amy McGrath. I'll just tell you that. Actually, it's pretty likely that he might be fucking literally decaying. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if it's like
I don't know
blood.
what's going on with his hand and all
Is
that.
it blood thinners? Like it's not even just it's his face too.
Okay, I still don't understand like how though. Like, aren't all the metrics of a successful state like what Kentucky is not? Like how is he like just buying votes, or Kentuckians just like not? Are they just like on the Kool-Aid, not really aware of how bad he's doing or whatever? Like, I don't get it. Like,
I think it's just a Republican state. I mean, I don't think he's going to lose. I think it would be very funny if he lost. But I think people have invested so much into the race because they misunderstand what's actually happening in the Senate. Like the Senate has not gone badly for Democrats over the past 10 years because Mitch McConnell is like an evil genius who's singularly capable of outsmarting them like a movie villain or something. That's what I think people believe about Mitch McConnell. But Mitch McConnell isn't really doing anything that any other competent Republican who was Senate majority leader would not also be doing. Like it just makes sense for Republicans to block the justice that Obama wanted to appoint and to save that seat for the next election. That's something any Republican would have done. That's not McConnell's particular genius. It just makes sense for Republicans to spend all of this administration filling as many judicial seats in the lower courts as they can. That's something any competent Republican would have done. So if you beat Mitch McConnell, all you've done is get rid of him, and that's funny and you know.
But don't you?
Hey, make it like a virus and a plague.
Don't you think
Good
that
Lord.
Mitch McConnell's like, I guess, brilliance comes from the simplicity in his plan? First of all, he uses the unequal nature of the Senate to his advantage through and through. Obviously, you have fucking.
But any Republican would have done the same thing. Like I don't think that it's him being so smart. I just think it would have been John Cornyn doing the same thing, or some other Republican in the caucus who like knows how stuff works.
Well,
don't you feel like he's obstructionist?
Shouldn't there be like consequences there though? Like in like a if Republican, okay, hear me out, right? So if Republicans can just like block an Obama appointed justice for 300 plus days, and then say that, oh, hey, gentlemen's agreement here, we're not gonna appoint justices on an election year because that's like we'll let the voters decide first and then appoint them because that's more democratic and American, right? But then here we are 40 days prior, and they pull the same shit the minute they can, and say that, and then they try to reverse engineer, justify how well Republicans swept all kinds of elections recently, so yeah, people want us to do shit, so get over it, sucker. Is that not like a lack of principle there and hypocrisy? Like, shouldn't that be consequential in some kind of reflection upon the Democratic Party? I'm sorry, the Republican Party.
I absolutely think so. I just don't think that what actually matters is defeating McConnell if you haven't also won the Senate. The thing that matters is defeating the Republican Party as a whole by winning the majority. There's nothing special that happens once you beat McConnell. Like he's not a video game boss or anything like that. Like it's just there's no special cookie you get. What actually matters is whether you have majority or not. I think Democrats are in a good shape to win the majority, even if McConnell comes back into the Senate. If McConnell comes back, he's going to be Senate minority leader. And if Democrats get rid of the filibuster, he's useless. Like there's nothing he can actually do. Really,
that's what I
to
was gonna
prevent them
say.
from passing
That's what
the things they want to pass.
Well, I don't know if that's an endeavor that Democrats are going to be willing to go along with. Even like Bernie Sanders and numerous other people have talked about how they don't want to get rid of the filibuster because it's like the only weapon that they have. You know what I mean? It's like I feel like that's a big tool in your arsenal that you're like kind of throwing away for a moment of power. And I feel like I feel like that's I think Democrats are one already like predisposed towards being afraid of. I mean, their natural disposition is fearful, cowardly. So I think that they worry about what will happen when Republicans inevitably take control again, because that getting rid of the filibuster is definitely going to expend a lot of political capital. Republicans are going to say this is fucking insane. This is a dictatorship. This is a dictatorship of the proletariat. What are these guys doing? You know? They're destroying the greatest deliberative body on the planet, like as though any deliberations occur in the fucking Senate. Holy shit. So I'm worried that they might not want to expend that, and they might not also want to lose their they might not want to lose the one weapon they have in their arsenal. But beyond that, I think going back to the Mitch McConnell thing, like, wouldn't you say though, like even as a minority leader, like his whole approach to like an obstructionist Senate wasn't that, you wouldn't consider that to be like more unique, where he literally was like, I'm willing to fucking go above what a Republican leader would do in the Senate and actually say, fuck the people that need immediate recovery and immediate relief in the aftermath of the 2008 crisis. If you want anything from me, you're not going to get it. Like, I just want to make sure that Obama is a one-term president. And
I think he had a whole team of people who had the same position, and that he couldn't have exerted his will without that. Like, I think that the Republican Party had developed over the course of the Bush administration into the party that we saw in those first Obama years. Their partisanship deepens, animus between the two parties deepened. And once you had a person like Obama at the top of the ticket, who the Republican base saw as radical, any Republican who found themselves in the position McConnell would have, or did, would have felt the pressure to, fulfill the will of the base and stopping the guy who they saw as this radical communist, Marxist, whatever, from taking over the government. That's what every Republican was being told by their voters. And that was the driver of the politics that we saw in Obama, I think, more than McConnell's own personality. But I just think that, all of this money that people have put into that race in Kentucky because they believe that getting rid of McConnell is a special task that is structurally important. I much rather would have seen that money going to races in Arizona or Texas, some other places that are actually close. Because as you said, Hasan, McConnell is going to come away and win that thing. And it's this idea that McConnell is special that has encouraged people to spend so much money in that state that could have gone to other places.
Yeah, not only that, but if we go further on that one too, like Republicans, they tap, super PACs like it's a running waterfall. I feel compared to Democrats do. The campaign money they raise seems to typically, and quote me if I'm wrong here, like dwarf Democratic opponents usually, like because of the corporate interest being usually so much more aligned on the Republicans' ends. I could be wrong about that, but that's what I typically see demonstrate. I'm like, wait, how much did they raise? Holy shit, dude! And it's like hard to keep up with there a little bit. Now, their methodology of what they spend that money on might not be as effective in some cases or whatever, but I usually see like they just are able to tap into the super donors real quick, really easily. And so you are right. It does feel like sometimes it's like if for example, right, let's say like the McGrath McConnell race is like a wash. How much money's been sunk into her campaign, which could have been put elsewhere, right? Comparatively. If it's already going to be a complete landslide or whatever.
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe we'll be surprised. I mean, this is looking like it could well be a Biden landslide. As we said at the very beginning of all this, like Trump is only ahead by 7 in Kansas, which is insane. Yeah, so we could see like an upset in Kentucky and in other places too. We don't really know. But yeah,
I just don't
less than 2
think
weeks
that
out.
like I just do not believe that the people of Kentucky are like, we want someone different than McConnell. Like, I just don't believe that. Like, I don't believe that they want.
He's been
and not
sitting
just
there for
McConnell,
like
any
24 years
Republican.
now, right?
I don't think that they want someone different than any Republican. I like, it's a red state, even though it's basically been the joke I made yesterday on stream is like, Kentucky is the Chile of America. Okay. It is a fucking hotbed of austerity measures that like, it's a testing ground for like crippling austerity measures and tax cuts for the wealthy. And it's similar to like Oklahoma in that way. And it doesn't matter. They don't give a shit. The people there clearly don't care. So, I was thinking of, maybe I'm thinking of Kansas actually instead of Kentucky. Well, regardless, I was wrong when I said I was live for 9 hours. Turns out my thing was broken. I've been live for 11 hours. That's why I was.
Yeah, that's what I see. Yeah, good shit, dude.
But
well, I think I am going to head out, guys. This has been awesome. I'll definitely do it again. It's a lot of fun. And yeah, Hasan, you got a great show going.
Yeah. Where can I catch you? Do you tweet, or is there like a?
I tweet way too much. Way too much.
It's
just my first and last name. So OSITANWANEVU, no space.
That was really fast. Can you link it in this
Sorry?
one?
Dude, it's all over. It's been
I'll
in my
just
chat.
write in the chat. Yeah.
It's been you don't have to type it in the chat.
Well,
my chat's
I'm
been
sorry,
spamming it the entire time.
And I think it's Chatterino, dude, because your chat's a hot mess to keep up with, Hasan. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah, you don't use Chatterino? You're a fucking professional streamer. What the fuck?
I mean, dude, I'll be having. I'm not a 50,000 Andy like you all day long, so I don't have to use this shit.
Yeah. No, they love you.
I'm humble brag, but I'll get on it though.
I can't have you on again. They're standing you too hard. I'm getting jealous.
Sorry.
I mean, it's because we didn't talk in a minute.
Yeah. No, this was great. This was awesome. Thank you so much for staying for as long as you did.
No problem. Are you gonna do like an election night kind of thing?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
I'll be doing election night. I'm look, man. I'm live every day, all day. Like you can come on whenever. If you have like a new story that you're writing about or something like that, and you wanna talk about it, you wanna promote it, like, hit me up.
Awesome.
Yeah.
All right. See you guys later.
Later, bro.
Have a good night.
Right.
Yeah. And likewise, I should I got gym in the morning myself here. I gotta
you gotta go work out, dude. I'm so jealous. I can't even fucking secure a time slot at my fucking Equinox. I think I'm gonna cancel my my membership.
Yeah, I got really lucky on my end where I secured where I am. Because honestly, if I did not have the private facility with the classes and the personal trainer, which is like, by the way, it's a lot more than I thought it would be. It's like $250 a month for the sessions, but like, or for the membership, but like, it's really getting me results. I feel really good. I'm loving it. And with the Rowan, I can't do anything else anyway. So fuck it. All I do is just work out and stream. Which I'm, I guess, used to now and cool with.
That's awesome, dude. You're living the dream. You're literally living the dream.
Well, I mean, babe, what about? See, I want to catch up with you for a hot minute now. Like, how are you? Like, I feel like how often you stream and your explosive growth is like kind of like taxing on the mental. Are you all right? You're not. Typically, when people go through what you're going through, which is the explosive growth meets like a fuckload of work ethic, usually you get burnt out. Are you not burnt out yet?
No. Not really.
Cool.
I like
awesome, dude.
I love what I do, man. Speaking of which, by the way, everybody, tomorrow we are going to have a I'm gonna get back to what you said in a second, Trix, but this is something I've been meaning to tell people in the chat. Tomorrow, as you all know, I'm doing at 1 p.m. the Borat 2 ad, the watch party. We're also going to be on the main page and the front page placement and all that. So get your Twitch Primes ready for that. You don't have to subscribe to me, but you have to make sure that your Amazon Prime account is connected to your Twitch. And not just in a way where you can like fucking subscribe, but there's like one additional thing that you need to do. As soon as I start the watch party, it's very easy. You can like click on it. 1 p.m. Pacific is when we're going to start watching it. So don't watch it. I know it's leaked already, But don't watch it yet. We're going to watch it together. I'm not going to watch it either. Okay? Sorry.
Right.
It was just something I've been meaning to tell
No,
people.
it's good. I'm actually just gonna do the same thing. I don't want to make it seem like I'm copying you, but yeah, I saw that Borat 2 was coming out. It's on Watch Party. I was gonna do the same thing actually, but no, watch it on Hasan if you want to, or watch it on my end, whatever you want. But yeah, what Hasan's referring to here is that you're gonna have to, when you get prompted with the Watch Party, it's gonna prompt you to log into your Amazon account, which is different than your Twitch account. Like your account credentials you use to shop on Amazon.
Yeah.
That's where your Prime's gonna like verify at. So
yeah,
be prepared for that right there.
Or you can do that right now, like by going to gaming.amazon.com.
Yo, it sounds like I got the hookup for you right there, dude.
Yeah.
Y'all do that, y'all won't be lost in the sauce.
Wait, or do you have do you have a watch party as well for Borat 2?
No, I'm doing it because I want to do it.
Yeah.
No, I didn't get I didn't secure that gig, I'm afraid.
It's my first ever like hashtag ad for Twitch, so I'm excited about it.
It's pretty native. I wish they hit me up, honestly. I wasn't aware they were shopping around. I saw that Dr. Lupo had a
Dude, I know, I'm so jealous.
Mega jelly, dude. Like mega jelly, bro.
I literally told the
Borat, me and my community watched Borat like at some point last year, a year and a half ago, and I was like, yo, it's crazy to believe that Borat came out in 2006 because like it's actually funnier now in Trump era than it was in 06. Like it was one thing in 06, but now it's like tenfold funnier because everyone has seen examples of these like of the dark side of America a little bit here with the obtuse and overt bigotry in some ways. But yeah, it's been really, really good. Yeah, I'm probably gonna do the same thing too. But yeah, no, I was making sure you're cool, man. We haven't talked in a hot minute, dude. I know you've been grinding. I'm proud of you. Glad you're doing your thing, all that shit. But I do know that. All right, between me and you right now, not the chat, just me and you right here, okay? I know that chat gets off on you malding, and sometimes like the mauled is entertainment. I know that the mauled can like eat at your hairline, eat at your sanity, eat at your patience, and like day in and day out that could normalize, and you start thinking that like malding is like your new normal. No, and I worry that you're being held captive by your own work ethic, and maybe you're just making sure you're cool. We talked in a minute, so I was just concerned.
I don't know why my camera's broken, but no, I honestly, I would go so far as say that I mauled less than I used to, but maybe I'm wrong. I'll never go back to peak mauled. I mean, I did get shingles. That's but
good.
My peak mauled was when I was working at TYT and also doing like 8-hour streams. Most of the people that are capping right now literally weren't even here because this community has grown so much since then. But like all the old heads know that like I will never ever hit the same level of maulding when I was so overworked. Like when I was working a full-time job at TYT, and then also on top of that I was working
doing a Twitch thing too.
Yeah. And
good,
it wasn't even just that. It was, dude, honestly, look, all I'll say is this. There definitely my brushes with a particular community certainly did not help me maulding and losing my shit regularly.
Mm-hmm.
But it's really good now.
You got some clarity in your Twitch journey now is what I can tell. You're doing your thing, you're in your lane, you're blowing up, dude. Crazy.
Yeah.
It's definitely crazy. Yeah, dude. Lucky, politics is definitely not going anywhere on Twitch. At least, like I can tell that now. Everyone's getting a lot more politically engaged.
Watches all the debates. Like, come on, exactly. Like, listen, when you get, what do you call it? When you got people like XQC watching debates, like it's popping. Like politics is popping.
Yeah.
Like.
So yeah, but it's also the same time though. To be fair. Like a radical character like Trump makes it really easy, and dare I say, like, what's the word here? Like, devilishly indulging to want to consume political content because he makes it so like ADHD friendly with his like spastic pop offs and just unpredictability in general. That may die down as things like try to resemble stability in the next like. If Biden wins or whatever.
You're talking about Trump. I thought you were talking about XQC.
Dude.
I was like, what the fuck?
Come on, babe. I'm not gonna throw shade at another streamer like that, like that publicly. Come on now, babe. I'm not
I
like,
think that
man,
there is a real
bet.
appeal to that, and I literally
Listen, if I wanted to farm live stream fails, clip chumps, I would just start dropping names right now, bro. No, that ain't me.
I thought you
I was
literally were talking about. I'm sorry, dude. I'm so fucking tired. I'm sorry.
Dude.
But yeah.
Yeah, no, cool. I'm glad you're good, man. Yeah, no, we covered all the topics I really had in mind here. The debate, you know, I agree with you that the debate like doesn't really like move much needles here. Like, I can't imagine anyone who's undecided at this point. I don't even know who the fuck they would be at this point. Like, who's an undecided voter at on October 23rd? I don't even fucking know. But like, who's undecided and needed to see like the debate 3 to get an idea of what was going on right now. Whether you have the civil unrest, a nationwide health pandemic, and economic instability. You got pick your poison here, because no matter what political affiliation you are, or whatever participant of partisan politics you may be here, you're definitely feeling something somehow, some way, or someone close to you who's feeling something somehow, some way, and it's affecting you. So now you're involved. So now things are political. So yeah, you already decided a while back here whether you're for or against A or B based off of whatever rhetoric you were sipping in the first place.
Yeah, it's ridiculous at this stage, dude. I mean, it's just, I don't know. I think I'm right when I say not a lot of material change is going to happen, but also that Biden will very likely win. I think
Biden looks very likely to win. That debate didn't help much here. I mean, even if you go back here, since October 5th, dude, Trump hasn't done any favors for himself here. You look at the NYT article, the emergency, concerning the tax returns, the emergency White House press meeting, just calling the article fake, but still not doing anything to really address the concerns by being transparent, like his opponent has been comparatively with the tax returns. The open admitted to say that, that like, I'm gonna not have any further negotiations with Nancy Pelosi or anyone there. I'm gonna advise that Mitch McConnell and the Republicans at the Senate work on getting Amy in the courts, and we'll worry about COVID relief after I'm elected. Like, he took the full L for that. And I'm like, wow, you have the political instincts of a gopher. That was like mega stupid. Everyone's sitting here dying, wanting COVID relief, and you said that's a paywall. That's a Prime sub, because I have sub it on right now, because you ain't getting no relief till you pay up first, bitch. Like, insane. So he's been doing a lot of like stupid shit that hasn't been helping his his optics at all, in my opinion. So yeah, it's looking very likely that like if turnout is equal or greater than what it was in 2016, then yeah, Biden's gonna take it. But will things change, or will material things get radical? Will we see DC statehood? Will we see electoral college abolished, or grandfathered into being less obtuse than it currently is now? These are all good questions here. I don't really know. We'll have to see, won't we?
I doubt it. Anything that requires Democrats to take action,
I know.
Expend political capital that they legitimately do have for something that's good, I doubt it. But anyway, I gotta go to sleep, dude. I'm so tired.
No, it's good, man. It's good. Look, I appreciate it. Thanks for having me on, bro. Hasan community, much love again. And yeah, I don't know. It seems like, okay, just to clarify, one last thing before we go here. So there's nothing major going on now between now and general election, right?
No, but that doesn't mean anything, because fucking we live in psycho world, and there's gonna be new shit happening every day, probably.
Probably, yeah. I don't know.
No debates or anything, if that's what you mean.
No debates, but there could be new interviews with Trump, possibly. Who fucking even knows? Like, I still haven't even seen whatever the 60-minute interview leak is, or whatever the fuck that's all about. I haven't seen that shit yet.
I watched it. It's bullshit. It's just basically the same old. It's like watching a Trump rally.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, after the IRS is auditing me still 5 years later, I'm like, dude, you're saying the same shit you said in 2015, dude. Okay, like you're clearly just like a broken messaging recorder from a freaking payphone or whatever. So okay, cool. But yeah, no, everyone go out there and vote. Much love again, and keep in mind that I am excited here about the voter turnout right now. I think certain states, by the way, have already been pushing like either 10% of their total turnout from 2016 or 10% total plus of their registered voters have already voted so far. So yeah, it's just getting pretty crazy. And reminder again that they're trying to shove a Supreme Court justice when 22 million Americans have already voted. So yeah, keep that in mind. Power vacuums. All right, I gotta go, bro.
All right, thanks, dude. This was a lot of fun. Listen, everybody go follow Trihex, twitch.tv/Trihex. And also, dude, why don't you just do more fucking political coverage?
Why don't I?
Yeah.
Oh, actually, I'm glad you asked here, dude. I got these 2 strikes right now. I'm like giga cucked. That's a whole different topic, though. We should talk about that another time. But I don't even know what to fucking do. Like,
no, the reason
I
I'm saying
don't know
is
if you were
because
showing footage or not.
clearly want to. You got so much fucking like energy in you to talk about politics, dude. You're like, you love it. Why don't you just fucking do it? Stop being a pussy. Just talk about politics on stream.
Just like go full throttle. Just like
you just do more politics, dude. You're smart. You're thoughtful. You're charismatic. And most importantly, you very clearly love to fucking talk about politics, Trihex. I've been telling you I need to go to sleep for the past fucking 25 minutes as you keep stun locking me to talk about turnout in fucking Louisiana.
I was excited to talk to my friend who I hadn't seen in a hot.
That's why I'm saying.
The last DM I sent you was in March, bitch. It's called I fucking love you, asshole.
No, I know, but that's why I'm saying you need to do more.
Fucking threw me in. You added me into the call as the last person, so I didn't get any intro time. So I gotta fucking throw out a dick pics worth of charisma all at one time here, dude.
No,
you forced me to do the montage.
You're great.
God
You're
damn.
great. Okay, also, I thought you said you wanted to come in after the debate, that's why. But regardless, the reason why I'm saying this is because very clearly you want to do it. Like it's just like in you, and you want to get it out. So just get it out.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
All right. Well, that was very encouraging, actually. I'm gonna have to. Okay. I'll talk to my community, and then I'll talk to the squad who came from your community who's checking me out now, and I'll see what that would look like. I'll keep it in mind. Definitely.
Right. Are you gonna keep streaming after this?
Dude. Yeah, probably. I want to say hi to people because I see a lot of new names in my chat now, so I'm gonna probably tell them what's up.
You can keep that energy going as I raid you right now. Okay.
Oh shit. Okay.
All right. I'm gonna do an outro and then I'll raid you. All right.
All right, cool. Appreciate it, man.
All right,
dude.
Good night, dude.
Later.
What is this? Oh, oops. I didn't even see it's not leaked. He had a Moon was actually like, Moon actually had to do a fucking WoW thing. Let everyone know that I thank you for inviting me and giving me, this is the first time I'm seeing it. Let everyone know that I thank you for inviting me and giving me the chance to listen on what you inform people have to say on everything. He's so funny. Anyway, all right, guys. No, it's not like anything leaked. I didn't even realize what the fuck was going on. I didn't look at any of my messages. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, what a fucking day, dude. We had
fucking liar, dude.
I think so. Last stream, last debate stream, we hit 125,000, and I think we peaked at 113,000 today.
Holy fucking shit, dude. Literally lying.
It's a fucking crazy week.
America deserve love.
Been a crazy week.
I'm saying,
and an absolute incredible journey.
Happiness.
And as always, I'm
America deserve love.
really grateful and really fortunate that I'm able to.
America deserve happiness.
I'm able to do it with you guys. You leaked information, dude. No, I didn't. Shut the fuck up.
Pervert. This is a deranged pervert. Oh, you're such a big man.
I am incredibly lucky. I have the best community. I really do. I have the best fucking community on Twitch. 100%. No cap. No caparino. Tomorrow we're going to be watching Borat. Obviously, I'm going to start at the regular time. And I'm going to do my regular stream at 11, hopefully. If I can work out before it, it would be nice. I'm going to do my regular stream. And then at 1 p.m., I'm gonna be tuning into Borat to watch the watch party. I'm really excited about it. Hopefully you guys can watch it. It's global, so no matter where you are on the planet, you can fucking watch it as well, alongside myself. 1 p.m. Pacific to 3 p.m. Pacific.
America deserves love.
My man said host train in good faith. Why would I do that when I just said I'm gonna host Trihex? Like, why would I? Oh, wait. I know I just told Trihex I was going to raid him, but I guess I'll host train in good faith. Thanks, guy in the chat.
That's his name. That's his name. Hassan.
Excuse you, debate the stream the last debate too. But anyway.
That's his name.
Like I said, I love you all. Best community on Twitch. 100%. Wow, you're an evil piece of shit. Yes.
America deserves happiness.
I'm an evil piece of shit for saying I'm gonna raid my friend Trihex, who I haven't raided in a while. To raid someone who's a much larger streamer that has a larger audience than me at times. Anyway, look, I try to use my fucking clout for good, okay? I try to use my motherfucking clout for good. And what I try to do with that is, you know, have some of the best, most brilliant fucking minds in American politics. And I hope you guys enjoy that. I hope you guys appreciate that. I hope you like that. You know? I hope it's enjoyable for all of you. Anyway, on that note. Oh shit, I can run another ad? Oh my god, I just blasted everybody with ads today. Holy shit. But I'm just like, the reason why I'm doing all these ads is because I'm trying to really increase the ad per hour by every metric I can, and I'm like trying to sneak it on the end as much as I can, so that tomorrow when I do like the watch stream, they literally were like, if you're doing the watch party, you can't fucking you can't run ads. And if I can't run ads, then I can't do my contract. Like, most of you don't see it anyway. Yes, I'm a greedy capitalizationist. Will there be a VOD of the Borat stream? I don't know. Anyway. Yo, do ads in the intro? It doesn't. This is you as top of the hour, man. Oh, shoot. 60-second ad break. Top of the hour every hour. That's true, laddie. That is how it fucking works, doesn't it? Is that not how it fucking works? All right, well, I'm rating Tracks right now. I love you all. See you tomorrow. I'm very excited.